Chapter 1. The Red Pine Gate Master. The Final Secret Technique. I entrust it to you. Please, do not let me down. Lin Xian had just opened his eyes, still bewildered by the situation, when he saw an elderly man in ancient robes. His face contorted with sorrow, thrusting a yellowed booklet into his hands. The man's eyes widened in despair as he gasped his last breath. The old man's eyes were filled with expectation and hope. But his frail hands fell limply to his sides, devoid of strength. His eyes remained open, never to close again. Lin Xian stood dazed by the bedside, utterly confused. Master! Suddenly, a piercing cry erupted from behind him. A girl with a ponytail, clad in yellow trousers and a long tunic, lunged at the old man. Weeping uncontrollably, it was only then that Lin Xian jolted awake, glancing around to find himself in a modest wooden cabin. Surrounded by brown wooden walls, constructed from roughly hewn logs, with a faint scent of wood mingling with a stronger aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Senior brother, a delicate, quavering voice spoke from behind him, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Lin Xian turned to see two siblings, strikingly similar in appearance, standing behind him. They were clad in matching gray garments, resembling the buttonless attire of ancient China, cinched at the waist with belts. What on earth was happening? Lin Xian's mind was a haze. He only remembered sitting by the computer, sipping tea, and discussing matters with online friends just a minute ago. Then, feeling fatigued, he intended to rest his head on the desk, only to find himself in this bewildering place. What should we do now, senior brother? The siblings' expressions were blank, clearly lacking in intellect. Lin Xian pressed his palm to his forehead, utterly perplexed. He pointed at himself, asking, "What is my name?" The siblings blinked in confusion. "Great senior brother. I mean my actual name," he replied, exasperated. The siblings exchanged glances. Lin Xinru. Lin Xian felt as if a vein in his forehead was about to burst. "What is wrong with you?" "Great senior brother," the older of the two siblings asked, utterly bewildered. "In nothing," Lin Xian replied weakly. "I just need a moment alone." He staggered out of the wooden cabin, feeling as if he were on the set of a period drama. At the entrance, a high threshold loomed, and the sunlight poured onto it, appearing fractured. Golden rays illuminated the ground both inside and outside the cabin, dazzling to behold. Upon exiting, he found himself in a golden courtyard, where a short, ancient pine tree stood in the center. Sunlight filtered through the pine needles, casting a shimmering golden glow like grains of sand. A gentle breeze swept by, and Lin Xian, expressionless, looked down at his attire. He was clad in a black robe resembling that of a Taoist priest, his hair tied back, and his legs bound with cloth strips that looked grimy. "This is utterly bewildering." He crouched down, cradling his head, feeling as though his mind were in turmoil. His memories, intertwined with those of this body, swirled chaotically. Behind him, the heart-wrenching cries of his disciples echoed, still engulfed in grief. Gradually, Lin Xian began to piece together information about his current situation. Lin Xian, his new name, the son of a wealthy merchant from the town below the mountain, the eldest disciple of this small sect, trained in martial arts since childhood. His father was still alive. His mother had passed away, and he had an uncle in the government. However, the most shocking revelation was that this world was entirely different from the one he had known. Recalling the remnants of his memories, he realized there were no cars, no airplanes, no electric lights, nothing of the sort. He was sitting in the courtyard of the Hongsong Dao Guan on Red Pine Mountain, with Red Pine City below being his hometown. The furthest he had ever ventured was over 100 miles away to Haishu City. The surroundings were desolate, filled with deep mountains and wild forests, teeming with ferocious beasts. In days, Lin Xian finally managed to clarify his circumstances. He had indeed transmigrated. After several days of shock, disbelief, and aimless wandering, he had come to understand the harsh reality: he could not return. After several days on the mountain, the four of them prepared their master's remains and, in accordance with his wishes, buried him in the cemetery behind the Daoguan. The entire Hongsong sect was left with only these four individuals living together. Lin Xian gradually became acquainted with his surroundings. Their sect was called Hongsong Min, a once prominent but now dilapidated minor sect. It was said to have had a respectable history. Within the sect, the two siblings, Lu Yun and Lu Yu, were adopted by the master at a young age and had grown up here. They possessed mediocre talents but were loyal. There was also a junior sister, Ing, who had come from the town below to learn martial arts. She shared a close bond with the master, was fair of face, and possessed decent talent. In reality, she was the true powerhouse of the Daoguan, having mastered the sect's signature sword technique, the Hongsong sword, to perfection. In confrontations, she always charged to the front lines. However, Her impulsive nature often led her to resolve matters with brute force, causing her family to frequently intervene and pay to extricate her from trouble. By sheer coincidence, she had ended up at Hong Song-min. As for Lin Xin, the great senior brother, his sword skills were rather ordinary, only slightly superior to the Liu siblings. If it weren't for his family's wealth sustaining the sect's livelihood, he would not have held the title of Great Senior Brother. Great Senior Brother. Someone is coming. It's the Hung Dao Min. On the 6th day since arriving in this world, as Lin Xin was diligently studying the characters of this place from memory in his room, the door was suddenly flung open with a bang, and Lu Yun rushed in, panic etched on his face. Hung Dao Min. Lin Xin paused, recalling that Hung Dao Min was another small sect located on a nearby hill. Founded by a martial artist from the town. What do they want? He set aside his book, sensing something ominous brewing. Definitely not good. Lu Yun exclaimed loudly, rushing to pull Lin Xin along. Where's junior sister Ning? Lin Xion's first instinct was not to rise, but to firmly remain seated. She went ahead. She said she would negotiate with them. Seeing that his senior brother was still seated, Lu Yun became frantic. Great senior brother, why aren't you moving? Soon, Lin Xin felt his legs weaken, having spent his life in a civilized society. He was ill-prepared for such troubles. He tried to maintain a calm facade, but his hands gripped the armrests of the chair tightly, refusing to budge. That moment, voices echoed outside, and a throng of footsteps seemed to gather at the entrance of the Daoguan. Where is Daoist Songya of Hong Song-min? I am Hua Hung Dao. Are you here to discuss the matter of our disciple being injured by your sect last month? A coarse voice boomed from outside. Discuss? What is there to discuss? My sword is the discussion. And Ying's voice erupted suddenly, followed by a cacophony of clashing weapons. They've started fighting. Senior brother. Hurry, hurry. Lu Yun cried out, looking as if he were mourning. They're fighting already? Damn. Isn't this a bit too direct without any formalities? Lin Xin felt his heart racing. Isn't it customary in movies for them to announce their names before a fight? Oh, no. I mean their titles. His mind was a whirlwind, yet he struggled to regain his composure. What is the rush? He said, his voice trembling. We can wait a bit longer. We can catch them off guard. No, great senior brother. I'm afraid for junior sister. She might go too far, and someone could get killed. Lu Yun shouted, his face filled with dread. Huh, quick, quick. You're the only one who can stop her now. Hurry, or it will be too late. Lu Yun was sweating profusely. Damn. Lin Xin felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. The sounds of clashing grew quieter, interspersed with anguished cries. With great difficulty, Lin Xin was pulled outside by Lu Yun. In the courtyard, chaos reigned. 3 or 4 burly men lay strewn about, while a dark-faced man was locked in combat with junior sister Ning. Their weapons clashing in a flurry of silver sparks, they circled each other, trading blows, until the dark-faced man suddenly leaped back, gasping for breath. Good, good, good. You truly are an Ing of Hong Song. Today, I admit defeat. I'm leaving. An Ing, dressed in a tight green outfit with a black belt that caught the eye, had a faint blush on her fair face, glistening with sweat. Years of martial training had sculpted her into a lithe figure, her long legs and curves accentuating her athletic beauty. Her ponytail swayed behind her, and though her features were merely fair, the combination exuded an aura of a sports goddess. Leaving? Not so fast. Spotting her opponent attempting to flee, and Ying's brows furrowed, and a flash of killing intent flickered in her eyes as she charged forward with a kick. However, at that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Xin stepping out of the room. Instantly, she retracted her leg, her previously furrowed brows softening. Great senior brother, what you see is not my fault. They attacked first, she exclaimed, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence. Well, Hung Dao, the man from Hung Dao Min, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he had come to address the issue, this woman had charged out, howling and launching an attack. Heaven have mercy. He merely came to negotiate, hoping to receive some compensation. With no intention of resorting to violence at all, Lin Xin gazed at the glaring blades, his heart pounding. Although he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing such a scene of conflict made him realize he was still somewhat intimidated. He knew well that both the seemingly innocent Ing and the menacing figure of Hua Hung Dao wielding a knife were indeed desperate outlaws, though he held the title of elder brother. He was acutely aware that his meager martial prowess was insufficient to withstand even a single strike from them. Fortunately, he had not attained the position of elder brother through martial strength, for his capabilities were virtually non-existent. Still, The Hongsong sect primarily operated on the support of his family, thus ensuring the sustenance of everyone within. As a result, both an Ing and the Lu siblings held him in high regard. Despite his lack of martial prowess within the dojo, he was responsible for managing the livelihoods of the group, which was an undeniable reality. What do you intend to do? Hua Hongdao appeared visibly anxious. Clearly unable to match in Ying's prowess, some disciples of the Hongdao sect, struggling to rise from the ground, bore injuries, some with broken arms, others with severed fingers, and some with ashen faces, indicating severe internal injuries. Blood pooling around them. Hua Hongdao had heard of the Hongsong sect situation and initially thought he could gain some advantage after the death of the formidable Taoist Hongsong. Little did he expect that an Ing would prove to be this formidable. Her cultivation of the small return-to-origin technique was nearing its second level, wasn't it? Chapter 2. Secret Techniques, according to the old rules of the martial world. An Ing promptly declared. After speaking, she cast a somewhat anxious glance at Lin Exine. Lin Exine, lacking experience, merely nodded to indicate she should handle the situation herself. The remnants of his memory suggested that those who came to challenge should leave compensation behind if they failed. However, as this was his first encounter with such a predicament, his heart raced with anxiety, leaving the resolution entirely to an Ing. Ultimately, Hua Hongdao relinquished all weapons and the more than 10 taels of silver he possessed before retreating. This was a substantial amount. Lin Exine calculated it based on the prices he recalled, estimating it to be equivalent to over 10,000 renminbi. The weapons, though only 3 in total, were exorbitantly priced, each costing no less than 7 or 8,000 renminbi. Particularly in an environment where such weapons were regulated by sects and authorities, they were more valuable than gold, yet scarcely available in the market. The total income amounted to over 30,000 at once Hua Hongdao exited. An Ing sheathed her sword, and Lin Exine finally felt a significant sense of relief at that moment. Lu Yu emerged from the room, beginning to gather the scattered weapons and silver, while Lu Yun fetched a bucket of water to clean the bloodstains from the ground. Lin Exine observed in Ying's innocent demeanor. This girl was illiterate and lacked formal education. Although her intellect surpassed that of the Lu siblings, it was still limited. The unmistakable affection she struggled to conceal on her face indicated that she had already developed deep feelings for Lin Exine, who had once been of a different identity. Lin Xinru hailed from a wealthy merchant family, well-versed in literature from a young age. His appearance was not unpleasing, and he managed the dojo reasonably well. Living a life free from financial worries. In an era where literacy was a luxury, he was genuinely regarded as a higher echelon talent. Coupled with his decent looks and affluent background, he epitomized the archetype of a tall, rich, and handsome individual, complete with a high educational attainment. Alas, recalling the words of the old man on his deathbed, Lin Exine suddenly lost any fear of the gleaming sword in Ying's hand. Letting out a long sigh. "Gather yourself. Are you injured anywhere?" he inquired. Ying's face flushed instantly, and she became somewhat bashful. "Just a little injury. Where? Let me take a look." Lin Exine, possessing some medical knowledge, exhaled and approached her to examine the wound. Ying's complexion turned even redder. "Where exactly?" Lin Exine felt speechless, but upon noticing the peculiar glances from Lu Yu and Lu Yun, he recalled that this world was not like his previous one. The boundaries between men and women were much more pronounced. His actions were evidently somewhat inappropriate. Even in the martial world, while one could be less restrained, such blatant disregard for propriety could still be seen as quite abrupt. "It's my leg." Ning lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Sorry for the trouble, elder brother. Where's your leg injured?" Nonetheless, since he had already initiated the inquiry, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he decided to persist. Ning silently turned around, revealing a distinct knife wound on the back of her thigh. Curiously, the cut was narrow, with little blood seeping from it. Alas, Lin Exine sighed once more, suddenly feeling a sense of adaptation to life in this world. "Lu Yu, go fetch some medicine to treat her wound," he instructed. "The medicine is gone. We can only go down the mountain to buy some," Lu Yu replied in a hushed tone. Lin Exine then remembered that the medical technology of this era was quite primitive, and many medicinal herbs had poor preservation, requiring immediate use. Common external injury medicines were also expensive due to the lack of mass production, resulting in high costs. Typically, he would retrieve such items when descending the mountain. But now, he was no longer the former Lin Xinru, but Lin Exine. How could he return to reunite with his parents? Let us put that matter aside for now. Lin Xian recognized a few medicinal herbs capable of treating external injuries, such as dandelions for inflammation. After a flurry of activity, he ventured up the mountain to gather some recognizable herbs. Mashing them to apply to An Ying's wound, Liu Yin busied himself with cooking. While An Ying retreated to her room to cultivate, Lin Xian found himself at a loose end and he seated himself in a quiet spot, gazing at the darkening sky, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Having inexplicably arrived in this place, he was uncertain of what he should do. Sitting at the entrance of the dojo, he stared at the gray stone steps that extended downward, wishing simply to remain there in peace and rest. Suddenly, he slapped his own neck, causing a blood-red mosquito, the size of a coin, to fall from his palm. The mosquito had been crushed into a thin layer, its blood oozing out. A bloodstain marked his neck, leaving it feeling damp. Hiss! Such a large mosquito, Lin Xian muttered, feeling his neck beginning to swell. Abruptly, he caught sight of a shadow swiftly approaching along the stone steps. The figure advanced with remarkable agility, appearing calm, yet moving at a rapid pace. Within mere blinks, the individual reached the entrance of the dojo. It was a burly middle-aged man clad in black, with a bushy beard, a short knife at his waist, and a character for Lin embroidered on his chest, a robust figure exuding an air of formidable strength. "Young master, what are you doing sitting here?" Upon seeing Lin Xian, the man appeared taken aback. "You are Uncle Lin Hao." Lin Xian quickly identified him from memory. Lin Hao was one of the 3 strongest guardians within the Lin family, renowned for his swift blade across several cities, a highly skilled recruit of the Lin clan. The Lin family was a prominent and well-known clan in the vicinity, boasting numerous descendants, along with a powerful force to safeguard their family interests, far surpassing the Hong Song sect. Their protective team comprised over 100 elite soldiers, capable of encircling and capturing even a small master like An Ying. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of the Lin family's power. A wealthy merchant, Lin Xinru's father, Lin Jiwen, was a figure of great renown in the entire Hong Song city. The fact that Lin Hao had come up the mountain at this juncture was clearly not a mere coincidence. For Lin Xian, this was not good news, as the former Lin Xinru had fled to the mountains precisely to escape his family's arrangements. "Uncle Hao, what brings you here?" Lin Xinru stood up, brushing the dirt off his behind, and in a nonchalant tone, he inquired, mimicking Lin Xinru's previous demeanor perfectly. Lin Hao exhaled. "The master asked me to inform you that it's been long enough. It's time to return home." He glanced at the dilapidated sign of the Hong Song dojo. "Hiding in this rundown dojo serves no purpose. You will eventually have to return to the Lin family to inherit your father's estate. Whether I return or not is my business, and I don't need the old man to meddle." Lin Xian scoffed. As a local magnate, Lin Jiwen naturally looked down upon the nearly defunct Hong Song sect. He recalled that during each visit home, among his siblings, he was the only one deemed unproductive. His other brothers and sisters had already begun managing the family's finances and operations, generating profits, while he continued to rely on the family for funds, never being frugal with his expenditures. With this thought, he added, "I am here to learn martial arts, after all. Your family has plenty of people to teach you martial arts. Though Taoist Hong Song is no weakling, his abilities are merely on par with your second uncle. There is absolutely no need to endure hardship here," Lin Hao remarked, observing Lin Xinru's indifference. And he felt it unnecessary to elaborate further, having shared this sentiment too many times before. Never mind. My purpose here today is to inform you that the Shu family has sent people. Your father will likely be busy for a while, so treat the esteemed guests well. Things are not very peaceful lately, and the family is short-staffed, so you should refrain from going down the mountain as much as possible." "I understand." "Good. Here is your allowance for this month." Lin Hao retrieved a small black pouch from behind him and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian accepted it, feeling the weight of the copper coins and silver within. "Rest assured, there aren't many people on the mountain, and the rewards are meager. With my junior sister here, even if bandits come, they won't set their sights on us," he replied casually. Lin Hao nodded, though his expression remained somewhat grave. "Be cautious, young master. It appears that someone may have set their sights on our Lin family recently. The reason the old master has invited a master from the Shu family to assist us is precisely for this matter," he murmured, lowering his voice. The chill coursed through Lin Xian's heart as he watched Lin Hao finish speaking and swiftly turned to leave. His movements light and agile, evoking a twinge of envy within him. But a sense of unease began to creep in. This environment was not as safe as he had imagined. What if Ning were not by his side? His family held little regard for the Hong Song sect, and naturally, he was looked down upon for studying martial arts here. Observing Lin Hao's rapid departure, he lingered for a moment before finally turning to enter the mountain gate. The courtyard was nearly deserted. Faint voices could be heard from the kitchen, likely the Ru Yun's siblings tending to some task. Yin and Ying's room. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast a warm glow, suggesting she was diligently studying. Although the Hong Song sect's Xiao Gui Yuan technique was merely a basic form of martial art, not everyone possessed the requisite constitution to practice it. Shaking his head, Lin Xian strode toward his room, his thoughts drifting to the earlier incident with the Hang Dao sect and the unsettling news he had heard today, amplifying his sense of insecurity in this world. I must learn some self-defense techniques, he contemplated. This body already has a foundation in swordsmanship, with some recovery. It should prove beneficial. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he recalled the small booklet his late master had given him. Could it possibly contain some secret technique? He had long felt a pang of envy toward his junior sister for her ability to practice the Xiao Gui Yuan technique, which seemed unavailable to him and the Ru Yun siblings due to their unsuitability. His curiosity about Qigong had led him to make several attempts over the past few days, all of which had ended in failure. Now, reflecting on that small booklet, hope flickered anew within him. I shall revisit it. Perhaps it conceals some hidden secret. Upon returning to his room, he glanced around to ensure no one was present and listened intently for any sounds outside. Confirming the vicinity was clear. Only then did he crawl beneath his bed, where he discovered a concealed door in the wall. He gently pried it open, revealing the yellowed booklet and some scattered silver coins within. Extracting the booklet, Lin Xian carefully emerged from under the bed. Suddenly, a hand struck down sharply upon his shoulder. Who? Lin Xian exclaimed, startled, turning to find a tall figure looming behind him, a cold smile etched on his face. After waiting all these days, you finally have the courage to produce the secret technique. The figure's voice dripped with malice. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine as his heart raced. In the darkness, the two stood, one in front of the other, the shadow only smirking as he moved to sit on a nearby chair. Did your senior brother say anything before he passed? How could he entrust the manual to a mere greenhorn like you? Lin Xian's mind raced as he quickly grasped the implications of the figure's words and understood his identity. This was Bo Yunzi, a long-lost master of the Hong Song sect, and the younger brother of his master, one of the two formidable experts from the sect's glory days. Ah, so it is you, Master Bo Yunzi. He felt a tremor of fear, but forced himself to maintain composure. If you desire the secret technique, you may have it, provided you ask for it openly. Would your nephew dare to refuse? He knew well that this Bo Yunzi was a ruthless man, having once injured his master in a fit of rage over a disagreement before disappearing. Rumors spoke of his involvement in numerous bloody incidents, a true outlaw. How could he encounter such perilous situations so soon after arriving? Lin Xian finally understood why ancient wildernesses were nearly devoid of inhabitants. Without the means for self-defense, living alone in such places was akin to courting death. Swallowing hard, he resolved to remain calm. He swiftly tossed the secret technique toward Bo Yunzi. How straightforward of you, Bo Yunzi remarked, seemingly taken aback by Lin Xian's lack of resistance, as he caught the precious manual with one hand and casually flipped through its pages under the soft moonlight. His expression darkened further. Lin Xian stood frozen, feeling as though a dagger was aimed directly at his heart, the blade perilously close, as if any movement would result in his own injury. As he observed Bo Yunzi's increasingly grim demeanor, his own heart began to race. Bo Yunzi, appearing gaunt in his black robe, with long hair tied into a Taoist bun, resembled a true immortal. Yet, as he perused the manual, his features contorted into a menacing scowl. Oh, very well. Just as expected from my senior brother, even in death, he manages to play a trick on me. How delightful. Bo Yunzi's expression abruptly shifted to one of fierce rage. In an instant, he thrust his palm toward Lin Xian's chest with lightning speed. A foul wind surged forth, howling through the room like a banshee. Lin Xian's mind went blank, desperately trying to evade the attack, but his body felt rigid, unresponsive. Was he about to die? In that moment, it felt as though time froze, leaving him helplessly watching the dark hand approach his chest. Suddenly, a large wooden door panel appeared abruptly, crashing against Lin Xian's chest. The force of the blow shattered the yellowish door into splinters, with two pieces striking Lin Xian's torso, causing him to stagger backward. Master brother, Under the moonlight, he caught sight of a slender figure darting in front of him, a silver sword gleaming as it was drawn. Clang! Bo Yunzi's hand was struck by the sword light, producing a muffled thud akin to wood. Oh, the Xiao Gui Yuan technique. Our sect actually has a disciple capable of practicing it. Bo Yunzi's expression shifted in surprise as he stepped back. Scrutinizing the girl defending Lin Xin.it was none other than an Ing, who had been diligently studying in her room, now clad in a fitted gray nightgown, brandishing a gleaming longsword before her. If you wish to harm my master brother, I will fight you. And Ying's face had paled, though it was unclear whether it was due to the moonlight or another cause. Bo Yunzi let out a sinister laugh, seemingly unfazed, casting a glance at Lin Xin, who lay sprawled on the ground amidst a mess of toppled objects. The Hongsong sect has truly fallen. He shook his head, his figure darting through the broken wooden door like a shadow. Vanishing silently into the night, Lin Xin felt a dull ache in his chest but found himself miraculously uninjured as he struggled to rise, watching Bo Yunzi depart until he disappeared completely into the darkness. After waiting for some time and ensuring the coast was clear, he finally exhaled deeply. Oddly, the manual lay discarded on the ground, untouched. Just as he prepared to retrieve it, he noticed something amiss with an Ing beside him. Turning back, he was alarmed to see her pale face, a crimson line of blood trickling from her lips. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Lin Xin exclaimed, rushing to support her, only to find her body alarmingly weak and feverish. I'm fine, just feeling dizzy." And Ying's eyes began to roll, her lips tinged with a hint of blue. With a sudden thud, she collapsed to the floor. Lin Xin too felt his head spinning and his body weakening. Unable to support an Ing, recalling the foul wind that Bo Yunzi had summoned, panic surged through him. Poison. He realized with horror that the toxin had spread rapidly, its potency so severe that it could be inhaled through the air. This world was far too perilous. Lin Xin felt a sense of despair wash over him. How could so many troubles arise in just a few days? Their safety was utterly compromised. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he vaguely perceived a tall, slender figure entering the room, carrying two individuals. If the Hongsong sect relies solely on you, you might not even realize when you were expelled. The words echoed faintly in his mind before he succumbed to darkness. Collapsing onto an ing.ina haze, Lin Xin gradually regained consciousness. Am I not dead? Relief flooded his heart as he found himself still on the floor of his room, and Ing sprawled on the opposite side, drooling as she slept soundly. Wake up! A familiar voice reached his ears, sending chills down his spine, causing him to leap to his feet. He cautiously glanced behind him, the morning light streaming through the wooden window. Revealing the black-clad figure seated on his bed.it was none other than Bo Yunzi, his assailant from the previous night. Uncle Master, I see. Lin Xin struggled to steady his voice, forcing a smile.as realization dawned upon him. He understood why both he and an Ing were unharmed. It was evident that this master had intervened to save them. Upon noticing Lin Xin's comprehension, Bo Yunzi nodded. That useless senior brother of mine has brought our sect to such ruin. Yet he left this mess behind and departed with ease. He scrutinized Lin Xin from head to toe. You possess a modicum of talent, yet lack any combat experience, a waste like you can still be called master brother. Truly, he shook his head in resignation. Who would have thought that one of the four great sects would descend to this state? Lin Xin felt his face flush crimson from what was said to him. Yet he found himself unable to refute it. He indeed possessed the foundation akin to that of the original Lin Xin, yet as a modern individual who had never engaged in physical confrontation. Merely maintaining his composure without succumbing to fear was commendable in itself. However, upon hearing this, he began to sense that something was amiss with the figure before him, Bo Yunzi. The latter's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, and his complexion was pale, devoid of color, clearly indicating that he had also sustained injuries. I intend to stay here for a few days. Fetch me some medicinal herbs, Bo Yunzi commanded without hesitation. Do not even think of escaping. Your Lin family resides just down the mountain. You may flee, but you cannot run away from your home. Lin Xin blinked, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. He understood that this esteemed uncle had ultimately retained some regard for their shared lineage. And they were, for the time being, safe. 15 days later, beneath thick, cotton-like clouds, within a square courtyard dojo atop Red Pine Mountain, two young disciples were diligently practicing the fundamental thrust of swordsmanship, each wielding a long sword with precision. A Taoist clad in black sat beneath the eaves, leisurely sipping tea, flanked by two young attendants resembling servants. In the center of the courtyard stood a girl in a bright yellow training outfit. her sword effortlessly producing a subtle whooshing sound with each thrust. In stark contrast, the young man beside her was utterly unremarkable, his strikes nearly silent. His black training attire was marred with numerous dusty footprints. Lin Xin felt his wrists grow weak, yet glancing at Bo Yunzi seated nearby, he persevered. Since the recent attack, Bo Yunzi seemed resolved to reside here long-term, even taking it upon himself to supervise their practice of the red pine sword technique by offering occasional guidance. By night, however, he would retreat to his master's quarters, shrouded in mystery. Although both were practicing simultaneously, Lin Xin could distinctly sense that Bo Yunzi's gaze lingered predominantly on Ning beside him, his eyes reflecting admiration and satisfaction that even a fool could discern. The moment Bo Yunzi's attention shifted to Lin Xin, however, it transformed into evident impatience. The few footprints on Lin Xin's attire were testament to this. Sighing inwardly, Lin Xin found himself at a loss for explanation. Given the inherent capabilities of his current physique, such a predicament should not have arisen. Yet, since that day he had fainted, his vision had been clouded, resembling a double image that grew increasingly unclear with time. As days passed, this condition worsened, causing his foundational skills to regress rather than advance. Our Red Pine sect has stood for centuries. We cannot falter in your hands, Bo Yunzi remarked, stroking his long beard with an air of indifference. When I left, it was due to a divergence of beliefs with my senior brother. Now, upon my return, witnessing the decline of Red Pine confirms that my methods were indeed correct. After a brief pause, he continued, our sect possesses two forms of external techniques and one internal technique. One is the well-known Red Pine sword technique, while the other is the poison sand palm, of which I am particularly adept. Chapter 4. Initiation. Bo Yunzi glanced at Lin Xin, who was struggling with his swordplay. It appears your talent for swordsmanship is rather lacking. Perhaps you should focus on mastering the poison sand palm instead. Its origins trace back to the Northern Yuan period, attributed to a court eunuch. As Bo Yunzi rambled on, Lin Xin felt his surroundings become increasingly hazy. He strained every ounce of his focus to prevent his swordplay from deteriorating further. The blurriness before him felt as if something was overlapping his vision, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Gradually, that overlay became clearer. What is this? Lin Xin slowly discerned what was obstructing his sight, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Before him materialized the very attribute panel he had been discussing with online friends prior to his transmigration into this martial arts game. The panel, tinted a faint red, lined up at the bottom of his vision. Damage, defense, evasion, constitution. The four fundamental attributes were present, each accompanied by small numerical values. Damage 2, defense 1, evasion 1, constitution 1. Lin Xin blinked in astonishment, noting a red symbol resembling a small sword following each attribute. It was so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Focusing intently on that symbol, he was met with a line of text that naturally sprung to mind. Red Pine Sword Technique, Initiation. Concentrate. With a swift motion, Bo Yunzi darted onto the training ground and delivered a sharp kick to Lin Xin. The sudden pain caused Lin Xin to notice an arrow symbol appearing next to his constitution attribute, pointing downward. Does this signify that my constitution is gradually declining? With a mind full of questions, Lin Xin gritted his teeth and completed the day's training, thrusting his sword 1,000 times. Upon returning to his quarters, he finally had the opportunity to ponder this unexpected manifestation. The attribute panel had stabilized since its appearance, showing no signs of change. After a night's rest, Lin Xin was pleasantly surprised to find the arrow next to his constitution had vanished, indicating recovery. Elated, he began to roam around the dojo. If the attributes are functional, could other systems be activated as well, such as a herb gathering system? With this thought in mind, he scoured the surrounding grass, yet the attribute panel remained unchanged, devoid of any additional symbols. After a series of experiments, Lin Xin concluded that aside from the attribute panel and skill listings, this phenomenon bore the essence of an illusion, more akin to software capable of tracking his physical condition, providing a direct insight into his capabilities. Disheartened upon realizing this, Lin Xin returned to his room and plopped down on the bed, rubbing his face in frustration. It's merely a cerebral illusion. The other functions of the game are completely inoperative. It appears there are no shortcuts in this world after all. His gaze fell upon the wooden sword, crafted for practice. Grabbing it, he resumed his training, aiming to familiarize himself with the inherent capabilities of his body. The dark gray sword pierced the air swiftly, soundless. Another thrust, still silent. Again, no sound. Once more, he thrust, and this time produced a faint hiss. Lin Xian suddenly realized that with this successful thrust, the symbol representing the red pine sword technique now displayed an upward-pointing arrow. What is this? A spark of realization ignited within him. As he focused on the symbol, information began to stream forth. Red pine sword technique, initiation, advancement requirement, mastery of thrust, Songnong needle. To be able to see the advancement requirements? Excitement bubbled within Lin Xian. Such knowledge would allow him to pinpoint his goals when encountering obstacles, avoiding unnecessary detours. What thrilled him further was that the moment he successfully executed the thrust, it lingered in his field of vision like a skill. He could even visualize the red skill symbol with his eyes closed, reminiscent of a sword slicing through the air, generating a rush of energy. Indeed, this ability resembles software embedded in my brain, capable of precisely tracking my bodily changes and memories. Lin Xian reasoned briefly, lightly tapping the skill with his will. Unbidden, it felt as if an unseen force guided his body as he thrust the wooden sword forward. Hiss. The faint sound of slicing through the air echoed once more. Just as I thought, Lin Xian felt that this time the sensation mirrored that of his previous successful thrust. Effort, angle, speed, all indistinguishable, akin to replication. Perfect memory has replicated the success of that thrust. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. This ability granted him meticulous control over his own body, surpassing mere superpowers. Setting down the wooden sword, he thrust forward with bare hands. No sound. Again, hiss. This time, the sound was more pronounced. Lin Xian adjusted based on the previous successful thrust, quickly discovering a more refined execution. He soon noticed the upward arrow reappearing next to the red pine sword technique symbol. That's it. Haha. Elation surged within him as he began a series of attempts, seeking the most perfect thrust. The skill would help him internalize his optimal thrust, solidifying it into instinct, allowing him to master it completely. For an entire night, he engaged in repeated thrusting exercises, quickly identifying the most flawless execution. Cementing it as a skill, he then began to repeatedly use and feel its intricacies. While skills were rigid, personal mastery was essential for seamless integration into his instinct, achieving a level of control that was second nature. In this environment, the passage of time had instilled within Lin Xian a profound sense of insecurity. Lacking self-defense skills in such a turbulent world rendered him akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. At the foot of the mountain, in Hongsong City, within a grand red-painted estate in the southeast. In the main hall, a burly man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, wielding a broadsword, frowned as he stared at another seated figure. Brother, the conditions proposed by the Shu family are rather excessive. Is this not akin to profiting from a disaster? A person seated upon the chair, adorned in the attire befitting a wealthy merchant, sports a white hat embellished with a green jade stone atop his head. His exquisite garment, resembling a shawl, is woven from fine white silk and blue animal fur. There is no need for you to rush. Second brother, there remains ample time for matters to ease. General Huang in the city has already reported to the higher authorities. The merchant, twirling two green stone orbs in his hands, responded languidly. Moreover, I have my own arrangements. I have long been displeased with that Shugwenglong fellow. I shall seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson. The burly man with thick eyebrows spoke bluntly. Last month, the shipment was short by 20%. Have Ahao look into it. Even if our Lin family is temporarily in a predicament, we are not to be trifled with by mere insignificant beings. The merchant, exuding an air of prosperity, bore a rather severe tone. Clearly, those who had established their fortunes amid such tumultuous times were no ordinary characters. This merchant, Lin Jiwen, was the esteemed head of the Lin family, renowned throughout the entirety of Hongsong City. The burly man was Lin Zhiwu, his biological younger brother, and the head constable of Hongsong City. This matter is straightforward, Lin Zhiwu replied. I shall arrange it shortly. By the way, I heard your fourth brother has returned. Indeed, he has. Lin Jiwen paused slightly with the stone orbs in his hand. The second brother has taken charge in Wanqing City and opened a third shop. The third brother remains stationed at Shimin Mountain. He recently sent word that he has been promoted to a captain and is highly regarded by the general. At last, our Lin family has some connections within the military. As for the fourth brother, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should have established ties with the Song family by now. Securing a county magistrate position is inevitable. A county magistrate, you say? Truly, the Song family is impressive. The fourth brother's advancement is quite significant. With such authority, many matters will proceed much more smoothly for us. Lin Jiwu's expression bore a hint of envy. I just fear that the fourth brother might not withstand the temperament of his wife. Lin Jiwen exhaled. I have heard that their relationship is quite harmonious. Otherwise, how could his father-in-law, Lord Song, go to such lengths to assist him by arranging for his own son-in-law? Let us not dwell on such matters. My greatest concern now is the eldest. Lin Jiwen shook his head. Xingru has always fancied the art of swordplay, yet lacks the requisite talent. I initially thought allowing him to pursue martial arts would bring him back when he grew disheartened, but to my surprise, he remains on the mountain. I have already urged him multiple times through a howl, yet he shows no inclination to descend. Lin Jiwu lamented. In our clan, only Lin Xingru is an oddity. The others are engaged in commerce, military, or officialdom. These are the proper paths, yet he has taken it upon himself to wander into a dilapidated dojo for over 3 years. Showing no intention of returning. At 20 years of age, he still relies on the family for support, while his younger siblings have already become self-sufficient. As the eldest of the main branch, does he truly believe that the prowess of martial artists can surpass that of soldiers on the battlefield? The last so-called martial expert who attempted to rob the wealthy was swiftly surrounded by dozens of pikes and met his end, whether he was a dragon or a mere insect. What one ought to learn are the skills of battle formation and warfare. The solitary duels of the martial world are of little use. Should one aspire to a position like mine as a mere constable? Lin Jiwu furrowed his brow, recalling his own youthful escapades in the martial world, where he had once been the foremost among his peers. In a while, the Lantern Festival will arrive. According to tradition, Xingru will descend from the mountain and return home. By then, the second, third, and fourth brothers will also be back, as will your two from the family. It would be prudent to let him compare himself with his younger siblings, to discern what truly constitutes a righteous path that we shall cut off his allowance, and surely he will come to understand what is of utmost importance. Lin Jiwen spoke slowly. Comparison? That is indeed a clever idea. Lin Jiwu stroked his chin thoughtfully, as expected of you, elder brother. Let him witness how his younger siblings, once beneath him, are now thriving. Human nature is such that comparison will surely awaken him. Chapter 5. The Lantern Festival. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. Lin Xing had diligently practiced his swordsmanship atop the mountain for nearly 3 months. In truth, he found greater interest in the Ziyuanju internal skill. Yet regrettably, his physique was entirely unsuitable for its cultivation. The Ziyuanju demanded a high level of physical aptitude, allowing only a select few to practice it. This was also a key factor in the decline of the Hongsong sect. Left with no alternative, he had no choice but to adhere to the Hongsong sword technique. A soft mist enveloped the dojo atop the mountain. Clad in a black robe, with long hair fashioned into a bun, Lin Xing wielded a wooden sword, thrusting it forward with precision, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Turn, he called out sharply, the wooden sword suddenly darting to the left, creating another piercing sound. The sword tip struck the same spot from a different angle. Impressive. You've really improved, young lad. Bai Yunzi, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. You were so clumsy at the outset. How have you grasped it so swiftly? Aning and Lu Yun, the sibling duo, quickly applauded from a distance. Truly worthy of being the eldest disciple. You've grasped the essence of the Songyang needle in no time. Aning exclaimed loudly without reservation. Nonsense. It took him 2 months to master the Songyang needle, while you managed your sword technique in just 1 week. How dare you utter such words? Bai Yunzi retorted angrily. This individual had initially intended to return to the Hongsong sect merely to retrieve a secret technique, but found that the sect had diminished to such an extent that he ultimately decided to stay and teach a few disciples. He donned a grayish-white robe and approached with his wooden sword. Aning, you come forth. Yes. Given their time spent together, Aning had discerned that this uncle was all bark and no bite. Smiling as she stepped forward with her sword, the two took their positions in the center of the courtyard, facing each other. Lin Xing stood to the side, observing their practice. Pay close attention. This is the true Songyang needle. Bai Yunzi's voice had scarcely faded when whoosh, 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 3 crisp sounds rang out in quick succession as his wooden sword suddenly lifted, resembling a flash of lightning as it split into 3, simultaneously thrusting toward Aning. As the 3 sword shadows approached Aning, they converged into a single point. Clang. And Ying's sword tip rose to meet the attack, just in time to deflect the sword shadow from her hair. That technique is indeed the true returning sun. Excellent. Bai Yunzi appeared pleased, swiftly retracting his sword for another thrust. This strike was executed with such speed that it aimed directly at Ying's chest, nearly leaving no trace of its passage. "Uncle, you're bullying me." Ying cried out, hastily attempting to block with her wooden sword, only for it to snap with a sharp crack. She staggered back several paces before managing to regain her footing, her face momentarily flushed. "The third layer of Xiao Yuanju." "Aha, how's that for explosive power?" Baiyunzi laughed unabashedly. "Once you reach the second layer, you will be nearly my equal." "Uncle," Ying protested. He sheathed his sword and turned to the Lu siblings. Yet these two little ones, lacking in wit, how on earth did they manage to be taken up the mountain by the eldest disciple? Lin Xing felt equally perplexed. The Lu siblings could barely master the fundamental steps of the Hong Song sword technique, falling short even compared to his earlier self. He could hardly fathom how they had been accepted. Perhaps the master had taken them in merely as servants. Baiyunzi stroked his beard thoughtfully. In the vast martial world, there are hundreds of large and small sects and thousands of factions. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, Ying. You now find yourself among the third-rate ranks. "Uncle, there are so many martial artists out there." Ying inquired curiously. "I once heard the master mention that 200 li away lies the Hong Ying sect, said to be the mightiest in our region. What level of martial prowess do you think they possess?" At this moment, Lin Xing also perked up his ears, eager to absorb the knowledge of this uncle, who had wandered extensively and surely possessed more experience than their less-than competent master. The Lu siblings were equally curious. In an age with few entertainment options, tales from the martial world had become their best source of diversion. Baiyunzi chuckled softly. "The Hong Ying sect is hardly noteworthy. To speak candidly. In terms of experience and insight, no one in Hong Song City surpasses me." He paused for effect. "Our Hong Song City lies adjacent to the Great Jilin Forest, positioned in the northwest of the Great Yuan Dynasty. The most prosperous city nearby is Yuchen City, one of the three major capitals of the Great Yuan in the northwest, situated over 1,000 li away. That is where true prosperity resides. In surrounding areas, there are no fewer than 100 small towns akin to Hong Song City." "And what of the martial sects?" Lin Xing interjected. "As for martial sects, the greatest hero of the Northwest is Yulin Dao Changchun, whose sect stands as the largest in our region. There are many other influential factions, but the one closest to us is the Meihua sect, which governs 5 small towns, including Hong Song City. Even the local authorities must report to them for assistance when faced with troublesome bandits." At this juncture, Baiyunzi's expression betrayed a faint smirk, seemingly harboring some disdain for the Meihua sect. "But how does one determine the hierarchy of strength?" Lin Xing pressed further. "Hierarchy of strength?" Baiyunzi frowned. "There is no such thing as a hierarchy. Strength is determined through combat. Whoever's name rings the loudest possesses the greatest strength. Those without renown are merely weaklings." Lin Xing had anticipated a more detailed classification, only to receive this blunt response. What? Indeed, when it comes to levels of expertise, we prefer to draw comparisons using specific individuals. For instance, a master of the caliber of the Plum Blossom sect leader, or perhaps someone whose prowess has reached that of the Plum Blossom sect leader, or someone who has engaged in numerous rounds of combat with a certain opponent, resulting in a stalemate. "Well said," replied Baiyunzi with a cold laugh. "In the realm of martial arts, it matters not how you classify levels. Even if you have mastered the third layer of the minor return to origin technique, encountering a ruthless individual who has never practiced internal martial arts will still lead to a fight." "Exactly. Strength cannot be measured by mere words, but rather through combat." At that moment, a sudden burst of laughter resonated from outside the dojo, as a slender man wearing a black headscarf dashed through the entrance, tossing a small black object into the air. The object zipped through the air at incredible speed, aimed directly at Baiyunzi. "Baiyunzi, the time has come," the slender man declared before swiftly turning to leave, his movements so quick that he vanished at the foot of the stone steps in a matter of moments. Baiyunzi caught the black object in his hand. It appeared to be a black iron dart, with a roll of white cloth tied to its tail. His brow furrowed slightly as he put away the dart, without even glancing at it. "All right. That will be all for today. You may return to rest and prepare for dinner." He uttered this remark and turned to head back to his room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Although they were curious about the contents of the dart, none dared to inquire further, for they knew well how swiftly Baiyunzi could turn hostile. Lin Xing, having only caught the beginning of the conversation, felt a lingering sense of anticipation as he was interrupted, a sense of restlessness stirring within him. "Senior brother, in a few days it will be the Lantern Festival, Ning whispered timidly, approaching him with a blush on her cheeks. The Lantern Festival. Lin Xian paused, recalling his family's tradition of returning home for the occasion each year. Senior brother, you promised me you would take me back. Ying's face flushed crimson, her gaze lowered as she spoke in a barely audible voice. Lin Xian felt a slight headache coming on. The Lantern Festival also bore another name, Valentine's Day. During this period, many young ladies had the opportunity to venture out and meet their lovers. As the festival provided a chance for the mingling of men and women, akin to a modern matchmaking event, with a considerable success rate, bringing a girl home on Valentine's Day would inevitably lead to predictable outcomes. He discreetly assessed Ning, noting that she had donned a white dress today, accentuating her long legs, her skin appearing even more delicate and fair. Her long hair was tied into two small buns, with a white ribbon cascading down her back, reaching her waist. She was standing rather close to him, and through the sheer fabric of her dress, he could faintly discern her slender figure, coupled with her delicate features and well-proportioned form. Holding a broken wooden sword in her hand, Ning resembled not an illiterate mountain girl, but rather a chivalrous heroine of the martial world. Isn't it beautiful? It was a gift from my master uncle. Sensing Lin Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Ning momentarily forgot her shyness, twirling around with her arms outstretched. Lovely, you truly resemble a heroine. With his modern sensibilities shaped by various forms of aesthetic enhancement, Lin Xian found no grounds for criticism. Were it not for the calluses on Ying's hands from sword practice, he might have mistaken her for a delicate fairy. Indeed, my master uncle mentioned it was a gift from a certain heroine. Ning replied somewhat naively. I suspect it was taken by force. Lin Xian thought to himself, choosing to keep this observation to himself. He could discern that Boyunzi's skills were evidently far superior to those of his rather dubious master, possessing a wealth of experience that allowed him to navigate the martial world for so long without succumbing to demise. After resting for a while, Lu Yun and Lu Yu prepared the meal, and everyone gathered to eat, only to find that Boyunzi was nowhere to be found within the dojo. Lin Xian had already perfected the steps and techniques of the red pine sword technique to an admirable degree. With the aid of his attributes, he needed only a fortunate encounter to successfully imprint the muscle memory of that victory, thereby forming a skill that could be practiced repeatedly. This method enabled him to grasp sword techniques at an extraordinary pace. And in Boyunzi's presence, he had deliberately held back at least 50% of his strength to avoid revealing his alarming rate of progress, just as he was about to enjoy the meal and seek Boyunzi's guidance on how to practice the poison sand palm technique. He discovered that Boyunzi had vanished in such a short span of time. The four of them approached Boyunzi's room, where they found a piece of paper laid flat on the desk. Among them, only Lin Xian could read, and Lu Yu hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the paper, eagerly handing it to Lin Xian. I have urgent matters to attend to. I will return in March. Do not worry. Master uncle. Lin Xian read aloud, recalling the dart that had suddenly appeared earlier, along with the white cloth at its end. Clearly, Boyunzi had left abruptly due to unforeseen circumstances. The four of them exchanged glances, realizing that just as they had found a pillar of support, he had vanished. All right. Do not fret. Everything is fine. Master Uncle Boyunzi has merely stepped out for a moment. He shall return in March. We just need to guard the dojo well. During this time, Lin Xian had been persistently practicing swordsmanship with Boyunzi and had thoroughly adapted to the previously rudimentary sword techniques he had known, gaining considerable combat experience. Chapter 6. The Lantern Festival. Part 2. After all, Boyunzi was a seasoned wanderer of the martial world, employing various means, including many unscrupulous tactics, which allowed Lin Xian and the others to experience firsthand what it meant to be ruthless and unpredictable. However, the upside was that especially for Lin Xian, having mastered the red pine sword technique, he had gained considerable confidence. They had also been taken to the forest to hunt some wild animals, and witnessing bloodshed had steadied their nerves considerably. Coincidentally, the Lantern Festival is approaching, and I shall return home as well. Junior sister, you may accompany me. The two of you can stay here to guard the house, Lin Xian instructed. Oh. Lu Yun and Lu Yu responded weakly. I will bring back gifts for you, Lin Xian added, instantly brightening their spirits. Thank you, senior brother. Shaking his head, Lin Xian finished his meal and then arranged a few things for Ning, advising her on what to prepare and what to be cautious about before retreating to his own room. He continued to practice the red pine sword technique. In truth, there were merely 3 key moves in the red pine sword technique: Pine Sun Needle, Great Pine Sun Needle, and Steady True Return, with the rest being basic sword maneuvers such as thrusts, cuts, and feints. The accompanying footwork, known as the red pine step, exuded a style of steady and precise execution. Standing in his room, Lin Xian glanced at his attribute panel. He had acquired all 3 skills of the red pine sword technique, each perfected through his relentless practice. All he needed to do was select them, and they would manifest as exemplary sword techniques. It's a pity I cannot practice the minor return to origin technique, Lin Xian lamented as he cast a wistful glance at the secret technique laid upon his desk, which had been returned by Master Uncle Boyanzi, containing the complete methods of the minor return to origin technique up to the 5th layer. Settling his mind, Lin Xian resumed practicing the red pine sword technique. Although he had already mastered the sword moves, it would still take considerable time to ingrain them into his muscle memory. After several repetitions, he was left panting, drenched in sweat, and his hands ached terribly. He sat at the table to rest, idly flipping through the secret technique, which he had already memorized thoroughly. To his surprise, as he turned a few pages, he discovered a small booklet hidden within. It was a dull yellow, somewhat worn and crumpled, indicating frequent handling. What is this? Lin Xian picked up the small booklet. The cover bore the ornate title, Essentials of Return to Origin. Clearly, it had been deliberately placed there by Boyanzi. Opening the booklet, Lin Xian began to read it attentively, time slipping away unnoticed. Suddenly, the oil lamp with a sudden pop startled him from his engrossed reading. He quickly replenished the lamp oil, but the joy on his face was hard to conceal. Grasping the booklet once more, he inhaled sharply. I never expected there would be a way to bypass the restrictions. The text detailed a type of elixir named Return to Origin Pill, specifically designed for disciples unable to practice the minor return to origin technique. This elixir was not concocted in an alchemical furnace but was instead formed from medicinal pastes. However, the greatest challenge of the return to origin pill lay in its ingredients, which were notoriously difficult to procure. It required a rare substance known as long-eared tiger blood, which had to be mixed with water and consumed. 5 pills taken in succession would initiate the effect. Long-eared tigers were indeed native to the nearby Red Pine Mountain. But Lin Xian felt a twinge of anxiety. The long-eared tiger was a genuine tiger, said to be exceptionally cunning with acute hearing. The Lantern Festival is just a few days away. Perhaps I can return home to inquire if there is any method to procure it. I might as well gather all the necessary medicinal materials. He recalled that his current identity was that of a member of a prominent local clan, which might provide him with some avenues to explore. In his previous life, he had been particularly fascinated by inner martial arts, and now that he had this opportunity, it would be a waste not to seize it. 3 days later, outside Hong Kong City. The bustling city gates were alive with a throng of people as 3 black, square carriages slowly approached the entrance. Amid the somewhat congested traffic, the carriage driver cracked his whip, causing nearby children selling goods to scatter. As the vehicles drew closer to the gates of Hong Kong City, they were soon met by a group of individuals dressed in black vests, led by a man wearing a black round hat and a broad smile. They swiftly ushered the 3 carriages into the city. Following the forked streets, the carriages traveled for about 10 more minutes, finally arriving at the entrance of a grand residence with a red-painted gate. The gate stood wide open, and a doorman awaited, bowing respectfully as he observed the carriages come to a halt. Welcome, second miss, third master, and fourth master home, the doorman called out loudly, his tone filled with respect. From the carriage emerged 3 young individuals, 2 males and 1 female. The 2 young men were handsome, one with a darker complexion and the other exuding an aura of authority. The woman, adorned in a resplendent pale yellow silk gown, was draped in pearls and jade necklaces that adorned her neck and hands. Her features were exquisite, and though her figure was slightly plump, it only served to enhance her mature allure. Within the grand entrance, Lin Jiwen, clad in flowing white garments, emerged with a few women, all smiling broadly. He exchanged a few hushed words with his 3 children, eliciting a hearty laugh from him, but the content of their conversation remained a mystery. To the side of the entrance, at the mouth of an alley where skewers were being grilled, 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, were gazing toward the grand door. The man, dressed in a black Taoist robe and sporting a bun, appeared to be around 20 years of age, with a long sword strapped to his back. He bore a striking resemblance to the 2 men who had just disembarked from the carriage. This was none other than Lin Xian, recently descended from the mountains. Beside him stood an Ying, still clad in her white dress, albeit her white boots were somewhat tarnished by mud, which did little to detract from her grace. She retained the demeanor of a chivalrous maiden. This is my home, Lin Xian murmured, accepting a skewer from a vendor and sharing half with an Ying. So beautiful, an Ying replied, taking the skewer and beginning to eat while meticulously observing the Lin residence. From the exterior, one could discern a vast expanse behind the high white walls, With glimpses of gardens and the sounds of servants bustling about. It was evident that this was a wealthy family. Let us proceed, Lin Xian declared. Quickly finishing his food and making his way toward the Lin estate, with Ning hastily trailing behind, ducking to avoid several newly hung lanterns of red paper, mirroring his steps. As they approached the entrance, the carriage was being led away, and the gatekeeper was preparing to close the door when he spotted Lin Xian approaching. Ah, the young master has returned. The gatekeeper's face broke into a broad smile as he stepped forward to greet him. Behind him, two servants hurried inside to announce the arrival. Lin Xian casually acknowledged him. Just now, were my second sister and the third and fourth brothers back? Indeed, the second young lady, third master, and fourth master have just arrived. Lin Xian paid little heed to the gatekeeper. Striding into the estate with an Ing, a servant closely following. Inside was a landscape of artificial mountains and flowing water, adorned with greenery, and directly opposite the entrance stood a stone arch bridge leading to the main hall. There, figures could be seen emerging to glance in their direction. Crossing the small bridge, Lin Jiwen stepped forward and enveloped Lin Xian in a hearty embrace. So you finally decided to come down from the mountains. I thought you had no intention of returning. Lin Xian, caught off guard by the middle-aged man's fervent embrace, felt a twinge of awkwardness, as it was indeed strange to acknowledge someone else's father as his own. This must be an Ing, Lin Jiwen remarked. Releasing Lin Xian and focusing his gaze on an Ing, who appeared bashful. Clad in her white gown, she presented herself with poise, her figure commendable, leaving a positive impression. All right, you both should go rest for a while. We will gather later. We have guests from the Shu family as well, so do not forget your manners, Lin Jiwen advised, though as a rural landowner, his understanding of etiquette was somewhat limited. Lin Xian, already feeling out of place, seized the opportunity to excuse himself and promptly agreed, allowing a servant to guide an Ing to her quarters. Passing over another stone bridge en route to the other courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered a group of young gentlemen and ladies approaching. Elder brother, upon hearing of your return, we couldn't resist coming out to see you, exclaimed the foremost young man, who appeared no older than his teens, yet was clad in a flowing white garment, gently fanning himself with a folding fan. As Lin Xian approached, the young man squinted his eyes and smiled in greeting. Fourth brother. Lin Xian recognized him as Lin Xinguang, his younger sibling. Accompanying him were two young women, his cousin Lin Xinyuan from the second branch, and another girl whom he did not recognize, seemingly not of the Lin family. Lin Xinyuan wore fitted trousers, a red sash tied around her slender waist, and held a riding whip, clearly having just returned from the stables. Her fair face lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing Lin Xian. The other girl, donned in a short green skirt that revealed her fair thighs and a white top that slightly exposed her midriff, adorned with silver bangles, appeared ordinary in countenance but possessed an excellent figure. At this moment, she was scrutinizing Lin Xian and an Ing intently. Elder brother, why are you still dressed like this? Lin Xinguang inquired, his smile fading into a frown. Are you planning to stay in the mountains indefinitely? My affairs are none of your concern, Lin Xian replied, furrowing his brow. This isn't merely a matter of concern. Elder brother, you are no longer a child. Father cannot support you indefinitely, Lin Xinguang countered, his expression tightening. I heard that upon your return, you intend to ask for money from the family to purchase something. That seems rather unreasonable. I said it is none of your concern. Lin Xian's frown deepened. Not my concern. The Lin family is in a predicament, and if you disregard my situation, father will inevitably come seeking me, and I will be the one left to handle it. Lin Xinguang's expression turned cold. Xinguangji, Lin Xinyuan softly called out to her elder brother, sensing his agitation. Lin Xinguang, somewhat irked, relented. All right, I understand. He cast a final glance at Lin Xian, exhaling deeply. Later, come to collect 50 taels of silver. With that, he strode past Lin Xian, descending the stone bridge. As Lin Xian passed Lin Xian, she squeezed his hand gently, offering a smile before following her brother. Lin Xian felt a mix of helplessness and embarrassment at being reprimanded so openly by his younger brother, a clear reflection of his past struggles. An Ing, standing nearby, appeared somewhat puzzled, biting her lip and lowering her head. Lin Xian felt a sense of relief, grateful that their conversation had been somewhat rapid, interspersed with the dialect of Hongsong City, making it less comprehensible for an Ing, who was not from the area, thus sparing him some embarrassment. Chapter 7, The Lantern Festival. Continuing along the stone bridge, a servant led both Lin Xian and an Ing to their respective rooms. After offering an Ing some instructions, Lin Xian entered his small courtyard. The oval-shaped yard was complete with artificial mountains and a stream, and a young girl in a green dress approached, eager to assist him in removing the sword from his back. "No need," Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. "You go ahead and prepare hot water for my bath." "Understood, young master," the girl replied, exiting. Having cared for Lin Xian since childhood, their familiarity rendered any awkwardness absent. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings, then retrieved a stool from within and settled down beside the artificial mountain. This place was Lin Xinru's home, yet it felt foreign to him. Sitting there, he experienced a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness. He observed the pool before him, where a few yellow fish swam leisurely, their tails swaying, while several green leaves floated on the surface, having seemingly drifted from afar. As he extended his hand, his fingers dipped into the chilly water, sending ripples across the surface and startling the fish into retreating to a distant corner. Lin Xian shook his head, hearing distant sounds of guests arriving, likely Lin Er and Lin San accompanying their father, Lin Jiwen. In receiving the visitors, the gatekeeper's voice could be heard continuously calling out, signaling the arrival of numerous gifts. Sitting here idly is quite dull. Lin Xian rose and returned to his room, unsheathing his sword and beginning to practice the Hosong sword technique, which required considerable time to master. While practicing, Lin Xian's mind was troubled. He intended to procure medicinal materials and hoped to resolve the matter with the long-eared tiger. However, the funds required for the medicinal materials were not insignificant. If he were to follow the recipe for the Guiyuan pill, it would take at least 100 taels of silver to produce a single batch. The last time they had repelled the Hungdao sect, they had made a fortune, and after accounting for expenses and converting the knives into cash, he still had around 20 taels, which was far from sufficient. Over 100 taels of silver. That's equivalent to over 100,000 in terms of market value. Lin Xian's anxiety grew. Even though his family was a prosperous landowning household, such a sum was not easily acquired. Outside, the gray-white sky gradually dimmed, and finally, the girl in the green dress returned, carrying a basin of hot water. Alongside her entered a graceful middle-aged woman. Xinru, the woman, clad in a water-red gown and adorned with a phoenix-headed gold hairpin, exuded an air of former beauty, though her features bore a hint of sorrow, as if she were perpetually frowning. Upon seeing her, Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. This was his mother. No. The mother of this body, Zhao Yuliang. "You have lost weight again." Zhao Yuliang approached and gently caressed Lin Xian's face. "What evidence do you have to suggest that I have lost weight?" Lin Xian thought to himself, having felt he had gained several pounds in recent days. "Now that you are back, do not go back to the mountains," Zhao Yuliang murmured. "The family has been unsettled lately, and there is insufficient energy to care for you. The wilderness is also dangerous. I have heard that a notorious bandit has recently appeared nearby, ruthless and merciless, and even the authorities cannot handle him. If you were to encounter him, it would spell trouble." A bandit. Lin Xian immediately thought of his master, Bo Yunzi, whose teachings were undeniably cunning and treacherous. If there were to be a notorious bandit nearby, it might very well be this uncle. Indeed, I heard that just a few days ago, a small household in the eastern part of the city was entirely wiped out. From an 80-year-old matriarch to a 3-year-old child, none were spared. It was utterly barbaric, Zhao Yuliang said, pulling Lin Xian into the room to sit down while the girl prepared warm water and dampened a towel to wipe Lin Xian's cheeks. "It's all right. We have trained in martial arts and have little wealth. That bandit would not target us first. The dojo is completely impoverished and has nothing of value," Lin Xian replied casually. "Even if there were, with Master Bai Yunzi present, it is likely that the common bandits would not dare to make an appearance. One must understand that in this day and age, an individual who boldly traverses the vast expanse of the land without encountering any trouble is undoubtedly a person of remarkable strength and exceptional martial prowess. After all, the wilderness is rife with wild beasts and robbers, and a journey alone without incident speaks volumes." After conversing with my mother for a while, she directly inquired about Ning, displaying a rather enthusiastic demeanor. However, from her tone, it seemed she intended for Ning to become a concubine. Lin Xian casually deflected her inquiries, and after some effort, managed to see her off. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xian took Ning for a stroll around the household before heading towards the main courtyard, where they were to gather for a festive meal to celebrate the Lantern Festival. Following the somewhat narrow alleyway, they entered the grand hall of the main courtyard alongside others. The hall, adorned in vibrant red lacquer, was expansive enough to accommodate a basketball court, with 2 rows of single tables arranged for seating. From the eldest to the youngest, everyone settled down. The venerable elder, Lin Jiwen, and his second uncle, Lin Jiwu, occupied the central positions. To the left of them sat Lin Xian, who boldly took his place, followed by Lin Xinyue, the second daughter who had gone to the outer city to manage affairs. She greeted Lin Xian with a bright smile as she took her seat. The third sibling, Lin Xinhui, with a slightly darker complexion and a robust figure, donned the distinctive gray-black attire of the military, exuding an air of vigor. Lin Xinguang, the fourth brother, sat quietly with his eyes slightly closed, as if already mastering the demeanor befitting a county magistrate before even attaining the position. To the right were the sons and daughters of Lin Jiwu, among whom was Lin Xinyuan, who had previously met Lin Xian. Some of these individuals were already married, while others remained single. The external guests, including an Ing, occupied the outer rows of seating, their numbers sparse and scattered. When combined with the maids, servants, and the young masters and misses of various households, the total count reached around 30 or 40 individuals. Outside, one could faintly discern guards patrolling the premises. Lin Xian, seated comfortably, took a sip of tea while listening to Lin Jiwen articulate a year-end summary, inquiring about the circumstances of each family and reporting on various matters, which soon lulled him into a state of drowsiness. After an indeterminate period, he was abruptly roused by a call. The lantern poetry recitation begins. Upon raising his head, he observed servants forming a line, beginning with the fourth brother. Lin Xinguang smiled as he took a brush, swiftly dipping it in ink before inscribing a short poem on the lantern. He recited it softly, immediately earning applause from the assembly. Next was the third brother, who, being a soldier, also produced a commendable poem related to the Lantern Festival, clearly having prepared in advance. Then came the second sister, Lin Xinyue, who simply uttered, "The radiant moon shines, and the fiery trees are adorned with silver flowers," without inscribing any words. When it was Lin Xian's turn, he felt utterly unprepared. Lacking both the skill and interest in poetry, he had only managed to familiarize himself with the characters of this place. And now, holding the brush, he felt awkward. After contemplating for a while, he opted to draw a simple circle on the lantern. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a chorus of disapproving murmurs. Lin Jiwen shook his head in silence, while Lin Xinguang scoffed and turned away, seemingly disinterested in Lin Xian's attempt. A group of children then rushed in, the young masters and misses from various households, clamoring for their rewards. Lin Xinguang, with a smile, retrieved some small silver coins from his pouch, distributing them to the children while the servants called out, "Fourth Master Lin Xinguang, each child receives 1.5 taels of silver. Truly worthy of the fourth master. The future county magistrate, his generosity knows no bounds." Some in the crowd exclaimed with laughter. The children, their faces flushed, graciously expressed their thanks. Lin Xinguang, with a slight bow, maintained a serene demeanor as he resumed his seat. Next, the third brother, Lin Xinhui, brandished a handful of silver coins, calling out, "Third Master Lin Xinhui, each child receives 1 tael of silver." The servant's cheerful announcement followed. Then came Lin Xinyue, who also distributed a generous handful of silver, each child receiving 1.5 taels. Lin Xian anticipated the children would come to him for their share, yet to his surprise, they retreated directly to Lin Xinyue, leaving him without any recipients. The servants clearly had no intention of allowing him to distribute rewards, as he was the eldest son without any income, relying solely on family support, rendering him unfit to dispense rewards. Seated there as the eldest, Lin Xian suddenly felt the weight of gazes upon him, hearing inquiries from the unknowing about his situation. Even with his thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lin Xinguang, from a nearby position, let out a cold snort, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Xian before returning to converse with Lin Xinhui. "The Lantern Festival is upon us, and the filling is sourced from the coastal regions." Just then, a chilling gust swept through the hall, causing even the lanterns hanging on the pillars to extinguish in an instant. Lin Jiwen furrowed his brow, about to speak when suddenly a voice from outside shouted, "Someone has intruded." The cry was abruptly cut off. As though the speaker's throat had been seized, a commotion ensued among the guests within the hall. "Father, I shall go investigate," Lin Xinhui declared, rising to his feet. "Be cautious," Lin Jiwen replied, displaying no surprise, indicating he had anticipated this. He commanded the servants to relight the lanterns. Lin Xinhui, being a soldier, retrieved a sharp dagger from somewhere and, holding it inverted, exited the hall, followed by several stout men curious about the disturbance. Lin Xian, seated with a furrowed brow, recalled hearing rumors that the Lin family was encountering some troubles. To his dismay, the issue had materialized on the very day of the Lantern Festival, a time when their numbers were at their peak. Glancing back at Ning, he noticed she had quietly moved behind him, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "That person is formidable," Ning whispered, her gaze alight with excitement. Lin Xian nodded slightly. The extinguished lanterns were no mere coincidence. It was evident that someone had extinguished them with a gust of energy. a display of martial prowess he had only witnessed from Master Bai Yunzi. Chapter 8, Lantern Festival, Part 4. The clamor outside grew ever louder, suggesting a multitude was pursuing the intruder. Lin Jiwen glanced at Lin Jiwu beside him and the visiting guest seated nearby, his heart settling slightly. Arrange for a few children to take refuge inside. The others should disperse as planned, he commanded decisively. Immediately, several guards entered from the side, guiding the young masters and misses toward the inner rooms for safety. Lin Xingguang exchanged a knowing glance with his father, calmly rising to lead his second sister toward the inner chambers, while Lin Xinyuan was also escorted by her two sisters in the same direction. However, Lin Xian approached Lin Jiwen, saying, "Father, I too am a practitioner of martial arts and could remain here to lend a hand." It was a bit awkward for him to address Lin Jiwen as father, but after training with Master Bai Yunzi and witnessing bloodshed, he no longer felt the same trepidation about engaging in conflict. Naturally, every additional person would bolster their strength in such a critical moment. "Child, you must go inside at once," Lin Jiwen reprimanded, his expression stern. "This is no place for you to speak. Hurry and take shelter." "But, father," Lin Xian began, only to be interrupted. "I am not dead yet. Do you mean to disregard my words?" Lin Jiwen's voice rose in anger as he pointed toward the inner door. "Quickly, go inside and hide." He had prepared thoroughly. Anticipating the adversary would walk into a trap, his children were the very foundation and future of the Lin family. Should any of them be harmed, it would be a grave loss, even if his eldest son had faltered somewhat. He was still part of Lin Jiwen's lineage, and anyone who dared to touch even a hair on their heads would face his wrath. Standing beside an Ing, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. A foe of such caliber would likely be beyond the capabilities of the family to handle. He had witnessed the insidious techniques of Master Bai Yunzi, and perhaps, with an Ing, they might stand a chance. Outsiders often underestimated the prowess of internal martial artists, but those who truly understood were aware of their might. "But, there is no but." Lin Jiwen interjected with a shout. Seeing Lin Jiwen's anger, Lin Xian, feeling defeated, turned to the inner door, frowning, but as he glanced back, he caught sight of Lin Xingguang's cold expression, which bore a trace of mockery. Their relationship had never been amicable, and it was only natural that Lin Xingguang would take pleasure in his misfortune at such a moment. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang approached, gently grasping Lin Xian's arm to offer quiet comfort. Lin Xian felt a surge of frustration, but could only respond vaguely to his mother. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. As if something had snapped, the sound drew the attention of everyone in the hall, and a hush fell over the room. It became apparent that outside, the once chaotic sounds of pursuit had fallen eerily silent. Just then, a figure clad in black darted into the hall, wielding a long sword that glimmered like a silver dragon, whirling towards Lin Jiwen with alarming speed. A gasp escaped the lips of several women as the tension escalated. Some timid souls have already begun to hastily flee towards the inner sanctum, fearful of being caught in the fray. Chaos ensues in an instant. Seeking death. At this moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the right side of the man in black. An elderly man with flowing white hair yet a robust physique, wielding a curved blade that cleaved towards the black-clad assailant. This individual is none other than the most renowned master in the city. The seasoned head of the constabulary, Chen Kuan, famed for his extraordinary strength, reputed to possess the might of a single ox. The moment Chen Kuan emerged, a wave of calm washed over the crowd. And as they glanced at Lin Jiwen, they noticed a flicker of coldness in his eyes, indicating that he had anticipated this turn of events and strategically placed Chen Kuan in ambush. Lin Xingguang's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. The fact that he could summon the strongest master of Hongsong City, Chen Kuan, clearly demonstrated that his father had made ample preparations. "How foolish. I never expected the adversary would charge in so boldly," he remarked, shaking his head with a trace of scorn. He positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Xinyuan and Lin Xinyue, brandishing a folding fan with a calm and elegant demeanor. Witnessing his unshakable composure in such a perilous moment, the gazes of the younger female relatives behind him sparkled with admiration, as if they would eagerly succumb to his charm. Clang! At that moment, in the center of the hall, the blade and sword collided with a resounding crash. Chen Kuan, still yet to unleash his full power, suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from the opposing sword. What is this? Before he could fully grasp the situation, he felt himself being propelled backward as if riding the winds. Bang! His towering frame crashed through two mahogany chairs, sliding across the floor for over half a meter before coming to a halt. A mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. Alarmingly, the sword of the man in black remained unscathed, spinning with ferocious speed as it hurtled towards Lin Jiwen. Even Lord Chen Kuan cannot withstand this. Lin Xingguang's expression faltered slightly. The body in front of him instinctively recoiled, yet he maintained his composure. "Lord Wong, we are in trouble," he suddenly exclaimed. Just as his voice faded, a deep voice resonated. "It seems I must intervene." A figure suddenly burst forth from the left side of the hall, a towering middle-aged man clad in black with crimson trim, who swiftly unleashed a glimmering silver projectile towards the man in black. "Fool!" The black-clad figure's shrill voice erupted. Akin to a loudspeaker's piercing sound, his hand accelerated the spinning of the sword once more. The silver projectile and the sword clashed multiple times in the blink of an eye. With a crack, the silver projectile shattered, and Lord Wong's eyes widened in disbelief at his swift defeat. He staggered backward, colliding with the wall, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, left clutching a broken sword. "I will take care of this." Another young figure lunged from behind Lin Jiwen. Shu family. Lin Jiwen's complexion paled slightly. The fact that two ambushed masters had been swiftly repelled indicated that the black-clad individual was no ordinary foe. The Shu family's expert likely would not suffice. In midair, the young figure swung his fist forcefully towards the opponent's head, twisting his body to create a sweeping arc with his blows. Bang! The Shu family member was sent flying like a discarded sack, crashing into a wooden pillar and collapsing, unconscious. The black-clad man's sword was unrelenting, sweeping aside all obstacles. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shot forth like an arrow, directly aimed at Lin Jiwen's brow. The sword gleamed with a silvery light, piercing straight towards Lin Jiwen's forehead, whose face turned ashen, eyes widening with despair. Clang! Suddenly, a silver flash illuminated the side. It struck precisely beneath the sword, producing a soft sound as the blade was deflected upward, impaling itself against the folding screen behind Lin Jiwen. Emerging from the shadows, Lin Xian stepped forth, gripping a longsword tightly, coldly fixing his gaze upon the masked man. He stood protectively in front of Lin Jiwen. The black-clad man gracefully descended into the center of the hall, his masked eyes locked onto Lin Xian, seemingly wary of the earlier encounter. "Senior brother, leave this to me." Ning emerged from another side, wielding a longsword, her eyes narrowed with a frenzied battle intent. This woman was a martial fanatic who would never pass up a chance to fight. Moreover, her strikes were never half-hearted. Had it not been for Lin Xian's firm restraint, one could only imagine how many lives she might have claimed. Lin Xian cast his gaze toward the dark night outside, where all the lanterns had been extinguished. A glimmer of apprehension crossed his face. "Since we have arrived, dear friends, why not reveal yourselves?" The black-clad man's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the advancing Ning. Internal family swordsmanship. That last strike could only have been executed with the internal energy of an adept. This young girl, it seemed, was also an internal swordsman, her movements suggesting she was only slightly weaker than himself. Thus, the person she referred to as senior brother must surely be considerably stronger after all. In every sect, one's rank was undeniably determined by strength, and those who attained the title of senior brother were invariably formidable. The remaining individuals accompanying them were merely average fighters. The only true internal master among them was himself, making it impossible for him to contend with this girl. With this thought, he reached a resolution. I never anticipated, Lin Jiwen. Today I shall spare your life." He swiftly retreated, executing several somersaults before vanishing into the night. Trying to escape, Ning thrust her sword forward, 6 points of white light flashing at its tip, revealing the signature move of the Hosong sword technique, the Great Pine Yang Needle. Her agility was equally impressive as she soared into the air. Hot on his heels, "Ning, come back," Lin Xian's voice called out, halting her. "Senior brother." Just as she was on the verge of catching up, Ning reluctantly sheathed her sword, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Can I have a moment of enjoyment?" She pouted, oblivious to the cold sweat trickling down Lin Xian's forehead from above. That last strike that deflected the departing sword was not his doing, but in Ying's. He merely stepped forward to assume the role of the master, projecting an air of caution as though wary of unseen allies outside. Unwilling to leave Lin Jiwen's side. It was only by allowing Ning to take action that they had managed to deter the assailant. This had been a harrowing close call. Had the black-clad man been a touch more reckless and launched an attack, the outcome could have been dire indeed. The hall fell silent, the 2 or 3 dozen attendees scarcely daring to breathe. Some who had already entered the inner sanctum quietly emerged, gazing at Lin Xian, who stood protectively in front of Lin Jiwen, at a loss for words. Well, after a prolonged silence, Lin Jiwen finally regained his breath and sank into a chair, gasping heavily. Well, Sinew, you truly are." He grasped Lin Xian's hand, unsure of how to articulate his gratitude. Just moments ago, he had been scolding his son, and now he found himself relying on Lin Xian for salvation, which made his aged face flush with embarrassment. Not only him, but the others, including Lin Xinguang, Lin Xinyuan, and others, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit a goose egg inside. The previous exchange had transpired in mere seconds. And yet all the ambushed external masters had been unable to halt the black-clad man, with only an Ying and Lin Xian's timely intervention saving Lin Jiwen's life, an internal master. Chapter 9. The reason the term internal family, previously encountered only in novels, now materialized vividly before the gathered assembly. Lin Xinguang dropped the fan from his hand, oblivious to its fall, as a hint of moisture glimmered in his eyes. "I told you, the young master would never be a mere sponge," murmured a woman in the startled crowd. Some astute individuals began mentally drafting narratives. The young master of the Lin family bravely combats the nocturnal black-clad assailant, and future discussions promise to be rich with intrigue. The majority of the Lin family members and servants felt a surge of regret for their past misunderstandings of Lin Xinyu, coupled with curiosity and newfound respect. After all, the man who had just demonstrated such formidable prowess had effortlessly repelled multiple experts, suggesting that Lin Jiwen's son was superior even to the likes of Qin Kuan and Lord Wang. How remarkable! Some who understood the implications began contemplating ways to curry favor with young Master Lin. Had it not been for the young master's intervention, the Lin family would surely be in grave trouble, remarked Lord Wang, recovering his breath as he slumped onto a dilapidated chair in the center of the hall. "Indeed, we are already in peril." Head Constable Qin Kuan sighed, staggering over to join them. "I never anticipated that the rumored ineffectual young master of the Lin family would turn out to be a legendary internal master. I beg your pardon for my earlier disrespect. No need for formality," Lin Xian replied, not truly an internal master but forced to maintain the facade, should the black-clad man still be nearby and overhear his true lack of prowess. It would spell trouble. "However, I am curious about the peril you mentioned." Head Constable Qin Kuan shook his head. "We shall discuss this matter in due course." Lin Xian nodded. "Elder brother, when did you?" Lin Xinyuan rushed forward, her eyes sparkling as she seized Lin Xian's hand. This cousin had always been lively and energetic, particularly fond of martial arts and horseback riding. "Mind your manners. Stay back," Lin Jiwen admonished, having just arrived. His arm bloodied from a recent scuffle. He surveyed the room, noting Lin Xinyu standing protectively in front of Lin Jiwen, and Ning pouting beside him, before glancing at the long sword embedded in the hall's ceiling, causing him to gasp in shock. The implications of what had just transpired dawned on him. "We'll discuss this later," Lin Jiwen declared solemnly. "For now, everyone must adhere to the original plan." "Understood." Lin Jiwen hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement. "The rest of you, follow me into the inner chamber." Lin Jiwen, supported by Lin Xinru and Lin Xinyuan, entered the inner room with slightly unsteady legs. A crowd of cousins, various aunts and uncles, as well as some distant relatives who sought to curry favor, made way for them. Lin Xinru walked at Lin Jiwen's left side, scanning the room. Every person his gaze touched, regardless of age, instinctively lowered their heads to avoid his eyes. Some displayed a hint of reverence, while others appeared awkward and uncomfortable. However, a boldly dressed young girl in a green dress boldly cast him a flirtatious glance, seemingly with an undertone of seduction. "Umph." Ning could not suppress a snort from behind. Lin Xinru responded with a thumbs up. "Good teamwork." A faint smile graced his lips. This young girl, having heeded his instruction just once, displayed such remarkable cooperation. She was indeed an exceptional ally. Ning, currently waving her sword with a hint of frustration, brightened at Lin Xinru's gesture. Her mood instantly lifted. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Xinru spotted Lin Xinguang, whose face appeared pale as if he had seen a ghost. Staring at him intently, disinterested, the group proceeded into the inner room. Arrangements had already been made for others to calm the crowd, while the true core members gathered in a small room, guarded outside to prevent eavesdropping. Lin Jiwen and Lin Jiwu sat together, followed by Captain Qin Kuan, Lord Wang, and Lin Xian, with the rest absent. A and Ing, not being a member of the Lin family, had no reason to intrude. Meanwhile, the skilled member of the Shu family remained unconscious. Thus, only a few key individuals were involved in this core discussion. Lin Jiwen sat on a stool, exhaling deeply. "This time, the Lin family has narrowly escaped disaster, all thanks to your strong support." He clasped his fists in gratitude towards Lord Wang and Captain Qin Kuan. "The head of the Lin family is too modest. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. We received satisfactory rewards, and it is only natural to lend a hand against adversity," Lord Wang replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I never expected that this time we would face inner family masters." If it weren't for the eldest of the Lin family, we would have truly failed in our efforts. I feel undeserving of the Lin family's gifts. Captain Shin Kuan also displayed a trace of shame. You speak rightly. I feel somewhat uneasy accepting this gift without contributing much effort. You both are overly courteous. The fact that the Chi Luo knife could mobilize inner family masters truly took me by surprise, Lin Jiwen said with a wry smile. What on earth is happening? Lin Xian, listening from the side, felt utterly perplexed, having no knowledge of the enemies the Lin family had provoked. Lin Jiwen sighed, and Lin Jiwu, wearing a pained expression, began to explain to Lin Xian. It turned out that a few years ago, the Lin family, by chance, saved a severely injured passerby who had fallen unconscious by the roadside. Such acts were not uncommon for the Lin family, as they often engaged in good deeds to accumulate virtue. However, after recovering under their care, the young man mysteriously vanished one night. The Lin family later discovered that he possessed a great treasure and was being pursued by numerous factions. Every place he had been associated with faced either suspicion and scrutiny or was directly ravaged by bandits, leaving everyone on high alert for fear that he might have hidden the treasure nearby, rendering any capture futile. Before encountering the Lin family, dozens of households had already been implicated by this man. Fortunately, the Lin family had some influence in the area, protected by the authorities and the Plum Blossom sect. Furthermore, previous searches by various martial factions yielded no results, indicating a lack of hope regarding the man's hidden treasure, which consequently alleviated the pressure on the Lin family. However, this also led to the exposure of an incident from Lin Jiwen's early years, bringing many eyes upon him. During his youthful exploits, he had joined the secretive Chi Luo knife sect, mastering martial arts, which he later passed on to his younger brother, Lin Jiwu. Upon his return, he had also brought back a substantial amount of silver, allowing the family to prosper. Yet, no one knew how he had returned or extricated himself from the sect. Now it seemed evident that his departure was anything but conventional. So, the Chi Luo knife's intent is directed at my father. Lin Xian began to grasp the situation, although Lin Jiwen did not specify the reasons. The Chi Luo knife, originally a minor faction, now mobilizing inner family masters, indicated that greater forces were at play. I cannot elaborate on the specifics, but there is no doubt that the Chi Luo knife harbors a desire to eliminate me in the Lin family, Lin Jiwen said helplessly. Fortunately, Ruer, you acted swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. I heard that the esteemed young master Shinru has joined the Hong Song sect on the outskirts of the city. I never expected the Hong Song sect to possess such depth. I have met the old Taoist of Hong Song. It is regrettable that I failed to recognize him. Lord Wang sighed softly. The Chi Luo knife will not relent. I implore you both to provide further assistance, Lin Jiwen said, attempting to curry favor. However, both Lord Wang and Captain Shin Kuan were hesitant to commit, clearly intimidated by the appearance of inner family masters. They both expressed that with Lin Shinru and the Hong Song sect present, the Lin family should be able to navigate this perilous situation safely. Lin Xian, unaware of the specific entanglements between the Chi Luo knife and Lin Jiwen, could tell from the demeanor of the parties involved that the Chi Luo knife would not easily let them go. The mere mention of extermination signified that there was no room for negotiation. The Chi Luo knife's members could strike again at any moment. Although he had little emotional tie to the Lin family, being an impostor of Lin Shinru, he could not bear to watch the Lin family face annihilation. It seems I must hasten my attempts at the Guiyuan Dan, without achieving inner family status. I ultimately cannot prevail, Lin Xian mused. Reflecting on how effortlessly the previous 3 outer family masters had been sent flying, it was evident that the power of inner family members surpassed his expectations. When faced with such troublesome matters, Lin Xian's first thought was of his master, Uncle Yunzi. Lin Jiwen continuously inquired about him, suggesting that the disciples of the Hong Song sect should descend to protect the Lin family, offering various assets as compensation and even willing to recruit and select excellent disciples for the Hong Song sect. However, Lin Xian knew that there were only a handful of capable individuals in the dojo, with An Ing being the only truly formidable one. Uncle Yunzi was currently away, and Lin Xian had no idea how to contact him or when he would return. Fortunately, after being momentarily deterred, the Chi Luo knife would likely hesitate before acting again, probably opting to probe the strength of the Hong Song sect before making any decisive moves, granting them a buffer period. If his master could return, it would be ideal. If not, he would need to plan accordingly. Over the next few days, with the full support of the Lin family, Lin Xian and An Ing quickly gathered the necessary materials for the Guiyuan Dan. They also inquired about information regarding the long-eared tiger, and Lin Xian, through Captain Shin Kuan's unique channels, procured various drugs, including somniferous agents, and gathered various tools. The Lin family, having reported to the provincial authorities, received a substantial reinforcement to ensure their protection. Several skilled members of the Shu family also arrived, even alerting the Plum Blossom sect, making the Lin family as secure as a fortress for the time being. Even inter-family masters would find it challenging to breach their defenses, as they risked their own lives in the attempt. However, these protectors could not remain indefinitely, and the Lin family could not sustain such significant expenses, making their safety only temporary. Lin Xian and Ning quietly returned to the mountain with their supplies and medicinal materials. Ning, unaware of the situation, diligently resumed her training, while Lin Xian, fully informed, began the meticulous process of crafting the Guiyuan Dan. The method for creating the Guiyuan Dan was neither simple nor straightforward. The steps and procedures involved were quite troublesome. It took Lin Xian 5 full days to manage most of the procedures, leaving just the final step. Chapter 10. The Hunt. Sizzle sizzle. A black wooden stick stirred in a round basin resembling black sesame paste, the swirling patterns lingering for a full 2 seconds before fading. In the woodshed, Lin Xian sat by the basin, expressionless, stirring round after round. There was no fire beneath the basin. Lin Xian moved a few small black jars closer and opened one of the lids. Carefully, he used a pair of long chopsticks to reach inside, extracting a large gray-white spider with a round belly, nearly the size of his thumb. The spider's abdomen was so inflated it resembled a balloon, threatening to burst at any moment. The other 8 legs flailed wildly at the end of the chopsticks. Pregnant gray spiders, 13. Lin Xian swiftly retrieved 13 gray-white female spiders from the jar, crushing them with the stick and adding them to the murky basin. After sealing the lid, he grabbed another jar and opened it. This time, the chopsticks emerged with a large, gray, leech-like creature. Live leeches, 5. Lin Xian mercilessly tossed them in and continued to smash them. The final jar opened to reveal a gooey black substance that emitted a foul odor. Fresh rotten black mud, 3 tails. Lin Xian expressionlessly added it to the mixture, stirring on, but his stomach churned violently at the thought. Could this truly be edible? He stared at the basin filled with the repugnant, pungent black concoction, feeling an internal struggle that had already occurred countless times. Once thoroughly mixed, he poured the black paste into prepared molds, sealing them with a layer of wax and submerging them in a water tank. Lin Xian then retrieved a small jar of dye, an oil-like red substance, and gently poured it along the edge of the water tank, until all the dye had been poured out, transforming the water tank into a deep crimson hue. He finally set down the jar. He sat at the side, waiting for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, a faint hissing sound, reminiscent of gas escaping, emerged from within the tank. Lin Xian, whose eyes were nearly closed, instantly opened them upon hearing the sound. It worked. He swiftly released the water from the tank and retrieved the molds inside, discovering 31 perfectly sized black pills, each the size of an eyeball, while the rest had failed due to leakage. 31 pills, that should suffice. Lin Xian gazed at the black pill molds before him, realizing that now he only needed to find the long-eared tiger. No wonder mastering internal cultivation is so challenging. Even with the Guiyuan pill as a means, the cost of just this batch of medicine has already exceeded 1,000 taels of silver, although the cost of a single batch is merely in the hundreds. The success rate is far too low. If it weren't for my ability to precisely recall and perfectly replicate a successful concoction, anyone else would likely require dozens of batches of ingredients to achieve success. Lin Xian reflected, knowing that these were merely half-finished products, needing the hot blood of the long-eared tiger to be consumable. Indeed, the learned are impoverished while the martial are affluent. Education is undoubtedly a lucrative investment, as long as one excels academically and attains fame. One can ascend rapidly. It is certainly more advantageous than practicing martial arts. Next, I must seek out the long-eared tiger. Lin Xian had a premonition that when he truly cultivated his internal energy and became proficient in internal martial arts, this peculiar ability of his might bring him great surprises. The gray sky was adorned with vast stretches of stratocumulus clouds, the sun obscured behind them, casting only a faint white light. It was midday. Amidst the undulating black and green mountains, 2 men clad in mottled white and green garments leaned against a rock wall, seemingly waiting for something. Soon, from the distant sky, a small black bird flitted down. Landing gently on one of the men's hand, he swiftly untied the paper scroll bound to the bird's leg and unfolded it. "What news?" the other man whispered. "Lu de Gongfeng has already set out." After tucking away the note, the man released the bird, exhaling a sigh of relief. "The Hong Song sect is merely posturing. That so-called senior brother is nothing but a decorative pillow. The most formidable fighter within the sect is that woman, but she is still a master of internal arts. Thus, One offering is insufficient. 2 against 1 is an absolute guarantee. Moreover, that woman's swordsmanship is significantly inferior to our lord's. It would be best to act when Lin Jiwen has let down his guard. Naturally, the long-eared tiger, measuring between 4 to 6 meters in length and resembling a bull in stature, is often misjudged as cumbersome and slow by the untrained eye. While its speed may not rival that of many agile animals, it is still significantly quicker than a human. In the dense forest, beside a narrow stone-lined creek, Lin Xian and Ning concealed themselves within the underbrush, their faces and hands smeared with a green herbal mud that exuded a fresh grass scent. They crouched side by side, dressed in inconspicuous black and gray attire, with sleeves and pants tightly secured. Peering through the gap between 2 large stones towards the creek, they observed some wildlife approaching for a drink. In the early morning, a thin veil of mist still lingered in the forest, and at the creek's edge, various wild animals had gathered to quench their thirst. Surrounding the creek were piles of grayish-white rocks and tall, crooked trees, with climbing vines and an array of unknown flora, providing excellent concealment for the 2. Lin Xian gazed through the crevice, noting that to the left of the creek, wild boars and deer were lowering their heads to drink, while to the right, a large area was dominated by a striped golden cat. This magnificent creature stood as tall as a man and measured at least 5 meters in length, resembling an oversized tiger. Notably, its ears were exceedingly long, resembling 2 yellow horns perched atop its head. This was the long-eared tiger, the ruler of the forests around Hong Song Mountain. Lin Xian and Ning had been in the forest for 3 full days, and under the guidance of Ning, an experienced hunter, they had finally located a long-eared tiger. The long-eared tiger was already a rare sight, and given that rumors of the creature often circulated around Hong Song Mountain, Lin Xian suspected that the sect chose this location precisely due to the presence of the long-eared tiger. However, finding the creature was one matter. How to approach it was another entirely. The long-eared tiger was exceptionally perceptive. Its long ears, though not particularly acute in hearing, possessed an extraordinary sense of smell. This was why Lin Xian and Ning had coated themselves in herbal mud. "What now?" Ning whispered, her eyes glinting with anticipation as she eyed the creature. "Patience. Do you think you can take it head-on?" Lin Xian asked, keeping his gaze fixed on the long-eared tiger. "Probably not. I encountered one before, and its strength is immense, with a powerful explosive force." Ning licked her lips in response. "But we can use medicine." "Stay calm," Lin Xian urged, recognizing that since the long-eared tiger was drinking, there was still an opportunity. The challenge lay in how to subdue such a formidable beast. "We can't kill it, as we need its hot blood. Each pill requires 1 dose, administered 6 times a day for 5 consecutive days. This means we must capture it alive. Continuous bloodletting for 5 days is essential." Lin Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Merely dealing with such a mighty beast was already daunting, let alone capturing it alive. Were it not for Ying's presence, he would feel his life was in jeopardy just staying there, as he certainly could not outrun this king of beasts. Fortunately, Ying was a master of internal arts, possessing remarkable explosive power and strength. Although she may not be able to defeat the long-eared tiger, escaping by climbing trees was well within her capabilities, as the creature could not pursue them upwards. "The various poisons left by my master are just what we need," Ning suggested. Lin Xian shot her a glance. Using poison would mean he could not use the blood either, as that would effectively poison himself. "It seems we have no choice but to use the soporific powder," Lin Xian resolved. Several hours later, the sun was high in the sky. The long-eared tiger, resting by the creek, suddenly turned its head slightly, its nose twitching. Nearby, a wounded doe was attempting to escape, but its legs were ensnared by thick vines, rendering it immobile. Blood dripped from a large gash on the doe's hindquarters. The scent of blood wafted through the air, enticing the long-eared tiger, which licked its lips in anticipation. With a deep growl, it slowly rose, approaching the doe without a hint of urgency. With a thunderous roar, the doe was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Unable to muster the strength to rise as the long-eared tiger approached, it lowered its head to sniff the doe's injury, shaking its head in contemplation. "Eat it. Bite it," Lin Xian urged from a distance. But the long-eared tiger merely circled the doe, refusing to strike. Lin Xian felt a surge of anxiety. He had applied an ample dose of soporific powder to the doe's wound. Only if the long-eared tiger bit would it surely fall victim to the effects. "The long-eared tiger is quite cunning," Ning remarked, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Perhaps I should just take it down myself." "You can't take it head-on," Lin Xian replied exasperatedly. "Just coat your sword with soporific powder." Ning was eager for a fight. Can your sword withstand a single swipe from it? Lin Xin retorted. Incredulous. How do you know if you haven't tried? Ning was eager to engage. Wait until the moment is right. Lin Xin felt cornered. Meanwhile, the long-eared tiger was treating the doe as a plaything, batting at it with its paws, causing the doe to freeze in terror, unable to move. Yet time passed, and it still did not bite. Lin Xion's frustration grew, while the long-eared tiger remained unperturbed. Alas, neither of them possessed a bow, or they could have hidden in the trees to shoot arrows dipped in soporific powdered. As time ticked away, the long-eared tiger seemed to grow bored that it surveyed its surroundings, and, seeing no other creatures, finally lunged toward the doe's hindquarters. It's happening. Lin Xian prepared to clap in triumph, only to see the long-eared tiger's mouth twist, expertly avoiding the area coated with soporific powder and instead biting into the doe's thigh. Lin Xian's excitement swiftly plummeted. That creature, indeed, quite cunning. And Ing concurred, equally exasperated. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the long-eared tiger suddenly surged forward, disappearing into the underbrush. Be careful. Ing sprang to her feet, drawing her sword. With a clang, the blade sliced toward the right front, revealing 3 points of white light, the signature move of her Songong needle technique. With a resounding roar, the tiger was alarmingly close. Lin Xian felt a surge of dread as a fierce wind rushed toward him. Escape. There was no time. It was too close. The long-eared tiger had closed the distance to mere meters. His own explosive speed could not match it. The interval was merely the time it takes for an average person to blink twice. Almost instinctively, Lin Xian, as if rehearsing 1,000 times, drew his long sword with a fierce determination, with a direct thrust. No fancy moves, just a perfectly executed thrust aimed straight at the belly of the charging long-eared tiger. Chapter 11. Success. The sound of an Ing finally reached him. She had forcefully kicked Lin Xian aside, only to be seized by the long-eared tiger, which gripped her right leg, sending her body tumbling across the ground with tremendous force. Ing, Lin Xian shouted as he scrambled to his feet. Don't worry about me. You go first. I'm fine. Ing swiftly sprang back to her feet, her hand gripping a blade that she thrust toward the tiger's eyes. Lin Xian understood that he was a liability, and his best course of action was to escape the tiger's hunting grounds. With a fearsome roar, the long-eared tiger lunged at Ing, who narrowly evaded it, but her injured leg hindered her movements, making her escape perilously close. The man and the beast weaved around the towering trees in the forest, dodging left and right. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed himself for underestimating the tiger. However, there was no time to dwell on it. He dashed away into the distance, knowing that if he could extricate himself, it would be much easier for Ing to do the same. He sprinted forward, the dense thicket growing darker ahead, surrounded by towering, unfamiliar trees that blocked the sunlight from piercing through the thick foliage. The sounds of the tiger's roars faded into the distance. Lin Xian felt a twinge of pain in his wrist, evidently twisted when the blade broke earlier, but he brushed it aside, focusing on creating distance until he could hardly hear any sounds behind him. At which point he finally stopped. I need to find a large tree to climb. If the long-eared tiger catches up, it could spell trouble. Scanning for an easily climbable tree, Lin Xian struggled to calm his rapid breaths and concentrate. The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound save for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. He glanced back, noting that the environment appeared unchanged since his arrival, with a thick carpet of fallen leaves obscuring any footprints. Through the gaps between the trees, he could see a faint mist lingering in the distance. Most of the surrounding trees were tall and straight, offering little in the way of climbing options. This place. Worrying about his junior sister Ing, he quickly proceeded toward the denser part of the forest, hoping to locate a tree suitable for climbing in. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, but something about this place sent shivers down his spine. Standing alone in the heart of the woods, the trees loomed darkly, surrounded by a pallid mist, devoid of sunlight, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. The trees resembled countless slender black lines shooting up from the ground. Reaching skyward, a faint blue hue hovered above the treetops, and the light was gradually dimming. As Lin Xian wandered through the forest, he sensed something was amiss. Not only was there an absence of sound, but even the wind seemed to have stilled. The distance his eyes could perceive grew shorter, and the underbrush became increasingly dark. Crack, crack, crack. His feet crunched upon the dry leaves, the sound stark and conspicuous. Seemingly the only noise in the forest. Suddenly, a faint sound drifted toward him from ahead. It seemed to be a human voice. Lin Xian's heart raced, and he quickened his pace toward the source of the sound. As he drew closer, the voice grew clearer. Whoa, whoa. It sounded like a woman's sobs. He hesitated for a moment before hastening his steps. In a place like this, if someone were crying, they were likely either lost or injured. He had some medicinal supplies with him. Perhaps he could assist her. Moreover, it would provide an opportunity to inquire about the situation in this mountain forest. After advancing a short distance, the mist began to dissipate. Lin Xian vaguely discerned a woman in white kneeling on the ground, her hands covering her face, weeping with her back to him. Her sobs were haunting, laden with pain and sorrow, since she was facing away. He could not see her features, but he attempted to approach closer and speak. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling crept over him. There was something amiss. The woman's attire was excessively white, too pristine. If she were truly lost or injured, her clothing wouldn't be so immaculate. A sense of unease washed over Lin Xian as he surveyed his surroundings, heightening his trepidation. His forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Snap! Suddenly, he felt as though he had stepped on a brittle twig, producing a distinctly sharp sound. In that moment, the woman's sobbing ceased. Her trembling shoulders stilled slightly. Oh no! Lin Xian's scalp tingled, and he dared not move. The woman remained still, seemingly listening for sounds. After a brief pause, when she detected nothing, she resumed her low, mournful weeping. Whoa! Her cries were desolate and filled with fear. Yet, Lin Xian felt increasingly uneasy. He exhaled slowly and cautiously maneuvered around the woods, seeking a different angle to glimpse the woman's face. After some contemplation, he began to circle to the left, hiding behind the trees as he moved. To his horror, no matter how he shifted his position, the woman's sobs remained directed away from him. From beginning to end, she was turned away. Hiss! Lin Xian realized he was in trouble. He had heard elders warn against wandering too deep into the forest, lest one encounter something unclean. Initially, he had dismissed such tales. But now, retreat. He felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead and back as he kept his gaze fixed on the woman while slowly backing away. Slowly retreating. Thud. Suddenly, he felt something solid bump against his back. The outline, the height, it seemed to be a person, standing rigidly behind him. Cold sweat erupted all over Lin Xian. He spun around, gripping his broken sword, ready to strike. Yet to his astonishment, there was no one behind him. Only a slender tree branch. Damn. Lin Xian cursed under his breath, quickening his pace away from the woman. In that moment, his only thought was to distance himself from her as much as possible. Time passed slowly, and sweat soaked the back of Lin Xian's shirt. It was not until the woman's cries faded completely that he continued running for another 10 minutes. Gradually, the forest began to brighten, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The chilling sensation in his heart began to ease. Senior brother. At that moment, he thought he heard Ying's voice calling. He hurriedly jogged toward the sound. In the dim forest, the woman in white remained kneeling on the ground, still weeping, as if her sorrow would never cease. After an indeterminate period, her sobs faltered. Ugh! A painful retching sound erupted from her, and she suddenly expelled a mass of fleshy, writhing maggots from her mouth, which she had been covering with her hands. The maggots cascaded forth like a grotesque fountain, forming writhing clusters that fell to the ground, still squirming as they spread out in all directions. Senior brother. When Lin Xian found an Ying, she was slumped over a tree branch, bloodied and clearly injured. Damn it! He cursed fiercely, filled with anger at his own helplessness, and rushed over. The long-eared tiger hasn't gone far. As he approached, an Ying weakly urged, Senior brother, hurry, follow the blood trail. It was poisoned. Lin Xian looked at an Ying, covered in blood, and despite her grave condition, she was still concerned about the long-eared tiger. He noticed the grotesque wound on her neck, still losing blood, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Tend to your wounds first, he shouted, interrupting her. You're on the brink of death, and you're still thinking about the long-eared tiger. But, Ying's lips had turned pale from weakness. We prepared for so long. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly climbed the tree, bandaging the wound on Ying's neck. He had previously prepared some bandages and gauze at the foot of the mountain, along with some high-concentration alcohol for sterilization. Fortunately, due to her internal strength, Ying's wounds had not bled profusely. Her muscles seemed to have contracted naturally to stem the bleeding. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to blood loss, which would have been disastrous. After treating her injuries, Lin Xian descended and listened as an Ying explained that although the long-eared tiger had attacked them, she had managed to injure it with her poisoned blade. It had staggered off to an unknown location, but they could still follow the trail of blood. The thought of pursuing such a massive creature filled Lin Xian with trepidation, yet considering the sacrifice an Ying had made for him, he steeled himself. Moreover, the long-eared tiger should be feeling the effects of the poison, perhaps too weak to resist. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and followed the blood trail. after following the trail for over 10 minutes. He could faintly detect a strong smell of blood ahead. Soon, he spotted the fallen long-eared tiger, lying in a pool of blood, gasping weakly like a horse. Cautiously approaching, he struck the tiger with his broken sword a few times. Confirming it had succumbed to slumber, only then did he swiftly bind it with a thick rope he had specially crafted, wrapping it several times. This rope was as thick as his wrist, specifically made for such purposes. Once bound, the tiger could no longer move, but Lin Xian began to worry about how to transport this creature. Amidst the myriad of bloodstains, the faint sounds of other beasts began to echo in the surroundings. If time lingered, it might attract even more ferocious predators. The absence of other formidable creatures thus far likely indicated that this long-eared tiger had claimed the area as its territory. Otherwise, a pack of wolves or similar hunters would have appeared long ago. At this moment, Lin Xian had come to comprehend the challenges posed by the Guiyuandan. Even an Ing, endowed with inner energy, had barely subdued a single long-eared tiger while sustaining such grievous injuries. One could only imagine the plight of an ordinary person. If it comes to it, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Xian's eyes for the first time. To obtain what one desires, one must embrace risk. The long-eared tiger weighed over a ton, rendering it impossible to drag away. Once the effects of the medicine wore off, even with ropes, retrieving it back to the dojo would be an arduous task. As for descending the mountain to seek assistance, that was an even more futile endeavor. By the time help arrived, the creature would likely be reduced to mere bones. The predators lurking nearby were not to be trifled with. Chapter 12. Success. For the first time, Lin Xian felt that his plan had been somewhat ill-conceived. With too many miscalculations, he had not anticipated the sheer size of the long-eared tiger. Initially, he thought the tales of ancient men were mere exaggerations, expecting an ordinary tiger instead. Hastily, he ignited a fire with flint and returned to the base of the tree to assist in Ing. The two took refuge beside the bound long-eared tiger. Lin Xian secured the creature to a sturdy tree, and the blood oozing from its wounds attracted a swarm of mosquitoes and flies, creating a rather unsightly scene. "Senior brother, what shall we do now?" Ing lay weakly by the fire. Lin Xian administered an anti-inflammatory pill, composed mainly of natural antibiotics like dandelion, and disinfected the wounds. It should suffice. Yet, the scars were rather unsightly. Observing the gash on Ying's neck, a pang of guilt struck Lin Xian. Reflecting on the earlier moment of crisis, he realized there had been no time for intricate techniques. Only the most primal and ruthless sword strikes possessed the lethality required. He had noticed a slender wound on the tiger's abdomen, but it was wedged tightly by powerful muscle, bleeding minimally. His strength was still insufficient, his speed lacking. Rest well. With the fire burning, the other beasts will not dare approach. Lin Xian reassured her. Ing nodded obediently, succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a deep slumber. Lin Xian sat cross-legged by the fire, striving to stoke its flames higher. The forest felt chillingly cold, despite the bright sunshine outside. There was no warmth to be felt here. Watching Ing gradually fall asleep, he retrieved a prepared pouch and selected a red powder, scattering a generous circle around the fire before putting it away. This was a pest-repelling powder, an essential safeguard against venomous insects. Without it in the woods, danger was imminent. This small packet of powder was worth 3 taels of silver, equivalent to over 3,000 yuan. Using it would deplete half the supply. What a luxury! Lin Xian exhaled as he returned to the fire, beginning to tend to his own minor wounds with homemade alcohol. There were few injuries, mostly superficial scrapes from running, but the sting made him grit his teeth. Glancing at Ing, whose body was marred with blood, on her back, arms, legs, and neck, he resolved to make amends for her suffering. After applying the medicine, the long-eared tiger finally began to awaken as the effects of the drug wore off. It emitted low growls, its body bound to the tree in a position resembling an embrace, its tail secured tightly, rendering it utterly immobile. The tiger roared in fury, struggling to break free, but it was futile. The ropes were far too thick and wound tightly. Leaving no room for leverage, Lin Xian approached, wielding Ying's sword, which was evidently of superior quality, clearly bestowed upon her by their master. Unzz. He assessed the sword. Approximately 1 meter in length and weighing over 5 pounds. With a swift motion, he struck the tiger's foreleg. The seemingly soft golden fur emitted a crisp sound as it was cut, presenting significant resistance that reverberated through the blade into Lin Xian's hands. Gripping the sword tightly, he exerted force. The long-eared tiger howled in pain, and after considerable effort, he managed to inflict a deep gash. Blood trickled steadily from the wound, soaking and staining the fur beneath. splattering onto the ground. Lin Xian hurriedly positioned a prepared pouch to catch the blood, managing to collect it for about half a minute before successfully halting the bleeding. He scattered some of the pest-repelling powder around, then took out his water pouch to wash away the blood surrounding the wound. After disinfecting, he covered the injury with a layer of prepared gauze, completing the treatment. Returning to the campfire, Lin Xian swiftly retrieved the pills. Gazing at the dark, unappealing capsules, he forced himself to suppress thoughts of the unpleasant ingredients within, ignoring the possibility of undetected spider eggs or parasites. With closed eyes, he swallowed the Guiyuan Dan whole, following it with a hearty gulp of blood. Gulp. The metallic taste filled his mouth. The blood was thick, akin to a milkshake, yet permeated with a strong, foul odor. Gulp. Another swallow brought the remaining Guiyuan Dan down. Since Master Yuan Zizi entrusted me with this formula, it must hold the potential for success. Lin Xian's resolve hardened. Yuan Zizi had deliberately placed the booklet beneath his secret technique, clearly intended for his eyes only. For whatever reason, Yuan Zizi had no motive to harm him. Lin Xian secured the water pouch and sat quietly on the dry leaves, focusing on the sensations following the ingestion that a searing wave of heat soon radiated from his stomach, akin to boiling water within. Lin Xian could not help but clutch his abdomen, curling up in discomfort. Could it be poison? A flicker of panic crossed his mind. However, the subsequent changes in his attribute panel dispelled that notion. Originally listed as attack, 2, defense, 1, evasion, 1, constitution, 1, he now noticed an upward arrow symbol faintly appearing beside the constitution attribute. It's working. A surge of joy filled Lin Xian as he recognized the hope that had ignited within him. Although his stomach churned violently, burning with unbearable pain, he knew that this was a chance born from the desperate efforts of both himself and his sister. It must not be squandered. For several consecutive days, Lin Xian and an Ing remained stationary, consuming their provisions when hungry and seeking water nearby when thirsty. Fortunately, an Ing recovered swiftly. By the second day, she could move freely. Having only suffered from blood loss, with no joint injuries, once she regained consciousness, she led Lin Xian to a nearby stream where they often fetched water. They took turns keeping watch over the long-eared tiger while one returned to the dojo for a change of clothes and supplies. Lin Xian continued to consume Guiyuan Dan, gradually sensing a peculiar transformation within his body. By the 5th day, the long-eared tiger had been drained to the point of being little more than skin and bones. Feebly bound to the tree, its cries reduced to pitiful whimpers. Meanwhile, Lin Xian approached the most critical moment of his journey. Under a clear sky, devoid of clouds, the city of Hongsong appeared as a square gray-white block. Neatly positioned at the heart of a lush green mountainous landscape, the city gates bustled with merchants and farmers, their carts ceaselessly moving in and out, while vast expanses of cultivated rice fields surrounded the city, where farmers toiled diligently. In the distance, atop a gray-white cliff, a group of figures clad in green attire and conical hats ascended the slope, halting at the precipice to gaze down at Hongsong City. What is the situation these past few days? The foremost figure in the conical hat inquired in a low voice, revealing a young man's tone. There are many guards, the Shu family, the city watch, and even 2 from the Meihua sect, replied a woman in a conical hat behind him. But they are likely to retreat soon. The Lin family is merely a local landlord, unable to shoulder such expenses for long. I heard he has a son who is also of the inner family. Not quite. It said he is the senior brother of a sect called Hongsong. But with 2 offerings present this time, it should not pose a problem, the woman answered quietly. Indeed, how often do inner family experts cross paths? The man paused, drawing from his waist pouch a small copper incense burner-like object, roughly the size of a fist, devoid of ornamentation save for a multitude of tiny holes on top, from which wisps of white smoke continuously emanated. The Ning incense is nearly depleted. We shall enter the city first. Once the others withdraw, we will proceed. What is the specific plan for disposal? According to the teachings, not a single soul shall be spared. In the dense forest, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes closed, his skin flushed as if filled with blood, revealing numerous blood spots seeping from his pores. Ing stood anxiously beside him, aware that he was at a critical juncture and dared not disturb him. The campfire emitted faint blue smoke that wafted through the trees, slowly dissipating. Time ticked by, and Lin Xian's muscles began to twitch involuntarily, following the records from the small Guiyuan Ju and in Ying's personal guidance. He concentrated all his attention on his solar plexus, envisioning all his strength and energy converging here, forming a swirling sphere, The searing heat generated by the Guan Dan had coalesced into a solid mass within his solar plexus. As if a fleshy lump had formed there, Lin Xian periodically pierced the surface of the sphere with rhythmic intent, envisioning his consciousness transforming into a sharp, slender needle that forcefully punctured the orb. With each puncture, a torrent of heat surged forth from the sphere, dispersing throughout his body, only to be subsequently gathered by Lin Xian's will at his heart center. This cycle had persisted for over an hour. Initially invigorated, Lin Xian's energy gradually waned into exhaustion. Yet, he pressed on. The conditions created by an Ing, through her sheer determination, must not be squandered. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of air escaping infiltrated his ears. Lin Xian's spirit surged. He opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary, glancing at his heart center. The lump of flesh there was swiftly calming, and the heat within his body began to dissipate. It worked. He rejoiced inwardly. Just then, he noticed a new icon slowly materializing in his field of vision. Below the attribute BAR.IT was a pale red, circular Tai Chi symbol. The moment his gaze fell upon it, information flooded his mind. Xiao Guan Ju, first layer, damage 1, constitution 1. What struck him as particularly strange was that after entering the first layer of Xiao Guan Ju, his attribute bar displayed 4 additional yellow plus signs next to the 4 attributes. Is this? Can I allocate points? Lin Xian felt an exhilaration akin to winning a lottery, unable to contain his excitement. Chapter 13. Allocating points. The alteration in the attribute bar filled Lin Xian with joy. Since arriving in this world, he had been shrouded in a sense of insecurity. Everything had been manageable while Uncle Buyun was present, but ever since his departure, the dojo had relied on the unreliable and Ing for support. Coupled with the potential repercussions from the Lin family's recent troubles, his sense of urgency had intensified. Now, at last, he had truly found his own footing. Regaining his composure, Lin Xian scrutinized the attribute bar. Although all 4 main attributes bore signs for allocation, he noticed that each plus sign allowed for only a single point of free choice, just like in the martial arts game he used to play. Damage, defense, evasion, constitution. If categorized as in previous games, damage is determined by strength and speed, defense by one's own blocking capabilities, including forms of tough skin protection. Evasion pertains to dodging abilities and footwork, while constitution relates to recovery and endurance. After careful consideration, Lin Xian resolved to enhance his damage first. The best defense is to eliminate the enemy. Once the enemy is defeated, defense becomes unnecessary. This had always been his gaming philosophy. Without hesitation, he intended to allocate a point to damage. However, he suddenly recalled the possibility of internal energy allocation. Acting on impulse, he clicked on the icon for the internal skill Xiao Guiyuan Ju, but found no available points for allocation. After a prolonged period of concentration, he saw no changes. It truly can't be that simple. Disheartened, he returned to his initial plan and allocated the point to damage. Instantly, the plus sign vanished, and the damage value surged from 1 to 2. Lin Xian immediately sensed a warm, gentle flow coursing through his muscles and bones, as if a boundless stream of heat was circulating rapidly. "Senior brother, are you all right?" And Ying's concerned voice reached his ears. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian attempted to expel the stagnant energy from his chest. "I'm fine. I feel great." He raised his hand, feeling a newfound lightness and agility as he drew his newly acquired longsword, which now felt remarkably lighter in his grasp. Ing reached out and pinched his arm, feeling the firm muscles beneath. "You've gotten so much stronger and bigger," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. "Could you not use such ambiguous phrasing?" Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, warmth flooding his cheeks as he glanced at his junior sister, noticing that her wounds had largely healed, with most areas no longer bandaged, save for a white bandage around her neck, clad in a snug black hunting outfit resembling gymnastics attire. It perfectly accentuated in Ying's graceful figure, her perky bosom, slender waist, and long legs. Yet, she seemed slightly shy, having added a green outer jacket that concealed her upper body, though her legs and rounded form remained visible. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Ning inquired with an innocent, bewildered expression. "Nothing. Why haven't I seen you wear that outfit before?" Lin Xian closed his eyes, trying to divert his gaze from his junior sister. "Oh, it was given to me by Uncle. He said it could serve as both hunting attire and a night outfit." Quite practical, Dai was also gifted to him by a heroine. Ning replied dreamily. "Is that so?" Lin Xian mused silently. "Yes." She nodded. Dai was evident that Uncle had likely acquired it through dubious means. His collection truly was extensive. Yet, a wicked thought crossed Lin Xion's mind. Perhaps he could recreate some of the clothing from Earth, especially with such obedient and compliant junior sister around. The mere thought of it reignited a mischievous impulse within him. But he quickly suppressed it to maintain his image before her. Seeing that her senior brother was unharmed, Ning hurried off to gather firewood and set a kettle of water to boil. Nearby lay some sliced potatoes and 2 skinned wild rabbits. Oh no, I forgot the seasoning. Ning suddenly slapped her forehead. Senior brother, I'll go grab the seasoning. I'll be right back. Without waiting for Lin Xion's response, she dashed into the woods, disappearing from view. Lin Xion sat by the fire, opening his mouth only to close it again in resignation. This junior sister has so many admirable qualities. Innocent, quite pretty, skilled in martial arts, and proficient in cooking, capable of managing the household and assisting in combat, yet her impulsive nature can be overwhelming. He picked up a stick and poked at the flames, making the hollow space in the center larger, causing the fire to blaze more fiercely. Standing up, Lin Xion stretched his body, dressed in a green long robe he had modified from the dojo's supply, tailored to resemble a long-sleeved t-shirt, while his pants were dyed blue linen. Resembling a makeshift version of jeans, with his long hair tied back, he presented an unusual sight. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword and thrust it forward. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the air. And the power was at least doubled compared to his previous simple thrust. The speed had also increased significantly. The blade glimmered, and 3 points of white light shot forth from the tip. Song needle. 3 muffled thuds echoed as the blade embedded itself deep into a nearby tree trunk. Then came the great Song needle. 6 points of white light appeared, and the tip transformed into 6 white dots that shot out in an instant, producing a series of thuds as 6 more deep holes punctured the trunk. The power has indeed increased, and this is without utilizing internal energy, Lin Xion thought with delight. Although he lacked a comparative measure to gauge his improvement, he could clearly see a significant enhancement in his damage output. Now, let me test the power with internal energy. He hesitantly guided the hot flow from the sphere at his heart center to his right hand. Go. He thrust the sword forward. Hiss. The shriek was twice as loud as before. The sword's tip pierced the trunk, completely penetrating a tree the size of a forearm. Excellent. Lin Xion couldn't help but laugh heartily. Just 1/3 of my internal energy consumption yields such strength. Truly worthy of the internal arts. He realized that the internal energy expended was merely 1/3 of the sphere's energy. If he unleashed it fully, the power. Now, he was uncertain of his current strength level and whether he could contend with those adept in internal arts. However, a suitable opponent would soon reveal the truth. Settling down, he resumed his breathing exercises, channeling his internal energy to recover gradually. Although using internal energy was exhilarating, the restoration speed was a bit slow. By the time the kettle boiled, he had not fully regained his strength. Unbeknownst to him, nearly an hour had elapsed. Where's my junior sister? Lin Xion suddenly opened his eyes, springing to his feet. It had been quite a while. The distance to the dojo was not extensive, and given in Ying's speed, she should have returned within half an hour. Yet, an hour had passed without a sight of her. Perhaps she was delayed by something, he pondered, lowering the kettle and sitting down to wait again. Soon, another hour passed, and Lin Xion's internal energy was finally restored. He realized his current limits. He could only unleash his 3 ultimate techniques once before his internal energy was nearly depleted. Yet the power had doubled. As for ordinary techniques enhanced with internal energy, he could execute them about 10 times, with a power increase of 20 to 30. Why hasn't she returned? Concern gnawed at Lin Xion's heart. Ever since encountering that peculiar woman in white, he had grown wary of the depths of this dense forest. Could she have stumbled upon something strange as well? He glanced around, observing the half-alive long-eared tiger bound to a tree, before hastily sprinting towards the dojo in the direction wherein Ing had departed. The rustling foliage swept past him on both sides as Lin Xion remained vigilant, occasionally scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, faint shouts echoed from ahead, suggesting a skirmish was underway. He leaped onto the largest, highest boulder, peering forward. There, amidst the dense thicket to his left, he discerned 2 women engaged in combat. One clad in white with a black sword, the other in a green outfit, donning a wide-brimmed hat and wielding a long knife. They circled around the trees, exchanging blows, their weapons clashing with a crisp sound. Not my junior sister. Lin Xion furrowed his brow. Scrutinizing the scene, the 2 women appeared evenly matched, with little to separate them. Neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. The woman in white displayed nimbleness and sharpness, primarily focusing on defense, while occasionally counterattacking with a swordsmanship that was nothing short of breathtaking. However, she was continually pressured by her opponent's cunning tactics, preventing her from achieving victory. Meanwhile, the woman in the wide-brimmed hat utilized brutal and underhanded knife techniques, targeting her adversary's vulnerable areas, while her other hand seemed to conceal some hidden weapon. As Lin Xin became engrossed in the spectacle, a figure suddenly emerged in the distance, rushing towards him, similarly dressed in green and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Upon observing the figure's movements, he was instantly reminded of the black-clad individual from that night at the Lin residence. Lin Xin? The newcomer caught sight of him perched atop the stone and immediately drew his sword with a cough. Though his actions lacked the strength of that knight's black-clad man, Lin Xin grasped the hilt of his sword, a smile creeping onto his face. Despite not having truly experienced combat, the fright from the long-eared tiger incident, combined with his now solidified internal energy, assured him that dispatching a mere foot soldier would pose no challenge. Just the opportunity to test my current strength. He prepared to unsheath his sword. I'll handle this. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the side, unleashing a silver-white flash of sword light towards the man in the hat. The latter retaliated fiercely with his blade. Their weapons clashed, and after 3 exchanges, a loud crash resounded, followed by a series of metallic clangs. The man in the hat staggered back, glaring fiercely at Lin Xin. You coward, hiding behind women. This time I'll spare you. Next time, it will be your end. Chapter 14. The situation. Lin Xin felt a tightness in his chest, ready to speak, when suddenly the opponent hurled an object that exploded with a deafening sound, enveloping the area in blinding white smoke that stung the throat. Cough, cough. And Ying's voice came from below as she retreated a dozen steps, easily leaping to his side. Senior brother, are you all right? Did you get hurt? She appeared extremely anxious. I'm fine, Lin Xin replied, slowly calming the agitation in his chest. If it weren't for that guy's swift escape, I would have gone down to finish him. Rest assured. Senior brother, with me here, no one will harm you, Ying declared, patting her chest in assurance, though Lin Xion's attention was inadvertently drawn to the quivering contours of her bosom. Considering Ying's low emotional intelligence, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling helpless. Meanwhile, the duel between the woman in the wide-brimmed hat and the swordswoman in white had reached a resolution. Upon noticing her comrade retreating, the hat-wearing woman also threw down a smoke bomb and vanished. The swordswoman glanced over in their direction, sheathed her black sword, and approached them. Thank you both for your assistance, the woman said, cupping her fists in gratitude as she came closer. Not at all. It's only right that we help one another while out here, Lin Xin replied with a polite smile. Only right. The woman sensed something odd in Lin Xion's response. Regardless, I must sincerely thank this heroine. She turned to Ying with earnest appreciation. No need, no need. Ying stuttered, caught off guard by such earnest gratitude, seemingly unsure how to respond. Lin Xin observed the woman closely. She was passably attractive. Though her skin was somewhat darkened, likely from years of martial training, she donned the typical attire of a wandering heroine and carried a long, wrapped object on her back, presumably a delivery of some sort. I am Chen Rui. May I ask if you two plan to descend the mountain? The woman inquired. I am Ying, and this is my senior brother, Lin Xin. Before Lin Xin could speak, Ying hurriedly introduced them. Recalling the name Lin Xin had previously shared with those around him. I do not know what has transpired, but the path leading to Hong Song City has been blocked by those men in hats. I encountered 2 groups of opponents on my way here. If you two are also heading down to Hong Song City, may I accompany you? Chen Rui requested, her gaze lingering on Ying. Clearly aware that she was Lin Xion's protector after hearing the earlier threats from the man in the hat. Senior brother? Ying looked towards Lin Xin. Lin Xin felt a twinge of frustration. But recalling the earlier encounter with the man in the hat, who bore a resemblance to the internal energy master wielding the Qing Luo knife, he was suddenly alarmed by the thought of a second attack on the Lin family. Frowning, he realized they could not afford to delay any longer. They needed to descend the mountain swiftly. Let us go together, immediately back to the city, he declared hastily. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Rui expressed her gratitude promptly. The 3 of them ceased their chatter and quickened their pace down the mountain. Before long, they reached the halfway point, where they encountered a group of 5 or 6 men in hats guarding the path, each wielding a curved dagger. What should we do? Chen Rui turned to the 2 of them. Charge through. Lin Xion's expression remained calm as he gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to act. I'll take care of this. Ying had already dashed forward. Her Hong Song sword technique unfolded entirely. With one thrust, she dispatched a man in a hat, then swiftly slashed left, her internal energy surging as the speed of her blade dramatically increased, slicing through the chest of two more attackers. Finally, the Sun Yang needle glimmered with 3 points of white light, piercing the throats of two others rushing from the side, causing them to collapse lifelessly. Lin Xian's face twitched. In less than 2 breaths, Ning had taken 5 lives. He had barely even considered drawing his sword to test his own strength. Let us go. Without further ado, the three continued on their journey. Lin Xian, however, was quick on his feet, having searched the bodies of a few men in hats beforehand, collecting some coin pouches and similar items, navigating through a narrow passage between the mountain walls. They soon came upon a small river, where several men in hats guarded the wooden bridge. Lin Xian remained silent, drawing his sword as he charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. Unbeknownst to him, Ning had already plunged into the fray, swiftly dispatching 4 men in hats with a single strike of her great Sun Yang needle. Ning and Chen Rui raced ahead across the wooden bridge. Senior brother, hurry. Ning called back. Having sheathed her sword, Lin Xian felt a pent-up frustration rising, ready to release it, only to be thwarted again. Chen Rui glanced back at Lin Xian, frowning slightly. This guy is being protected by a woman and still moves so sluggishly, dragging us down. Doesn't he realize this is a crucial moment? If the enemy regroups and encircles us, we'll be in deep trouble. Feeling the disdain in Chen Rui's gaze only deepened Lin Xian's frustration. He had no choice but to sprint forward and catch up. Though without any training in lightness skills or similar techniques, his basic Hong Song footwork was merely for combat, leaving him unable to keep pace. This only added to Chen Rui's contempt. The two ahead slowed their pace, finally allowing Lin Xian to catch up. He helplessly thought to tell Ning to slow down so he could take the lead. But the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. If they delayed and the Lin family faced danger, it would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Resolving his thoughts, he could only suppress his frustration. Next time, I will move at the fastest speed. Having crossed the river, they traversed a rocky gorge, where they were met with the sight of numerous fallen soldiers. Occasionally, a body of a man in a hat could be spotted, but they were far fewer than the soldiers. Indeed, something has gone awry. The three quickened their pace upon witnessing the scene. As for Chen Rui, it remained unclear why she continued onward towards Hong Song City without uttering a word despite the troubling circumstances. After passing through the gorge, they reached the final junction leading down the mountain, where over a dozen men in hats stood before a dilapidated mountain temple made of yellow earth, brandishing their curved blades in a vigilant stance. Lin Xian spotted them from a distance and felt a surge of excitement. He drew his sword with a decisive clang. This time, I'll handle it, he shouted, accelerating towards them. Ning had just unsheathed her sword. But upon hearing his declaration, she obediently refrained from rushing ahead, merely following in Lin Xian's wake. Chen Rui's impression of Lin Xian shifted slightly. He realized he wasn't entirely cowardly. The men in hats converged upon them, and one of them sneered. Leaping forward, he drew his blade, causing the edge to vibrate ominously in the air, evidently infusing it with internal energy from the outset. Lin Xian smirked, thrusting his sword forward. Great Sun Yang needle. He charged directly at the man. But as he initiated his strike, he felt his internal energy suddenly falter, stagnating at his shoulder. It was clear that his internal energy had not yet fully adapted to the demands of his body, causing a delay in its mobilization. Damn. As he beheld the incoming blade, Lin Xian realized his strike had not aligned with his internal energy. A wave of panic seizing him. If struck, it would be akin to offering himself as prey to an attack enhanced by internal force. Senior brother, be careful. And Ying's voice rang out urgently at his side. A silver longsword shot past him, aimed straight at the curved dagger. Just then, Lin Xian's sword movement shifted dramatically. His previously misaligned internal energy surged into his hand. Suddenly, 6 points of white light ignited before him, illuminating the faces of both the man in the hat and Lin Xian, causing their eyes to narrow simultaneously. Great Sun Yang needle. Clang, clang, clang. A series of violent clashes echoed like thunder as Lin Xian and the man in the conical hat crossed swords, producing a cacophony of overlapping sounds. With a series of thuds, both combatants retreated over 10 paces to regain their stance. Well, I did not expect to be so mistaken, remarked the man in the hat, pressing down on his headgear before launching another ferocious strike. The blade transformed mid-air into a bright, ghastly net. Lin Xian, his expression impassive, positioned his long sword before him and executed a sudden slash. Hiss! The sword drew a brilliant arc as it met the knife net. The tips of the two weapons clashed before Ning, and with an immense surge of internal force, They rebounded, scattering sparks into the air. With a resounding thud, the man in the conical hat was sent hurtling backward, half kneeling on the ground as he skidded several meters, leaving a distinct mark in the soil. The abruptness of this turn of events rendered the entire arena momentarily silent. The other 10 or so men in conical hats noticeably slowed their movements, clearly stunned by the injury inflicted upon their leader. Chen Rue, entangled with some of the other hat wearers, was jolted by this scene. Nearly forgetting to wield her sword, Ning, having retracted her long sword, was also taken aback by the intensity of Lin Xian's exchange. When did her senior brother become so formidable? She blinked, gazing at Lin Xian, who held his sword with a stern countenance, his tall figure billowing in the wind, causing her heart to flutter violently, her cheeks involuntarily flushing as she recalled some shy memories, her thighs instinctively tightening. The man in the conical hat clutched his chest, his complexion pale. Impressive. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. I never imagined I would be wounded by you. This is where our encounter ends. With that, he leapt backward, evading Ying's chance to strike, creating distance between them. His agility was evidently inferior, unable to keep pace with Lin Xian. The latter retracted his sword, realizing that the previous strike had unleashed all his internal power, hence its considerable might. Moreover, it was executed as a skill, resulting in a flawless horizontal slash, which rendered him effortlessly competent. The conical hat man's gaze toward Lin Xian had shifted. Such a casual slash had compelled him to vomit blood. It was Lin Xian's composed demeanor that instilled fear within him. After all, a skilled fighter with insufficient internal power would never dare to employ it so recklessly. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he surveyed the remaining hat wearers. Earlier, his inexperience in wielding internal force had nearly led to a misstep against that internal master, but he mused that these lesser opponents should pose no issue that he swept his sword around, poised to charge forward. Retreat. Suddenly, a shout erupted among the hat wearers, who had been engaged with Chen Rue. In an instant, they scattered like birds fleeing from a predator, escaping before Lin Xian could make a move. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted. The conical hat man had hurled a smoke bomb to the ground, filling the air with a pungent haze. By the time the smoke cleared, not a single figure remained before them. Chen Rue coughed several times. Having witnessed Lin Xian's explosive display of power and his composed demeanor, which suggested minimal depletion of internal force, she retracted her earlier disdainful expression. She opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say, but after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. What should we do now? Her tone now bore a hint of respect. Chapter 15. The turn of events. There's no rush. We must wait for the smoke to dissipate to prevent ambush, Lin Xian replied, his heart no longer brimming with eagerness for internal power after the earlier peril. Instead, he meticulously reflected on the technique employed by the man in the hat, whether it was an Ing or this hat-wearing adversary. Their bursts of internal force and techniques flowed seamlessly, a far cry from his novice capabilities. Such mastery clearly required extensive practice and coordination, had he not urgently activated the skill icon in his attributes with his will, allowing his body to automatically execute the technique. He would have found himself in grave danger. Fortunately, skills represented standard actions that were preserved, ensuring no errors in internal force, control, speed, or strength, all in their most perfect state. The recent string of missteps had afforded Lin Xian a clearer understanding of his own level. He was merely a novice who had just stepped into the world of internal martial arts. Still unfamiliar with the nuances of wielding internal force, and with scant real combat experience, this novice was unlikely to contend with ruthless masters, let alone seasoned external martial artists. Absolutely no room for a third mistake, Lin Xian admonished himself sternly. Given that my response speed falls short of theirs, I must. He suppressed the burgeoning thought within, his mind beginning to strategize. Once the fog had fully cleared, senior brother, Ning returned to his side. Are you all right from earlier? Having witnessed Lin Xian's formidable display of strength, she understood he had unleashed all his internal force. Though she was astonished by his power, concern still shadowed her expression. I'm fine, though it's unfortunate he managed to escape, Lin Xian replied, shaking his head, only to notice Sun Ying's pallor. Are you unwell? There was someone hiding nearby, quite powerful, Ning whispered. Someone else? How strong? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. I fear I cannot afford to be distracted, and Ying's countenance darkened. revealing her concern for Lin Xin. Should they ensnare me, another could easily target you. How much internal force do you have left? Lin Xin suddenly inquired. I can manage 3 more ultimate moves, and Ying replied softly. 3. How long will recovery take? About half an hour, she responded. Lin Xion's thoughts raced as he recalled the intensity of his confrontation with the man in the hat that a subtle comparison had begun to form in his mind. Reflecting on the first layer of the Xiao Gui Yuan Ju that an Ying had previously described, he recognized that apart from the enhancement of speed and strength during the activation of internal force, there was no change in normal conditions. This was true not just for the first layer but also for the second, aside from the increase in total internal force and potency. There were minimal changes to physical attributes such as strength and speed. This implied that internal martial artists, when not utilizing their internal force, were akin to ordinary external martial artists. However, Lin Xian felt that the Xiao Gui Yuan Ju, after his breakthrough, had allowed him to gain a slight edge in attribute points to enhance various physical traits. Perhaps this is the unique aspect of my attribute abilities, Lin Xian mused, resolving to check if the first layer could yield additional attribute points upon breakthrough. For now, we should find a place to hide, recuperate our internal force, and assess the situation. He concluded he needed to restore his internal energy, as proceeding in his current state would be tantamount to courting death. While An Ying was capable of handling herself, Chen Rui had seemingly become compliant with the plan. There were certainly more traps ahead, and a careless approach could spell disaster for them all. Yet, something about Chen Rui felt off to Lin Xin, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. With no immediate discoveries, he could only keep his suspicions to himself. The trio navigated the original path through the mountains, making their way discreetly toward the exit in the Red Pine City. A large estate in the East District was under strict lockdown, with soldiers patrolling the streets, their expressions tense, under the blazing sun. The soldiers, drenched in sweat, remained impeccably attired, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Passers-by hurried along with their heads down, wary of provoking trouble. At the center of this lockdown stood the Lin family estate. By the pond adorned with rockeries, Lin Jiwen, clad in deep black silk, appeared worn and haggard, his once affluent demeanor diminished to that of a weary laborer. The Shujia members left yesterday, and today, the Qingluo Dao has made its move, Lin Jiwen sighed. The compensation for our fallen brothers and the city guard has been dispatched. Correct? Lin Jiwu, standing behind him, bore a similar expression of fatigue. It has been sent, but our treasury is running low. All available funds have been allocated to this situation. Brother, do we still not understand why the Qingluo Dao has come? He looked at his elder brother. Utterly perplexed by the reasons behind this conflict, Lin Jiwen smiled bitterly. At this point, there is little left to conceal. He paused. Have you heard of the He Lianzi? He Lianzi. Lin Jiwu was momentarily taken aback before his eyes widened in realization. Could it be? You are not mistaken, Lin Jiwen nodded. He Lianzi is the fabled Ling Quanzi. Indeed, Lin Jiwu was flabbergasted, unable to fathom that their family was entangled with such a matter. He took a moment to steady himself, feeling his heart race in response. But, boom, suddenly, the large gates of the estate were forcefully flung open. Even from several dozen meters away, the ground trembled violently. Ha 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 ha. A boisterous laugh resonated from the entrance. Zhuangtianxi of the Qingluo secret sect. Here to reclaim our sect's treasure. After the laughter, a man's robust voice echoed. This is the secret sect. Lin Jiwu had yet to grasp the situation, but Lin Jiwen's pupils constricted, his body chilled as if plunged into an ice cavern. Nearly gasping for breath. How could they have come so quickly? The two individuals, caught in a moment of urgency, hastened towards the main gate of the compound, knowing that at such a time, all the formidable experts would likely converge there. After a few hurried steps, they caught sight of a burly man in the distance, his hair resembling that of a lion, striding purposefully towards the main building. Scattered around him lay more than a dozen soldiers and skilled fighters, each one having met a swift demise. Boldness, a tall figure clad in the armor of a general, erupted from the entrance of the main building, the very commander of the city's defenses. Shoot, with a wave of his hand. A multitude of crossbow bolts erupted from behind him, raining down like a swarm of locusts upon the burly man. The sheer force of the bolts stirred up a strong gust of wind, causing even Lin Jiwen, positioned at a distance, to feel a chill on his face. Ha ha! The man who introduced himself as Zhuang Tianxi laughed heartily, brandishing a sinister green curved blade that had seemingly appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he sliced forward, conjuring a translucent green semicircular shield before him. The sound of arrows striking the shield resonated like a melodious clinking of fine iron. Is this an immortal technique? Someone gasped in astonishment. The experts who had initially intended to advance were instantly halted, their eyes wide with terror at the unfolding spectacle. How is this possible? The soldiers, who had been poised to attack, stood frozen, their hands trembling as they gazed at the green shield, their resolve crumbling, paralyzed with fear. The legendary immortal technique. He must be an immortal master. A voice echoed, and upon hearing this, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. Their breaths stifled, clang. A weapon fell from someone's grasp, followed by a cacophony of clattering as many swords dropped to the ground, whether from fright or a refusal to raise arms against a being of such legendary status. Now, this is more like it, Zhuang Tianxi remarked with a satisfied grin. Hand over the Lin Quanzi. I have no patience for games. Lin Jiwen's face turned pale, yet he remained silent, fixated on the imposing figure. Lin Jiwu, standing behind him, was equally at a loss, pondering how their humble family had drawn the ire of an immortal master. What's this? No one cares to respond. After a brief pause, observing the silent crowd, Zhuang Tianxi turned his gaze towards the pale-faced city commander. Hey. He chuckled lightly, then, with a swift motion of his blade, summoned a vibrant green fireball that shot directly towards the commander. Boom. The fireball soared swiftly over a distance of more than 10 meters, striking the steps before the commander and erupting in a shower of green sparks. Some of the flames landed on the commander, who screamed in agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate plea for mercy. Immortal Master, spare my life. Please, spare me. His garments quickly charred, fusing with his flesh, and within mere moments, his cries ceased, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless, carbonized husk. Within the main building, screams echoed as the green flames rapidly engulfed the structure, forcing the hidden crossbowmen to flee, their bodies ablaze. Some rolled on the grass, desperately trying to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Others leapt into a nearby fish pond, only to find that the green fire was impervious to water, continuing to burn fiercely. In a matter of moments, over 20 crossbowmen were reduced to cinders, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. Zhuang Tianxi merely regarded the scene with a cold smile, sheathing his blade and surveying the surroundings. Those who had encircled the area began to retreat quietly, while others, drenched in cold sweat, dropped their weapons, their legs trembling, some even hastily kneeling in supplication. Immortal Master, spare us. It's not our fault. It was the Lin family who caused this calamity. Seek them out. We are but innocent commoners. The air was filled with a chorus of wails and pleas for mercy. Chapter 16. The unexpected turn. Zhuang Tianxi chuckled as a man clad in black and wearing a straw hat walked in behind him. Brother Zhuang, he acknowledged with a nod. Have you found any clues? What of Lin Jiwen? The black-clad man scanned the vicinity and soon spotted the hiding Lin brothers, gesturing in their direction. There. By the way, when I arrived that night, I was repelled by the young master here and a girl. I hope you can deal with those two. This man was none other than the internal expert who had attacked the Lin family that night. No problem, Zhuang Tianxi replied casually, striding towards Lin Jiwen. Just then, a cool female voice resonated from above in the courtyard. Qi Luo sect. Since when does the territory of the Four-Sect Alliance allow Qi Luo's people to run rampant? At the sound of her voice, Lin Jiwen's pallor deepened, unable to comprehend how these immortal masters had arrived so swiftly. Zhuang Tianxi's expression shifted slightly. Might I inquire which fairy of the four sects has graced us with her presence? Please, reveal yourself. He stood firm, clasping his hands in a formal greeting, as faint green currents began to swirl around him. Outside the right wall of the Lin family estate, guards and soldiers scurried past the gray-white walls, flinging down their weapons in panic, utterly disoriented by fear. That a few intrepid souls, undeterred by danger, rushed towards the fleeing soldiers, faintly overhearing whispers about immortal masters, the death of the city guard general, and the impending doom of the Lin family. Shops and residences in the nearby streets hastily shuttered their doors and windows, fearful of witnessing something they should not. In these times, tales of immortal masters were not uncommon, yet almost none bore a positive connotation. Each appearance brought forth bloodshed and grave consequences. Akin to the legendary demons and monsters, Lin Xin and his companions, having finally navigated past the guards to enter the city, were met with such a scene. The Lin family estate, once bustling with life, now lay in disarray, a chaotic tableau of panic and confusion. Cloaked figures patrolled the perimeter, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. The three found refuge in a tea house, peering out at the turmoil surrounding the Lin family. The establishment had been hastily closed, tables and chairs left unattended, a stark contrast to the two vendors hurriedly pushing their fruit carts to safety. What now? And Ing looked helplessly at her senior. Lin Xin. An immortal master has appeared. Perhaps those people were just boasting about their internal prowess. Chun Rue remained silent, her eyelids fluttering. Lin Xin's gaze was fixed on the towering walls of the Lin family estate. His brow furrowed in concern. I cannot ascertain the truth of the immortal masters, but I distinctly heard that explosion just now. Even if it were not an immortal, an internal master of such caliber is likely beyond our means to confront. What should we do? Aning asked anxiously. The elder Lin and the others must still be inside. We have to go in and save them. Calm down. Lin Xin felt a surge of urgency as well. Although he had only recently formed a bond with the Lin family, he felt a sense of belonging and did not wish to abandon them. If we could capture one of the Qingluo sect's people and interrogate them, it would provide much clarity. He endeavored to remain composed. The key now is to understand precisely what has transpired. He contemplated his next move. And what of you, Miss Chun? What are your plans? He inquired. Turning his gaze towards Chun Rue. I intend to deliver something to a person in the city, after which we shall part ways. Chun Rue replied calmly. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Miss Chun. Lin Xin clasped his fists in gratitude. No, I am the one who should be thankful to both of you for ensuring my safe passage into the city. Chun Rue smiled. Regrettably, my martial skills are insufficient to aid you further, and I apologize for that. She rose, deftly weaving through the crowd, her movements peculiar yet resolute, exuding an enigmatic determination. Lin Xin and Aning watched as she blended into the thinning throng, soon turning their attention elsewhere. Let us depart as well. Lin Xin stood. Observing a group of cloaked figures approaching down the street, Aning instantly understood his intent that a moment later, on a green hillside by the river outside the city, Lin Xin dragged a cloaked figure, unceremoniously tossing him onto the grass. With a swift motion, he positioned the tip of his sword against the man's chest. Spare me, spare me. The cloaked figure pleaded weakly, having already suffered a wound from a prior encounter. Blood flowing freely, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Now, with the sword aimed at him, he felt death's breath closing Ing assisted Lin Xin, luring away a group of cloaked figures, allowing him to ambush and capture one who had strayed from the pack. Although his movements were clumsy, he relied on a surge of internal power to swiftly incapacitate and seize a lone, cloaked man. Speak. Is that immortal master from the Lin family real or not? Lin Xin demanded coldly. Great hero. I'm just a lowly minion. Spare me your nonsense. Lin Xin thrust his sword into the man's chest, piercing flesh until it met bone, eliciting a pained scream. Stop, stop. I'll talk. Just be gentle. This individual possesses an extraordinary fear of death. Upon witnessing Lin Xin's readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, he swallowed hard and quickly uttered, Indeed, there are celestial masters. It is said that a skilled practitioner from our Qi-Luo sect has personally come, and even the high priest shows him the utmost respect. That is all I know. I beg for your mercy. Great hero, spare me. Lin Xin interrogated him further about the details and learned that the Qingluo blade was merely a branch sect of the Qingluo sect. Causing his heart to tremble, the existence of celestial masters was indeed a reality. It seemed that their arrival was to reclaim something that Lin Jiwen had taken away long ago. Great hero. I am at my wit's end, truly at my wit's end. I beseech you to spare my life. I have a 90-year-old mother waiting for me to care for her in her twilight years. Yet Lin Xin remained expressionless, thrusting his sword forward, the blade piercing deeply into the chest of the man in the straw hat. The man gasped, and a torrent of blood-colored foam quickly spilled from his mouth, his eyes turning milky. Within half a minute, he was lifeless. Blood rapidly seeped through the fabric of his dark attire, expanding outward in a circular pattern. Lin Xin felt an indescribable sensation. This was, in fact, his true first act of killing. Although he had witnessed many corpses before and had seen his junior sister and Ing take lives, it always felt as if there was a layer of separation, akin to playing a game. But now, the very being who had spoken mere moments ago, whom he had so effortlessly ended with a single thrust, lay still before him, a fellow creature of flesh and blood. This feeling, Lin Xin felt as if the world had suddenly become much clearer. It was as though, at this moment, he had genuinely integrated into this world. So, death is that simple. He withdrew his sword, watching as the blood dripped slowly from its tip. Gazing at the still body before him, a glance around revealed a small head swiftly retreating behind a large rock, perhaps a child from a nearby household. If one were truly ruthless, they might even eliminate the child to silence any witnesses, Lin Sinny thought with a bitter smile. Not dwelling further on it, as he turned to leave the scene and headed toward the place he had arranged to meet with his junior sister. Celestial Masters, they truly exist, having just begun to cultivate internal energy. He believed he had gained a semblance of self-preservation, yet he learned that Celestial Masters still roamed this world. The Lin family had unwittingly become entangled in a conflict involving celestial beings. Previously, Lin Sinny had heard such legends but had dismissed them as mere stories. Now, however, it appeared that these tales from his memory were not entirely fabricated, clutching a complex mix of emotions. Lin Sinny felt both anticipation and trepidation that he hoped that if Celestial Masters and their mystical arts truly existed, perhaps he might have the opportunity to encounter them. Yet, he was anxious about the ramifications of the Lin family's involvement in such significant matters. Perhaps, the best course of action would be to flee as far as possible. Yet, inexplicably, a burning desire began to brew within him, an inexplicable yearning that even he could not articulate, surpassing the anxiety of his life being in jeopardy. What, indeed, are these celestial arts? In the Lin family, a beautiful woman clad in flowing white stood protectively in front of Lin Jiwen, her gaze filled with icy disdain as she fixed her eyes on Zhuang Tianxi, who stood a mere 10 meters away. An aura of white chill seemed to emanate from her, her Taoist attire accentuating her porcelain-like, almost translucent skin, making her appear as delicate as a porcelain doll. Though she stood slightly shorter than Lin Jiwen, the pressure she exerted upon Zhuang Tianxi and his companions was palpable. Zhuang Tianxi wore a forced smile, feigning cordiality. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the revered Niu Fairy. Zhao Seer. I didn't expect the Plum Blossom sect to arrive so swiftly. Isn't your Qi Luo sect equally prompt? Zhao Seer retorted, holding a yellow talisman in one hand, raised before her chest, its surface adorned with blood-red characters resembling ghostly scribbles. Ling Quanzi is an asset of my Qi Luo sect. Do you intend to seize it by force? Zhuang Tianxi chuckled coldly. The Plum Blossom sect is a prestigious and righteous faction. I trust the fairy would not engage in such unscrupulous deeds. What do you mean? An asset of your Qing Luo sect. Zhao Seer countered with a sneer. As far as I am aware, this item was discovered by Lin Jiwen during a unique encounter within a cultivator's cave. What does that have to do with your Qing Luo sect? That cave was actually left behind by a predecessor of my Qing Luo sect, meant for his disciples and successors. Who would have thought Lin Jiwen would get there first? Sneaking in to pilfer the treasures and escape. Nonsense, are you attempting to peddle absurdities? The Niu Fairy's brows furrowed in anger, her nearly invisible eyebrows giving her a fierce demeanor. How can it be considered absurdities? My Qi Luo sect has always prided itself on reason, Zhuang Tianxi replied, clapping his hands. At that moment, a petite girl emerged from behind him. The girl had purple lips and a charmingly delicate face. Her hair styled in numerous little braids cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a tight-fitting black and purple gown that accentuated her slender waist. Knew you, sister, it has been so long. Have you missed me? The girl smiled sweetly. Her features soft and lovely, yet her eyes were chillingly cold, with faint wisps of dark energy emanating from her. Chapter 17. Celestial Gate Su Wan. The Niu Fairy Zhao Seer's pupils constricted slightly, her grip on the talisman tightening to the point of turning pale. What business does a member of the Yufeng sect have mingling with the Qi Luo sect? The girl, Su Wan, smiled sweetly. The four sects share a bond. But concerning the Ling Quanzi, your Plum Blossom sect intends to monopolize it. It is only natural for me to intervene. Our sect has no such intentions. You are overthinking this, Zhao Seer replied, her expression growing colder. Ha! Miss Su Wan encountered me on the road and heard about the emergence of the Ling Quanzi. I was surprised that the Plum Blossom sect did not notify the other three sects and came straight here to see how Niu Fairy would justify her actions. Zhuang Tianxi said, his eyes inadvertently lingering on Su Wan's curvaceous form. The tightness of her gown accentuated her alluring figure, the wind causing it to cling enticingly to her body. Gulp. Zhuang Tianxi couldn't help but swallow hard. He had been with many women, but those as tender and delectable as her were rare. Once this matter was settled, have you had your fill of gazing? A gentle voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Zhuang Tianxi's expression shifted dramatically, a dense green mist enveloping him, but a delicate, fair hand pierced through the mist faster, striking his chest with a resounding slap. Bang! The green mist around him shattered, and his chest caved in, revealing a delicate handprint. Suwon, what are you doing? He shouted, a mix of shock and fury in his voice. Why? I intend to end your life. Ha ha. Suwon laughed maniacally, leaping toward Zhuang Tianxi as if she were a sister throwing herself into her brother's embrace. What are you doing out of the blue? Zhuang Tianxi was utterly baffled. They had just struck a deal, and now, not even half an hour later, she had turned against him. Stream-cutting palm. Suwon's right hand floated effortlessly as a complex black symbol twisted into existence in her palm, emanating a faint dark glow. Since you've served your purpose, you might as well die. Her expression was cheerful, but her gaze was chillingly cold. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhuang Tianxi's fury ignited, the green mist around him swelling, engulfing Suwon. The outsiders could not discern the events within, yet Nuyu Fairy Zhao Xiao's face was as cold as frost as she retreated several steps with Lin Jiwen and the others. What is happening? Two young members from the Plum Blossom sect, who had come to assist, leaped beside Zhao Xie, their faces filled with astonishment. Zhao Xie shook her head slightly. Suwon is capricious. Although the Yufeng sect is also one of the four sects, it is a righteous faction, yet its core is the manipulation of flow. Wind is merely one form of flow, and all flowing liquids fall under the same principle. Their techniques are notoriously unorthodox. I am unsure of the situation. Perhaps there was some prior entanglement between them, one of the Plum Blossom sect's female experts scoffed. Or it could be that Suwon experienced trauma in her youth, becoming extremely unstable. Zhao Xie interrupted, swiftly dispersing a transparent stream of air that had approached her face. Nuyu sister, please refrain from exposing other shortcomings behind their backs. Suwon's voice echoed from afar. Zhao Xie's expression shifted slightly. This demoness has grown stronger. She had suffered at Suwon's hands before and chose to remain silent, refraining from further commentary. At this moment, none dared to speak further, fearing Suwon might launch another attack. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Zhuang Tianxi and Suwon drew closer to a conclusion. Zhuang Tianxi was struck on the shoulder, revealing a massive black symbol behind him that flickered and vanished. With a crash, he broke through a wall to evade further pursuit, his green mist dissipating as he was supported by other Qi Luo sect members. Retreat! Zhuang Tianxi shouted through clenched teeth. His right shoulder torn, a black character vividly etched onto his skin, burrowing deep beneath the surface like a worm. I will remember this day. Zhuang Tianxi will not forget. Suwon, await your reckoning. The Qing Luo sect members quickly withdrew, their ranks vanishing rapidly from the street. Suwon merely returned to her courtyard with a smile, making no attempt to pursue. By the crumbled wall, Lin Sini and An Ing emerged from around a corner, their expressions grave as they watched the Qi Luo sect depart. I am willing to offer the Lin Quanzi to the two fairies. At that moment, Lin Jiwen's voice resonated within the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Sini firmly grasped in Ying's hand, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. With purposeful strides, he entered through the gap in the broken wall. Before him lay a scene of utter devastation, the rockeries. Water pools and flower beds appeared as if corroded by some noxious gas, faintly tinged with a yellowish-green hue. A vast expanse of flowers and plants had withered into a sickly yellow. Xingru. Lin Jiwen spotted Lin Xian and An Ing from a distance and called out loudly. Lin Xian turned to the sound, seeing Lin Jiwen and the rest of his family standing behind a strikingly beautiful Taoist priestess, their expressions filled with concern. Father, he hastily responded, making his way toward them while discreetly observing the coldly composed beauty of the Taoist priestess. He had actually arrived earlier, merely observing the situation inside the wall. That he had also learned that this beautiful priestess was the fairy Nuyu from the Meihua sect. Quickly, he pulled An Ing to stand behind Lin Jiwen, joining the rest of the Lin family, and he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. The immediate danger to the Lin family had been temporarily averted. Now, it depended on this fairy Nuyu and that Suwon. Brother, are you all right? His cousin Lin Xinyuan squeezed closer, whispering, today has truly been perilous, if it weren't for the fairy Nuyu from the Meihua sect and the fairy Suwon from the Yufeng sect. Our Lin family would have been in dire straits. I have never encountered such beautiful and powerful individuals as the two fairies. Today has truly opened my eyes. Though young, she was somewhat worldly and astute. Her whispers were deliberately flattering the two fairies, clearly aware that they might hear her words. However, Fairy Nu showed no reaction to her compliments. Lin Xian felt helpless in his heart. He understood his cousin's intentions, but her overt flattery was too obvious, likely to be unwelcomed at that moment. Lin Jiwen had dispatched someone to retrieve the Lingquanzi he had kept hidden, respectfully presenting it to Fairy Nu Zhaoxier. 3 Lingquanzi. Upon opening the mirror case, Nu Yu was surprised to discover that the Lin family had managed to acquire as many as 3. A trace of delight flickered across her features. It seemed she had indeed come to the right place in Hong Song City. She held 3 black lotus seeds in her palm, which appeared no different from ordinary lotus seeds, save for their black color, unremarkable. And no one could guess that these were the very source that had attracted the celestial masters from the 3 sects from afar. Sister, how should we divide the 3 Lingquanzi? Su Wan floated over gracefully from a distance, lightly landing on the right side of the gathered crowd. At this moment, besides the Lin family, there were hardly any outsiders in the courtyard. The guards had discreetly fled during the earlier skirmish. The Lin family dared not utter a word, only engaging in hushed whispers, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. Lin Xian lowered his head alongside Lin Xin Yuan and An Ing, listening as Fairy Nu Yu pondered before speaking. Sister Su Wan, since you drove away Zhuang Tianxi, the 3 of us could have split them evenly. However, among us here, your cultivation is the highest and your strength the greatest. You ought to receive 2 of the Lingquanzi. Sister, you are far too courteous. Zhuang Tianxi had intended to act improperly towards me, stealthily releasing aphrodisiac incense along the way, thinking I wouldn't notice, had it not been for his possession of a protective magical artifact. My palm strike would not have been so easily endured. Su Wan replied with a graceful smile. Moreover, we 4 sects are closely connected. Treasures within our jurisdiction cannot fall into the hands of the Qingluo sect. What my sister says is indeed true, Nu Yu agreed. However, since we have accepted the Lin family's Lingquanzi, and fortuitously, there are 2 promising seedlings here, why not assist them in joining our sect? Join the sect? I am here to investigate matters, not to take on disciples and burden myself with extra responsibilities, Su Wan replied casually. Sister, if you are inclined, you may proceed as you wish. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart raced. 2 promising seedlings. Could they be referring to him and An Ing? However, he did not dare lift his gaze. Remaining respectfully bowed, fully aware from the earlier battle that the celestial master's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals like himself, who could only enhance speed and strength through inner energy. Fairy Nu fell silent for a moment. Innate energy nurtured. I did not expect that even in this remote Lin family, 2 seeds of inner energy could emerge. Lin Xian immediately felt a distinct gaze upon him, a strange sensation, as though a chilling aura was scanning his body. At that moment, he knew they were indeed referring to him and An Ing. Overwhelmed with joy, he heard Lin Jiwen call out loudly, Xingru, Miss An Ing, the fairy beckons you to step forward. Lin Xian quickly pulled An Ing to step out. He slightly raised his head and caught a glimpse of his cousin Lin Xin Yuan's envious gaze, alongside Lin Xinguang's barely concealed jealousy. Striving to maintain his composure, Lin Xian felt his emotions boiling like water. Unable to be contained, in his past life, he had been deeply fascinated with martial arts and cultivation. Whenever he encountered games related to these themes, he could immerse himself in them regardless of their difficulty. He never anticipated that he would now have a genuine opportunity to engage with such matters. Lift your heads, Nu Yu commanded. Lin Xian and An Ing promptly raised their heads. An Ing appeared somewhat dazed. While Lin Xian was unusually tense, they stood less than 2 meters from Nu Yu, directly facing her. The beautiful Taoist priestess scrutinized them with a discerning gaze. She first examined An Ing. To have achieved such a level of inner energy at this age. Quite commendable. As she spoke further, her tone softened appreciably, clearly pleased. Then she turned her gaze to Lin Xian. Your inner energy is in its initial stages. Still quite good. Though you're a bit older, you may still enter. May I ask, Fairy, if there is any possibility for the rest of the Lin family to enter your esteemed sect? Lin Jiwen, seizing the rare opportunity, was willing to put aside his pride and approach the matter head-on. Nu Yu contemplated for a moment. To enter my sect, one must first cultivate inner energy. After reaching great mastery in postnatal inner energy, one transitions to innate energy, and only after achieving further mastery can one begin to cultivate qi, ultimately laying the foundation for the Tao. Thus, inner energy is the most fundamental basis. At your ages, you must first establish your inner energy, and many require decades just to achieve that, with your qualifications. She shook her head slightly, leaving the statement unfinished. Lin Jiwen felt a twinge of disappointment, but he understood that this was not something that could be forced. Behind him, Lin Jiwu and the other young members of the Lin family also wore expressions of suppressed disappointment. It's not entirely hopeless. I've heard that some smaller sects have discovered a method involving blood elixirs, where one consumes living elixirs containing active insects to stimulate latent potential within the body, thereby generating a trace of inner energy. This method is highly discreet and generally undetectable, Su-won casually remarked, twirling a lock of hair with her finger. That is an evil path, and even if inner energy is stimulated, the potential will be limited. This method has long been classified as forbidden by our 4 sections. Once discovered, the consequences are severe, Niu interjected sternly. Sister, do not take this so seriously, Su-won chuckled lightly. However, upon hearing this discussion about blood elixirs, Lin Xion's heart jolted. The so-called blood elixir method was strikingly similar to the method he employed to concoct the Guiyuan Dan. As he listened to the subsequent penalties associated with the blood elixir method, his heart raced even more. The process of refining the Guiyuan Dan was exceedingly complex and difficult, and did it not contain live insects such as spider eggs? Coupled with the consumption of blood, he was now 100% certain that what he was using was indeed the so-called blood elixir method. It made sense. He had always felt that the recipe for the Guiyuan Dan was inherently sinister, clearly not aligned with orthodox medicinal practices, and now it seemed that his instincts had been correct. Lin Xion's heart raced uncontrollably, and he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he found that Su-won was casting him a knowing glance, her expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny, before she casually shifted her gaze away. Could it be that she has noticed something? Lin Xion suddenly recalled that Ing was also aware of his Guiyuan Dan. Stealing a sideways glance at her, the innocent girl indeed bore a hint of worry in her expression, her eyes frequently glancing in his direction. Well then, do you wish to join my Meihua sect? Fairy Niu, perceiving their unease as mere excitement at the prospect of joining the sect, did not think much of it. She directly addressed Ing, but I am not a member of the Lin family. This was exchanged by the Lin family patriarch using treasures. Ing replied honestly, though her eyes shimmered with desire. She did not hide her truth. Not a Lin family member? Then you must be closely related to them. That is of no concern. Nuyu's expression softened significantly. Taking a liking to the girl to stand firm in her principles despite such a remarkable opportunity was far more valuable than her innate talent. Ning stole a glance at Lin Xion, receiving a confirming nod from him, and her face immediately lit up with joy. Then I am willing. She hurriedly knelt and offered a deep bow, though it was not necessary to kneel at this moment. Niu had intended to speak, but before she could, Ning had already knelt down and knocked her head 9 times in rapid succession, causing a rare smile to appear on Nuyu's face. You child, she shook her head, somewhat helplessly, before turning to Lin Xion. Do you wish to join my Meihua sect? Lin Xion's heart leapt with joy, knowing that this was the critical moment for entry, since there was an opportunity. He would seize it first. As for the blood elixir, perhaps it wasn't truly a blood elixir at all. Moreover, with his unique abilities, even if his qualifications were lacking, there might be remedies available. He mimicked Ning, immediately kneeling down. Disciple is willing. Wait. Suddenly, Su-won's voice interrupted Lin Xion's pledge, causing his heart to sink. This was precisely what he had feared. Would Su-won discover something? However, at this moment, they could only brace themselves and wait for the two to speak. Is there anything you wish to instruct? Sister Su-won, Niu inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Meanwhile, Su-won was idly toying with a white dove that had appeared in her hand, while her other hand held a small scroll, evidently a message just delivered by the pigeon. It's nothing much. Just a feeling that this young man seems a bit off, Su-won replied with a bright smile. Off. Nuyu's expression grew serious as her gaze shifted to Lin Xion, scrutinizing him intently. Lin Xion's heart raced, and he dared not move, fearing the revelation of his issues. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Niu suddenly exclaimed, reaching out towards Lin Xion. What is this? Lin Xion's heart plummeted. Yet he remained frozen in place, as an invisible force had bound him to the ground, rendering him immobile. It's blood poison gas. Nuyu's voice rose sharply. Lin Xion's scalp prickled, and he opened his mouth, about to confess. Just blood poison gas? Came Su-won's voice from the other side. Indeed, that it's not blood essence. Niu shook her head. With a flick of her finger, she extracted a thin, red thread-like insect from Lin Xion's brow. The creature, resembling an earthworm, wriggled briefly in the air before disintegrating into a cloud of red mist, vanishing silently. All right, it should be fine now. This was merely the miasma left from poison deep in the forest. She turned to Lin Xion. Are you willing to join my plum blossom sect? Lin Xin let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling the invisible restraints lift, and quickly bowed his head to the ground. I am willing. Wait. Su Wan's voice interrupted once more. This woman. Lin Xin felt a flicker of impatience. Sister Su Wan, is there anything else? Niu asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone as she looked at Su Wan. Although the latter was a formidable talent from the Wind Control sect, her constant interruptions regarding such an important matter of intrigue felt inappropriate. I can't shake the feeling that this young man still seems a bit off, Su Wan remarked with a teasing smile, glancing at Lin Xin. Still off? Niu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lin Xin once more. Are you still concerned that his internal energy is derived from blood essence techniques? Very well, I shall employ a testing method to put your mind at ease. Su Wan chuckled softly but remained silent. Niu continued, this method was developed by my esteemed master, the blood essence testing technique, which has been tested hundreds of times without failure, though it does require some materials. Lin Xin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Even now, he could not ascertain whether he had indeed cultivated blood essence techniques. If that were the case, he truly was a fool. Yet, he still clung to a sliver of hope, believing perhaps his peculiar abilities could influence whatever testing method was to come. Before these two celestial masters, he found himself unable to move. Forced to kneel obediently on the ground, Inu formed a hand seal with her left hand, her fingers dancing like a lotus flower, while her other hand retrieved a golden long needle from her waist pouch. With a gentle pinch, the needle astonishingly fractured into golden powder that floated delicately downwards. Strangely, these golden particles began to swirl around her left hand seal, as if an invisible force was guiding them. Soon, a slender golden circular line materialized before Niu. Her hand movements grew increasingly rapid and frantic, and the golden circle shrank from the size of a human head to that of a palm, then to a ball the size of a dumpling, finally merging into a small golden sphere. Go. Niu abruptly halted her hand seal, pointing her finger like a sword towards Lin Xion's brow. With a hiss, the golden sphere shot forth a golden line, piercing Lin Xion's forehead. The space between the two, now seemingly connected by this golden line, allowed a continuous stream of golden powder to flow into Lin Xion's brow. Beside him, Ying's fist clenched unconsciously, her concern mounting. The other members of the Lin family, unaware of the gravity of the situation, were captivated by the wondrous display of celestial magic, their eyes wide as they endeavored to memorize every detail. Knowing such sights were rarely witnessed by ordinary folk. Only Lin Jiwen seemed to sense something amiss, his brow furrowing deeper. Lin Xian felt a slight sting in his forehead, involuntarily raising his head to watch the golden line burrowing into his brow like a warm current, cascading down his cheeks. Meanwhile, the core of his internal energy began to bubble, as if activated by some force, gradually ascending towards his head, following the golden line. Lin Xian could discern that his skin was beginning to sprout numerous blood spots, reminiscent of the unusual symptoms he experienced after consuming the Guan Dan. A thick, coppery scent began to emanate from him. Observing the gradual cooling expressions of Niu and Su Wan, his heart sank to its lowest point. It's over. He lamented inwardly, relinquishing all hope, realizing that his entry into the celestial realm was utterly hopeless, and he might even face the charge of deceiving the celestial masters. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. With a final hiss, the golden line fully penetrated Lin Xion's brow that he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his eyes, forcing them shut. Dare to deceive us? A sudden, thunderous reprimand pierced the air. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt a searing pain throughout his body, as if he were on the verge of losing control, with his blood and energy surging violently as the golden line collided with his internal energy. With a whoosh, he opened his eyes just in time to see Niu's frosty expression as she struck towards him. The palm emitted a swirling, pearlescent energy visible as a tangible stream of water. Even the slightest tendril of this energy instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Lin Xian's eyes widened, his body instinctively seeking to break free, yet he remained firmly bound to the ground by the invisible force. Bang! He was forcefully hurled backward. Strangely, he felt no pain at all, and the binding energy dissipated entirely. As he dazedly raised his head, he witnessed a dark red pool of blood splattering onto the ground beside him. To his horror, the blood appeared to writhe as if alive, revealing a mass of tiny, milky white maggots within. The sight caused both Niu and Su Wan to change expressions, while gasps erupted from the Lin family members. At that moment, Su Wan leapt to his side, producing a small vial from seemingly nowhere, and poured its contents, a transparent liquid, onto the blood, which reacted violently, emitting a hissing sound akin to acid meeting water. In no time, the blood dried up, leaving behind a patch of black as Su1 stowed the vial, her expression grave. "This is what I came here to investigate." Nuyu approached him, her demeanor equally serious. "These creatures have already infiltrated this place." "Indeed," Su1 replied. Her earlier lightheartedness vanished as she glanced at Lin Xian. "Have you ever encountered anything peculiar?" Lin Xian, rising from the ground, noticed a gash on his right shoulder, clearly where the blood had erupted from. Fear and trepidation gripped him as he recalled the strange woman he had encountered in the forest. "Thank you, esteemed masters, for your rescue," he exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "As for the strange occurrence, I once encountered a mysterious woman in white within the dense woods." "A woman in white?" Su1 frowned. "What was she like?" "I couldn't see her face. She was simply crying, and no matter how I shifted my angle, I could only see her back." Lin Xian hurriedly recounted everything he knew. Chapter 19. Departure, with her back turned to you. Su1 pondered silently, and Yu, however, produced a small green porcelain vial from her sleeve and tossed it to Lin Xian. "This is the Qingqin Dan. It will help eliminate any residual blood toxins in your body. Take one daily for 7 consecutive days." Lin Xian swiftly caught it. "Thank you, Celestial Maiden, for your assistance." He exhaled deeply, grateful that the 2 celestial masters had detected the problem in time. Otherwise, the consequences of the blood toxins within him could have been dire. "No need for thanks," Nuyu replied tersely, choosing not to mention the matter of his entry any further. Lin Xian felt a pang of anxiety, hesitating to speak as he observed Nuyu retreat to converse quietly with Su1. Leaving him in silence, he stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and felt a sense of melancholy wash over him. "Elder brother," and Ing approached him, gently grasping his hand, her eyes filled with concern. "It's nothing." Lin Xian glanced at Lin Jiwen, who too appeared somewhat disheartened. However, with Ying's successful entry into the sect, it was a silver lining. Her connection to the Lin family would surely bring support in the future. And the Plum Blossom sect's jurisdiction over this area would provide some safety for the Lin family. With this thought, Lin Xian felt a semblance of reassurance, his earlier worries about potential retaliation from the Qing Luo sect beginning to dissipate. "Fellow Taoists from the Song Lin Sword sect, why do you not show yourselves?" Su1's light laughter echoed from afar. "Your presence is our greatest support. Thank you." As her voice faded, 2 figures soared through the air from beyond the walls. Gracefully landing in the courtyard, they were 2 middle-aged Taoists clad in robes, one in a pale yellow robe and the other in moon white. Uncle Bo Yunzi. Both Lin Xian and Ing were taken aback to find that the middle-aged Taoist in a pale yellow robe was none other than Boyunzi, who had long since departed from the Taoist temple. Boyunzi smiled at Lin Xian and Ing, yet remained silent, allowing the Taoist in the moon-white robe beside him to speak. "Esteemed fairies, greetings from Ji Lu of the Song Lin Sword sect." The Taoist's demeanor was calm, his waxen face exuding a sense of unhurried grace. That moment, they noticed a verdant long sword strapped to his back, the tassel dark as night, hanging down behind his shoulder. "Ji Lu, I have not heard of it. Are you here for Linquanzi?" Nuyu stated coldly. "Linquanzi." Ji Lu paused slightly, then glanced around at the disarray of the Lin family courtyard, shaking his head. "No, we have come to introduce a promising disciple recommended by my junior brother." Boyunzi then exchanged glances with an Ing and Lin Xian, signaling them to step forward respectfully. "Master Uncle," they addressed in unison. "This one should be referred to as Master Ji," Boyunzi introduced. The younger generation, Lin Xian and Ing, pays respect to Master Ji. They hurriedly offered their greetings. Ing has already joined the Plum Blossom sect and has performed the 9 bows of respect, Nuyu remarked lightly from the side. "I fear she cannot accompany you back to the Song Lin Sword sect." Boyunzi was taken aback. Looking at Ing, whose complexion flushed crimson, she dared not lie and could only nod in honesty. This could. Boyunzi was primarily there for Ing, a promising talent, and was astonished that someone from the Plum Blossom sect had already made off with her. Ji Lu was also momentarily dumbfounded, not expecting the Plum Blossom sect to swiftly secure their chosen disciple. He wished to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Yuan chuckled. "Now I understand why they all practice the returning Yuan technique. They are from your Song Lin Sword sect's outer circle." "Fairy." Ji Lu opened his mouth, Unsure how to respond, Dai Ti was evident that he was a straightforward individual, and Su Wan and Nu Yu chose not to elaborate further. Very well, we shall yield one disciple to you. But since an Ing has already performed the rites, it cannot be easily changed, can it? Also, do you not have another? Nu Yu stated calmly. Indeed, what the fairy says is correct, Ji Lu acknowledged, clearly feeling inferior to the two before him, positioning himself lower in the conversation. Another. Boyanzi turned his gaze to Lin Xine, scrutinizing him closely while checking his surroundings to ensure no outsiders were near. You have internal energy? He asked in astonishment. Lin Xine quickly nodded. Boyanzi was further astonished, intending to inquire more deeply, but another voice interrupted. Let us conclude this matter, Su Wan declared, giving the final word. Lin Xine, is it? Yes, Lin Xine promptly replied. Could you lead me to the location where you encountered that woman? Of course. But I was in a state of panic at the time and did not pay attention to the exact direction. I am unsure if I can find the way. Lin Xine hesitated. That is of no consequence. A hint of green flickered in Su Wan's eyes. In the dense forest, the atmosphere remained grim and shadowy that a group clad in black disrupted the eerie stillness, led by a young and petite girl with long hair braided into numerous small plaits. Dressed in a tight-fitting black dress that accentuated her waist, and her dainty feet adorned with stockings resembling black silk, in the entire dark thicket. Only a hexagonal hairpin in a vibrant green glimmered softly, providing the sole source of light, casting a ghastly hue upon the faces of those nearby. Lin Xine, clad in black, walked among them, with Boyanzi and Ji Lu ahead, while on the other side, Nu Yu and Zhao Xi'er accompanied an Ing, both in black attire, trailing behind, accompanied by Su Wan and several experts from the Yufeng sect. Lin Xine first led them to the place where he had previously bound the long-eared tiger. As expected, the tiger had been devoured, leaving only its skin and remnants, with wolf tracks scattered all around. Then, using that location as a reference, he directed them deeper into the forest along the path he had fled. Soon, they arrived at the same dark and eerie woods as before. However, as anticipated, there was nothing there, and the mysterious woman had vanished without a trace. Su Wan, unperturbed, began to scan the surroundings with the others. At this thought, Lin Xine involuntarily recalled the pool of tainted blood he had expelled earlier, feeling a surge of anxiety. The source of the leak is indeed nearby, Su Wan murmured, casting a glance back at Lin Xine. Do you have any medicinal supplies to replenish? Lin Xine quickly shook his head. Then Ji Dao Yu. You may take your leave. We at the Yufeng sect will handle matters here, Su Wan stated calmly. Does junior sister Su have confidence? Nu Yu inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. There are some leads, but I cannot say for certain. Su Wan shook her head. Meanwhile, Ji Lu and the others were eager to depart, as they were not there to investigate. Ji Lu stepped forward and cupped his hands to the two. Then we shall take our leave. Boyanzi pulled Lin Xine aside, and the three departed from the group, retracing their steps. Will Fairy Nu Yu not join us? Su Wan glanced at Nu Yu and an Ing. I fear my junior sister may struggle alone. It is better for me to stay and lend you my strength. We are all branches of the same tree, and this much I can manage. Nu Yu seemed to have made her decision long. Geode Ing looked toward Lin Xine, who happened to be gazing back at her. Both understood that this farewell might last a considerable time. The Songlin Sword sect is also one of my 4 sects. Do not worry. You will have the chance to see each other again, and communication through letters is quite convenient. Nu Yu remarked, seemingly aware of their connection. With a hint of impatience, Dian Ying's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Lin Xine sighed and obediently followed Ji Lu and Boyanzi on their way back. Gradually, the figures of Nu Yu, Su Wan, and the others were swallowed by the darkness of the forest until not even a shadow remained. Lin Xine withdrew his gaze. An Ing was the first person in this world to genuinely care for him, and the first to treat him with kindness. Master Uncle, what about the Taoist temple? Lin Xine recalled the siblings Lu Yun and Lu Yu still at the temple, and couldn't help but voice his inquiry. Boyanzi, feeling slightly irked, shot him a glare. Those two lack internal energy and can only remain in the outer sect. Do not worry. I have made arrangements. Junior brother, please remain calm, Ji Lu interjected. Only then did Boyanzi promptly lower his head respectfully. The three ascended the somewhat damp grassy slope toward the mountain, surrounded by lush pine trees and underbrush, with only a single path winding through the greenery. Throughout the journey, the three were as silent as clams, with none speaking. Ji Lu was not a talkative person, and it was primarily Boyunzi who initiated conversation. Walking together, Lin Xin also felt quite vexed. He had a multitude of questions he wished to ask them, but he hesitated to speak due to their evident displeasure, fearing he might offend them. After approximately half an hour, the trio finally reached the foot of the mountain, where a black carriage awaited on the road. Lin family's skilled hands, arranged by the city guards, stood by the carriage and quickly donned smiles upon seeing the three approach. "We will drive the carriage ourselves. You may leave now. And please prepare a carriage for Fairy Su Wan and her group on the mountain," Boyunzi instructed hastily. "Understood," replied Lin Hao, the person in charge of the carriage for the Lin family. "Will you not return for a moment, Master Uncle?" Lin Xin quietly asked. "We have not prepared any provisions." "No need. You will have plenty of time to return whenever you wish." Boyunzi shook his head. "We will go directly back to the sword sect." Ji Lu had already boarded the carriage. Lin Xin still wished to bid farewell to Lin Juwen and the others, but was about to speak when suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated from the depths of Hong Song Mountain. The two quickly turned around, and Ji Lu, who had just sat down, abruptly pulled back the carriage curtain to gaze into the heart of Hong Song Mountain, eye in the distance, on the dark green slope. A place was engulfed in a towering inferno. The flames took on a droplet-like shape, exuding an eerie green hue, yet did not spread outward. "It is the Qingfeng thunder from the Yufeng sect," Ji Lu declared grimly. "Senior brother." Boyunzi looked at Ji Lu. "Do not pay it any mind. It is likely that the fairies are facing trouble. However, our party's strength is too weak to offer assistance, and we could only end up being a burden. We must return swiftly and report to the sect." Ji Lu remained clear-headed in this critical moment. "Understood." The three boarded the carriage, led by the Lin family, and the carriage quickly departed from the foot of Hong Song Mountain, heading straight for the main road outside the city. Lin Xin sat in the carriage, pulling aside the side curtain to look outside. The small river flowed gently, flanked by lush green grass, and occasionally, mounted soldiers and messengers galloped by. Oddly, no birds appeared around the grassy riverbanks, and not a single fish could be seen in the water. Shortly after, the carriage reached a fork in the road, with a wooden signpost indicating a right turn towards Hong Song City, while straight ahead led away from the region. Chapter 20. Departure. Lin Xin noticed a group of people standing at the fork. Lin Juwen, Lin Zhuwu, Lin Xin Guang, Lin Xin Yuan, as well as experts from the Shu family and Mei Hua sect who had come to lend their support. The carriage slowed down slightly. "Master Uncle, Master Ji," Lin Xin softly called out. "May I take a moment to bid farewell?" "Make it quick," Ji Lu nodded, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged within the carriage, seemingly engaged in some form of meditation. Boyunzi remained silent, simply nodding in agreement. Lin Xin hastily opened the carriage door, where Lin Jiwen appeared to be orchestrating something, instructing several juniors to deliver certain items. Except for Lin Xinguang, several individuals eagerly stepped forward, but it was ultimately Lin Xinyuan who snatched the package and hurried towards the carriage. Cousin, Lin Xinyuan, clearly trained in martial arts, quickly reached the carriage and handed over the bundle to him. "I knew you would be in a rush to leave. This is the item that Uncle prepared for you and the two seniors as travel provisions." Lin Xin accepted it, noticing a hint of reluctance on Lin Xinyuan's small face. "Please convey my farewell to my father. Rest assured, I shall return. Is there anything else?" This little one had always been protective of Lin Xin. Unlike Lin Xinguang, she shared the closest bond with Lin Xin among the children of Lin Juwen, and whenever Lin Xinguang ridiculed Lin Xin, she would readily come to his defense. "Cousin, will you remember Xinyuan when you are away?" "Of course," Lin Xin replied with a faint smile, reaching out to pinch Lin Xinyuan's cheek, which felt delightfully gelatinous due to its youthful collagen. "Don't forget to write to me." Lin Xinyuan expressed her lingering attachment. "Otherwise, by the time you return, I may already be married." She said this with a hint of helplessness. Her small face flushed, whether from running or shyness, he could not tell. "I certainly do not wish to marry so soon." "Very well, I shall speak to you and Uncle about it when the time comes." Lin Xin chuckled. "Now, do not linger. Return home." Lin Xinyuan gradually slowed her pace, standing behind and watching as the carriage departed. Her eyes filled with profound envy. Lin Xin understood her well. His cousin had always been strong-willed and independent, aspiring to cultivate martial arts and traverse the world like a man. Yet, regrettably, in this era, the prevailing norm dictated that women must marry by the age of 18. lest they be deemed leftover women and become difficult to wed. Lin Yuan was already 14. In a few years, the matter of marriage would loom large, with Lin Xian now the most influential figure in the family, a master of internal cultivation, and on the cusp of entering a prestigious sect. He had a promising future if he were to advocate for her. She need not fear an early marriage. Aware of her sentiments, Lin Xian agreed to write to Uncle. As the carriage wheels rolled steadily, they soon rounded a bend, and Lin Yuan, along with Lin Jiwen and the others, gradually faded from view. Lin Xian then closed the carriage door and opened the gray-white bundle in his hands, revealing a large gilded red wooden box from which the tantalizing aroma of food wafted. On top lay a thick layer of golden leaves, alongside a letter inscribed with the words, "To my dear son." It was evidently penned by Lin Jiwen. After tearing open the letter, he discovered it contained nothing more than some parting advice. Blessings, reminders to respect his elders, to cultivate diligently, and to bring honor to the family, along with an assurance that he could request financial assistance whenever needed. After folding the letter away, Lin Xian placed the bundle on the small table in the center of the carriage. He glanced at Ji Lu and Bo Yunzi, both of whom were meditating with their eyes closed. Lin Xian then settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate his internal energy. The practice of internal energy cultivation was tedious and monotonous, relying solely on accumulation, day after day, year after year, continuously circulating his internal energy throughout his body. Once his meridians adapted and strengthened, he would begin to penetrate new meridians, incorporating them into a new system that he would then continue to reinforce the new meridians with his internal energy, perfecting the cycle of circulation, and subsequently challenge new meridians to form a new cycle. Repeating this process until he had opened all the meridians documented in the technique, achieving the pinnacle of internal energy cultivation. After a period of closed-eyed meditation, he opened his eyes to find the dim light of the setting sun filtering through the carriage curtains, casting a golden-red hue throughout the interior. "Masters, young master, it seems there are corpses ahead." The coachman suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. The driver was Lin Yuansheng, a guard of the Lin family, who had been assigned as Lin Xian's attendant for this journey. Though his martial prowess was modest, he was honest and diligent, capable of handling many daily tasks. In the future, he could also serve as a messenger, facilitating communication between the Lin family and Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at Bo Yunzi and Ji Lu, both of whom remained unresponsive. Out of curiosity, he rose from his seat at the front of the carriage and lifted the curtain to look ahead. The carriage slowed as they approached the scene. On the yellowing road ahead lay a toppled white carriage, the horses appearing lifeless for quite some time, swarmed by numerous flies and insects. Two women, dressed in fine clothing, had been thrown from the carriage, clearly not of ordinary lineage, yet both were in disarray, with deep gashes on their necks. Nearby lay a headless corpse, presumably that of the driver. They likely encountered bandits, the coachman Lin Yuansheng murmured softly. "With two immortal masters present, and myself as well, what is there to fear from bandits?" Lin Xian remarked casually. "Oh." As the carriage passed over the remains on the road, Lin Xian noticed a figure crouched behind the overturned carriage, a gray-clad man, evidently a martial artist, who was examining the headless corpse with great care. The carriage moved on, soon leaving the sight of the corpse behind. Returning to the carriage, Lin Xian resumed his meditation for a while longer until night fell completely. The three of them awakened, halting for a moment to consume some provisions and drink from the fresh water supplied on the carriage. They allowed the horses to rest and fed them some food. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian inquired about the four sections. "The four sects consist of my Songlin Sword sect, Meiwa sect, Yufeng sect, and Jinyu sect." Bo Yunzi, with a leisurely air, began to enlighten Lin Xian. "Our Songlin Sword sect primarily utilizes swords. The Meiwa sect specializes in talismans. The Yufeng sect excels in magical arts. The Jinyu sect is renowned for its alchemical elixirs. You will learn more about these in due time." The others had settled into the carriage, with only Ji Lu remaining seated, absorbed in his own rigorous practice. Lin Xian and Bo Yunzi found some hay and sat beneath a large tree, lighting a campfire as they engaged in casual conversation. "So, is this return of the master specifically to introduce an Ing to the sect?" Lin Xian asked again. "I presume you did not expect that I could also be initiated? That is indeed something I did not foresee. Before I left you that small booklet, and I had not held any hope for it. I was surprised to see you actually succeeded in entering," Bo Yunzi confessed candidly. "As an outer disciple, I can recommend a disciple and receive some monetary reward. After all, and Ing is capable, and so are you, as long as you possess internal energy. Is entering the immortal gate this simple? Lin Xian questioned, somewhat incredulous. If possessing internal energy suffices, then wouldn't all masters of internal cultivation be able to enter? You underestimate the process. It requires one to be an inner disciple past the age of 30, Bo Yunzi replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Moreover, even once inside, you start as a registered disciple that if you do not become a formal disciple within 10 years, you must leave. Hundreds of registered disciples must rotate every decade. That is indeed significant. Hundreds of people every 10 years. With so many masters of internal cultivation, why have we not seen them before? Lin Xian marveled, yet was perplexed. Because most of them have perished, Bo Yunzi replied, lowering his head slightly. The immortal gate is not so easily entered. Lin Xian sensed a hint of resignation and harsh reality in his tone and fell silent. After eating and resting for a while, they prepared to sleep. With Ji Lu present, this fellow was truly a remarkable master. Unlike Bo Yunzi, who was merely at the internal energy stage in the dead of night, when some wild wolves approached, Ji Lu revealed his skills, conjuring a burst of white flames that drove away all nearby beasts. Lin Xian listened as Bo Yunzi explained that all magical arts required one to be at the qi refinement stage to utilize them. They were currently at the postnatal stage, only able to cultivate their internal energy fully, ensuring the smooth flow of their meridians before they could begin their qi cultivation. This process typically took a normal disciple at least 10 years, while those with lesser aptitude might require 20 or even 30 years. Without special resources and environments outside the immortal sect, one might spend a lifetime without entering the innate stage due to the lack of techniques. Day after day, they traveled for 6 consecutive days. Just as they encountered a torrential downpour, a landslide forced the four to halt and seek refuge in a dilapidated temple. With their provisions depleted, Lin Xian and Bo Yunzi foraged nearby, hunting some wild rabbits and antelopes, seasoning them for roasting, and drying the leftovers into jerky for storage. The rain fell incessantly for 2 full days and nights, with no sign of abating, compelling the four to remain in the crumbling temple. Lin Xian sat with closed eyes in a corner of the dilapidated temple, directing the internal energy at his solar plexus to slowly circulate within his body. The food consumed transformed into a continuous stream of internal energy under his guidance. Joining the cycle, the essence refining into energy was the essence of internal cultivation, converting the vital energy from food into internal energy for future use. Lin Xian had yet to reach the level of internal vision, with his eyes shut. He was enveloped in darkness, with only a faint reddish attribute bar visible in his mind. After a while, he noted slight changes in the attribute bar, while the attribute values remained unchanged. There was now an upward arrow next to his physique. The internal energy icon also displayed additional details: damage, 3, defense, 1, evasion, 1, physique, 1. Shaoge Yuanju, first layer. Completion 2, kill 1. Constitution 1. Upon witnessing this newly surfaced segment, Lin Xian was suddenly infused with fresh motivation. The tedious and monotonous practice of internal energy cultivation seemed to have transformed into something more bearable. Chapter 21. Arrival. However, he felt somewhat helpless, as accumulating enough internal energy to advance even a fraction required 10 cycles, and thus far, he had only amassed 2 points. In other words, to break through to the first tier, I still require 98 progress, and I can only cycle my internal energy once a day. Otherwise, my body's meridians won't withstand it. 10 cycles yield only a minuscule advancement. At this rate, I will need 980 days to reach the second tier. Does that not amount to over 2 years, nearly 3? Lin Xian calculated in his mind, initially believing that seeing progress would hasten his journey, only to be confronted with the grim reality of time. My junior sister is only 18 this year and has already reached the second tier. Her innate talent surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Lin Xian sighed. No wonder the master uncle regards her with such esteem. Sensing the sluggish circulation of internal energy within his body, akin to a snail's pace, he dared not accelerate his thoughts, lest he suffer excruciating pain from torn meridians. Any injury would require time for recovery. With a resigned exhale, Lin Xian opened his eyes to find Master Ji Lu unchanged, seated in meditation since their arrival at the dilapidated temple. Master Uncle Yunzi was engrossed in a book, occasionally lifting a small wine bottle, its origin unknown, to sip. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the rain continued to fall, casting a dreary shroud beyond the temple's entrance where visibility diminished beyond 10 meters. A pile of kindling burned in the center of the temple, and feeling a chill, Lin Xin leaned closer to the fire, extending his hands for warmth. The carriage driver, Lin Yuansheng, slumbered beside the statue, drool escaping his lips and pooling on the ground, deep in dreams. After warming himself by the fire for a while, Lin Xin felt the urge for water. He hesitated to wake Lin Yuansheng, and instead rose to retrieve a water pouch from beside him. Pouring himself a drink from a simple leather cup, suddenly, a man's voice echoed from outside. "Over here, there's a dilapidated temple. Hurry." Just as Lin Xin was about to drink, he noticed a man clad in a raincoat and conical hat rushing into the temple, followed closely by two others dressed similarly. The trio, drenched in pale yellow raincoats, removed their hats, revealing a middle-aged man and two young individuals, all armed and clad in form-fitting attire, resembling wanderers of the Jianghu. Noticing their presence, the middle-aged man clasped his hands toward Lin Xin, offering no words as he sought a corner to shed his raincoat. The two younger companions, however, scrutinized Lin Xin and the others with curious gazes. Seemingly fresh from their travels, Lin Xin set down the water pouch, feeling a twinge of pain in his meridians, recognizing that he could not practice any further today due to the limitations of his bodily tolerance. With nothing else to occupy him, he leaned against the wall and began to doze off. However, the chill of the cold wall against the back of his head was uncomfortable, and the faint musty odor of the dilapidated temple did little to foster a restful environment. The three newcomers had already commenced their own fire. Despite the prolonged rain, the drywood had nearly been scavenged by Lin Xin and his companions, leaving only damp twigs for kindling. "If you don't mind, come over and warm yourselves," Master Ji Lu spoke softly, having awakened at some point. "Apologies for the intrusion, esteemed Taoists," the middle-aged man replied with a smile, nodding politely before joining the fire with his companions. "May I inquire from which direction you have come?" With idle time on his hands, the middle-aged man initiated casual conversation. "We traveled from the direction of Hongsong City," Master Yunzi interjected. "Your accent suggests you hail from Suyang. You have keen ears." "Indeed, we are from Suyang," the middle-aged man responded. Soon engaging in light conversation with Master Yunzi, Lin Xin listened attentively, learning that there were troubling events occurring in the vicinity of Hongsong City, prompting many to rush towards it. Master Yunzi probed further. Discovering that the city had become a hotbed of conflict, rumors had spread that treasures lay hidden there, drawing countless Jianghu figures, some seeking excitement and others with covetous intentions. It is said that within the depths of Hongsong Mountain, golden light shines. Whether this is true remains to be seen, but many claim to have witnessed it, and the news has spread, leading many Jianghu individuals in that direction. The middle-aged man whispered, "Golden light." A flicker of intrigue danced in Master Yunzi's eyes. "Many are indeed flocking to Hongsong City. I hear even the members of Meihua sect have set out." "Is that so? Even the Meihua sect is mobilizing?" Master Ji Lu's expression remained composed, yet his eyes reflected surprise. Surely the Meihua sect must have some confirmation, or they would not be hastily heading their base solely on hearsay. The middle-aged man explained that he intended to take his two children along to experience the world. Heading towards Hongsong City, Lin Yuansheng also joined the conversation, as he was well acquainted with the situation in Hongsong City. Having traveled extensively, he quickly engaged with the two inexperienced young individuals. Lin Xin interjected intermittently, listening closely. As they conversed, the rain outside the dilapidated temple finally began to ease, hinting at a complete cessation. Master Ji Lu suggested they resume their journey, and no one opposed. They had grown weary of staying in the temple for 2 days, and the supplies of beans and hay carried by the horses were dwindling. If they delayed further, they might face the inconvenience of seeking additional provisions. Leaving the fire for the newcomers, the four of them led their horses and cart out from the makeshift shelter and continued their journey. Lin Yuansheng draped an oilcloth over the horses to shield them from the rain, preventing illness from excess exposure, before taking up the reins. "Is there truly treasure emerging in Hongsong City?" Lin Xin pondered as he sat in the cart. How had Su Wanxian's investigation into the strange occurrences led to the revelation of treasure? They traveled from midday into the late afternoon, and at last, the rain ceased. The number of oncoming carts and riders increased, most of whom appeared hurried, with only the occasional merchant caravan moving at a more leisurely pace. Crossing out of Suyang City's jurisdiction and into Su Mountain territory, dusk gradually enveloped the sky as Lin Yuansheng searched for a suitable resting place. Suddenly, 3 riders on yellow horses approached rapidly, galloping towards the left side of the cart. One male rider abruptly reined in his horse, bowing toward the cart. "Is there a disciple from Songlin aboard?" Master Ji Lu lifted the cart's curtain. "Ah, it is the 3 brothers from Meihua sect. Have you come for Hongsong City?" Indeed. We are here to assist Sister Su Wan, the male rider replied solemnly. Master Ji Lu furrowed his brow and promptly relayed what he knew. The three riders, their expressions grave, excused themselves and hastily continued on their way. Master Ji Lu lowered the cart's curtain, while Lin Xin felt a surge of concern. If even that Su Wan enchantress is seeking aid, it suggests that the situation there is likely dire. Your worry is futile. This matter is beyond our reach. It would be wise for us to steer clear of the vortex of conflict, Master Yunzi said, patting Lin Xion's shoulder before producing a smoking pipe and lighting it. Indeed, Lin Xion nodded, suppressing his thoughts and only praying for the safety of his family. Despite their brief time together, they were nonetheless his roots in this world. After resuming their journey for another 5 or 6 days, the four stopped at a traveler's inn to replenish their water and provisions. Exiting Su Mountain territory, they crossed several barren hills. Finally arriving at the banks of a turbulent river, the water flowed like a jade ribbon from west to east, and the cart halted at a small market town along the riverbank. According to Master Yunzi, this river marked the boundary to the Songlin Sword Sect's domain, thus non-sect members were forbidden from crossing. Lin Yuanqing would have to remain in this small town. Lin Xian understood and left half of the golden leaves given by Lin Yuan with Lin Yuanqing, advising him to find a place to stay. Initially, he thought these golden leaves would suffice to purchase property in the town, as their value would equate to over 1 million in RMB. To his surprise, the housing prices in this town, named Mingshui, were exorbitantly high, leaving all his golden leaves insufficient. It was only with Master Yunzi's loan of a gold ingot that Lin Xian was able to secure a small courtyard in the town. The remaining funds would barely sustain Lin Yuanqing for a year. Accompanied by Master Ji Lu and Master Yunzi, Lin Xian boarded a small boat heading toward the river crossing. The three stood at the bow, gazing longingly at the mist-shrouded mountains on the opposite shore. Master Ji Lu stroked his chin and introduced, "Our Songlin Sword Sect is the only sect among the four with a remarkably low threshold for entry. Regardless of how one acquires their internal energy, regardless of talent or character, as long as one possesses internal energy and is under 30 years of age, they may join. However, upon entry, one is merely a registered disciple. If one fails to become a formal disciple within 10 years, they will be relegated to the outer sect or tasked with missions, leading an independent life away from the sect. Does that not mean anyone could join the sect? Even those with nefarious intentions?" Lin Xian questioned the Songlin Sword Sect's policy. "It is ineffective. Despite this approach, the number of disciples in our Songlin Sword Sect continues to dwindle year by year, with significant casualties. In time, you will understand." Master Yunzi sighed from the side. "If further scrutiny of character is demanded, then my sword sect would have long been left with no members at all. As long as one does not harbor an extreme animosity towards everything, and vows with heartfelt sincerity, there is little concern for such matters," Lin Xin remarked, rendered speechless, as it seemed the internal strife within the sword sect was quite severe. "However, there is no need for you to feel apprehensive," Ji Lu continued. "Within the sect, there exists a rule against harming fellow disciples, and most disciples are preoccupied daily with matters of jade coins and tasks, as well as enhancing their cultivation, leaving little time for mutual conflict." At this point, he fell silent, and Bo Yunzi also refrained from speaking. The boat, under the helmsman's guidance, slowly approached the banks of the Mingshui River. Chapter 22. Arrival on the gray-yellow stony shore. There was a rudimentary dock. Several stout wooden piles were driven into the shallow waters, alongside which a long wooden bridge had been constructed that a small boat had already docked. And a woman dressed as a scholar in male attire leapt from the vessel, casting a glance back at the three before remaining silent, tossing down her fare, and departing with her long sword slung over her shoulder. After disembarking, Lin Xian followed the direction of the woman, traversing a rugged stone gorge, which suddenly opened up ahead. Standing at the mouth of the gorge, Lin Xian gazed down into a basin surrounded by mountains, where a cluster of gray-white stone houses stood. Hundreds of stone dwellings were neatly arranged, all taking the form of standard cubic boxes, with small chimneys curving out from their sides. The pathways within the town were orderly, with figures in light yellow robes occasionally flitting by, though more often than not, they resembled ordinary folk, clad in various garments, each bearing a sword, both men and women alike. "From this point onward, I can no longer accompany you," Bo Yunzi said, patting Lin Xian on the shoulder. "I am no longer a registered disciple, merely an outer disciple executing tasks for the sect. From here on, you must rely on yourself." Lin Xian nodded, intending to express his gratitude. But he saw Bo Yunzi turn and hurriedly make his way towards the gorge, muttering something about obtaining another piece of jade coin. Ji Lu glanced at Lin Xine. This is the Listening Sword Valley where registered disciples reside. Follow me to register your record. Understood. The two made their way down to the small town, and it was only then that Lin Xine noticed that there were not only this gorge as an entrance, but also 5 or 6 others. Along the way, Ji Lu greeted several individuals they encountered. Approaching the town, 2 women clad in moon-white robes, evidently masters of qi cultivation, entered from another entrance, each accompanied by a young man. Upon seeing Ji Lu, one of the women quickly raised her hand and waved. Over here. Ji Daizi. The woman, with a red mole at the corner of her mouth, had an oval face, a slender figure, and long hair cascading over her shoulders, tied back with a white ribbon, exuding a remarkable beauty. Ji Lu's face flushed. I am not Ji Daizi, he retorted. Who else could it be? The 2 women giggled. The red mole woman glanced at Lin Xine. You're also here for tasks, aren't you? Quite good. We've brought in 2 as well. Let us go report together. Ji Lu's face reddened further as he lowered his gaze, somewhat shy. All right. No wonder Ji Daizi is just as you described. Sister, the other woman could not help but tease. It's no surprise that sister murmurs about someone every night. Turns out it's truly someone worth pitying, huh? Have you become mischievous, Yuling? The red mole woman, slightly annoyed, raised her hand as if to strike. Lin Xine, watching from behind, felt a chuckle bubbling within him, while the 2 new arrivals, a man and a woman, could not contain their laughter. The 3, all newcomers, exchanged glances and decided to group together, following the 3 celestial masters into the town. Which place do you hail from? The young man inquired softly. Cupping his fist, he appeared quite handsome, with a youthful visage that lent him an endearing quality. Hong Song City. In the Great Yuan, Lin Xine replied. What is your surname? My humble surname is Wang, with the single character Chong, meaning to soar high. The Great Yuan, that's quite a distance, but this Miss Xiao Lingling is also from the Great Yuan. The young man introduced himself. I am Lin Xine, new as in new. Lin Xine smiled. Hearing the introduction, he glanced at the young woman beside him. She appeared to be around 20, similar in age to him, with large, sparkling eyes that had a slight allure. Her fair complexion suggested she came from a distinguished family. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, tied with a bow-shaped white ribbon at the back. As someone trained in martial arts, her figure was commendable, clad in a white dress that accentuated her curves, though her legs were slightly shorter. She had no other apparent flaws. I haven't heard of Hong Song City in the Great Yuan, but I am from the Yuan Mansion, Xiao Lingling cheerfully introduced. I know of the Yuan Mansion. It lies quite far from our place, near the capital of the Great Yuan. Lin Xine replied with a smile. The trio casually discussed their martial arts experiences and amusing anecdotes from their journeys, soon arriving at the foremost area of the town, where a long staircase of white stones ascended. Standing at the base of the stairs and looking up, one could see only a faint mist swirling, with no visible end in sight. On either side of the staircase rose 2 massive stone walls, covered in myriad scratches, seemingly all sword marks. To the right stood a small white stone tower. Upon entering, they found a chaotic array of items displayed on the stone walls within, many made of jade. Behind a bar-like table sat a withered old man, resembling a eunuch, entirely devoid of facial hair. Register and collect your basic equipment, Ji Lu announced loudly as he entered. Write your name. Take what you need. Don't take more than necessary. The consequences are yours to bear. The old man lethargically gestured toward a small booklet laid on the table, which appeared to consist of rigid jade sheets. It was already densely filled with numerous names. The red mole woman and her companion approached, using their fingers to write on it. Astonishingly, the mere act of writing with their fingers produced white characters. Soon, Ji Lu stepped up, swiftly inscribing Lin Xine's name, followed by the names of the guides, Ji Lu and Bo Yunzi. The so-called basic equipment consisted of individually wrapped white parcels, one for each person to carry. Lin Xine chose one that felt slightly bulging. Exiting the small tower, the 2 women led Xiao Lingling and Wang Chong aside for a chat. Ji Lu also took Lin Xine aside. From now on, you must fend for yourself in this small town. This package contains 3 days' worth of food and water, as well as the standard attire for registered disciples. The rest is up to you to manage. Whether you buy, steal, or make it yourself is entirely your choice. Registered disciples are not bound by strict rules, save for one. Do not harm fellow disciples. And where will I reside? Lin Xine inquired, somewhat exasperated. Find an unoccupied small house yourself. If you can't locate one, you can share with someone else or seize another's dwelling, as long as you can overpower them. Ji Lu replied nonchalantly. We all went through this. It's a necessary path for adaptation. Is it permissible not to have a house? Lin Xian pondered and asked again. Of course. But the nights here can bring extremely low temperatures and freezing rain that can kill even a fully grown man. And the rainwater is toxic, hindering your internal cultivation. If you cannot find shelter, you will meet a very grim fate. Ji Lu responded in a low voice. In truth, there are sufficient houses available, but their locations vary in quality, and the houses themselves differ in condition. You will understand this later. What about food and other necessities? Lin Xian continued to inquire. In the center of the town, there is a stone tablet. Periodically, someone will inscribe various announcements and schedules. It includes a small map of the area, and there are also regular meetings for lectures on the Tao each month. You can ask someone familiar for guidance. Ji Lu patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Your talent is not remarkable, but you are young. At 20, you've already cultivated internal energy. Breaking through the Qi stage within 10 years may be challenging. But innate potential is still promising. If luck is on your side and you survive, you may achieve great accomplishments. Work hard. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded vigorously. Ji Lu contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a copper token from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Xian. You are Bo Yunzi's disciple. If you encounter any issues, you can use this token to find me at the Dan Hall. Without saying more, you should be able to procure a few essence pills. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Realizing that Ji Lu was extending a favor due to his connection with Bo Yunzi, considering that Ji Lu had traveled this far with Bo Yunzi just to introduce a disciple of internal energy, it was clear they shared a close bond. Compared to that irresponsible Master Uncle, Ji Lu is indeed far more reliable. So be it. Until we meet again. Ji Lu turned, noticing that the Red Mole women had already concluded their discussions. They seemed to share no special relationship, keeping things straightforward. Let us go, Ji Daisy, the Red Mole woman chuckled, turning to ascend the stone steps, while the one named Yuling glanced back at Lin Xian and the others. Take care of yourselves. After saying this, the three did not look back, simultaneously leaping into the air and soaring up the steps, disappearing into the mist above in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian exchanged glances with the other two, both feeling somewhat at a loss. Let us find a place to stay first, Lin Xian suggested. Agreed. As newcomers, it's best to act cautiously. Wang Chong nodded. It sounds like this environment may pose some challenges. I concur, Xiao Lingling agreed. The three turned back and entered the town. The white stone houses of the town were arranged in an orderly fashion, most of the stone doors tightly shut, while the roads between the houses occasionally saw hurried passers-by. The three individuals meandered along the periphery of the town, discovering a meandering brook with crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbled bed beneath. Adjacent to the brook stood several imposing stone edifices, characterized by 10-meter-high walls, which were divided into two levels. From the second floor, wisps of smoke subtly ascended into the air. They could even hear the faint strains of string instruments and the melodious laughter of women within. Fifth, fourth, third. Lin Xian read aloud the inscriptions etched into the walls of these structures. These must be the finest among them. They have long been inhabited, Wang Chong remarked in a hushed tone. Before I arrived here, I inquired thoroughly about the circumstances. These stone houses are known to accelerate the cultivation of inner energy. Even the least favorable of them would surpass the speed of our own practice. Hence, acquiring these stone houses is imperative, Xiao Lingling asserted with gravity. The trio continued alongside the brook, passing by the fourth house, and entering a row of double-story stone residences resembling villas that a low wall enclosed a small courtyard around each house. The pathways between the stone houses were eerily deserted, with scarcely anyone traversing them. Suddenly, as they approached one of the double-story stone houses, the door swung open, revealing a young woman with a pallid complexion. Clad in dark, fitted attire, her long hair cascaded down, and she bore two crossed long swords on her back. She cast a fleeting glance at the three, shut the door without uttering a word, and gracefully leaped away, vanishing around the corner of the road. What formidable prowess! Xiao Lingling's face turned pale, seemingly startled by the woman's mere gaze. What is it? Lin Xian and Wang Chong inquired, puzzled. My cultivation technique possesses a keen sense of perception. Xiao Lingling swallowed hard. That woman's inner energy is at least 100 times greater than the combined total of the three of us. Hiss! Wang Chong inhaled sharply. Lin Xian's expression also shifted. This place is beyond our capability. We must leave. Agreed. The three hastily departed, heading towards the direction where the stone houses appeared increasingly diminutive. As they passed through the town's center, they encountered a massive stone tablet embedded in the ground, covered with intricate inscriptions. Occasionally, a few individuals would pause to examine it before hastily moving on. The three stepped forward to investigate. Upon closer inspection, they found a detailed map of the entire town etched upon the tablet. The map was a perfect square, with two-story stone houses on the left, gradually diminishing in height as one moved to the right. Further away from the brook, several small circles marked the locations of markets and miscellaneous establishments. The map also contained a daily schedule, indicating a preaching conference every month, where senior cultivators would offer guidance to those in the chi refinement stage. Additionally, there was a designation for a medical facility, as well as fields for crops and firewood, all situated in the nearby mountainous woods, albeit somewhat distant. The inscriptions were rendered in traditional characters, seemingly in an uncommon script, which Lin Xin found somewhat challenging to decipher. Fortunately, Xiao Lingling had a solid foundation and began to read aloud for the two. While the three examined the stone tablet, Xiao Lingling's recitation attracted the attention of two newcomers, who, however, made no attempt to engage in conversation and departed promptly after listening. Let us first inspect the least favorable stone house, Lin Xin suggested cautiously. The others agreed without objection. Just as they took a few steps with their burdens, they encountered a group of 5 approaching them. The woman at the forefront wielded a crude, heavy sword, her icy gaze fixated on the trio. Newcomers. Indeed. The woman, her bangs obscuring the right side of her face, donned a fitted gray-black silk outfit, resembling a female ninja. The others accompanying her bore similar attire, their eyes scrutinizing the trio as if they were mere lambs. Hand over your rations, the heavy sword-wielding woman commanded. Tapping the sword's tip against the ground, Lin Xin and his companions tensed. Why should we relinquish our belongings to you? Wang Chong retorted defiantly. If you can defeat us, you may leave. If not, you shall remain, the woman replied nonchalantly. Are you not afraid of the sect's rules? Wang Chong's face betrayed a hint of panic. Xiao Lingling also appeared somewhat pale, clearly inexperienced in real combat. The sect's rules. The group erupted in laughter. One man unsheathed his long sword. The rules do not prohibit robbery. Lin Xin glanced around, noting that those near the stone tablet either pretended not to notice or stood idly by, watching the spectacle unfold. A wealthy young man, adorned in white, approached from another path with several companions. Upon witnessing the scene, he scoffed, shaking his delicate yellow folding fan. Zheng Xiuqin remains as unambitious as ever. She could have followed Wu Lianda and, after 5 years as a spiritual servant, secured the right to reside in the finest stone houses, far better than resorting to robbing newcomers. Among the 5 women Wu Lianda has taken a liking to in the outer district, she is the only one with such a fiery temperament. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted this long, another chimed in. That is true. Let us go. Our mission is pressing. The wealthy young man tucked away his fan and led his companions past the stone tablet, heading straight out of the town. Meanwhile, Lin Xin and his companions assessed the number of adversaries before them. Xiao Lingling sensed the formidable cultivation levels of the group, far surpassing their own. The two could not be relied upon. And yet surrendering their rations was equally unpalatable. Lin Xion's hand slowly crept towards the hilt of his sword. Are you contemplating a fight? The woman scoffed. It seems you are unwilling to concede. Clang. Lin Xion suddenly drew his sword, unleashing a swift strike, sending 3 points of white light hurtling towards the woman. Thud. The 3 points of light barely traveled before the woman effortlessly swept them aside with her sword. As if brushing away leaves and dust. As Lin Xion's inner strength surged, he was abruptly interrupted, his sword knocked aside, leaving him with a painful constriction in his chest, a fleeting sting in his heart. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Take your belongings. He hastily tossed his pack toward her. The woman caught the pack, scrutinizing Xiao Lingling and Wang Chong, whose expressions were grim with hesitation, ultimately surrendering their packs as well. To dare act against me with the first layer of the Guiyuan technique. Impressive, the woman remarked, eyeing Lin Xion. I merely wish to gauge the difference, Lin Xion replied, shaking his head. Are you considered powerful here? He inquired further. Powerful? The woman chuckled, a flicker of resentment crossing her features. In the Sword Valley, I rank 143rd in the outer district, with over 600 individuals in total that you deem me powerful. She swiftly rummaged through the contents of their packs, extracting a wooden vial and inspecting its contents. Returning 2/3 of it before tossing the pack back to the trio, Lin Xion caught the pack, bewildered by her unexpected generosity. The natural order of survival dictated the strong prey upon the weak. He had resigned himself to that fate. What did it mean for her to return the pack? I am leaving you with 1 day's worth of rations. Make haste to find a stone house in the outer district, the woman declared. Turning to depart with her companions, the trio stood dumbfounded, watching as they disappeared from view. I am Zheng Shouqin, 143rd. Feel free to seek me out for retribution at any time, the woman called back. Her voice echoing. Lin Xn maintained a stoic expression, watching her depart, while Wang Chong wore a frustrated countenance. Xiao Lingling's expression darkened. For someone of her stature, it was likely the first time she had faced such blatant humiliation. We are truly too weak, Lin Xn murmured. Let us quickly find a place to stay. Wang Chong and the others remained silent. All three at the first layer of the Guiyuan technique, utterly powerless against those at least at the second or perhaps even third layers, like Zheng Shouqin. They hastily left the vicinity of the stone tablet, making their way towards the increasingly lower and more rudimentary stonehouse area. Gradually, the streets became busier, with some engaging in fierce combat in open spaces, caught in a tangled struggle, while onlookers observed with idle curiosity. Others congregated, seemingly awaiting the arrival of more individuals to embark on some collective endeavor. They also noticed, aside from Zheng Shouqin's group, another burly figure with dark hair leading a band of cohorts in their own acts of robbery against others. It appeared that the townsfolk had grown accustomed to the chaotic atmosphere, as they frequently witnessed bloodied swordsmen staggering into the stone houses, while neatly dressed individuals fled from them in haste. The number of stone houses escalated from dozens to hundreds, and then to 200, 300, 400, and ultimately 500, until they reached the 600 area, which was nearly at the town's outermost edge. Beyond lay lush, verdant forests, where cawing birds echoed intermittently. Finally, the trio located some vacant stone houses at the very edge of the perimeter. They selected 3 adjacent houses, numbered 670, 671, and 672. Lin Xin's dwelling was at 670. A minuscule room measuring less than 3 meters in length and width, scarcely larger than a closet, containing a dilapidated wooden bed that appeared on the verge of collapse, aside from the bed. The room was utterly bare. With a sigh, Lin Xin discarded the rickety bed, retrieving a sturdy branch from the woods to serve as a makeshift broom, sweeping the stone chamber until it was barely habitable. At that moment, Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling completed their own cleaning endeavors and promptly returned to their respective practices to regulate their inner energy. The events of the day had evidently instilled a sense of urgency regarding their strength, prompting them to seize every fleeting moment. Lin Xin shook his head, his gaze drawn to the mist-enshrouded peaks, where the white stone steps ascended to their terminus. That it was the true residence of the disciples of the Pine Forest Sword sect. The path to immortality. Is it truly attainable? He mused. The thought that an ordinary person like himself could have the opportunity to engage with such legendary realms ignited a flicker of fervor within his heart. Although one's qualifications may be lacking, possessing extraordinary abilities can lead to success. Once one achieves success in any endeavor, mastery follows swiftly. Perhaps it would be prudent to first explore the local market to uncover potential methods to capitalize on one's unique talents. In the depths of the Pine Forest Sword sect's mountain range, the demonic path runs rampant. The appearance of a rare treasure in the Yuan Kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Plum Blossom sect may present an opportunity for our righteous path. Beneath a gray-white sky, a young Taoist stood atop a dusty yellow cliff, gazing reverently into the vast emptiness before him. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. The Golden Jade sect is currently dedicating all efforts to gather materials and herbs for the concoction of the Golden Jade Flower Spirit Pill. I need you to visit the Golden Jade sect and procure 2 spirit pills on my behalf. A sudden ancient voice reverberated in the air above the cliff. I shall depart at once, the Taoist replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Beyond the cold, desolate gray stone walls, a row of stone houses stood in alignment, facing the wall. Some houses were vacant, while others displayed colorful fabrics at their doorways as shop signs. Adorned with vague characters in black ink, the streets were eerily quiet, with only a few individuals hastily departing from the shops, either rushing back to the town or heading directly up the mountain. Scattered across the street were merely a dozen or so people meandering about. One slightly larger shop displayed a black flag hanging from a stone pillar, inscribed with the words, Jade Light Pavilion. Inside the shop lay a hodgepodge of various items, a riot of colors, black, yellow, red, and white, ranging from palm-sized shells to half-person height gourds, down to tiny eggs the size of copper coins. alongside oddly shaped bronze artifacts. The shop had overflowed with merchandise, spilling onto the two stone steps outside. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman in a white hat, clad in a long red dress, her waist and legs as thick as a barrel, casually munching on sunflower seeds. "Sister Wu, have there been no new talismans lately? Why are we still stuck with these old trinkets?" A male swordsman browsing the shop expressed his dissatisfaction. "Recently, there have been fewer items sent in. I suspect the materials are scarce this time." Leaving me with little choice, the plump woman replied lazily. "And what of the formations? There isn't a complete exorcism array, just two incomplete pieces." Another pair, seemingly a couple, complained, just as Sister Wu was about to respond. A young man dressed as a wandering hero entered the shop. That he wore dark brown leather attire, and curiously, a belt adorned with a prominent skull at its center. The white skull appeared hollow, its surface seemingly glistening with a bluish hue. "Young master of the Bone Heart Sword Manor, what brings you to my humble shop today?" Sister Wu exclaimed with a beaming smile, her demeanor suddenly warm and welcoming. "The 10th rank Bone Heart Sword?" The other patrons in the shop exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in surprise, hastily making space to avoid any potential confrontation. That a couple of individuals, wishing to avoid trouble, departed the shop, leaving the scene to the plump Sister Wu, who remained unfazed. Chapter 24. Preparation Part 2. The Bone Heart Sword maintained an expression of indifference. "In a few days, I will embark on a mission. I came to inquire about the Yangtung Sand." "Yangtung Sand? Indeed, if the young master desires it, my shop can surely procure some, regardless of what stock is available," Sister Wu replied, her smile widening as she returned to the counter and retrieved a small dark red wooden box. Presenting it with both hands to the Bone Heart Sword. That moment, several new customers entered the shop, both male and female, each dressed differently. Among them was a young man with a clean visage and fair complexion, resembling an ordinary wealthy heir, exuding a faint scholarly aura. Clad in a pale yellow Taoist robe with a white belt, he bore a common longsword, indistinguishable from the surrounding outer disciples. This individual was Lin Xin, who had been at the market for half a day. He had not come to purchase anything but had instead scoured the area, seeking out the most popular shop, which turned out to be the Jade Light Pavilion, where he had patiently waited at the entrance for hours. He was observing, gauging the shopkeeper Sister Wu's treatment of various customers to discern their status, who was formidable, who was ordinary, who held high rank, and who was lowly. He committed the identities of the prominent figures to memory. In this place, trust was scarce, and cutthroat competition went unchecked. It was evidently a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong. Thus, he chose to diligently gather intelligence. Standing before a display of jade pendants, Lin Xin casually picked up an oval jade pendant, its icy green surface chilling to the touch, as if it had just emerged from a freezer. The pendant was crafted in a remarkably simple manner, featuring a hollowed-out symbol in the center, resembling a jumble of incomprehensible characters. "This is the Cold Heart Pendant. It can suppress malevolent thoughts for a brief period, and the runes inscribed can sustain this effect for half an hour." A middle-aged man dressed as a farmer whispered nearby. "Cold Heart Pendant." Lin Xin turned it over to examine the back, where the price was scribbled in red, 10 pieces of jade coin. "Do you wish to purchase it?" The old farmer glanced at Lin Xin and shook his head. "This is intended for mission use. It would be of no benefit to you right now. Its shelf life is merely 15 days. I am merely browsing." Lin Xin chuckled, pulling a book from the adjacent shelf and flipping through it, noting the complex characters that bore subtle differences from the script of his homeland. The Great Yuan, with more strokes, yet still decipherable. "I am Huang Guizhi. Everyone calls me Old Huang. You appear to be a newcomer, am I right?" the farmer inquired casually, picking up a black copper coin to inspect. "Good eye. I am Lin Xin." Lin Xin responded with a smile. "Lin Xin, as a newcomer, have you joined any small groups?" Old Huang probed quietly. "Small groups? All newcomers have their own groups to avoid being bullied, or at least to lessen the bullying. In fact, everyone under 100 has a group. That IT not only facilitates missions, but also provides protection against stronger adversaries and allows for the sharing of cultivation insights." Old Huang grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. "I belong to the Spirit Pearl Gang. Could you share how many small groups exist for newcomers?" Lin Xin seized the opportunity to inquire. "There are 4 long-standing ones: the Spirit Pearl Gang, the Yin Yang Gang, the Harmony Gang, and finally, the Poison Gang. This place is neither too large nor too small," Old Huang replied casually. Long-standing. Indeed, there are many smaller groups, but they form quickly and disband just as swiftly. Before long, a number of them will perish. Is there a mandatory task each month? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, the sect provides opportunities to learn the supreme path. But it is not without its costs. Old Huang explained matter-of-factly as he rummaged through items. He picked up another copper kettle, seemingly having taken a liking to it. Sister Wu, I will take this, he said, making his way towards her while casually bidding Lin Xian farewell. I must take my leave. You may browse at your leisure. Understood, brother. Take care. Lin Xian nodded. He understood why the townsfolk were always in a hurry, with the looming threat of monthly missions hanging over their heads. No one could afford to live leisurely. Reflecting on this, Lin Xian recalled his unique ability, which allowed him to succeed in any endeavor upon achieving success just once. Such a talent was ideally suited for alchemy. He began searching through the tomes for those pertaining to elixirs, foundations of alchemy, binding elixirs technique, essentials of 108 external elixirs, and herb solutions. In total, there were 4 relatively elementary texts, all thin booklets. Pondering for a moment, Lin Xian selected the Foundations of Alchemy and flipped it over to check the price. 55 jade coins. So exorbitant. He inhaled sharply, realizing he possessed not even a single jade coin, only golden leaves amounting to roughly 200 taels of silver. Having monitored the exchange rates outside the shop, he was well aware that 1 jade coin equated to 100 taels of silver. Thus, his entire silver hoard was barely sufficient for 2 jade coins. After examining the other alchemical texts, he found none priced below 30 jade coins. Returning the books to their place, Lin Xian recognized that this avenue was unfeasible. Aside from alchemy, I might also consider exploring talismans or formations, Lin Xian thought as he sifted through the foundational texts on talisman crafting and formations. However, none were priced below 30 jade coins, the lowest being 35. Sighing, Lin Xian resigned himself to searching for the least expensive book. Another man, seemingly a newcomer as well, was rummaging through the shelves, equally taken aback by the prices. Their eyes met, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. If you can't afford it, don't waste your time browsing. Over there are the books within your price range, Sister Wu, having finished with the Bone Heart Sword. Turned to the two of them, pointing impatiently towards a corner of the shelf where a disorganized pile of tattered booklets lay haphazardly. Lin Xian and the other man approached the pile. Undeterred, as they understood their financial constraints, Lin Xian casually picked up a volume and lightly flipped it over, noticing the label on the back. Clearance, 1. This indicated a price of 1 jade coin. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to sift through the stack for the books he sought. Among the 30 or so volumes, most were tales of strange occurrences, with a few having illegible handwriting, their contents entirely unknown. Lin Xian quickly located what he needed, 1 copy of The Growth Journey of a Master Alchemist, alongside 4 identical volumes titled Detailed Explanations of Array Tools. Lin Xian set aside the former text and began to peruse the latter. A tome exceeding 30 pages that meticulously detailed the intricacies of array instruments. The content was a chaotic assemblage, chronicling the application of array techniques to various tools, yet the author's prose was lamentably lacking, frequently muddled and incoherent. Only one example of an array was presented with a complete fabrication process, and it was a rudimentary formation requiring no input of spiritual energy from someone in the chi refining stage. As Lin Xian flipped through the pages, he endeavored to commit some of the information to memory, but he soon discovered that even this simplest of arrays involved complex prototype diagrams, and the structure was exceedingly convoluted. The text also contained numerous scattered details regarding the intricate handling of materials and various precautions that it was clear that memorizing such content in a short time was an unrealistic endeavor. I have a high success rate. Although this array isn't particularly valuable, it still offers some profit. Transforming materials into an array can yield a decent markup, Lin Xian mused. According to the book, the success rate of arrays was generally low, influenced by both the materials and the practitioner's abilities. Typically, both novices and array masters would preset their formations using materials of a higher grade to enhance the likelihood of success. Thus, Lin Xian's elevated success rate would have its market. I'll take this book, he declared. Rising to hand it to Wu Nyang behind the counter, she waved her hand dismissively, stating, 1 piece of jade coin. Newcomers may also settle with gold or silver. Lin Xian retrieved 100 taels of silver, took the book, and slowly exited the Yuguang studio. Glancing back, he noticed the newcomer still engrossed in examining the texts, seemingly intent on squatting there to read, shaking his head. Lin Xian continued to browse the book until he located the section detailing the example array. He was eager to ascertain how this legendary formation could yield such extraordinary effects. Xiao Yin-Yang array generates a small amount of yin-yang fire energy, slightly elevating the temperature within the array. Suitable for nurturing flowers and plants. It can dispel malevolent energies. The number of uses depends on the materials. Yin-Yang energy. Lin Xian mused, shaking his head slightly. Its effects appeared too feeble, likely to fetch a low price in the market. Yet, for now, it was all he could afford. Following the street, he used his remaining funds to procure daily necessities, condiments, rice, cooking pots, bowls, and a bundle of firewood. Fortunately, the market was on the outskirts of the town, and his residence was also situated nearby, making the distance manageable. After 5 trips, he had acquired all the essentials for daily living: bed, bedding, water cup, utensils, and so forth. He also purchased a complete set of materials to experiment with the Xiao Yin-Yang array. Given that the array itself was fundamentally basic with weak effects, the materials were not exorbitantly priced, comprising ordinary components such as stone powder, tree roots, and scorpions, most of which Lin Xian could easily gather from the nearby forest. Having gathered everything, Lin Xian had prepared enough materials for 15 iterations of the Xiao Yin-Yang array, neatly wrapped and stored separately in paper. His funds dwindled to just a few taels of silver, and he felt a twinge of hunger. He retrieved the food container given to him by the newcomer, opened it, and poured out a handful of brown, grain-like morsels, directly popping them into his mouth. The taste resembled chocolate beans, somewhat hard, and he washed it down with a sip of water. He set about arranging his bedding and other items as dusk began to descend, closing the stone door. Lin Xian commenced his daily practice of internal cultivation. The Xiaogui Yuan juice circulated slowly within him, taking over an hour, during which his meridians began to ache. Strangely, just as the pain in his meridians emerged, it gradually subsided, as if a cooling essence were permeating through, alleviating the frictional damage. Lin Xian's heart stirred. He surmised this must be the key to accelerating cultivation within the stone dwelling. Chapter 25. Array Flags. After a brief rest, Lin Xian picked up the book on array instruments once more and continued reading. The flickering flame of the oil lamp swaying gently in the chilly breeze that seeped through the stone walls. Suddenly, rain began to fall outside, its onset unnoticed. Lin Xian opened the window to observe the 2 stone dwellings to his left, where Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling resided. Light streamed from the gaps of Wang Chong's room, while Xiao Lingling's abode appeared dim, seemingly devoid of illumination. Lin Xian placed his hand on the windowsill, the cold stone sending a shiver through his arm and body. Large raindrops occasionally splattered against the stone ledge, splashing onto his hand. "How cold," he muttered, instinctively drawing back. He recalled the earlier words of Master Ji Lu warning that freezing rain would fall at night here, making outdoor lodging detrimental to cultivation. The temperature outside must be around 3 or 4 degrees. Lin Xian assessed, returning to the newly acquired desk to continue studying the detailed explanation of array instruments. Tomorrow, I must find a solution to the food issue. Lin Xian had already discerned something amiss. The distributed food was not the rice he had purchased, but rather those peculiar chocolate-like morsels, which contained a significantly higher concentration of energy than rice or other foods. Since internal energy was derived from food, Lin Xian felt confident in this assessment. Previously, he required 4 to 5 meals a day, often supplemented with snacks like jerky, to sustain his cultivation. Now, having consumed just 1 serving of that food, he felt no hunger and even sensed an increased yield of internal energy after a brief reading session. Lin Xian extinguished the oil lamp, washed his face and feet with the river water he had fetched earlier, and then climbed into bed, pulling the covers over him. The soft, white cotton quilt was warm, and he snugly sealed the gaps around his neck, wrapping himself tightly in the bedding. Gazing at the rough, gray-white ceiling of the stone dwelling, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia, as the scene mirrored his former life, evoking the sensation of being back on Earth, cocooned in his own bedroom. Suddenly, a cacophony of clashing weapons echoed from outside. "Zhou Yashuan, you wretched woman!" A man bellowed in a fit of rage, accompanied by a woman's mocking laughter. "You're the fool. Who else can you blame?" The voices quickly receded past the nearby stone dwellings, swallowed by the sound of rain. Lin Xian listened, and the earlier illusion dissipated. "I am no longer on Earth," he reflected with a sigh, tightening his covers. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian stirred from his slumber, hearing the resounding knocks on the stone door. Lin Xian, are you still not up? Wang Chang's voice called from outside. Lin Xian opened his eyes to be greeted by the blinding sunlight streaming through the gaps in the stone window, illuminating the pages of the detailed explanation of array instruments spread out on the table. After taking a few breaths, he replied, "Coming, just a moment. Hurry up, we need to leave early to receive our assignments." Wang Chong urged from outside. Lin Xian quickly rose, donned his clothing, and opened the door to find Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling waiting outside. Both already dressed. "Why the rush?" he inquired, frowning. "It's not about urgency," Xiao Ling asked, "and here, every morning at sunrise is when tasks are distributed. If we arrive late, only the leftovers remain. Our strength is low, and most of our rations have already been snatched away. We must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, it will hinder our cultivation," Wang Chong explained hastily. Lin Xian understood. "I'll be ready shortly." He swiftly washed his face, rinsed his mouth with salt water, then departed the stone dwelling with the two of them, heading toward the outskirts of the town. Crossing a small peach orchard and ascending a slope, they encountered numerous disciples traveling up and down the mountain. Some with somber expressions, others appearing relaxed. Groups of 3 or 5 were common, with only a few lone travelers visible. As they ascended, the crowd thickened, and soon they reached the summit where over 100 individuals were gathered. Crammed into a diverse throng of colorful attire, all eyes fixed on a massive, white stone wall. The wall was exceptionally pristine and smooth, covered in countless characters written with charcoal, lined in rows, dense enough to induce dizziness. Lin Xian squinted from a distance, and after about 30 meters, he could discern the tiny characters inscribed upon it. Investigation task. Cases of missing persons within the Jinyu sect. Time limit 6 months. Threat level 3. Hunt task. Xinyi Caves Ling Zhongzi has defected. Having entered our sect's territory, array instruments may be used for pursuit. Time limit 1 month. Threat level 4. Investigation task. Investigate the Misty Town in the Outer Realms. Obtain a century-old human ginseng. Specific details can be provided. Time limit 3 months. Threat level 6. Lin Xian scanned the tasks, noting that all were assigned threat levels ranging from 3 to 9. The threat level represents our internal energy tier. A number like 3 corresponds to the 3rd layer of the Gui Yuanju, indicating that the enemies we might encounter in this task are estimated to be at that level. Of course, in the absence of clear intelligence, there may be variations, so it is advisable to possess a tier higher than the threat level to undertake the task. Xiao Lingling seemed to have gathered some information. For us newcomers, it would be best to team up for task acceptance. Our success rate would be higher that way, she suggested. Moreover, considering our low levels, it would be prudent to examine the tasks listed below. Lin Xian nodded. Shifting his gaze downward, where rows of lower-level tasks were densely inscribed upon the stone wall, he noticed a small pavilion at the side of the wall, where a few young people sat. Whenever someone wished to accept a task, they would enter to register, and then someone would emerge to make notes on the wall. How about this one? Wang Chong suddenly pointed at a cluster of information densely packed with hundreds of entries in the right corner of the stone wall. Lin Xian followed his gaze. Collection task. Gather corpse water, a multi-person task, no limit on the number of participants. Collecting 100 bottles of corpse refining water from Infeng Mountain, difficulty level 1. With a time limit of 3 months. The rewards correspond to the difficulty level. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward, Xiao Lingling explained. Lin Xian remained silent, perceiving that such a task posed little danger. Yet the absence of a participant limit indicated a modest reward. In contrast, he preferred to thoroughly investigate how to utilize his abilities before accepting any tasks. It was evident that Xiao Lingling and the others were keen on this task. After all, starting with simpler tasks to accumulate experience was indeed a wise strategy. You two should team up. I wish to observe alone, Xiao Lingling suggested, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Xian, though she refrained from further questioning. Very well. We shall act separately, she conceded. If it weren't for the trio's prior association, her perceptive abilities could easily have secured her a place in a more advantageous group. But it was unexpected that Lin Xian was reluctant to accept her offer of companionship. Wang Chong also appeared perplexed, yet he was soon drawn away by Xiao Lingling, who quickly struck up a rapport with 2 nearby men, charmingly and effortlessly forging connections. Lin Xian stood apart from the crowd, saying little, casting one last glance at the task board before turning to descend the mountain. His plan was not to immediately take on a task, but to explore the possibility of creating formation flags, which he could sell for a profit. After accumulating enough jade coins and acquiring suitable supplies, he could then undertake the monthly tasks with greater safety. Upon returning to the stone hut alone, he wasted no time and immediately began to consult the detailed explanations of formation tools, flipping to the section on the small yin-yang formation, and commenced the preparation of materials. Roots, stone powder, scorpions, and various other materials were meticulously processed until noon, at which point he had completed a full batch. However, as a novice, he had wasted a considerable amount of materials due to initial missteps. After indulging in his final morsel of dark chocolate beans, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on his bed to regulate his internal energy. Over an hour later, he rose and began the formal creation of the small yin-yang formation flags. He meticulously extracted over 10 types of materials, grinding them all into powder and fragments, then mixing them with water in a clay pot to brew the concoction. After more than an hour of simmering on the stove, the water had reduced to a thick, viscous liquid. Lin Xian then retrieved the white cloth he had purchased, cutting it into pieces and submerging them into the concoction. The cloth quickly absorbed the dark color and, oddly, when he removed it moments later, it was completely dry to the touch, devoid of any moisture. The stone hut was now suffused with a potent medicinal aroma. Lin Xian opened a window to allow the scent to dissipate slightly. Extinguishing the fire, he took a piece of the prepared black cloth, laid out the purchased chicken blood ink, pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall into the ink, and stirred it together. It can begin now. He inhaled deeply as he stood before the desk, dipping his brush into the ink and slowly inscribing the formation symbols onto the black cloth. The symbol was a simple R shape, with 3 additional dots placed above, giving it an unusual appearance. Focusing intently, Lin Xian controlled his internal energy to stabilize his hand, ensuring that every third breath, he paused to allow the ink to settle. Maintaining uniformity in the thickness and consistency of the strokes, this was an exceedingly challenging task, the precision required being the key reason formations were difficult to create. As Lin Xian exerted his internal power, his arm steadily executed the first stroke. Suddenly, the black cloth beneath his brush ignited spontaneously. Startled, Lin Xian quickly recoiled, watching as the entire piece was consumed by flames, leaving only a pile of ash on the desk. Curiously, with no signs of scorch on the wooden surface. Failed, it must be due to uneven strokes. Undeterred, he continued with the next piece of cloth, managing to dye 30 pieces with the batch of black paste. The small yin-yang formation required 5 symbols to successfully form a flag, so Lin Xian had ample materials at his disposal. For the second piece, he endeavored to maintain stability in his execution. The first stroke went smoothly, but the second stroke caused the temperature of the cloth to rise noticeably. Even from a distance of over 10 centimeters, he felt waves of heat radiating from the cloth. Chapter 26. Formation flags. The black cloth ignited once more. Lin Xian brushed away the ashes, his expression unchanged. On the third piece, he managed to complete the entire R except for the 3 dots above. Unfortunately, the first that resulted in failure. The fourth piece failed. The fifth failed. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, 20th, 30th. By the time he had exhausted the first batch of materials, Lin Xian had only managed to complete the first dot of the R by sheer chance. With the second batch of materials used up, he moved on to the third, and then the fourth. As night fell, the freezing rain began to fall outside once more, and soon after, Xiao Lingling and Wang Chong returned. Lin Xian glanced out through the window just in time to see Wang Chong close the door. Suddenly, he felt his brush pause momentarily. A sound seemed to emanate from the black cloth. Lin Xian looked down, startled to see that the red symbol on the cloth had inexplicably completed itself. It seemed that while he had unconsciously continued to write upon hearing the 2 return, he had inadvertently completed the task. Waves of heat began to swirl around the edges of the black cloth, creating a soft rustling sound. Remarkably, the blood-red symbol in the center was rapidly transforming into a pale yellow, with the ink quickly fading away. The entire formation flag seemed to have smoothed out significantly. I did it. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy, realizing he had successfully created his first formation flag. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and focused on his attribute panel, noticing a new hexagonal formation symbol appearing in the skill icons. He accessed it, revealing Formation Path Small Yin-Yang Formation, Symbol Inscription. A new skill materialized in his view. Indeed, Lin Xian was elated, his earlier apprehensions about whether he could form a skill dissipated. After all, this was merely a foundational step in the formation process. Now it seemed his concerns had been unwarranted. Let us continue. Excited by the success, he retrieved another piece of black cloth, laid it out, and grasped his brush. This time, he did not manually inscribe it. Instead, he hovered above the cloth, allowing his consciousness to gently guide the brush as expected. An involuntary force took over, causing his hand to move slowly. He relaxed, allowing his hand to act independently while he immersed himself in the experience, combining the principles outlined in the formation tool's detailed descriptions to understand and pinpoint the elements of success. With a swift stroke, another formation flag was successfully created, the blood-red characters transforming into yellow. Remarkable. Lin Xian quickly took another piece of black cloth. Without any complications, the new formation flag was also successful. He continued this way, successfully crafting 5 flags and laying them out together. As he engaged with the inscription process, he began to grasp its intricacies. The key to this formation lies within the symbol. Utilizing a symbol infused with my blood combined with chicken blood ink is essential. The black cloth merely enhances the success rate and serves as a conduit for internal energy, as ordinary fabric cannot withstand the transmission of internal energy. Lin Xian pondered, is there a limit to the potency of these inscribed symbols? If I could miniaturize the symbols as suggested in the formation tool's explanations, they could be applied in numerous ways. With a thought, he set to work, retrieving a fresh piece of black cloth, dipping it in ink, and beginning to write slowly. This time, he refrained from using his skills, relying instead on his own hand, having gained a profound understanding of the intricacies required from his previous experiences. Soon, an imperfect character emerged under his brush. The black cloth suddenly radiated warmth, with a red character the size of a fingernail swiftly transforming to yellow. It can indeed work. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. He lifted the formation flag and gently infused it with his internal energy. Instantly, the warmth emanating from the flag intensified, the temperature rising gradually as he infused more energy. Initially, the temperature hovered around 40 degrees. Gradually increasing to 45, 50, 60, Lin Xian began to feel the heat becoming uncomfortable. Eventually, the flag reached a temperature of 70 degrees. Strangely, the black cloth remained cool to the touch, yet the temperature could rise no further, prompting him to pause. Evidently, this was the maximum temperature achievable with the small yin-yang formation. It can reach such a high temperature. What if I inscribe multiple symbols on a single flag? An idea sparked in Lin Xian's mind, and he set to work. He laid out a piece of black cloth, this time utilizing his skill to ensure a 100% success rate, while also consciously controlling the size of the inscription to be smaller. During the use of the skill, his intent could direct the skill's attributes, such as size and writing direction, a subtlety he had come to understand through exploration. The first symbol swiftly manifested on the black cloth, no larger than a mung bean, and as soon as it was inscribed, it rapidly turned yellow. Following this, the second, third, fourth, and fifth symbols were completed with equal success. Suddenly, the flag spontaneously ignited, and this time the yellow flames directly set the desk ablaze. Startled, Lin Xian hurriedly fetched a large scoop of water and doused the flames. Amidst the hissing sound of water meeting fire, a thick plume of steam enveloped the room, causing Lin Xian to cough as he quickly exited the stone house, waiting for the white smoke to dissipate. Fortunately, in the dead of night, there were few passers-by, only the relentless sound of freezing rain falling. He paid no heed to the rain, as the earlier drawing of the minor yin-yang formation had left him in a state of thermal flux. And it was just the right moment to cool down. Observing the white smoke swirling within the room, Lin Xian coughed a few times, glancing at himself. His clothes were splattered with red and black ink stains, and his face likely bore a similar disarray, with some strands of hair singed, emitting a faint charred odor. It seems the flag could not withstand it. It appears that the size of the symbols in the minor yin-yang formation has no significant impact on its efficacy, Lin Xian pondered. If the symbols can be miniaturized and accumulated, their power is astonishingly great. I haven't even infused my internal energy yet, and it generates such high temperatures. What if I inscribe them onto a weapon? Suddenly, memories of the detailed explanation of formation tools flashed in his mind, where the author had indeed mentioned such concepts. Miniaturized and ultra-miniaturized runes, essential for crafting spiritual tools. Yet, the challenge of ultra-miniaturized runes lies in their stability. The smaller the symbol, the more difficult it becomes to inscribe, as each increment in size demands exponentially greater precision. Furthermore, a substantial number of runes must be inscribed on a single object, placing immense demands on the formation master, both mentally and physically. I suppose the only one willing to inscribe numerous low-level runes would be me. The texts state that rune inscription consumes considerable mental energy. Even basic runes with fewer strokes are not much less demanding than advanced runes. Given the same power, it would be far more efficient to inscribe a few advanced runes instead of many low-level ones. Reflecting on the content from the detailed explanation of formation tools, Lin Xin noticed that the white smoke had almost cleared and re-entered the stone house, closing the door behind him. Upon entering, his eyes inadvertently fell upon the longsword hanging on the wall. And a sudden thought flashed through his mind like lightning. What if I could inscribe numerous minor yin-yang formations onto my longsword? The metal's endurance would undoubtedly be much greater. Could this significantly enhance the sword's power? As this notion took hold, he could hardly contain his excitement. If the longsword could ignite flames with just a slight infusion of internal energy, its power would surely be formidable. Perhaps a few layers would not yield much. But if I inscribed 10, 20, 30, or even 50 symbols, that would equate to the combined power of dozens of minor yin-yang formations, absolutely capable of producing a profound transformation. Lin Xin felt a growing fervor within him. The smaller the symbols are, the more challenging they become to inscribe, requiring greater mental energy. Yet he possessed a skill that allowed him to bypass this drain, enabling him to perfectly control his muscles to draw the runes. Let us give it a try. Lin Xin took down the long sword and placed it on the charred damp table. The black cloth merely serves to bear the internal energy and enhance the material's properties. The melting point of the sword itself far exceeds that of the cloth, so I need not worry about insufficient melting points. But why has no one utilized metal as a flag? No matter, I shall experiment. He picked up a brush, dipped it in the crimson ink, and began to inscribe on the blade without using his skill. Slowly etching the symbols, after numerous successful attempts, he had gained insight into some of the critical nuances. The initial strokes went smoothly, and a warm current began to rise, but as he progressed further, he sensed an increasingly potent force of distortion interfering with his stability. With a hissing sound reminiscent of escaping gas, the warm current around the symbol vanished entirely, marking the failure of this attempt. Lin Xin, unwilling to accept defeat, tried once more. Again, however, inscribing on metal proved more challenging than on black cloth. With each stroke, resistance intensified. Interesting, Lin Xin mused, feeling his mental fatigue grow. He lay down for a brief rest. And after about an hour, he felt somewhat rejuvenated and got back up. This time, he wiped away the earlier symbols on the sword and directly employed his skill to begin inscribing. The brush steadily moved across the sword's surface. And soon the first symbol was successfully inscribed. A warm current enveloped the sword, then gradually dissipated. Second, Lin Xin focused on keeping the symbols smaller as he continued inscribing on the blade. The second was also successfully completed, followed by the third, fourth. As time passed, more and more formation symbols appeared on the longsword, and the temperature around it rose increasingly high. Lin Xin was not satisfied after completing one side. He flipped the sword over, inscribing until both sides were entirely covered, leaving no space for further symbols. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he finally stopped. Outside, dawn was breaking, and the distant calls of birds echoed from the nearby forest. Lin Xion's eyes were bloodshot. He had endured an entire night of toil, grasping the longsword in his hand, which had transformed from an ordinary blade to one densely inscribed with minor yin-yang formation symbols. He marveled at how the yellow symbols had nearly turned the entire blade a golden hue. I wonder how powerful it is. Unable to resist, Lin Xian thought of infusing internal energy to test it. But recalling how the previous night, just 6 overlapping formation symbols had ignited the black cloth, he quickly refrained. No wonder the minor yin-yang formation required 5 flags. It was indeed to lower the temperature. Now, I have inscribed at least 300 symbols onto this sword. If I'm not careful, it could create quite a commotion. Lin Xian pondered, sheathing the longsword once more. At this point, the formation symbols had cooled, and without internal energy infusion, they would not take effect. The minor yin-yang formation was originally intended to control the ambient temperature. Now, having condensed over 100 symbols, it's equivalent to 60 sets of minor yin-yang formations concentrated within such a small area of the sword. If I infuse it with internal energy, Lin Xian felt a flicker of anticipation. After contemplating and resting in the stone house, he found it hard to sit still. Eventually, he could no longer resist the urge. He approached, drew the sword from its sheath, and gripped the hilt. Focusing his mind, he attempted to control the core of his internal energy, infusing just a tiny amount, perhaps only 1% of his total energy. A thread-thin stream of energy surged into the sword. Suddenly, the entire blade glowed a fiery red, resembling a heated iron, casting the surrounding air into a state of distortion as waves of heat erupted, slamming against the walls before rushing back, drawing the air to the point where Lin Xen could barely keep his eyes open. Impressive. He quickly severed the flow of internal energy, and the long sword gradually dimmed, returning to its normal state. However, the stone house had become pleasantly warm, with the temperature rising by at least 10 degrees. He felt both astonished and delighted, shocked that such a small amount of internal energy could unleash such a significant change. Realizing that this formation tool combination was indeed a success. My ability applied to formations is truly extraordinary, he marveled. Only I can inscribe numerous formation symbols without expending mental energy, allowing me to afford such an extensive inscription on a weapon. After all, this item has a limited usage time and is essentially a consumable. Moreover, perhaps only I possess the capability to continue inscribing so many symbols on metal without fear of escalating difficulty. The symbols of the minor yin-yang formation, once inscribed using basic methods, could endure 15 uses based on the material's limits, each sustaining a temperature of around 70 degrees for a month. However, with so many formation symbols clustered together, the material's endurance would likely diminish significantly due to the heightened temperatures. He could only speculate how many uses it might have left. Best to use it sparingly, as a trump card. However, this sword cannot be used recklessly, Lin Xen contemplated, remembering that he had created a set of minor yin-yang formations earlier, which he could sell. Yet, he soon reconsidered. If I can craft formations so quickly after just starting, it will surely draw attention. I must remain cautious and low-key. Once I have sufficient means of self-defense, I can gradually reveal my talents, adhering to a normal pace. He had begun to grasp the true potential of his unique abilities. If this capability were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted trouble. Afterward, he heated the soup he had prepared earlier, made do with some rice, and then collapsed onto his bed for sleep. He slept soundly until the afternoon, finally waking to find the sun nearly setting, its gentle red rays spilling onto the windowsill. It's time to accept the task. Otherwise, it will affect my vitality progress. That Zheng Xiuqin and her group will not simply increase their vitality by taking food. Perhaps those beans have other uses. Moreover, if I continue at this pace, merely training here, I doubt I will ever reach the qi refinement stage. Lin Xen assessed his progress with the Xiaoguo Yuanju. Offense, 3, Defense, 1, Evasion, 1, Constitution, 1. Xiaoguo Yuanju, first layer, completion rate 3, Offense 1. Constitution 1. 3%, that's far too slow. Even the first layer progresses at such a sluggish rate that I must devise a way to accelerate it. Rising from his bed, he filled a basin with water to wash up while contemplating his future plans. It seems that in order to enhance one's cultivation, one must seek a better stone house or find external forces to expedite assistance. First, I shall undertake a task to earn some jade coins. He swiftly gathered his belongings and departed, heading towards the task stone wall. Half a month later, beneath the dim, golden rays of the setting sun, 3 white carriages adorned with silver patterns gently made their way toward the horizon, the rhythmic sound of 6 gallant steeds striking the ground resonating in the air. Flanking the dusty carriage path, patches of wild grass towered above a person's height. As the carriages progressed, a somewhat dilapidated cluster of white houses gradually came into view. Fragments of crumbling walls began to appear on either side of the road. Suddenly, a yellow shadow darted from behind a broken white wall on the right, vanishing into the depths of the grass. The coachman appeared unusually tense, casting furtive glances to either side, even wielding the whip with an unusual gentleness. As if fearing to disturb something, the distant white houses drew nearer, their vacant forms overrun with trees and vines, devoid of any human presence, suggesting a long abandonment. Caw, caw. Several old crows perched atop one of the estates cawed loudly, their crimson eyes peering in this direction. We've arrived. This is the place. The door of the first carriage swung open with a clatter, and a young nobleman clad in white attire leaped down. His long hair was adorned with a piece of red jade, and his sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with his delicate skin, exuded an air of coldness. Soon, the other 2 carriages opened their doors, and several individuals disembarked. A woman in a flowing blue gown, her face veiled in white, approached the young man with a sword held gracefully in her hand. Brother Kong, is this the town mentioned in the task? The woman, tall and slender, wore intricately designed black stockings that subtly peeked out from the side slit of her gown, her arms adorned with long, translucent white gloves. Indeed, after nearly half a month of travel, we have finally arrived. The man named Kong nodded, speaking in a calm manner. The remaining companions gathered around, consisting of 2 young women and 3 men, all appearing no older than 25, their youthful faces strikingly vibrant. One of the men, similarly attired as a scholar and carrying a long sword on his back, looked refined, though lacking the nobility of the Kong man. His sword was wrapped in layers of black cloth, seemingly shrouded from light. The Shi brothers, Jiang Yuer, Cheng Ruofei, and Lin Xian, the Kong man surveyed the group. According to our prior agreement, I shall lead this mission. Do you have any objections? Naturally not, the eldest of the Shi brothers. Shirley scoffed. However, if you were to issue commands that could lead us to our demise, we would not hesitate to withdraw. What nonsense are you speaking? How could Brother Kong possibly be that type of person? Your own narrow-mindedness shouldn't reflect upon others, Jiang Yuer retorted without reservation. Where? Mind your words, Cheng Ruofei, the young woman in green beside her, gently advised. I have no objections, Lin Xian stated softly from the side. The veiled woman smiled kindly. Neither do I, Lin Xian glanced at her. Her name was Ouyang Qing, a minor adept at the second layer of the Ziyuan technique, much like Kong Yuhui, both newcomers in the organization yet possessing some experience. These 2 were the team leaders for this task. It seems everyone is in agreement. Kong Yuhui ignored the Shi brothers' sneers and continued. According to the mission schedule, we must wait 5 days for the blood birds to appear, to ensure not a single one escapes our grasp. We must prepare meticulously. So, does that mean we shall reside in this desolate town for 5 days? Ouyang Qing inquired, slightly furrowing her brow. Indeed, Kong Yuhui affirmed. I had reserved a portion of time for unforeseen circumstances during our journey. But fortunately, we encountered no such hindrances, thus the reserved time will be spent here. Have provisions been prepared? Ouyang Qing asked. The last carriage is filled with supplies. However, we must locate a source of drinking water nearby. Kong Yuhui instructed the coachman to ride back with 2 of the carriages, leaving one for the group to enter the town. The others began to prepare their gear. Lin Xian raised his gaze toward the forlorn town, that a vast expanse of grayish-white vacant houses stood silently amidst the wilderness. Devoid of life, with darkened windows and broken doors scattered like stars that a faint howling breeze whispered through the air that he inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of mold and the earthy scent of grass and trees. Once everyone had settled their affairs, one of the Shi brothers and Lin Xian led the horse, pulling the carriage closer to the town, while the other 3 coachmen hastily departed with the remaining 2 carriages. I have arranged for them to return for us in 7 days, Kong Yuhui announced to the group. Given the nature of this place, there may be unsavory elements lurking. Did you bring the cleansing water? All brought. The others replied in unison. Kong Yuhui ceased further discussion, and the party slowly entered the town, following the main thoroughfare. On either side, the vacant white-walled residences receded, overgrown with moss, vines, and weeds. The 7 soon discovered a large estate, its black-tiled roof and yellowed white walls presenting a striking facade, upon entering through the main gate. They were greeted by a pond choked with green algae, surrounded by artificial hills and small groves that enveloped the water. Through the gaps in the trees and weeds, one could faintly glimpse the eerie, quiet estate across the pond, along with the shadowy corridors lining its edges. This will do, Kong Yuhui declared, selecting this house. One voiced any objections as they brought the carriage inside. Choose your rooms wisely. And try not to stray too far. I will investigate the location mentioned in the task, Kong Yuhui instructed. Brother Kong, I will accompany you, Jiang Yuer promptly offered. Very well. The 2 swiftly departed the estate, vanishing beyond the door. The remaining 5 did not linger, quickly selecting adjacent rooms, fortunate that the estate was well constructed and free from damage. Chapter 28. Investigation. As night fell, Kong Yuhui and Jiang Yuer soon returned. Having secured 2 rooms close to the others, the group reconvened, gathering around a fire made from branches and dry grass in the courtyard, sharing their meal before retreating to their respective chambers to rest. The sky darkened, and soon it was entirely shrouded in darkness. Lin Xian found himself unable to wash, as he was unaccustomed to this absence of hygiene. Having been a modern individual, the water in the pond appeared filthy and utterly unusable. He lay on the bed, which creaked ominously as though it might collapse at any moment. Gazing out at the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Eventually, he rose and approached the wooden door, peering through the dilapidated window into the courtyard. The carriage was tethered in the right corner of the yard, and the horses stood quietly, unmoving, with the campfire casting a flickering red glow nearby. Lin Xian exhaled slowly. This task was one he had meticulously chosen, with a low threat level yet a rewarding payout of 20 jade coins. Moreover, joining this group would grant him a modicum of experience. Suddenly, a faint cawing of crows echoed from afar. This place is indeed unsettling. Lin Xian grasped the hilt of his sword, an exquisite weapon he had painstakingly crafted, which he referred to as a formation device. Possessing limited uses and unknown power, the smooth hilt provided him with a semblance of security. Turning back, he blindly made his way to the bed, intending to lie down once more. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past outside. Caught in the corner of his eye, Lin Xian spun around, hiding by the broken window and peering out. In the courtyard, a figure clad in black glided slowly along the edge of the pond toward the exit. The figure appeared to be wearing a long skirt that trailed behind, moving with an eerie slowness, their back turned toward Lin Xian, rendering their features indistinct. Straining his eyes, Lin Xian felt a sense of familiarity with the silhouette. Who could it be at this hour? If he had not been restless, he would never have noticed this shadow. The figure moved slowly yet utterly silently, as if floating. He had long suspected that Kong Yuhui harbored some secrets. Although he seemed indifferent, there lingered an air of concealment about him. Could it be Kong Yuhui? He pondered, frowning slightly as he noticed the figure seemingly sensing something, preparing to turn around. He quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention to the wall. The room was cloaked in darkness, rendering everything invisible. After a moment's pause, Lin Xian cautiously peered back outside. Suddenly, a pale face pressed against the window, gazing intently at him. Startled, Lin Xian jumped back, gripping the sword hilt tightly, nearly drawing it. Yet, upon a second glance, the window revealed nothing but the faint glow of the campfire in the courtyard. Lin Xian's breath quickened, the only sound in the room being his own labored respiration. Damn it! He scrutinized the area, confirming there were no traces of the face, nor any sign of the figure in black. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and slowly opened the door. Creak. The decaying door emitted a faint sound as Lin Xian cautiously stepped outside, quickly surveying his surroundings. The corridors on either side led into shadowy darkness. Devoid of any noise, he cast a wary glance towards the room on the right, which was enveloped in an unsettling silence. It belonged to Ouyang Qing. Given the cacophony just moments ago, it is implausible that they could remain oblivious, Lin Xian thought, his senses heightened. He cautiously maneuvered, striving to make as little noise as possible, and approached the window of Ouyang Qing's room to peer inside. There, he discerned a figure lying on the bed, seemingly turned away from him, shrouded in darkness, rendering any details indistinguishable, save for a vague outline. After a moment's contemplation, he opted not to disturb the occupant. Uncertain whether he had merely imagined the scene, the earlier fright had evidently sharpened his vigilance. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. A task with minimal risk and substantial rewards could not possibly be entrusted to mere disciples of the first or second tier. It defies logic. A thought flickered through his mind. However, those daring enough to undertake this task must possess their own hidden advantages, emboldened by confidence. This applied to him as well. With this realization, Lin Xian chose to dwell no further on the matter. Should the individual he glimpsed earlier be real and intent on causing him harm, they would assuredly seek him out again. Conversely, if it were merely a figment of his imagination, then there was nothing to worry about. Resolute, he returned to his own room, closing the door softly behind him, choosing to ignore everything else and lay down fully clothed, yet his hand remained firmly grasping the hilt of his sword. In this precarious environment, he found it prudent to trust no one but himself, staying ever vigilant. Before he knew it, he had drifted into a drowsy slumber, while the sky outside gradually brightened to a pale dawn. Time slipped away, until a sharp knocking jolted him awake. He sprang from his bed, nearly drawing his sword. "Who goes there?" "It's me, Lin Shidi. It's time to depart," came Ouyang Qing's voice, tinged with surprise at Lin Xian's heightened alertness. "Oh, understood. I'll be out shortly." Lin Xian exhaled in relief, glancing outside to find the courtyard bathed in golden sunlight, the sun blazing fiercely at its warmest. After hastily arranging his attire, he stepped outside to find the remaining members of the party already assembled. The Shi brothers were yawning repeatedly, while Jiang Yuer and Qing Ruofei bore faint dark circles under their eyes, a testament to their restless night. In contrast, Ouyang Qing and Kong Yuhui appeared unfazed. Particularly Kong Yuhui, who held a small black cloth pouch, the contents of which remained a mystery. "Our mission is to eliminate the Yin bloodbirds, but these creatures only inhabit graveyards, so we must first scout the area. There are unsavory entities lurking nearby, which is why I've chosen to set out at noon when the sun's energy is at its peak. Is everyone in agreement? Kong Yue's demeanor was perpetually stoic, reminiscent of a classic poker face from a past life on Earth. Coupled with his striking looks, noble bearing, and inherent leadership qualities, Lin Xan couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance, as if overshadowed by him. No objections, but I heard that Ouyang Shiji is not new to this task, Cheng Ruofei interjected. Ouyang Qing smiled and nodded. Yes, this is my third time undertaking this mission. Is it true that the Yin bloodbirds have not been eradicated yet? Jiang Yue inquired. Every so often, a considerable number of Yin bloodbirds congregate here, necessitating periodic cleanup missions. Fear not. They are merely a particularly aggressive breed of foul birds, and with our numbers, the task should be relatively straightforward, Ouyang Qing reassured them. The only challenge lies in the duration of this mission. The round trip alone takes over a month, not to mention the waiting involved for the optimal moment to confront the Yin bloodbirds. The compensation is not particularly lucrative for seasoned experts, which is why it has been delegated to us. The junior disciples, Lin Xian and the Shi brothers, nodded in understanding. Indeed, her reasoning was sound, and it was this very rationale that emboldened Lin Xian to join the team. However, everyone must remain vigilant. Kong Yue's tone was perpetually cold. In previous missions, there have been fatalities. This task is simple yet perilous. The group acknowledged his warning and proceeded to check their gear before following Kong Yue and Ouyang Qing out of the grand estate and towards the outskirts of the town. Outside the town, a vast expanse of yellow-green wilderness sprawled before them, strewn with disordered grass and sparse stones. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it faint whispers. The seven of them ascended the slope, revealing a dense scattering of tombstones, some stone, others weathered wooden plaques. Lin Xan crouched beside a relatively intact stone marker and brushed off the dust, causing a layer of white powder to cascade down. The inscriptions were completely illegible. This small town has been abandoned for less than 30 years. How can the gravestones have eroded so severely? He murmured, the fright from the previous night still fresh in his mind, instilling a profound wariness. The presence of Yin bloodbirds is typically accompanied by toxic elements, so the deterioration of the gravestones is quite understandable, Ouyang Qing replied softly, standing beside him. Do you know anything about the history of this town? Ouyang Shiji, Lin Xian asked casually. Yes, I know a bit. Ouyang Qing's expression turned grave. Once, this was a secluded retreat for a worldly nobleman. However, an incident occurred that led to, be careful. Abruptly, before she could finish her sentence, she drew her sword with a swift motion, sending a silver chain hurtling towards a shadowy figure behind Lin Xian. The blade struck something with a sharp sound. He felt Jiang Yue gasp behind him, seemingly struck by something, and he turned instinctively. Get back. I'll handle it. Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard Kong Yue's cold voice. With a swift motion, the red pine sword technique of the Songlin sword sect was unleashed, piercing through the air to strike a dark object that was lunging at Jiang Yue. The creature, hit by the blade, emitted a piercing scream before vanishing in an instant. Jiang Yue, drawing her sword, stood pale-faced, her clothing torn at the chest, revealing the threat of a near-fatal encounter. The fabric had been viciously ripped, as if by sharp claws, aiming to rend her asunder through the torn white dress. The remnants of her undergarments were visible, her form partially obscured yet unmistakably vulnerable. Had Ouyang Qing and Kong Yue not intervened in time, Jiang Yue would undoubtedly have suffered grievous harm. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and the Shi brothers had not even had the chance to draw their swords. The entire ordeal concluded far too swiftly. The creature's speed was astonishing. Had it not been for the remarkable reflexes of Kong Yue and Ouyang Qing, they would have faced dire consequences. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Xian's forehead. Had that thing targeted him? Chapter 29, The Haunted Mansion. Encountering an attack, the disparity of strength becomes apparent, each individual's character revealed. The corpse monkey. Assessing the situation. No injuries, Kong Yue stated, his expression unchanged. Let us proceed. It was merely a corpse monkey. Ouyang Qing exhaled slowly, glancing at the others. Fear not. Corpse monkeys have defined territories. Typically, a single corpse monkey's domain spans several dozen miles. Since Kong Shixiang has injured that one, it will not return. So, we are unlikely to encounter it again. Shirley of the Shi brothers inquired quietly. That should be the case. But we must remain vigilant, Ouyang Qing affirmed. Taking advantage of their conversation, Lin Xian surveyed the graveyard around them. It indeed matched the mission's description, desolate and devoid of life. Even the chirping of insects was a rarity. Leading the way, Kong Yuwei guided the group in a circuit around the graveyard. Stopping before a grove of crimson-leaved trees, he gazed upward at the vast expanse of red foliage. This is the spot. The bloodbirds are likely to descend near the bloodleaf trees. We need to prepare here. Following their plan, the remaining 6 began to inspect the vicinity for potential hidden dangers, simultaneously sprinkling the dispersal powder provided for repelling creatures around their perimeter. Kong Yuwei, standing beneath the blood trees, retrieved a small pouch of dried insect powder from his waist and scattered it across several conspicuous spots beneath the trees. Once everything was executed, they hurriedly wrapped up and retraced their steps. Upon returning to the town, life resumed as usual, resting, practicing, and training. Lin Xian returned to his room, sitting cross-legged to circulate his internal energy. After a while, having completed a cycle, he felt the urge to relieve himself and stood to head towards the nearby restroom. Having familiarized himself with the layout earlier, he knew the location of the separated facilities for men and women, which, albeit ancient and somewhat unpleasant, were still usable. The sunlight was bright, almost blinding. As he crossed the corridor and entered the restroom, he faintly overheard voices from the adjoining wall. It seemed to be the Shi brothers, Shi Kuan and Shi Lei. Intrigued, Lin Xian quietly approached, leaning against the wall to listen. Do you really think I can't deal with him? Shi Kuan's voice was laced with frustration. Don't forget our purpose this time. The more composed Shi Lei replied. Keep your voice down. Down my foot. That Kong Yuhui, does he really think I didn't see him last night at 4? Shi Kuan retorted angrily. He wants to monopolize that thing. Let us see if he has the capability to do so. Enough. Lower your voice. Shi Lei's tone turned stern, and their voices immediately softened. Lin Xian recalled that just beyond this wall was where the Shijia brothers resided, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He shifted to a more concealed position to continue eavesdropping. The sounds from that side were faint and rustling, leaving him uncertain of their activities. The 2 brothers seemed to be deliberately lowering their voices. After a span of over 10 minutes, the sounds gradually returned to normal. How about him? We will go again. Together, the voices grew fainter, indicating that the brothers were slowly moving away, crouched in the corner of the wall. Lin Xian nestled himself within the bushes, and as the sounds faded, he prepared to rise. Suddenly, he felt a gentle nudge on his back. Who? He turned to look, but found nothing behind him. The sunlight streamed brilliantly through the grass, creating a somewhat eerie silence. There were oddly no insects in the underbrush. Turning back, he stood up, gripping the hilt of his sword, a lingering sensation gnawing at him that someone might be watching him. Perhaps it's just the rustling of leaves, he speculated. The voices of the Shijia brothers had completely vanished, leaving only the soft whisper of the wind. A shiver ran down Lin Xian's spine, and he quickly surveyed his surroundings before cautiously leaving the bushes to head back to his lodging. As he walked down the corridor, he encountered Ouyang Qing approaching him. She appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Xian. Junior Lin. Senior Ouyang. Lin Xian replied politely. You seem to be on high alert at all times. Ouyang Qing's gaze fell on Lin Xian's hand, which still gripped the hilt of his sword, a hint of admiration gracing her features. After the previous ambush, I had no choice, Lin Xian replied succinctly. Since I have encountered you, I would like to inquire about that corpse monkey. Ouyang Qing chuckled lightly. Oh, Junior, you likely haven't visited the Mission Stone Wall many times, so you might not be very familiar with corpse monkeys. She brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead, her index finger pressing against the veil that fluttered in the wind. A corpse monkey is not something we can handle alone. One is equivalent to a level 2 or 3 of our small return to origin technique. If you encounter one alone, it is best to remain still and cry out for help, concentrating on defending yourself as best as you can. After all, even Kong Shixiang and I are not a match for a corpse monkey in a one-on-one situation. Is it really that formidable? Lin Xian was taken aback. He had witnessed Kong Yuhui fend off a corpse monkey with a single strike and had assumed that it wouldn't be a challenge for them. Indeed, the speed of a corpse monkey is like the wind, and it carries deadly poison, making it quite troublesome to deal with. Just be cautious, Junior, and do not wander off alone. Ouyang Qing smiled. I must excuse myself now. All right. Lin Xian watched as Ouyang Qing passed by him, heading towards the women's restroom. After a moment, he quickly returned to his own room. This time, the group did not gather for a meal. Instead, they each consumed their own rations. When Lin Xian went to fetch his supplies from the wagon, he did not see anyone else around. He heated the clean water he had brought over the campfire and ate it with dried meat and flatbread. Both the flatbread and the dried meat were quite tough, with only a faint salty flavor, and the water had a somewhat stale taste. However, Given the circumstances, there was little he could do. Moreover, there was no nearby stream, and the only deep well was deemed too perilous to draw water from. After finishing his meal, as he returned to his room, he vaguely heard laughter and chatter from the rooms of Jiang Yue and Cheng Ruofei not far away. In such a tense and eerie place, they still have the mood to laugh and play. Lin Xian shook his head, choosing to disregard them as he returned to his room to rest. Unbeknownst to him, night fell once more, near 4 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes while lying in bed. Slowly, he sat up in the darkness. He approached the window and gazed outside at the moon, which hung directly in the center of the sky. In the courtyard stood a rockery, upon which a piece of sun crown was carved. At this moment, the moonlight illuminated it, casting the shadow of the sun crown's pointer between 3 and 4 o'clock. Very close to 4. It's about time. Lin Xian had kept the words of the Shurjia brothers in mind throughout the day and resolved to investigate that night. This place was undeniably strange, and he sensed that the members of the group harbored their own secrets, leaving him feeling uneasy. This was the perfect opportunity to explore. Standing by the window, he gradually concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing the courtyard outside. The walls were high. If someone were to leave, they would likely choose one of the 2 gates, and their dwelling was the closest to the main entrance, increasing the likelihood of an exit from there. As the time approached 4 o'clock, a shadow suddenly flickered, and Lin Xian caught a glimpse of a figure darting across the courtyard towards the main gate. Just as he was about to step out, he noticed 2 more figures stealthily following suit, rushing out of the courtyard. The Shurjia brothers? His eyes narrowed as he quietly approached the door and opened it, only to find that the Shurjia brothers had vanished. Stepping outside onto the corridor, he was startled to see a shadow standing to his right, quietly observing him. Sweat beaded on Lin Xian's forehead. The shadow stood just outside the door, and he had failed to notice it. Had he been attacked just then, he would have been in grave danger. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he faced the shadow. After a long moment, the shadow slowly turned and began to walk into the corridor's darkness, moving at a sluggish pace, as if exhausted. Lin Xian fought the urge to draw his sword, glancing around the courtyard to find that the Shurjia brothers had already disappeared. Given their agility, he knew he could not keep up. However, this place was rife with mystery, and he had to ascertain the situation, as well as the true intentions of Kong Yue and the Shurjia brothers. Otherwise, he felt he might become mere cannon fodder, used to cover someone's retreat. Watching the figure slowly retreat into the darkness, Lin Xian realized he could no longer follow the Shurjia brothers, making the shadow his only lead. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously trailed behind. "Who are you?" he whispered. As the shadow neared the edge of darkness, it seemed oblivious to Lin Xian's inquiry. Remaining silent, he followed closely, glancing into Ouyang Qing's room as he passed. A figure lay on the bed, still turned away from him. After contemplating, he decided to gently knock on Ouyang Qing's door. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed sharply in the quiet courtyard. Ouyang Qing is one of the strongest members of our team. I doubt I could handle things alone. Though she may have her own plans, I need someone to watch my back. A thought crossed Lin Xian's mind. Junior Lin. A voice suddenly called from behind him. Lin Xian quickly turned to see Ouyang Qing standing behind him, sword in hand, her expression serious. "Don't knock. Follow me," she instructed in a hushed tone, swiftly moving towards the darkness where the previous figure had disappeared. Lin Xian's heart raced, and he quickly followed her. "Junior Lin, you wish to know where Kong Yue and the Shurjia brothers went at night, don't you?" Ouyang Qing murmured ahead. "Why are they sneaking out in the dead of night? Is there something about this mission we are unaware of?" Lin Xian whispered back. "Of course. It's for the Yin blood." Ouyang Qing smiled faintly, speaking calmly. "Kong Yue is doing this, as are the Shurjia brothers. If it were not for the Yin blood, who would bother to travel so far just to hunting bloodbirds?" As she walked ahead, Lin Xian followed closely behind. "What was that shadow I saw earlier?" Lin Xian inquired in the darkness. He wasn't concerned about the Yin blood. His focus was solely on whether they could safely complete this mission. "Shadow? What shadow?" Ouyang Qing paused slightly. "I saw a shadow moving in front of me, slowly stepping into the darkness. It felt rather eerie." Lin Xian answered, striving to keep his voice low in this unsettling environment. Finding someone to converse with was the best way to alleviate the pressure. "I didn't see any shadow." Ouyang Qing frowned slightly. "Perhaps you were seeing things, but let's set that aside for now. Junior, do you know the purpose of Yin blood?" She paused abruptly. "What?" Lin Xian also came to a halt. "It accelerates the accumulation of internal energy cultivation." Ouyang Qing replied with a cold smile. "Kong Yue is so young. Barely 23, yet he is nearing the 3rd level of cultivation. Do you think he achieved that by mere chance? A year ago, he was still at the first level. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Junior, if you help me, we can join forces. I will give you 1/3 of the Yin blood we obtain, Ouyang Qing proposed softly. I'll think about it. Lin Xian was still unsure of Ouyang Qing's sincerity. Ouyang Qing appeared unfazed. Very well, if you don't trust me, you can go to the red forest we visited during the day. Yin blood energy is already beginning to accumulate there. If the Shijia brothers and Kong Yuwei are not mistaken, they should be there to absorb the Yin blood energy and enhance their cultivation. All right. Lin Xian was still uncertain of Ouyang Qing's truthfulness, but he assured himself, regardless, I will not divulge this secret she entrusted to me. As long as you know your boundaries, Ouyang Qing nodded. If you do not wish to go, then you need not follow me. Very well. Lin Xian halted, watching as Ouyang Qing's figure faded into the deeper shadows of the corridor, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. He stood in the darkness, surrounded by a small cross-shaped hall in the corridor, which had 4 doors. The door he had entered through was one of them, while Ouyang Qing had taken the one directly opposite. There were 2 more doors on either side. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian turned around. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing not far behind him, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight seeping through the window's gap. It appeared to be Ouyang Qing, who had just departed. Senior Ouyang. Lin Xian was startled, quickly regaining his composure and whispering, Why have you returned? Ouyang Qing gazed at him calmly, momentarily at a loss for words. After approximately 10 seconds, she finally spoke. Follow me, she said softly. Then slowly turned around, walking towards a small door on the left. Lin Xian sensed something amiss, hesitant to follow her too readily. By that time, Ouyang Qing had reached the door and turned back to look at him. Follow me, she reiterated. Lin Xian swallowed hard, glancing around. The other directions were shrouded in darkness, seeming to offer only the path towards senior sister Ouyang, where a sliver of moonlight illuminated the way, appearing somewhat safer. He carefully drew the yin-yang talisman sword, a name he had bestowed upon it. As he unsheathed the blade, it emitted not a sound of metal scraping. The sword's edge was enveloped in a thin layer of black cloth, shielding the symbols inscribed upon it. Gripping the sword, Lin Xian redirected his gaze toward Ouyang Qing, feeling emboldened. At this moment, Ouyang Qing had already begun to enter the small door, half of her body concealed within. Only a delicate, fair hand emerged from the darkness beyond, beckoning him. Lin Xian strode forward, ready to channel his inner energy into the blade. Upon entering the small door, darkness engulfed him, and he could barely discern Ouyang Qing's silhouette ahead. He hurried to catch up, progressing through the corridor. Time slipped away gradually. Unbeknownst to him, the corridor seemed interminable, stretching further with each step, and Lin Xian found himself slightly out of breath. Senior sister, how much farther? Soon. Ouyang Qing's voice seemed to drift farther away. After covering some distance, Lin Xian began to feel uneasy. They had been traversing this corridor for at least 10 minutes, and it was inconceivable for their residence to be so vast. He focused intently ahead, but the corridor revealed no sign of his senior sister. Senior sister, he called tentatively. There was no response. Resolutely, he halted in his tracks. This was decidedly strange. That earlier Ouyang Qing was certainly not what she seemed. A chill ran down Lin Xian's spine as he slowly unwrapped the binding cloth from the sword. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept past. Lin Xian's heart raced, his hand trembled, and a surge of inner energy coursed into the yin-yang talisman sword. In an instant, the sword's body blazed crimson, and a searing wave of heat radiated from it, exploding outward. Lin Xian felt the scorching wind batter his eyes, forcing tears to flow. He quickly turned his face and blinked vigorously. In the darkness, the sword glowed like a red-hot branding iron, exuding tremendous warmth. Holding the sword felt akin to wielding a luminous red baton. Lin Xian tightly shut his eyes, feeling the tears moisten them, which provided some relief. When he opened his eyes again, he was stunned. He was no longer in a dark corridor but standing upon a high, black precipice, mere steps away from a sheer drop. The icy wind, neutralized by the sword in his hand, whistled past him, producing a faint sound. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gazed toward the cliff's edge, precisely where his senior sister had vanished moments ago. Is this a ghost? Looking around, Lin Xian was shocked to realize he stood precisely in the graveyard he had scouted earlier that day, perched on the edge of a cliff. If I were to fall from this cliff, unless possessing extraordinary lightness skills, I would have no chance of survival at my current level. Lin Xian's back broke out in a cold sweat as he recalled that earlier Ouyang Qing. This is truly bizarre. I must return quickly. He hurriedly retreated, following the moonlight back along the path he had come. The graveyard was eerily silent, devoid of insects or birdsong, as if it were utterly lifeless. Halfway through his journey, he suddenly sensed something was amiss, as though something were closely trailing him. Clutching the yin-yang talisman sword tightly, Lin Xian scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him from the left, slicing through the air with a faint whoosh, akin to a weapon's attack. Lin Xian barely had time to react. Even as he summoned his inner strength, his movements were sluggish. He could only awkwardly position the yin-yang talisman sword to intercept the attack. Yet it failed to block the trajectory of the assault. "Explode," he commanded, remaining remarkably calm. Exhaling, a surge of inner energy flooded into the yin-yang talisman sword. The blade rapidly turned red, emanating intense heat. In the night, the sword gleamed like a branding iron. The shadow was struck by the heat wave, emitting a sharp, screeching cry. However, the sword soon ignited surrounding sparks of fire. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed, sending yellow sparks flying. The shadow was directly hit by the flames unleashed from the yin-yang talisman sword, knocking it back, where it tumbled down the slope of the graveyard. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian lunged forward, repeatedly thrusting his sword at the creature. Inner energy flowed naturally, a portion redirected into the blade. The shadow, evidently scorched by the earlier strike, struggled on the ground, unable to rise. Just then, it caught sight of Lin Xian's sword thrusting toward it. Clang! The creature, employing some means to block the attack, was forcefully knocked back, crashing against a gravestone and rolling into the depths of the forest. Lin Xian felt the impact, his wrist aching, nearly spraining it. Seeing the opponent retreat, he swiftly approached the spot where the shadow had landed, discovering a long, blue-glowing spike on the ground, resembling a metal needle. A corpse monkey, he speculated. The creature's speed had been so rapid that he had barely reacted, were it not for the heat wave from the yin-yang talisman sword. He would have undoubtedly been harmed. He carefully cut a small piece of black cloth to wrap the spike, examining it closely. The spike was about the length of a finger, slender, akin to a chopstick in thickness, and radiated a bluish hue from base to tip. Cautiously stowing the spike away, Lin Xian glanced around before hastening back toward his residence. Though this encounter had been perilous, he realized that it had effectively tested the power of the yin-yang talisman sword. Even a creature as formidable as the corpse monkey could not withstand the explosive heat surge from the sword that if struck directly, it would likely result in instant death. Moreover, this was merely the output of a small fraction of Lin Xian's inner energy, estimated to be only 1/20th of his total capacity. This implied that, should he unleash that kind of power, he could deliver 20 lethal strikes against the corpse monkey. Moving swiftly, Lin Xian soon reached the red forest they had visited earlier that day. In the distance, he noticed a faint reddish mist swirling in the air surrounding the grove. Remembering senior sister Ouyang's earlier words, he recalled her mention of Kong Yuhui and the Shijiao brothers venturing out late, presumably in search of the Yin blood. Could it be this mist? He pondered, slowing his pace and cautiously adopting a low profile as he advanced. Gradually, he entered the red mist and inhaled deeply, feeling his inner energy stir within him. It truly has an effect. Lin Xian sensed his inner energy beginning to circulate autonomously. Moreover, he felt no discomfort in his meridians. Could this substance allow for unimpeded cultivation without fear of injury to his pathways? A thrill coursed through him. If he had this aid for cultivation every day, he could be in a constant state of practice. His progress would surely accelerate exponentially, as these thoughts ignited a fervor within him. He suddenly heard a faint sound from afar. Quickly, he raised his head to look. In the distance, he spotted a figure seated cross-legged within the red mist, seemingly Kong Yuhui. Beside him was another indistinct figure, barely discernible. Lin Xian concealed himself and began to cultivate as well, remaining motionless. He intended to quietly observe Kong Yuhui's actions, for this place was strange and enigmatic. It was quite late, and yet he dared to venture out alone, evidently with ulterior motives, perhaps truly seeking the Yin blood, as Ouyang Qing had suggested. Time passed slowly. Lin Xian could not ascertain how long had elapsed when Kong Yuhui finally exhaled, seemingly emerging from his meditative state. Is there anything noteworthy about the individuals in this team? Kong Yuhui inquired softly. The person standing behind him responded. They are all ordinary outer district disciples, the Shijiao brothers, Jiang Yuer, Cheng Ruofei, and that Lin Xian, who merely joined temporarily. There should be no variables. What about Ouyang Qing? Kong Yuhui asked indifferently. Ouyang Qing's voluntary entry into your team likely indicates some suspicion. Or perhaps she seeks a share of the spoils, the individual replied quietly. The others are simple enough, but Ouyang Qing is the main concern. A shadow of darkness flickered at the corner of Kong Yuhui's mouth. I find her difficult to read. Young master need not worry, no matter how powerful she is. She cannot escape our grasp. The person behind him scoffed. Kong Yuwei nodded. Regardless of her hidden cards, when the deadline arrives, their fates will depend on luck. Well, it's getting late. Instruct Ade and the others to leave and not linger at the entrance to avoid detection. Understood. The individual quickly departed from behind Kong Yuwei. Kong Yuwei then stood up, adjusting his clothing as if preparing to leave. Lin Xian, concealed in the grass on the slope, remained motionless behind a gravestone. From the tone of their conversation, it was evident that Kong Yuwei was not alone in this venture. After Kong Yuwei had completely departed, Lin Xian lingered for over 10 minutes, waiting for the red mist to dissipate entirely, until the sky began to lighten slightly, before he cautiously returned to the residence. Once inside his room, he closed the door and swiftly scraped the mud from his shoes before settling down to meditate and recuperate as dawn gradually broke. The door of the room on the right creaked open, seemingly signaling the emergence of Ouyang Qing, whose footsteps echoed softly. Sister Ouyang, a voice that appeared to belong to Cheng Ruofei called out. What is it, junior sister Cheng? Ouyang Qing replied, her tone laced with a hint of languor. Is there anywhere nearby where we can bathe? After more than half a month of merely wiping ourselves with water, we are both overwhelmed by sweat. My sister Jiangyu and I simply cannot endure it any longer, Cheng Ruofei inquired with a note of exasperation. A place to bathe. I have indeed come across one during my previous visits, Ouyang Qing said, a flicker of interest crossing her features. I shall take you there shortly. Thank you, sister, Cheng Ruofei replied gratefully. No need for such formality, Ouyang Qing responded. Lin Xian, aware that the others had risen, had some inquiries of his own for Ouyang Qing. He rose from the bed, casually tidying his long hair before stepping out. Ouyang Qing stood in the right corridor. Clad in a flowing green garment, long sleeves and trousers, still adorned with a white veil. In her hand, she held a long sword, its blade sheathed in a delicate green scabbard. Lin junior brother, Ouyang Qing said, casting a glance at him, her brow slightly furrowed. Sister Ouyang, last night. Lin Xian glanced around, lowering his voice. You mentioned the matter of the blood bird. He emphasized the words blood with a familiar accent. Ouyang Qing looked at him with puzzlement. Last night, did we meet? I retired to meditate and sleep quite early, she replied. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, it was Ouyang Qing who informed him of the accelerated cultivation effects of blood energy last night. How could she not recall now? He scrutinized Ouyang Qing's beautiful eyes, finding no hint of deceit, merely confusion. Perhaps she did not wish to discuss it at this hour, he surmised. Is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. Lin Xian exhaled softly, responding calmly. Ouyang Qing nodded, still somewhat perplexed, and with a brief farewell to Lin Xian, she proceeded to the carriage to fetch water in a wooden basin, preparing to return to her quarters. Lin Xian retrieved his own wooden basin from the carriage, filled it with water, and after a brief washing, stepped outside, ready to pour the water into the pond. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. It seemed to belong to Jiangyu. Lin Xian hastily set down the basin and dashed toward the sound. While behind him, the door to Ouyang Qing's room swung open. Ouyang Qing took a few steps, overtaking Lin Xian as she rushed ahead. The two of them turned a corner in the corridor, arriving at the rooms of Jiangyuer and Cheng Ruofei. Jiangyuer, dressed in a white gown, had her long hair only partially braided, a jade hairpin clutched in her hand, yet she stood there, mouth covered, shrieking in terror. Cheng Ruofei's face had gone pale as she gripped her sword tightly, her expression tense, ready to strike at any moment. What is happening? Kong Yuwei rushed from another direction, arriving almost simultaneously with Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped forward, peering into the room. There, on the bed, lay a figure. Shi Jia's elder brother, Shi Lei, stood nearby, his complexion ashen, his sword broken in half, his gaze fixated on the person on the bed. The individual on the bed was Shi Kuan, a mere 20-year-old youth, now lying supine, his own sword driven straight through his forehead, piercing through the bed beneath. Shi Kuan's eyes remained wide open, unblinking. Shi Kuan is dead. Lin Xian felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. Kong Yuwei quickly approached Shi Kuan, his expression dark and ominous. He lifted Shi Kuan's shirt, revealing a clear horizontal gash on his skin. The wound was crimson and swollen, reminiscent of a child's mouth. He has been dead for a day, Kong Yuwei stated coldly. Tears brimmed in Shi Lei's eyes as he trembled, his lips quivering. I haven't seen my brother since we parted yesterday morning. I thought he was engrossed in his cultivation, only to awaken this morning and find him lying beside me, his head, upon finishing, Tears streamed down his face, his body shaking violently with grief. Yesterday morning. You say, Kong Yuhui's gaze turned colder. The fatal injury is from the sword wound, yet it bears no marks of our Hong Song sword technique. Could it be that you suspect my fellow disciples from Jin Yu sect are responsible? Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the door, and 4 Taoist figures appeared outside, clad in white robes adorned with a golden crescent emblem. Their attire was exquisitely ornate, and their swords were entirely white, with delicate golden patterns on the hilts. Esteemed friends from Jin Yu sect, I never claimed it was you. Are you feeling guilty? Kong Yuhui said coldly, seemingly anticipating their arrival. The leading Taoist, serene in demeanor, with a white beard that fluttered gently in the breeze, exuded an aura of an enlightened master. Oh, it is you, Kong Yuhui, junior brother. What a surprise to meet you here again after our last parting, he remarked. Brother Zhou Jing, a disciple of my clan has died here under mysterious circumstances, and the injury is consistent with that of your Jin Yu sect. You must provide an explanation, Kong Yuhui replied, his tone icy. Shirley tightened his grip on the sword hilt, turning to glare at the Jin Yu sect members. What do you mean? Do you think we killed your people? Another middle-aged Taoist beside Zhou Jing could no longer restrain himself, raising his voice. Whether or not it was you, you must know in your hearts. Ouyang Qing stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kong Yuhui. Cheng Ruofei, Jiang Yu, Lin Xian, and Shirley positioned themselves behind the two, their expressions steely, fixated on the newcomers. Nonetheless, despite Lin Xian's outward demeanor, he remained wary of Kong Yuhui from their earlier conversation in the woods. It seemed Kong Yuhui harbored ulterior motives. We all came here for the bloodbird. The death of your disciple was certainly not our doing, Zhou Jing stated calmly. Junior brother Kong. Junior sister Ouyang, what do you think? His inquiry seemed baffling, and indeed, a flicker of uncertainty appeared in the eyes of Kong Yuhui and Ouyang Qing. I do not care. You killed my brother, and I demand retribution. Shirley could no longer contain his fury, shouting as he lunged his sword at Zhou Jing. A flash of white light, akin to petals, shot towards Zhou Jing without any discernible pattern. Yugui's sword technique. Too bad your inner strength is only at the first level, Zhou Jing said impassively, raising his sword to counter. With a thud, he struck the side of the white light petals, producing a muffled sound. Shirley grunted as he was sent tumbling to the side, clutching his chest, struggling to rise, yet unable to catch his breath. Zhou Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Kong Yuhui and Ouyang Qing, clearly wary of these two. We have come here not only for our own purposes, but also to fulfill a bodyguard duty. Bringing some ordinary folks to pay their respects, we kindly ask the sword sect to exercise caution. And we shall assist in investigating the murder of your disciple, Zhou Jing declared. Kong Yuhui and Ouyang Qing exchanged glances. Then we thank you, brother Zhou, Kong Yuhui replied, seemingly confident that Zhou Jing was not the culprit. Zhou Jing nodded and departed with the Jin Yu sect members, but they did not venture far, instead heading to another part of the residence, evidently intending to stay. Lin Xian observed as they retreated, a sense of unease settling within him. The visage he encountered on the first night, the peculiarities surrounding Ouyang Qing, and Kong Yuhui's seemingly ulterior motives hinted at a troubling conspiracy. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a murky web of intrigue. We lament the tragic fate of junior brother Shirkuan. Yet we assure you it was not the doing of Jin Yu sect. Brother Shirley, please accept our condolences, Kong Yuhui said, shaking his head as he cast a glance at Shirley, who was still struggling to regain his composure before exiting the room. Cheng Ruofei approached to offer quiet words of comfort to Shirley, while Ouyang Qing stood lost in thought. Jiang Yu remained pale. Appearing frightened, Lin Xian tightened his grip on his sword, surveying his surroundings. Aside from Jiang Yu and Cheng Ruofei, whose intentions appeared the most straightforward, the others were shrouded in suspicion, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. Shirkuan, a practitioner of the second level of the minor return to origin technique, had cultivated a sword technique superior to the Hong Song sword technique, yet he had been silently and swiftly slain here. Jiang Yu's motives were pure. She was drawn to accompany Kong Yuhui out of affection, bringing her close friend along for this task. Their intentions seemed the most innocent. Perhaps forming an alliance with them could be beneficial, Lin Xian mused. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Cheng Ruofei rising to glance in his direction, her eyes reflecting a similar sentiment. Shall we discuss this? Lin Xian understood the message in her gaze and nodded slightly in agreement. Chapter 32. Blood at the edge of a crumbling wall in the outer town. Lin Xian walked slowly behind a white remnant of the wall alongside Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Yu. The wind howled mournfully, reminiscent of weeping. The surrounding grass, half the height of a person, bowed low under its force. Junior brother Lin, Cheng Ruofei spoke softly. To be frank, among this team, we three are currently the only ones we can genuinely trust. What leads you to say that? Lin Xin inquired quietly. You are a newcomer, having joined less than 2 months ago. You are unfamiliar with much information and thus cannot harbor any schemes. I joined this mission solely for Ware, Cheng Ruofei replied calmly. But do you know why you joined this mission? What? Lin Xin felt a jolt of realization, sensing a hint of foreboding. Kong Yue, Jiang Yu attempted to speak. But Cheng Ruofei interjected. Indeed, Lin Xin increasingly felt that Kong Yue was a suspicious figure. Kong Yue approached Ware, whom he has long admired, asking her to accompany him on this mission. Cheng Ruofei coldly uttered, I had a lingering sense of unease. And now I finally comprehend why. What is it that you have realized? Lin Xin suddenly noticed that Jiang Yue's complexion had turned ashen. They seek to coalesce in blood. Cheng Ruofei replied frostily. To achieve this, they require the essence blood of at least 5 internal martial masters as a sacrifice. Lin Xin was startled, recalling that in the previous room, around Shirkuan's corpse, there was not a single trace of blood. As if he had been completely drained of it. I knew it was impossible for natural in blood to be present here. It turns out it was gathered from their own people. Cheng Ruofei's voice grew increasingly frigid. What a ruthless heart. After so many tasks, no wonder Kong Yue's powers have escalated so swiftly. Linking this to the earlier behavior of Kong Yue, Ouyang Qing, and Shou Jing from the Jinyu sect, it was evident that the three were likely in the know. Then, what reason do I have to trust you? Lin Xin snapped back to reality, gazing at the 2 girls before him. Ware is unlikely to perish, Cheng Ruofei stated calmly, though her complexion had paled slightly. However, beside you, me, Shirlei, and Shou Jing from the Jinyu sect, there may be fatalities tonight. Suddenly, Lin Xin recalled the eerie Ouyang Qing from the previous night. From this moment on, we must remain together at all times. Huddled closely. Otherwise, the next to die could very well be us. Cheng Ruofei seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. Can you tell me why this town is rife with such oddities? Lin Xin inquired. On the first night, I saw a ghastly pale face. On the second, Ouyang Qing led me, yet almost. Tonight marks the 3rd night. Have you encountered it already? This town has been utterly devoid of life for 30 years. And with their schemes resulting in the demise of so many disciples, the accumulated resentment is sufficient to engulf the entire area. Cheng Ruofei inhaled deeply and spoke softly. In the past, various bizarre occurrences were commonplace. Just remember one thing, after nightfall. Do not trust anyone. Do not trust anyone? Lin Xin felt a chill run down his spine. Why? Dressed in a flowing green gown, Cheng Ruofei's shoulders bore the embellishments of puffed sleeves. She glanced around cautiously, then reached into a small pouch on her left side and retrieved a piece of white talisman paper. Take this. You are unprepared, and if you return, it must be repaid. What is this? Lin Xin accepted the talisman, noticing it was densely inscribed with black characters resembling tadpoles, causing a momentary dizziness, rendering him unable to decipher it. It is a resentment talisman. If any anomalies appear within 3 meters of you, this talisman will ignite automatically, yet without any flames, remaining discreet. You can use it to assess your surroundings, Cheng Ruofei explained. In truth, our 4 sects, along with many others, rely on such external tools to survive amidst the endless oddities of this world. You must prepare better for future assignments. Lin Xin carefully stored the talisman, feeling a newfound goodwill toward Cheng Ruofei. Thank you. No need to mention it. Aiding you is also a benefit to ourselves. Additionally, this talisman is worth 2 pieces of jade. Do not forget to return it to me. Cheng Ruofei offered a rare smile. She appeared delicate, akin to a 15 or 16-year-old girl, with a white feathered 6-petal flower adorning her shoulder-length black hair. Her porcelain-like complexion, while not conventionally beautiful, exuded a gentle charm. Yet when she spoke, her demeanor radiated a calming assurance. No, I refuse to believe that Brother Kong would harm us. At that moment, Jiang Ware, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, shaking her head vigorously. Do not rush. We shall soon discern the true situation. Our priority now is to ensure our own safety. Cheng Ruofei responded with composure. What should we do then? Lin Xin asked quietly. Having sensed the abnormality of the place, with Cheng Ruofei's extensive knowledge, he decided to inquire directly. We must move in together. Cheng Ruofei stated deliberately, fixing her gaze on Lin Xin. Both Lin Xin and Jiang Yue were taken aback. In a dilapidated bedroom, A wisp of yellow-brown incense wafted from the burner, curling upward, gradually dissipating into the air.at. The table beside the incense burner sat a veiled woman clad in green. The lower half of her face concealed, her white veil fluttering slightly with her breath. It was Ouyang Qing, who had just returned to the room. She sat poised at the table, her hand resting on the hilt of a long sword. Seemingly in deep contemplation, Kong Yuhui seems to have caught on. A male voice suddenly whispered in her ear, "So what?" Ouyang Qing replied indifferently, "With our collaboration, Emir Kong Yuhui is no match for us. He likely has his own contingencies," the voice warned. Low and grave, "It is merely a Yin blood formation, along with a few subordinates. What can Emir's second-level master achieve?" Ouyang Qing remained unperturbed. "The real concern lies within this town. The resentment grows ever stronger. Once we handle this matter, we shall depart without waiting for the appearance of the Yin bloodbird," the voice continued. "Leave early." Indeed, Ouyang Qing pondered this for a moment, then replied, "Very well. There is one more thing. Those 3 youngsters have congregated. Should you handle it, or shall I?" the voice asked nonchalantly. Ouyang Qing lowered her eyelids. "I will take care of it. Eliminating them will yield 3 drops of Yin blood." Lin Xian, along with Qing Ruofei and Jiang Yuer, gathered their belongings and relocated to a different vacant courtyard. They divided into 2 adjacent rooms, connected by a naturally existing door in the wall, allowing for easy access between the 2 without the need for an entrance. Once they had settled in and organized their things, they fetched water to wash away the sweat and dust from their bodies. "The water is nearly depleted," Cheng Ruofei remarked quietly as they rested in Lin Xian's room. "Where is Jiang Yuer?" Lin Xian noticed only she had come over. "She went to rest." Cheng Ruofei shook her head slightly, expressing her helplessness. "All 3 of us are merely at the first level of the return to origin technique. Facing any of Kong Yuhui, Ouyang Qing, or Zhou Jing, we would undoubtedly perish, even if we band together. Our lack of combat experience renders us incapable of matching them. You intend to rely on Jiang Yuer's unique status to instill fear in those 3, preventing them from taking action against us?" Lin Xian began to grasp her intent. If only it were that simple. If her identity were truly significant, Kong Yuhui would not have explicitly invited her to join, Cheng Ruofei lamented. Lin Xian remained silent, recalling how he had barely managed to fend off the corpse monkey, which boasted the explosive power of a second-level return to origin master. It was clear that the power of the Yang Flame Talisman Sword could at least contend with second- or even third-level internal martial masters, yet due to the disparity in internal energy levels, his explosive speed fell short, and the Yang Flame Talisman Sword was not suitable for open confrontation. It was best employed in stealth or decisive circumstances where no one was aware. Reflecting on their strengths, he felt he might have a chance against Kong Yuhui and Ouyang Qing in an ambush, but Zhou Jing, his speed was too swift. Lin Xian had scarcely comprehended what had transpired before Shirley was injured. "Let us not dwell on it. Something will undoubtedly happen tonight," Cheng Ruofei murmured. "If their objective is to coalesce Yin blood, then the more that perish, the greater the yield of Yin blood they will obtain. Why don't we leave this place? We could report back to our sect," Lin Xian suggested. "Without evidence, no one will take action against them, and we would only expose ourselves. Moreover, venturing elsewhere would be equally unfeasible, not to mention the task at hand. Kong Yuhui's guards are certainly stationed around here," Cheng Ruofei replied, shaking her head. "So, we just wait here? We seek only to protect ourselves." Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further, but the thought of that crimson mist filled him with trepidation. This world was perilous, and their low strength rendered them constantly vulnerable. If possible, we might have a slim chance to ambush and counter Kong Yuhui. Cheng Ruofei stated again. "We may even acquire the Yin blood they have coalesced." Lin Xian felt a jolt as he regarded this girl. As if seeing her for the first time, "They are forcing my hand," Cheng Ruofei declared through gritted teeth. "Tonight, something will surely transpire. Remember, do not trust anyone." Lin Xian noted the gravity of her expression. Understanding the matter's importance, recalling Ouyang Qing's previous actions, he nodded solemnly. "I will take charge when the time comes. As long as we endure through tonight, we can approach Ouyang Qing. She is the only one in our party capable of contending with Kong Yuhui." Cheng Ruofei's voice gradually diminished. Chapter 33, Temporary Alliances. Night descended. Lin Xian suddenly bolted upright in bed, his eyes wide open. He listened intently to the sounds from the adjacent room. The soft breathing of Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Yuer indicated they were still asleep. Having slept in their clothes, Lin Xian seized his sword, merely adjusting his attire before retrieving a Taoist robe from his bag, albeit donning it in reverse. The inner surface of the Tao robe is a faint ash gray. When the belt is pulled tight, The entire rope transforms into a snug night garment. A prepared piece of cloth is then drawn over the mouth and secured. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare for the possibility of needing night attire, Lin Xian thought to himself. Relieved by his meticulous preparations, grasping his sword, he bundled the quilt from his bed, making it appear as though someone were sleeping. With caution, he stepped outside. I am eager to see what Kong Yuhui intends to do. The small courtyard outside was shrouded in darkness, with even the moonlight dimmed by thick clouds, casting the surroundings into a pitch-black void where visibility barely extended half a meter. Lin Xian proceeded cautiously, step by step, with the yin-yang talisman sword in hand. He felt no hint of fear. Cheng Ruofei's plan was to evade tonight's dangers, but he was unwilling to squander time idly. He intended to venture once more into the area enveloped in red mist, which could potentially mitigate the internal energy's harm to the meridians. If he could truly obtain the Ain blood, the effects would be even more formidable. Exiting his room and descending the 2 stone steps, Lin Xian peered ahead and could vaguely discern the white archway of the small courtyard. He moved cautiously in that direction, alternating between deep and shallow steps. The silence around him was profound, devoid of even the calls of crows. The sound of his own footsteps echoed softly, though he treaded lightly. As he approached the stone archway of the courtyard, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The sound of footsteps seemed to echo, as though another pair matched his rhythm, trailing closely behind. Tightening his grip on the yin-yang talisman sword, Lin Xian suddenly halted. The footsteps ceased. A thick silence enveloped him. Leaving no trace of sound, he took a few cautious steps forward. The footsteps resumed, then abruptly stopped. Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He had not taken a step, yet distinctly heard a person's footsteps behind him. Fear gripped him, urging him not to look back, as an instinct warned of impending danger should he do so. Steeling his nerves, Lin Xian slowly drew the yin-yang talisman sword and moved forward again. The ominous echo seemed to vanish. He hastily retrieved the resentment talisman given to him by Cheng Ruofei, noting that it had already burned halfway without a sound. The upper portion of the talisman had turned to black ash, dissipating into the night breeze without a trace. It seems this talisman has taken effect. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Lin Xian abruptly turned around. There was nothing, only emptiness behind him. With a long exhale, he turned back, cautiously passing through the white archway. Ahead lay another small courtyard, adorned with a rockery and a well. To the left was a wooden corridor that led back to the main courtyard where he had previously resided. He hurried through the corridor, this time encountering no further anomalies. The main courtyard was eerily quiet. The pond at its center had been cleared of algae, reflecting the moon obscured by clouds. Lin Xian carefully removed the black cloth wrapping his sword and swiftly exited through the main gate. Outside, the gray-white street was swept by a cold wind. Standing at the entrance, he oriented himself and quickly made his way towards the graveyard he had visited during the day. This time, I intend not only to absorb the red mist, but also to investigate Kong Yuhui's true intentions. With resolve, he stealthily advanced, evading detection. About half an hour later, he emerged from the town and arrived at the graveyard he had visited earlier. The clouds gradually parted, allowing moonlight to pour down, casting a ghostly pallor over everything. Soon, he beheld the area cloaked in red mist once more, where Kong Yuhui sat cross-legged, utterly alone. The red mist was drawn into his nostrils from a distance. Kong Yuhui exuded a faintly sinister aura. Lin Xian found a slope to hide behind a gravestone. Quietly observing Kong Yuhui, he noticed a white jade wine cup resting before Kong Yuhui, which, like him, was continuously absorbing the surrounding red mist. What could that be? Lin Xian's heart raced as he scrutinized the cup. It was palm-sized, intricately adorned with delicate bird motifs, yet bore faint cracks along the edge. Could that be the vessel for condensing Ain blood? He speculated. He decided to breathe in the red mist while keeping a distant watch on Kong Yuhui. The mist slowly spread within him, rapidly dyeing the skin below his neck a vibrant red. Lin Xian focused on circulating his internal energy. Surprisingly, in just over an hour, he completed another cycle, feeling a faint pang of hunger, indicating that all his sustenance had transformed into refined energy. Remarkable, considering I had only practiced my internal energy earlier this evening, Lin Xian mused. Continuing to inhale the red mist and proceeding with a second cycle of energy circulation. He also fished out some jerky from his pocket, quickly consuming it to replenish his energy. As time passed and he neared the end of his second cycle, Kong Yuhui suddenly stirred. He opened his eyes, reaching for the wine cup and giving it a gentle shake. Then, from his sleeve, he produced a small porcelain vial, removed the cork, and tilted it over the cup, pouring a stream of vivid red liquid into it. Strangely, the cup seemed unable to fill, as the porcelain vial, despite being emptied, left the cup still wanting. A smile crept onto Kong Yuhui's face as he stowed the vial away and gave the cup another gentle shake. Suddenly, a thick cloud of red mist erupted from within, far denser than the surrounding mist, resembling a rising blood fog. Kong Yuhui raised the cup to his lips, poised to drink. In that instant, a glint of cold light shot forth. Striking his wrist with pinpoint accuracy, the cup slipped from his hand, astonishingly without spilling a drop. His expression shifted dramatically, and he lunged to retrieve it. In a flash, a dark figure swept in from the right. A silvery sword trailing a sharp whistle, aimed directly at Kong Yuhui's neck. "You're asking for death." Kong Yuhui bellowed in fury, drawing his sword and meeting the attack with blinding speed. His training emphasized swift strikes, honing his technique to achieve an unparalleled quickness. His sword's speed surpassed that of other practitioners by at least 20%. At that moment, he struck first, his sword darting forward like a serpent, deflecting the shadow's blade and driving forcefully toward his opponent's chest. The explosive surge of internal energy reached a fierce intensity, bolstering both speed and power to a formidable height. Additionally, with his mastery of wrist techniques, Kong Yuhui believed he could dispatch any adversary below the second level within 3 strikes, even forcing equals into disarray. However, the shadow moved with remarkable agility, twisting away to evade the thrust aimed at his chest. Simultaneously, a cloud of gray powder erupted from him, enveloping the area within a 3-meter radius. Poison powder, despicable. Kong Yuhui's face paled as he quickly retreated to evade the powder, though he inadvertently inhaled a small amount, causing a faint dizziness to wash over him. The shadow chuckled coldly, reaching for the wine cup. Suddenly, he froze, swiftly sidestepping to the right. In that instant, a long sword plunged down from where he had been standing, slicing through a thicket of wild grass and embedding itself in the ground. A masked figure in black appeared to his left, reaching out toward the wine cup. Humph. Kong Yuhui regained his composure, unleashing a burst of silver light from his sword, which fanned out like a peacock's plume, forming a barrier of over a dozen silver rays aimed at the two figures. The sword barrier was astonishingly swift and razor-sharp. The two masked figures lost the initiative, forced to leap back to avoid the onslaught. One of them, however, was slightly slower and nearly grazed by the barrier, resulting in a tear in his sleeve and a near miss of his arm. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged outward, causing Kong Yuhui's expression to change as he quickly retreated. The earlier shadow hesitated momentarily, discreetly clutching something in hand. Both he and Kong Yuhui exchanged wary glances, eyeing the sword brandished by the masked figure. As they formed a triangle around the wine cup, none dared to make a hasty move. "Hee, the peacock sword technique. I never expected you, Kong Yuhui, to possess such a skill. Your true prowess is likely comparable to that of a third-level master, is it not?" The shadow's voice dripped with sarcasm, its gender indiscernible. "Isn't your azure poison finger the same?" "I believed it to be mere poison powder, but it seems to be the fabled azure poison finger," Kong Yuhui retorted with a cold smirk. "In this gentleman here, your earlier surge of heat could only be a handful of sword techniques capable of generating such a flow at the postnatal stage. I never imagined you would master the legendary Wuyang sword technique. Without my deliberate provocation, I doubt I could have drawn forth 2 third-level masters from you." Lin Xian, wielding the yin-yang talisman sword, had been drenched in cold sweat from the earlier fray. His internal energy was insufficient, and his reaction speed lagged behind the two. Had he not invoked even a fraction of the talisman sword's power, he would surely have fallen victim to Kong Yuhui's blade in that encounter. The Wuyang sword technique. It appeared Kong Yuhui had mistaken his yin-yang talisman sword for another style. Nevertheless, he decided to play along, as this minimal usage of the talisman sword would incur little cost. As long as he did not fully activate all the talisman formations, he could utilize it multiple times with a single activation. With that thought, Lin Xian hissed sharply, "Kong Yuhui, your desire to monopolize the Yin blood is not solely your prerogative. Does this mean you intentionally lured us both out?" The shadow spoke with an eerie tone. A faint smile curled at the corner of Kong Yuhui's mouth. "Indeed, I intentionally led the two of you here. It is not without purpose." He let his sword hang loosely, and suddenly, it emitted a sound akin to wind chimes. "The peacock secret technique." The shadow's voice trembled slightly. "You have actually mastered this?" Chapter 34. Temporary Convergence. Lin Xian was not well acquainted with the sect's information. Upon hearing about the peacock secret technique, he was at a loss as to its significance. However, from the shadow's tone, he could discern that this sword technique was undoubtedly extraordinary. A hint of chill flickered across Kong Yuhui's face. "In truth, there is nothing in that wine cup. From the moment you two left your quarters until arriving here, my people have already uncovered your identities, the reason for summoning you. is for a singular purpose. What purpose? Lin Xian pressed, suppressing his voice. He naturally did not believe that an ordinary person would dare to enter that strange abode. Kong Yuwei's words were clearly meant to intimidate. The shadow beside him listened intently. Zhou Jing. Kong Yuwei's gaze became stern as he uttered a name. Zhou Jing? The shadow scoffed. Just a mere third layer. Do we really need the three of us to join forces? Lin Xian shared the confusion but remained silent. Kong Yuwei's voice dropped to a murmur. Third layer. What if I told you that Zhou Jing's true cultivation is at the fourth layer? In that instant, both Lin Xian and the shadow paused in their breaths. The Nigong small return technique bore striking similarities to the foundational inner workings of the other four sects, sharing a common characteristic. The transition from the third to the fourth layer is a formidable threshold. Once one surpasses the fourth layer, they can begin to wield special martial techniques such as sword energy and sword light. The implications of the fourth layer meant that, should they be careless, even the three of them together might not stand a chance against Zhou Jing. What do you intend to do? The intimidation of the fourth layer was palpable, and the shadow's mind appeared unsettled as he posed this question. The notion of collaboration becoming increasingly evident, the glimmer of ruthlessness emerged on Kong Yuwei's countenance. Among all present, aside from Zhou Jing, who else could obstruct us? If we join forces to eliminate him and then dispatch everyone else, the yield of blood will undoubtedly surpass all previous missions, enough for the three of us to divide and still have plenty left over. Neither Lin Xian nor the shadow spoke immediately. Lin Xian felt a stir of temptation. Although the four sects were closely tied, prohibiting mutual slaughter, this only applied to disciples in the Qi refinement stage. For those beneath, there were no restrictions. As unofficial disciples did not count as sect members and were naturally exempt from the rules. It was undeniable that Zhou Jing posed the greatest threat. To acquire blood, one could not bypass this individual. As for whether to eliminate the others afterward, that could be determined later. For now, the priority was to remove the most significant threat. How specifically shall we proceed? The shadow, too, appeared intrigued. Kong Yuwei turned his gaze to Lin Xian, who nodded slightly, his heart steadied. On the final day, when we hunt the bloodbird, Kong Yuwei's voice lowered, imbued with a chilling undertone. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Xian cautiously checked the neighboring room. The strands of hair tied to the door remained undisturbed, indicating that Qing Ruofei and her companion were still fast asleep. Strangely, his return had been uneventful, devoid of any odd occurrences. However, upon reflection, had he not possessed the Flame Sun Talisman sword, he would likely have been the first to perish at the hands of Ouyang Qing on that second night. He quietly opened the door and peered into his room. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery hue across the floor, leaving only the bed and the decaying cabinet shrouded in shadow. As he closed the door behind him, Lin Xian suddenly felt as though something was obstructing it, preventing it from shutting completely. Just as he was about to turn away, he instinctively half-turned. Paralyzed with fear. A chilling wave surged up his spine. He clearly saw a pale, decayed hand extending from behind him, gripping the door with a steady hold. Cold sweat trickled down his nose as Lin Xian's right hand slowly grasped the Flame Sun Talisman sword, while his left hand clutched the top of the door. At that moment, the hand gradually retracted. Lin Xian's heart raced. He exerted pressure with his left hand, attempting to close the door. Creak. The faint sound of wood scraping echoed as the door closed halfway. Yet it felt as if a person stood firmly on the other side, preventing it from shutting entirely. Creak. Lin Xian tried again, but the door remained obstructed by an entity that resembled a human shape. Refusing to budge, sweat began to saturate his back. With a sudden resolve, Lin Xian drew the Flame Sun Talisman sword, channeling a surge of inner force into it, and swiftly turned to thrust backward. Whoosh! The dark red, searing sword sliced through the air, and in the ensuing heat wave, Lin Xian found himself staring into an empty void, with nothing in sight. However, the chilling atmosphere that had pervaded the room dissipated rapidly in the wake of the sword's warmth. Lin Xian withdrew his inner force, and the sword's glow gradually dulled. How utterly bizarre. He glanced around, still haunted by the eerie sensations from earlier. A lingering feeling that someone might be lurking behind him sent shivers down his spine. Closing the door, he carefully plucked a long hair from his head and tied it across the door seam on either side. He proceeded to close the window and took the same precaution. Originally, he was not one to be overly cautious, but the experiences he had endured since arriving in this world had stripped him of any sense of security. His once carefree demeanor had slowly evolved into one of meticulous caution. After securing everything, he removed his clothes, tucked them away, and gripped the Flame Sun Talisman sword tightly, lying down on the stone bed while wrapped in the blanket, keeping his eyes closed in vigilant repose. Though his eyes were shut, His other senses remained alert to any disturbances. Fortunately, the 3 encounters with the supernatural had all been salvaged by the Flame Sun Talisman Sword. He recalled the description of the array. Minor Flame Sun Array. Generates a small amount of Flame Sun energy, slightly raising the temperature of the inner energy within the array, suitable for nurturing flowers and plants. It can expel malevolent energies. The number of uses depends on the materials employed. The key must lie in expelling malevolent energies. Its efficacy is indeed remarkable. Lin Xian felt a sense of reassurance wash over him as he clutched the sword, his heart growing considerably calmer. I must hasten to elevate my cultivation level, so I can access more arrays. With my ability to replicate arrays, I can create an abundance of talismans. The overwhelming sense of insecurity only intensified his desire for strength. Although the array's detailed description mentioned that arrays not requiring spiritual energy were exceedingly rare, it was still worth the effort to seek them out, given his capacity to replicate small arrays in abundance. Discovering just one could yield transformative effects. Lost in thought, Lin Xian was unaware of the gradual dawn breaking outside, and before long, he had drifted into a restless slumber. Lin Shidi, wake up. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Ruofei's voice faintly echoed from the adjoining room, mixed with persistent knocking. The doors between the 2 rooms seemed as if they would be shattered. Lin Xian groggily awakened, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating the room, creating a bright and cheerful atmosphere. Sunbeams danced through the air, revealing specks of dust swirling about. Slowly rising, Lin Xian shook his head, feeling still drowsy and his eyes heavy with sleep. What is it? Cheng Shiji. Lin Xian hurriedly got up and approached the door, gently removing the bolt. Creak. The door opened, yet there was no one behind it. The space lay empty. What happened? Cheng Shiji? Lin Xian glanced around, unable to catch sight of Cheng Ruofei. A sense of unease gripped him as he stepped into Jiang Yuer and Cheng Ruofei's room. Slowing his pace, crossing the threshold, he caught sight of the bed on his right. But both Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Yuer were nowhere to be found. Then who was it that just knocked and called for me? Lin Xian's scalp tingled as a sudden feeling of being watched from behind washed over him. He spun around abruptly but found nothing but emptiness. This is truly eerie. A tinge of fear crept into Lin Xian's heart as he hastily gripped the hilt of his sword and strode back into his room, shutting the door before opening his own door. Just then, 2 figures appeared in the distance, revealing Cheng Ruofei in a green dress and Jiang Yuer in a white gown. They approached, each carrying a wooden basin for washing. Engaged in conversation, Cheng Ruofei caught sight of Lin Xian opening the door and smiled brightly from afar. Lin Shidi has awakened. You 2 Shijis are up early. For Lin Xian, those who joined the sect earlier than him could all be referred to as Shijis. This form of address was quite appropriate. The bone-chilling sensation that had startled him earlier eased considerably upon seeing familiar faces. Jiang Yuer glanced at Lin Xian, her eyes betraying a fleeting expression of embarrassment and irritation. Don't let me catch you, she muttered under her breath. Lin Xian was left perplexed. Cheng Ruofei seemed equally puzzled by Jiang Yuer's reaction and cast a glance at Lin Xian. The 2 of them returned to their room with the wooden basins. Lin Xian exhaled, feeling a sense of relief now that voices were emanating from the neighboring room. This place was becoming increasingly troublesome. He swiftly retrieved the wooden basin, sheathed his sword, and headed to the courtyard to fetch water. Passing through the archway and along the corridor, he found Kong Yuhui and Ouyang Qing standing by the pond in the courtyard, seemingly interrogating a young man dressed like a wealthy scion. The young man was being pressed by Kong Yuhui, sweat pouring down his forehead. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword, Kong Yuhui stated coldly. I truly do not know. The young man's voice was frantic. I only return once a year to pay respects to my grandfather, who died here. I genuinely know nothing else. Lin Xian walked briskly over. What has transpired? He inquired. Shidi Lin. Ouyang Qing glanced at him and whispered, this morning, we discovered that Shirley has vanished. We have searched everywhere for any trace of him. And now we've come to inquire about this young man who originally resided here. Shirley is missing too. Lin Xian felt a tremor in his heart and immediately turned to Kong Yuhui. Recalling his harsh words from the previous night, it must have been his doing. His ruthlessness in pursuit of Yin blood is truly formidable. Lowering his gaze, Lin Xian wished to conceal from Kong Yuhui that he was the masked figure from last night. As for the claim that someone was monitoring their residence, such a statement could not possibly be true. Even those skilled in internal martial arts would encounter oddities without reason, and other ordinary individuals would likely not even dare to enter this town. He was only left wondering about the identity of that other shadow. Lin Xian's mind raced with thoughts. Chapter 35, The Siege Today, there are no obligations. Shidi may act freely or rest comfortably in his room, Ouyang Qing quietly stated. If you uncover anything regarding Shirley, please inform us promptly. Kong Yuhui released the individual he had been questioning and, with a resigned expression, addressed Lin Xian. Understood, Shi Xiang. Lin Xian nodded. He cast a glance at the young man being interrogated. This individual appeared to be in his early 20s. Around Lin Xian's age, and likely knew nothing of the tragedy that befell this town 3 decades ago, as he had not yet been born at that time. Yet, there was an inexplicable glint in his eyes, suggesting that his return was not solely for the purpose of the memorial. After Kong Yuhui finished his inquiries, Ouyang Qing began to question him as well. Lin Xian stood for a while, listening to their exchange, and learned that the young man was named Songjin, the proprietor of a bookstore in a nearby town. He had come along with a wealthy merchant from the Song Nation, who was part of the Jin Yu sect's entourage. Typically, he would make a brief visit before returning home promptly, never spending the night here. Finding no valuable information, Lin Xian decided to head to the carriage to fetch some water. The large barrel was replenished, still warm, evidently sourced from nearby. He recalled Ouyang Qing mentioning a spring nearby, perhaps a hot spring. Without further thought, Lin Xian quickly filled a basin with water and returned. Kong Yuhui was still questioning Songjin when he left, but it seemed to Lin Xian that this fellow was merely putting on an act. The Shi brothers had been killed by him to gather in blood, and now he was quite the performer. He had yet to see the members of Jin Yu sect and was unaware of their whereabouts, as there was not a single sound from them. In the following 2 days, no unexpected events occurred. It was as if Shirley had vanished without a trace. No matter what they did, Lin Xian chose to remain in the company of Jiang Yuer and Qing Ruofei. The three of them nearly inseparable. He refrained from absorbing the red mist at night, instead focusing on resting in his room. Finally, the day for the appearance of the bloodbirds had arrived. In the evening, the sky had mostly turned a deep blue-black, with only the horizon adorned by a strip of red and yellow hues. Lin Xian slowly lowered his head, retracting his gaze. He stood in the courtyard of their residence, where Qing Ruofei and Jiang Yuer were practicing swordplay in the center. The two figures, one clad in green and the other in white, moved gracefully, creating a delightful sight. Yet, both wore expressions of palpable unease, their swordplay slightly lacking in vigor. Why is there not a sound to be heard? Were we not supposed to hunt the bloodbirds today? Qing Ruofei sheathed her sword, casting a puzzled glance towards the stone archway of the courtyard. Surely someone should come to notify us. Could it be Ruofei? Yeah, I cannot believe that Shi Xiang would treat us in such a manner. He is not that kind of person. Jiang Yue bit her lip and spoke softly. Some individuals may appear one way, yet their true nature is quite different. Qing Ruofei sighed, her voice low. As the two conversed, Lin Xian furrowed his brow, sensing he had faintly heard a sound. We must proceed. We are obligated to participate in the task, and it would be truly troublesome if we failed to slay at least one bloodbird. Qing Ruofei contemplated. As long as we remain in a crowded area, I believe Kong Yuhui would not dare to act against us. Ruofei Jie. I refuse to believe that Kong Shixiang is such a person. Please refrain from saying such things in the future. Jiang Yue frowned, her expression discontented. I know him. He is kind and courteous to others. Though he may appear aloof, he possesses a gentle heart. Qing Ruofei replied, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Regardless, we should head to the cemetery first. Very well. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The three swiftly returned to their rooms to gather their belongings. And as they exited the courtyard and traversed the corridor, Lin Xian suddenly remarked, you all go to the cemetery first. I suspect someone is already waiting there. He casually mentioned, I forgot to retrieve something and will go back to get it. He feigned a sudden recollection. Make haste and return quickly. We will wait for you. Qing Ruofei nodded. Forget about him. We should go ahead. Otherwise, we may miss the opportunity to hunt the bloodbirds. Jiang Yue seemed to revert to her usual demeanor, clearly unconvinced that Kong Yuhui would harm them. But Qing Ruofei hesitated. Let us go. Let us go, Jiang Yue urged. Go ahead. I will join you shortly, Lin Xian added, having his own plans and naturally wishing to part ways with them. Very well. Qing Ruofei could only acquiesce. Lin Xian placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and turned to retrace his steps. Just as a series of clattering noises echoed from a distance. He paused, turning to look in the direction of the sound. That is the sound of weapons clashing. Qing Ruofei and Jiang Yue, who had not gone far, quickly turned back. The three exchanged glances. I will investigate. You two stay hidden and wait for my return, Lin Xian suggested, his eyes flickering. No, it is safer for us to stick together. Qing Ruofei shook her head. Very well. Could it be that Kong de Gu and the others are in trouble? Jiang Yue's expression turned tense. Without further ado, the trio hurried towards the source of the sound. passing through the corridor. Taking a left into a small door and traversing a desolate courtyard, the atmosphere was foreboding, with a bronze statue of a solemn, elongated middle-aged man standing in the center. In the left corner of the courtyard. There was a small arched door, and it appeared that a person was standing at the entrance, leaning against the wall with their back to them. The Shixiang, Jiang Yue opened her mouth to call out, but was swiftly silenced by the alert Qing Ruofei, who covered her mouth. Qing Ruofei's expression turned serious as she gestured to the confused Jiang Yue, pointing at the bloodstains on the hem of the person's clothing. Jiang Yue peered closely, her heart sinking as she realized that the edges of the person's garments were soaked with a large pool of blood. Moreover, the way the individual leaned against the wall was grotesque. Appearing devoid of bones, entirely limp, Qing Ruofei exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xin. The two cautiously approached the figure. It was only when they were nearly close enough to touch the person's back that he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. They had a foreboding sense, and upon entering the small door, they were shocked to discover that the person was none other than a disciple from the Jinyu sect who had just arrived. He was clad in the white ceremonial robe of Jinyu sect, and the golden crescent moon emblem on his chest had been stained crimson with blood. Jiang Yue, who followed behind, covered her mouth in horror. Gazing at the lifeless Jinyu sect disciple, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Lin Xion's expression shifted slightly as he seemed to hear voices ahead. There are people speaking up ahead, he murmured. Chang Ruofei also caught what seemed to be Kong Yuhui's voice. She exchanged a glance with Lin Xian and took the lead, carefully guiding Jiang Yue toward the source of the voices. Lin Xian observed her retreating figure, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword as he followed cautiously. With the two girls in front and him behind, they proceeded further through the small doorway, the sounds growing clearer. Scattered across the ground lay several corpses, some belonging to Jinyu sect disciples, others to the ordinary individuals they had brought along. As they approached the end of the passage, they encountered another stone archway leading to what appeared to be a garden. The entrance overgrown with weeds and flanked by a rectangular white stone flower bed. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, as though someone was struggling in their final moments. The two girls shuddered, but they soon heard voices. Truly, the hypocritical Zhou Shixiang, watching his junior brother being slain without so much as a flinch. It was Kong Yuhui's voice. You are indeed ruthless, daring to come alone and administer poison, even employing the elusive soul-capturing incense. It seems you had your plans laid out long before we set forth. Zhou Jing's voice came calmly, devoid of emotional fluctuation. You flatter me, Shixiang, Kong Yuhui replied, a hint of pride in his tone. You allowed me to eliminate the disciples of Jinyu sect. Was it not for the sake of blood, to intentionally have your own sect members perish by another's hand? You are not lacking in cunning yourself. Zhou Jing's cold laughter resonated. Those few in your group are likely the materials you prepared for gathering blood. Am I correct? What do you think? Kong Yue chuckled. At that moment, Cheng Ruofei was paralyzed with fear, wanting to flee, but Jiang Yue, pale-faced, held her hand tightly. I must see, she silently mouthed to Cheng Ruofei, each word deliberate, unwilling to accept it. She could not believe that Kong Shixiang, who had always treated her kindly and appeared aloof but was gentle at heart, could harbor such malicious intentions. She could not accept it, and thus, she needed to witness it with her own eyes. That person may not be Kong Shixiang. It must be someone impersonating him, she murmured to herself. Cheng Ruofei gazed at her pale visage, unable to suppress a pang of sympathy. In the end, she could not bring herself to refuse. The two of them crouched quietly, taking refuge among the weeds, inching forward while closely pressed against the flower bed by the doorway. Lin Xian followed closely behind, crouching behind the two girls, able to catch glimpses of the scene within the garden through the narrow gaps in the foliage. In the midst of the disordered garden, Zhou Jing stood at the center, with Kong Yuhui positioned diagonally to his left. Their faces were obscured, rendering them indistinguishable. The soul-entrapping incense intensifies the burden of internal energy circulation, hindering the flow of inner qi, allowing internal martial artists to wield at most 2/3 of their strength. While it may not be as straightforward as a lethal poison, its concealment is unparalleled, Kong Yuhui remarked with a light chuckle. With only 2/3 of his strength. How does Zhou Shixiang feel being poisoned by his own junior sister? Feelings. Zhou Jing snorted coldly. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Do you genuinely think you can escape this garden? Kong Yuhui sneered. My men have completely surrounded this town. Not even a fly can escape. Moreover, there are others within to obstruct you. Obstruct? You think you alone can achieve that? Zhou Jing retorted with a scoff, one hand gripping a sword while the other clutched something tightly behind his back. Of course. I am not alone, Kong Yuhui replied, His sword angled towards the grass. A soft, bell-like chime emanated from his blade. Chapter 36. The encirclement. Ouyang Qing's figure materialized at the archway of the garden amidst the sound of the bells. Her face veiled in white gauze, her silhouette graceful, a white tassel adorning the sword she held inverted behind her. Greetings to Zhou Shixiang. Ouyang Qing offered a gentle smile, bowing her head slightly. Ouyang Qing. Even with the presence of 2 Tier 3 experts, who among you can stop me if I wish to escape? Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. With just the 2 of us, we certainly cannot impede Shixiang, Kong Yuwei asserted confidently. Lin Xian's heart tightened among the crowd. He had thought he could remain uninvolved, yet Zhou Jing's prowess, even while poisoned, was formidable. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he slowly stood upright. Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Wei were crouched before him, anxiously watching the unfolding situation, entirely oblivious to his movement. With a hiss, the yin-yang talisman sword was drawn slowly from its sheath. Lin Xian gripped the sword in his right hand, discarding the scabbard, and began to stealthily approach Zhou Jing from behind. What if I were to join as well? His expression was grim, the sword's tip angled towards the ground. Lin Xian? Cheng Ruofei seemed to recognize his voice. Turning to look back, her eyes widening in shock. You, Zhou Shixiang, it appears today is your day to perish. Lin Xian stepped from his hiding place, positioning the sword horizontally before him. Waves of subtle heat began to swirl around the blade. Zhou Jing squinted slightly, turning his head to glance at him over his shoulder. The Wuyin sword technique. His expression grew serious. The Wuyin sword technique is reputed to be one of the most formidable sword techniques among internal martial arts, sacrificing all other enhancements, speed, power, sharpness, only to wield an intensely scorching wave of heat. This trade-off resulted in overwhelming lethality. Lin Xian walked slowly to Zhou Jing's rear, forming a perfect triangle with Ouyang Qing and Kong Yuhui, encircling him. Lin Xian? You? Cheng Ruofei could hardly believe her eyes. The Lin Xian she had always deemed merely a Tier 1 practitioner was, in fact, a hidden master of the 3-tier Wuyin sword technique. Jiang Yue gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide as they followed Lin Xian's movements. Tier 3. That was a level capable of effortlessly crushing them, far surpassing them in inner chi, explosive power, speed, and more. She had previously regarded him with disdain. Zhou Jing's countenance turned grave. He surveyed his surroundings. All 3 escape routes firmly blocked. A gentle breeze rustled, leaves swirling about. Ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing far and wide, reverberating painfully against the eardrums of the concealed Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Wei, both of whom were taken aback by the sheer might of a 4-tiered expert. Yet, observing Lin Xian, Kong Yuhui, and Ouyang Qing, they remained eerily still, the sound of wind chimes growing increasingly pronounced as the heat surrounding Lin Xian intensified. Boom. Zhou Jing's foot suddenly exploded, the stone slab beneath him shattering as his body shot upward into the air. Simultaneously, Lin Xian, Kong Yuhui, and Ouyang Qing moved in unison, lunging towards him. 3 swords thrust from different angles towards Zhou Jing's head, chest, and shoulders, the shimmering tips of the blades forcing him back down from his leap. Zhou Jing laughed heartily. With a tremor of his left-hand sword, he carved out a semicircular arc, blocking the blades of Ouyang Qing and Kong Yuhui before him. At the same time, a flash of golden light emanated from his right hand. Seamless. A low shout rang out. Lin Xian was horrified to see Zhou Jing's right hand concealed a slender golden needle, which he deftly thrust against the side of Lin Xian's sword. Clang! A tremendous force surged along the blade, causing both Lin Xian and Zhou Jing to retreat a step. Lin Xian staggered backward, while Zhou Jing retreated voluntarily to evade the wave of heat. So it is the Jin Yu Sect seamless sword technique. Ouyang Qing scoffed as a cloud of gray mist erupted around her, her finger extending straight towards Zhou Jing's elbow. Qing poison finger? Zhou Jing's expression shifted. The blade shuddered violently in response to the intense vibration, which instantly dislodged the swords of Ouyang Qing and Kong Yuhui. Just as he prepared to evade, he found a silver sword shield had appeared behind him. Kong Yuhui grinned coldly, one hand wielding the peacock sword technique, transforming it into a shield pressing against Zhou Jing's back. Take this. In an instant, 3 golden lights flashed, striking the 3 positions of Kong Yuhui's peacock sword technique with ferocity. The sword shield abruptly faltered, shattering entirely. Yet, at that moment, the poisonous mist of the Qing poison finger had already enveloped Zhou Jing. A wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting a sense of urgency. He flicked his right hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A multitude of golden needles scattered outward. There were dozens of slender golden needles among them. Lin Xian was caught off guard, his speed insufficient to evade. He merely managed to twist away, and a golden needle pierced through his shoulder, creating a gaping wound. Ouyang Qing let out a muffled groan. Having been targeted by at least 7 or 8 golden needles, clearly suffering the consequences, the enveloping mist obscured the extent of her injuries. The only one who remained unscathed was Kong Yuhui. Though his face flushed red as he was forcefully pushed back several steps, the power of just 3 golden needles was astonishingly formidable. Dragon whisker needles? Kong Yuhui's voice turned icy. I never imagined you had such a trick hidden away. Zhou Jing's face paled slightly as the strain of unleashing so many golden needles weighed heavily on him. What a pity. It remained unclear whether he lamented not being able to severely injure the 3 or failing to evade the poisonous mist of the Qing poisoned finger at this moment. The 3 once again separated, re-establishing their encirclement around Zhou Jing. Originally, I did not wish to resort to this technique, but you have forced my hand. Charge. Before Zhou Jing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Kong Yuhui, who was the first to charge forward, the sound of his sword ringing melodiously. Lin Xian and Ouyang Qing followed suit. The yin-yang talisman sword erupted with searing heat, striking down towards Zhou Jing with ferocity. Meanwhile, the long sword trembled, internal force surging forth, transforming into 3 points of white light aimed at Zhou Jing. This was the Pine Forest Sword technique's ultimate move, the Songyong Needle. Strangely, Zhou Jing faced their dual assault without any semblance of defense. One hand brandished his sword in defense while the other thrust the golden needle towards Kong Yuhui. Even with his back turned, Lin Xian could see the faint glimmer of white light flickering at the tip of the golden needle. A prime opportunity, although he was unsure why the opponent had lowered his guard. Perhaps aiming to absorb the blows and eliminate Kong Yuhui first, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. With this thought, Lin Xian infused a fresh surge of internal energy into his sword, striking forcefully towards Zhou Jing. Ouyang Qing, however, subtly altered her pace, deliberately lagging half a step behind, her Qing poison finger shifting direction, aimed towards Lin Xian's back. The finger technique was light and silent, its speed astonishingly swift. The fingertip drew closer and closer, faster and faster. Lin Xian remained utterly oblivious, fully focused on his strike against Zhou Jing. Explode. A sudden, fierce shout erupted. Boom! A fiery explosion engulfed the area where Lin Xian, Ouyang Qing, and Zhou Jing stood. The crimson and golden flames spread out like a halo, and as the fire ring expanded, Ouyang Qing was hurled backward, a spray of blood erupting from her mouth as she crashed heavily against the edge of the flower bed. Unable to rise again, Zhou Jing was also thrust back, his face paling as he coughed up blood. The golden needle initially aimed at Kong Yuhui missed its mark, clattering to the ground. Kong Yuhui, having been aggressively suppressed by Zhou Jing's left-hand sword, bled from the corner of his mouth, nearly felled in an instant, but he seized the moment to retreat swiftly. Ouyang Qing, he bellowed, his gaze fixed venomously on Ouyang Qing's crumpled form. He could not fathom why she would suddenly change her allegiance at such a critical moment. Lin Xian panted lightly. It was the first time he had fully channeled his internal energy into the yin-yang talisman sword, and its power had indeed exceeded his expectations. The Tier 3 expert Ouyang Qing had been severely injured in an instant by the fire ring. He held his sword inverted behind him, concealing the multitude of fiery red runes above. Did you truly believe I had no defenses against you? Lin Xian regarded the wounded Ouyang Qing, who was coughing violently, blood spilling forth once more. Her upper body bore the brunt of the expanding fire ring, now charred black. Her garments were completely scorched, clinging to her form, while her neck bore the marks of burns from the intense heat. The delicate skin blistering with dark, painful welts. Large blisters began to swell on her neck, rapidly forming. In the center of her neck lay a gaping wound, from which crimson liquid slowly trickled, gradually saturating and staining the fabric of her dress. This injury was a devastating blow to Ouyang Qing's body, revealing the terrifying power unleashed by the yin-yang talisman sword. How could the Huayan sword technique be so formidable? Ouyang Qing's voice trembled, betraying her fear. Even back on the second night, I was wary of you. It was peculiar how you, a master of the 3rd tier, would randomly divulge information about the Yin blood to me. A mere 1st-tier character, Lin Xian stated calmly. Despite being caught off guard by Ouyang Qing's scheme, he showed no signs of triumph, instead maintaining an air of serene composure. Second night, I distinctly recall being at the nearby hot springs. Completely absent from the room, Ouyang Qing laughed bitterly. Victory and defeat are unpredictable. A win is a win. There's no need to seek excuses. Don't make me look down on you. Not in the room. Lin Xian's heart sank. Do you still intend to deceive me? What reason do I have? Cough. To deceive you and reveal the matter of blood. Ouyang Qing's pupils began to dilate, clearly on the verge of collapse. Indeed, she had no reason to voluntarily disclose the information regarding blood. Lin Xian pondered for a long time, still puzzled by why she had suddenly informed him of such matters. It was evident that she was cautioning him. Yet the subsequent Ouyang Qing seemed intent on taking his life. Lin Xian's mind raced. If the two Ouyang Qings he had spoken to that night were not the true Ouyang Qing, then who were they? A chill crept slowly up his spine. Chapter 37. Secret. Suddenly, the sound of blades scraping against one another pierced the air. Lin Xian turned to see Kong Yuhui withdrawing his sword from Zhou Jing's body. Zhou Jing, a fourth-tier master, had a charred back, having sustained injuries from the earlier onslaught. His seamless swordplay had faltered, leaving him vulnerable. In a moment of weakened internal energy, he fell prey to Kong Yuhui's opportunistic strike to his chest. Marking the second thrust of the sword. It was evident that Kong Yuhui had employed some hidden technique to launch a surprise attack, achieving a significant victory, while Lin Xian conversed with Ouyang Qing. Zhou Jing, the formidable master, had already succumbed, his eyes vacant, dying in utter frustration. To the victor goes the spoils, just kill me. Ouyang Qing pressed her hand against her gaping throat, her voice tinged with struggle. Kong Yuhui approached, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Wait, Lin Xian interjected. Kong Yuhui turned to him, puzzled, only to witness Lin Xian draw the sword from Zhou Jing's grasp and thrust it into Ouyang Qing's forehead. Crimson blood mingled with clear cerebrospinal fluid, seeping out slowly. Lin Xian released the sword, allowing it to remain embedded in her forehead. Whether she dies at Zhou Jing's hands or by the sinister forces within this town, it all hinges on whether anyone can uncover the clues. Kong Yuhui's expression shifted slightly. After such a life-and-death battle, Lin Xian still managed to pay heed to the details of framing and misdirection. Coupled with the tremendous power he had just unleashed, even Zhou Jing, caught off guard, had suffered injuries despite his protective aura. The third-tier Ouyang Qing had been directly slain by the lethal green poison finger. The might displayed surpassed mere third-tier internal cultivation. Even fourth-tier mastery would struggle against it, he thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Lin Shidi is indeed cautious, Kong Yuhui remarked, concealing his emotions as he turned to the pale-faced Jiang Yuer and Cheng Ruofei. There are 2 witnesses remaining. Killing them would yield 2 drops of blood. Shall it be you, or I who carries out the act? He approached the 2 girls, his eyes glinting with malice. We are disciples of the sect. We cannot harm each other. Jiang Yuer's voice trembled. You. Are you not afraid of the sect's rules? Cheng Ruofei tightly grasped her hand. Though she too appeared pale and terrified, she managed to retain a semblance of composure. As she observed the advancing Kong Yuhui, she realized that even a wounded Kong Yuhui was beyond the capability of the 2 first-tier girls to resist. Moreover, Lin Xian, a terrifying force, stood behind them. Lin Xian. Suddenly, she recalled a crucial detail about him. Gazing at the approaching Kong Yuhui, her sense of urgency intensified. Perhaps only this revelation could save their lives. Lin Shidi, your Waiyan sword technique has a critical flaw. I can help you rectify it, she shouted urgently. Lin Xian was in the midst of sheathing his sword, initially indifferent to Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Yuer, but her words caught his attention. What flaw exists in my swordsmanship? He inquired casually, bemused that she claimed his technique was flawed, almost finding it ludicrous. Your swordsmanship resembles that of the little Yin Yang. Enough. Lin Xian abruptly interrupted her, realizing that the latter part of her statement held implications he was acutely aware of. Cheng Ruofei had discerned that his sword originated from the little Yin Yang formation. Just hearing the fragment of her sentence convinced him that she was a discerning individual. His expression darkened as he swiftly approached Kong Yuhui. Kong Yuhui narrowed his eyes, seemingly grasping Lin Xian's intent. Lin Shidi, these 2 have witnessed our every move. They know we were responsible for Zhou Jing and Ouyang Qing's deaths. If we spare them, both you and I will face dire consequences. Though he was curious about Lin Xian's secret, the urgency of the situation took precedence. Lin Xian's chest heaved, his gaze somber as he glanced at the trembling Jiang Yuer and Cheng Ruofei. Spare her. Lin Xiong, Kong Yuhui tightened his grip on his sword. His expression grim. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Only the dead can keep secrets. Lin Xian remained silent, contemplating for a moment before turning to the corpses in the courtyard. You 2, each stab one sword into Ouyang Qing and Zhou Jing. Lin Xiong. Kong Yuhui raised his voice. What purpose does this serve? They could easily claim we coerced them. Who can prove they are not in league with us? Lin Xian shot back coldly. We will never speak. Cheng Ruofei proclaimed firmly. She took Jiang Yuer's trembling hand. And together they stood, advancing towards the corpses. With a flurry of thrusts, Cheng Ruofei drove her sword into Zhou Jing and Ouyang Qing multiple times. Where? Stab. She turned to Jiang Yuer. Jiang Yuer trembled all over. But upon meeting Kong Yuwei's murderous gaze, she realized that survival hinged on siding with the two. She raised her sword, hesitating only until Lin Xian and Kong Yuwei's impatience reached a boiling point. Before finally plunging her sword into Ouyang Qing's chest, blood spurted forth profusely. Another strike landed on Zhou Jing. What about the remaining disciples of the Golden Jade sect? Lin Xian snorted coldly, finally turning to Kong Yuwei, whispering his inquiry. Only a few are hiding, but they're all within this estate. Kong Yuwei replied casually, exhaling lightly. My men have already sealed off the area. I never anticipated Ouyang Qing would turn against us so suddenly. Perhaps she was allied with Zhou Jing from the start. Otherwise, why was Zhou Jing so composed initially, ultimately leaving himself unguarded against me? Lin Xian exhaled. He glanced at the two girls. Let us go. The remaining ones are yours to deal with. Kong Yuwei immediately grasped his intent. The remaining survivors of the Golden Jade sect would be handled by these two, ensuring that they posed the least risk of revealing secrets. Jiang Yuer was crouched on the ground, sobbing softly, while Cheng Ruofei, her expression complex, knelt beside her to offer comfort. They gathered the possessions of Zhou Jing and the others. Kong Yuwei did not contest Lin Xian for the valuables, but rather left them all for him. Clearly unconcerned with such material wealth, Lin Xian accepted without hesitation. The four of them, under Kong Yuwei's leadership, swiftly located the remaining disciples of the Golden Jade sect hiding in the corners. However, it was peculiar that although 4 disciples had arrived, along with their employers' guards, totaling over a dozen, they could only find 3 corpses, Zhou Jing, Ouyang Qing, and one other who remained elusive. The sky gradually darkened. Here, Jiang Wei suddenly exclaimed. The other 3 rushed towards her voice. Finding her standing pale-faced in a room, pointing to a corner, Lin Xian and Kong Yuwei followed her gaze to where a pile of clothing lay. Golden Jade sect robes, a sword, pouches, shoes, and all manner of belongings. The items were arranged in the shape of a person, as if the individual had been lying there, but their body had vanished, leaving only the attire behind. Lin Xian and Cheng Ruofei remained composed. But Kong Yuwei's expression changed drastically upon a mere glance. Leave, quickly, he urged, hastily retreating from the room. The others, reading his urgency, followed suit. Hushing, Kong Yuwei exited the room and whistled sharply, the sound resembling a baby's cry. Lin Xian recalled having visited a zoo in his past life and recognizing that the sound was identical to that of a peacock. The whistle echoed for a moment, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. After several seconds of waiting, Kong Yuwei's face grew increasingly grim. Retreat. Leave this town at once. Otherwise, we shall all perish. He hastily turned back along the path they had come. Lin Xian and the others were baffled. Yet they could sense the urgency of the situation and hurriedly followed suit. They swiftly returned to the courtyard where Zhou Jing had been besieged, and strangely, all the corpses had vanished into thin air. The ground was spotless. Aside from a few articles of clothing, there was not a trace of blood. The entire little garden was so immaculate it sent a chill down their spines. How could this be? Cheng Ruofei gasped, covering her mouth in terror. We must hurry. Kong Yuwei's face was ashen. There has been no response thus far. My subordinates are surely in grave danger. If we do not leave now, we may never escape. Lin Xian also perceived the gravity of the situation. The 4 of them exchanged no further words and made their way to the nearest exit, bursting through the door. Outside, the streets lay deserted, devoid of any sound. Where's the carriage? Jiang Yuer exclaimed anxiously. You still think about the carriage when our lives are at stake. Kong Yuwei snapped irritably. His outburst silenced Jiang Yuer. They sprinted down the street, each feeling an inexplicable chill enveloping them. Strangely, the closer they drew to Lin Xian, the fainter the chill became. Lin Xian, too, recognized the anomaly. Evidently, the exorcism effect of his yin-yang talisman sword was at play. Upon sensing something amiss earlier, he had drawn his sword and infused it with a modicum of inner strength. At that moment, the blade glowed faintly red, dispelling the surrounding ominous chill. Cheng Ruofei and Kong Yuwei quickly realized the situation and hurriedly produced several talismans, which ignited spontaneously, radiating a gentle warmth. Coupled with the yin-yang talisman sword, the oppressive chill around them began to dissipate slightly. After much effort, the 4 finally escaped the confines of the gray-white town. They had burned through more than 10 talismans, and had it not been for Jiang Were's ample resources, who unhesitatingly produced a thick stack of resentment talismans, they would have relied solely on Lin Xian's yin-yang sword for protection. Beyond the town lay a vast expanse of yellow-green wilderness, with the four standing on the path flanked by white crumbling walls. The sky had turned gloomy, devoid of any moonlight, blanketed instead by a thick layer of jade-white clouds. To the graveyard, Kong Yuhui whispered. Let us go. Lin Xian understood his intent, with so many lives lost. If they did not venture to the graveyard to collect the Yin blood, all their efforts and risks would have been in vain. However, recalling the earlier peculiarities, he weighed the pros and cons. With the yin-yang sword in hand, having survived thus far, what more could he fear? Resolutely, he followed Kong Yuhui towards the graveyard. Jiang Yue and Cheng Ruofei dared not stray from the two. Knowing that in such perilous times, they could not afford to act independently, the white and green dresses they wore were now drenched in sweat, subtly revealing the alluring curves of their undergarments. Yet, Lin Xian and Kong Yuhui paid little heed to these distractions, their focus solely on reaching the graveyard. As they raced along, Kong Yuhui whistled repeatedly, yet there was no response. His expression grew increasingly grim. The entire town and graveyard, once teeming with hidden subordinates, now felt as if only the four of them remained alive. Upon arriving at the graveyard, the slope lay desolate, with not a single figure in the crimson woods. Kong Yuhui retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, giving it a gentle shake, releasing a rich fragrance that permeated the air. Instantly, an intense red mist enveloped the area above the woods. So much, Kong Yuhui exclaimed, tossing a vial to Lin Xian and each of the two girls. Quick, gather the Yin blood. Lin Xian mimicked his actions, uncorking the vial and gently shaking it, releasing a similar potent aroma. Jiang Yue and Cheng Ruofei followed suit. In an instant, the sky was filled with a frenzied torrent of blood mist, pouring into their porcelain vials as if alive. The mist and vials emitted soft friction sounds, seemingly insatiable in its absorption. The four remained motionless, hearts pounding as they awaited the collection of the blood mist. It's coming, Kong Yuhui suddenly hissed. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as several red dots appeared before him, faintly numbering 8. The red dots traced 8 lines, accurately plunging into the porcelain vials held by the four. Cap them, Kong Yuhui shouted urgently. The four hastily replaced the corks, disregarding the thick red mist still pouring into their vials. At that moment, several blood-red lines surged through the air, hurtling toward the vials. Lin Xian observed clearly. This time, the red line was a headless crow, its neck a bloody stump, muscle and bone subtly shifting within the gaping wound. That is the Yin bloodbird, Kong Yuhui warned. Be careful, they are highly poisonous. Without needing further caution, Lin Xian infused his yin-yang sword with inner strength. Though he could not match the speed of the Yin bloodbirds, the sword unleashed a fire ring that exploded outward in all directions. Blast, he commanded. Boom. Fiery yellow flames erupted, forming a ring that expanded outward. Before the bird's claws could reach the porcelain vials, it was struck head-on by the flames and sent flying, reducing it to a charred remains. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue found herself in dire straits, rolling on the ground as the Yin bloodbirds relentlessly pursued her, clutching a jade pendant from which wisps of white smoke emanated. She found that the birds seemed to fear the smoke, allowing her a brief reprieve from their onslaught. Cheng Ruofei, meanwhile, was sprinting towards Lin Xian, aware that he could assist her against the pursuing birds. Unfazed, Lin Xian charged forward, wrapping his arms around Cheng Ruofei, pressing her tightly against him. Close your eyes, he commanded. Cheng Ruofei complied instantly, their bodies pressed closely together. The warmth of her form pressed against him was palpable. Boom. Another fire ring exploded, dispatching a second Yin bloodbird. When the fire ring detonated, a narrow void at its center provided shelter for the wielder, a deliberate maneuver by Lin Xian to position himself behind the sword's hilt, creating that effect. However, the space was limited, so he had to ensure that Cheng Ruofei remained close. With a thud, another Yin bloodbird fell, its body charred. Kong Yuhui, beside him, slowly withdrew his sword from the bird's corpse and swiftly dashed towards Jiang Yue. His blade glinting with white light as it flew forth, piercing the last Yin bloodbird with precision. Enough! Let us move. The Yin bloodbirds cannot be killed within the red mist, he shouted. Turning to flee, Lin Xian released Cheng Ruofei, who hurried to assist Jiang Yue, and the three of them dashed towards the periphery of the blood mist. Behind them, the wounds on the 4 Yin bloodbirds were rapidly healing. Their wings twitching as if they could take flight at any moment, they hastily exited the red mist. but the 4 blood birds surged forth like arrows. Lin Xian's expression hardened as he turned back. Unleashing another strike. Boom. The fire ring detonated, simultaneously striking all 4 birds, sending them careening away. This time, however, they were outside the red mist, and signs of healing did not manifest. Observing this, Lin Xian quickly gathered the 4 bird corpses. Hurry! Kong Yue urged loudly. Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Yue paused to wait for him, both understanding that without Lin Xian, Kong Yue might turn against them. Just as Lin Xian was about to respond, he suddenly heard the sound of numerous wings flapping from within the red mist. Damn it! A chill ran down his spine as he sprinted towards Kong Yue. The 4 of them raced desperately away from the town. Behind them, from the depths of the red mist, hundreds of bloodbirds shot out like arrows, relentlessly pursuing them. These birds, akin to arrows piercing through the red mist, chased them for several hundred meters before gradually slowing their pace and retreating back into the fog. Lin Xian, breathless and overheated, with cold sweat soaking his back, finally caught up with the trio who had slowed their pace. They continued along the carriage path, flanked by gray-white remnants of walls. We haven't completely left the town's territory yet, Kong Yue said coldly. We must distance ourselves from here as much as possible tonight. Without further ado, the 3 accelerated their pace. They traveled through the night, intermittently resting until the sky began to brighten. At last, they found a large stone by the roadside and sat down to recuperate, after a night of harrowing escape. The once dashing and composed Kong Yue was now drenched in sweat, his hair disheveled, stripped of his usual elegance. Jiang Yue and Cheng Ruofei, initially adorned as delicate young ladies, now appeared equally ragged. Their appearances disheveled and their dresses stained with dirt and grass. Their once pristine skirts torn for ease of movement. Their once fair faces were now marred with smudges of gray and black. Lin Xian wiped his forehead, sticky with dried sweat, and felt the area around his collar and neck was equally clammy. Our belongings are still in the carriage. We should head to the nearest town and hire a carriage to return directly, he murmured. So many lives have been lost this time. Kong Yue's complexion was grim. What then shall we do about the aftermath? Lin Xian looked at him. If you intend to proceed, you should have a comprehensive plan and preparation. The plan was thorough, but I never expected all my men to vanish. Kong Yue scoffed, propping his sword against the ground. For now, we must shift the blame entirely onto the town's grievances. What exactly is the nature of that town? Cheng Ruofei interjected. A question that Lin Xian and Jiang Yue also shared. Kong Yue shook his head slightly. The town is essentially a natural array for condensing blood. The bloodbirds are birthed in this manner. Originally, this array was dormant, causing no issues. However, 30 years ago, due to an unforeseen accident, the entire array was abruptly activated, resulting in the demise of over half the townsfolk, who vanished without a trace. Just like what we see now. Only clothes remain. Lin Xian inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Kong Yue affirmed with a nod. Later, some skilled seniors came to investigate but uncovered nothing of significance. They merely designated this area as a forbidden zone for mortals, permitting only a select few and disciples of sects to enter in limited numbers for training missions. They warned the disciples against entering in large groups. However, it is said that there exist conscious grievances and spirits. I suspect it is related to that Songjin, hence the interrogation aimed at him. The outcome, as you are aware, remains unresolved. Initially, how did you come to know about the blood? Lin Xian suddenly asked again. A senior sister from my team sought me out in the dead of night and informed me, Kong Yue replied casually. What is the matter? Also in the dead of night. Lin Xian furrowed his brow that he had already gleaned some clues. It appeared that the true objective of the grievances here was to incite the disciples from the sect to turn against one another. Lured by the blood, causing the townsfolk to perish in ever-increasing numbers. What was the casualty rate in your previous encounters? He inquired further. My first time on this mission, I came with 5 people. 2 of whom perished. The second time, 12 people, 8 of whom died, Kong Yue recounted succinctly. This time, I brought over 20, all members of my family, and now only the 3 of us remain. Yet, we have obtained 8 drops of blood. At this point, his gaze grew slightly fervent, yet he seemed unfazed by the loss of so many lives. Lin Xian felt a chill run through him. 8 drops, how shall we divide them? Lin Xian glanced at Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Yue. The 2 hastily retrieved the porcelain vials they held and handed them to him. As he accepted each vial, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon Kong Yue, who was similarly fixated on him. 1 drop of blood requires over 2 months to assimilate, for those below the 4th level. It is sufficient to elevate one's internal energy by a tier. That's remarkable. Lin Xian felt a tremor in his heart. The yin blood proved to be exceedingly valuable. Thus, there are 8 drops of yin blood here. 1/2 for each. Kong Yue declared outright. Agreed. Lin Xian nodded without hesitation. You have exerted great effort, invested in poison incense and other precious items, and endured such losses. To be frank, you have been somewhat shortchanged, he stated candidly. The effects of yin blood above the 4th level are minimal. I only require 2 drops to reach the 4th level. Any excess would be of diminished utility. I intend to use it to ask my senior brother to refine pills, Kong Yue stated earnestly. Moreover, having more friends opens more paths, with Lin brother's prowess. You shall not remain unnoticed for long. Though we may not be super geniuses, we are grounded. We shall inevitably achieve success in cultivating our energy one day. His words resonated with a profound vigor, prompting Qing Ruofei and Jiang Yue to glance at him in surprise. Lin Xian understood that the other party was intent on forming a bond. Kong brother, your ambitions are lofty, indeed. By the way, the internal energy absorbed from yin blood will exhibit a faint reddish hue, detectable only by those skilled in the qi refining stage, so there is no need for excessive worry, Kong Yue added. Upon our return, I shall take care of the aftermath. If anyone inquires, we shall say that upon awakening on the final day, we discovered that everyone had vanished, and due to a lack of personnel, our mission to hunt the yin blood birds failed. At this moment, Lin Xian remained impassive, retrieving the 4 charred yin blood birds he had stored and tossing them onto the ground. As expected of Lin brother, Kong Yue exclaimed in astonishment. 1 for each person. This should suffice to offset our mission, correct? Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly. Of course, Kong Yue bent down to secure 1. Jiang Yue also prepared to tear a strip from her skirt to retrieve a yin bloodbird. But she was promptly pulled back by Qing Ruofei, revealing a hint of confusion on her face. What is the matter? Qing Ruofei did not respond but instead fixed her gaze on Lin Xian. While Kong's senior brother may take 1, we dare not simply take it. Lin brother, do you have any request in exchange? Lin Xian found himself speechless. The woman's mindset was too pragmatic, keenly aware of the potential for coercion. Recalling Kong Yue's earlier mention of the reddish hue of the internal energy after absorbing the yin blood, he glanced at Qing Ruofei and the others. In that case, I shall allocate 1 drop of yin blood to you 2. Coupled with these 2 yin bloodbirds, Chang's senior sister, how much do you think these 2 items could fetch in the sect? Throughout the journey, Jiang Yue, the naive girl, could be disregarded, but Qing Ruofei, with her meticulous mind and likely impressive background, might possess considerable utility. As for giving them a drop of yin blood, it was merely a precaution against them severing ties once they crossed the river. This yin blood was derived from the lives of genuine beings. Should it be exposed, they could never absolve themselves of suspicion, no matter how much they argued. Compensation. Qing Ruofei quickly grasped Lin Xian's intent. She was an astute girl. Yet, even with this understanding, they could not resist the allure of a single drop of yin blood. Meanwhile, Kong Yue was also taken aback by Lin Xian's magnanimity. This was a drop of yin blood within the sect. Countless individuals would go to great lengths to obtain it. It was a true treasure, priceless, and in high demand. The quicker one can enhance their cultivation, the more likely they are to reach the qi refining stage. Kong Yue lamented. Lin brother, you truly possess a grand vision. Lin Xian smiled faintly. This item was indeed a hot commodity. Given that the effectiveness would significantly diminish after the 4th level, using 3 drops would suffice for him. The remaining drop could be traded for an abundance of other resources, simultaneously binding the 2 women to his chariot of secrets. He glanced at the 2 girls, their eyes sparkling with evident desire. It seems that resources capable of enhancing internal energy cultivation are exceedingly scarce in the market. Truly priceless, otherwise, they would not be displaying such eagerness, Lin Xian deduced. We will undoubtedly ensure that Lin brother is satisfied with the compensation. Jiang Yue eagerly interjected. As soon as I return home, I can procure pills, weapons, and equipment, as long as it does not exceed 20,000 yuan. Qing Ruofei, wishing to intervene, found herself unable to do so in time, watching helplessly as her friend disclosed her limits before any bargaining commenced. Lin Xian, however, wore a smile. 20,000 yuan, you say? Yin blood can disregard meridian damage and significantly shorten cultivation time. It cannot be compared to ordinary blood-boosting pills. He relished such forthright individuals, especially during negotiations. 20,000 yuan is indeed a considerable sum. However, demanding a drop of yin blood in exchange feels somewhat unfair. Kong Yue chimed in with a smile of his own. But I can only offer this much, Jiang Yue stammered. her face flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. Her gaze occasionally flitted towards Kong Yuhui, clearly still apprehensive after the earlier incident. "You can indeed only offer this much," Cheng Ruofei shook her head. "As for the rest, I possess items that Lin brother requires. They should suffice for an exchange." "Right." Lin Xian's heart stirred. "You know what I need. I might be able to guess a little." Cheng Ruofei nodded. "Very well. I shall consider the earlier occasion a favor, and this will be another. Remember this well," Lin Xian acquiesced. Upon returning to the sect, "I expect an explanation." "Not a problem," Cheng Ruofei assured with composure. "Let us continue on our journey," Kong Yuhui urged, eager to leave the outside world behind. This expedition had left him feeling anxious, and the aftermath would require considerable attention. The four of them resumed their journey without further delay. When hunger struck, they hunted for wild rabbits and similar game in the surroundings. When unsuccessful, they had to endure temporary hunger if luck favored them. They would encounter a small stream to refill their water pouches. Otherwise, they had to endure thirst. Fortunately, this route was a frequently used carriage path, and before long, they encountered the carriage driver they had previously arranged to meet. The driver ushered the four into the carriage and turned towards a nearby town. The next day, after resting in Baiyang town, situated several dozen miles away, the four chartered 2 carriages and headed straight for the next town. They traveled intermittently, replenishing supplies and switching vehicles, and after half a month, they finally returned to the Mingshui River market town near their sect. Lin Xian, having received an advance of some yuan from Cheng Ruofei, sought out Lin Yuan Sheng, a guardian of the Lin family, and provided him with a few pieces of jade as daily expenses, and for sending a message. 1 piece of jade equated to 100 taels of silver. And in terms of purchasing power in this small town by the Mingshui River, it was roughly equivalent to over 800 renminbi, relatively cheaper compared to the outside rate of 1,000. However, even when converted to copper coins, it would be sufficient for a common household to sustain themselves for half a month. Several hundred taels of silver amounted to tens of thousands. Not only was it enough for living expenses, but it also covered the cost of traveling back and forth to deliver the message. After arranging matters with Lin Yuanxing, he penned a letter to his father, Lin Jiwen, and a separate note to his second uncle, Lin Jiwu, urging him to allow Lin Xinyuan to truly practice martial arts. This was a promise he had made to his cousin. Once everything was settled, Lin Yuanxing set off to deliver the letter, and Lin Xian rejoined the other 3 as they crossed the river together. Standing in the middle of the Mingshui River, the sound of water lapping against the sides of the boat echoed beneath his feet. Clad in a simple white robe, Lin Xian stood alone at the bow, gazing into the distance at the location of the Songlin sword sect. The weather was clear with an azure sky, devoid of any clouds. From a distance, the black mountain ranges resembled enormous square stones laid flat upon the verdant grass, with a grayish-black entrance nestled between 2 of these stone slabs, leading directly into the Valley of Sword Sounds. The mountain surface was adorned with a sparse layer of white frost and snow, where faint silhouettes could be discerned dancing with swords atop the peak. The surroundings were steep and rugged, almost forming right angles, with only a faint glimpse of a cascading white waterfall that flowed from the mountain, resembling a delicate white line suspended from the cliffside. "I've heard that the one dancing with the sword at the summit is the talented Bai Zongzi of the Qi refining stage," remarked Kong Yuwei casually as he approached Lin Xian with a cup of wine in hand. "The internal arts, the innate Qi refining, only those who truly enter the realm of Qi refining can be called the legendary practitioners, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to transform themselves. It is indeed a prospect that fills one with endless yearning," he sighed. "We also have our opportunities," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Indeed," Kong Yuwei responded, surprised by Lin Xian's confidence, and chuckled softly. The 2 gazed into the distance towards the dock, where 2 disciples clad in snow-white garments were preparing to board a boat. They appeared to be in their early teens, strikingly handsome, with features so delicate that their genders were difficult to discern, save for the fact that one had a pronounced chest while the other was flat-chested with an Adam's apple. Lin Xian's gaze fell upon them, and to his astonishment, the pair seemed to sense his presence immediately, their eyes darting toward him like bolts of electricity, sending a shiver down his spine. TSK. The Dugu siblings, I never expected to encounter them here," Kong Yuhui whispered in admiration. "Are they quite renowned?" Lin Xian inquired, his brow furrowed slightly. "Extremely so," came the voice of Cheng Ruofei from behind. She had changed into the sect's attire. Wearing a form-fitting, pale yellow robe that accentuated her graceful figure, reminiscent of a young heroine freshly emerged from the world of martial arts. Her robe was tailored to reveal a portion of her fair, rounded thighs, and her white boots complemented her appearance. Her black hair was styled into 3 long ponytails cascading down her back, exuding a unique charm. The Dugu siblings are the most outstanding disciples among all the sect's disciples in the past decade. Though they are currently only outer disciples, they are said to be born as spiritual condensers, Chung Ruofei remarked enviously. Spiritual condensers? Lin Xian asked, perplexed. Before entering the sect, they began practicing the minor return to origin technique, achieving the innate stage within 3 months. Now, a year has passed, and they have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the minor return to origin technique, rumored to be on the verge of entering qi refining. Remarkably, they have yet to use any medicinal pills or auxiliary methods, Chung Ruofei explained with a hint of resignation. Such talent seems destined to place them above the masses from birth, achieving the innate stage in 3 months. Lin Xian, though previously aware that some prodigies existed in this world, was nonetheless taken aback by the notion of someone reaching the innate stage, which equated to the 4th layer of the minor return to origin technique or higher. In such a short span, even his exceptionally gifted junior sister, Aning, had taken at least several years of arduous training to reach the 2nd layer, without relying on the blood of the Yin. He might require at least 3 years to reach the 2nd layer himself. Even with the use of Yin blood, the time needed for digestion would still lag behind their significantly. At that moment, the Dugu siblings had already withdrawn their gaze, engaged in quiet conversation as the boatmen maneuvered 2 vessels to pass each other at a distance. They appeared indifferent to the presence of Lin Xian and Kong Yuhui, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Forget about them. Regardless of whether we have the opportunity to enter qi refining, they've likely surpassed us by many years and may have already established their foundation, Kong Yuhui remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. You are being overly modest. Senior brother, interjected the young boatman. Do you not see that the esteemed Dugu siblings may also regard us in the same light? You still harbor the potential for the innate stage, while many of us are barely able to cultivate inner energy. Often relying on blood pills and similar dubious methods, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous the higher one ascends. To Lin Xian's surprise, the boatman turned out to be a disciple of the internal arts, and the group struck up a conversation with him. They learned that the boatman, named Wang Hong, was among the ordinary folk who had resided within the sect for a long time. These ordinary families performed various menial tasks within the sect, most of them descendants of disciples who had intermarried. Over time, families with poor qualifications had declined, naturally forming a community of laborers within the sect. Some chose to venture out in search of wealth and glory, but many preferred to remain behind. Indeed, after witnessing such a broad horizon and the grandeur of the immortal sect, who would wish to go back to being a frog in a well? Kong Yuhui nodded in understanding. Yes, I think the same. That's why I've chosen to stay here. Even if it's just rowing boats and ferrying people for the sect, it's better than drifting aimlessly through life. Perhaps there will always be a glimmer of hope, Wang Heng added with a hint of resignation. Is it truly that difficult to achieve the internal arts through blood pills? Lin Xian casually inquired. It is indeed challenging. The further one progresses, the harder it becomes to advance. What others can achieve in a year, we may require 2. What others can achieve in 3 years, we may need 6, Wang Heng replied, leaving the conversation hanging as they reached the dock. We have arrived. The group disembarked and bid farewell to Wang Heng. Jiang Duero had been hiding in the boat, avoiding a meeting with Kong Yuhui, but she finally emerged, trailing behind Ching Ruofei in silence. From now on, the 4 of us can certainly exchange resources and support one another, thereby reducing obstacles in our cultivation, Kong Yuhui proposed as they prepared to part ways. Brother Lin, should you encounter any troubles in the nearby regions, as long as they do not involve overly troublesome characters, the Peacock sect can lend a hand. Lin Xian had already learned during his journey that Kong Yuhui was one of the young masters of the nearby prestigious Peacock sect, wielding considerable influence, akin to the status of the Plum Blossom sect within the Red Pine City region, and was a branch of the Pine Forest Sword sect's outer sect. If Brother Lin requires assistance, as long as it is within the boundaries of the Song dynasty, both Jiang Yuer and I would be able to help, Chung Ruofei quietly added. The daughter of the Duke of War and the daughter of the Grand Marshal can certainly extend a helping hand, Kong Yuhui remarked casually, revealing their identities. Thank you very much, the 3 of you. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist, genuinely surprised. The Grand Marshal, who commanded the military forces of the nation, held an equivalent stature to that of a minister of national defense on Earth, making him a significant figure indeed. Even though the Song dynasty was merely a small nation under the support of the Pine Forest Sword sect, it was still remarkable. Simply put, Cheng Ruofei was the daughter of a minister of national defense. And curiously, no one seemed to be protecting her closely. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei was actually a princess with a prominent status, which explained her seemingly innocent and arrogant demeanor. If you wish to contact us, you can find me at Stone House 443 in the Outer District. Yue and I live right next to each other, Cheng Ruofei whispered. I may be relocating my stone house soon, but I will come to find you later, and I will leave the address. Lin Xin nodded in acknowledgement, memorizing the stone house number. Very well. Cheng Ruofei produced a small red jade token, seemingly acquired at some point, its palm-sized surface engraved with faint markings. This is a savings token from the sect. It contains the remuneration for this time. The password is, she leaned close to Lin Xin's ear, softly whispering a series of digits. After conveying the information, Cheng Ruofei pressed the token into Lin Xin's hand, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if recalling the moment they had pressed closely together to evade the bloodbird. It was the first and only time in her life that she had been so close to a male aside from her father. Mine is 255. I will always be waiting for you. Brother Lin, Kong Yuhui said politely. I shall take my leave now, but do not forget to come find me for the address exchange. Remember, it must be within 3 months, as I may also change my residence afterward. There was a hint of youthful exuberance in his demeanor. I certainly will. At that time, I will have to return your porcelain bottle as well, will I not? Lin Xin replied with a smile, cupping his fists. Kong Yuhui laughed heartily, returning the gesture before turning to leave. Cheng Ruofei and Jiang Yue also took their leave. As they departed, a faint blush lingered on Cheng Ruofei's face, and she cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xin. At that moment, Lin Xin was not in the mood for romantic sentiments. He harbored secrets and dared not truly trust even those closest to him. Who could believe that in just a few days since entering the sect and having engaged with the minor yin-yang array for less than 3 days, he could inscribe it onto his sword, transforming it into an array weapon? If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish the world, transcending what mere talent could explain. After parting ways with the three, Lin Xin made his way back to his stone house with ease. There was no sign of Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling at their residence next door, likely having gone on a mission and not yet returned. Pushing open the stone door of his house, he noticed a stale odor lingering within after a month of absence. Since there was nothing of value inside, Lin Xin simply opened all the doors and windows, taking the yin-yang symbol sword in hand and stowing away the flags of the minor yin-yang array. He then proceeded to the mission stone wall to submit his task. Upon completing the mission involving the bloodbird, he received a reward of 20 pieces of jade coin. After securing the coins and registering the task, he considered it the conclusion of his monthly mission. The time spent on the mission was not counted, and only upon returning to the sect would the monthly timeline commence, with each month requiring the completion of a task. However, some high-risk tasks could count as multiple missions. One could imagine that once Kong Yuwei revealed the perilous nature of this task, its danger level would be elevated, and it might very well equate to 2 or 3 ordinary tasks. The location for exchanging the jade tokens is also situated against the task wall, within a narrow cavern. This cave boasts a series of large and small circular openings, where individuals are present to attend to visitors. Lin Xin merely handed his jade token to one of the attendants in one of the smaller openings, without needing to discern their features or physique, and promptly received 100 jade tokens for his personal use. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the jade tokens could be converted into smaller denominations for transactions. Consequently, he exchanged 10 of his 100 jade tokens, leaving a substantial 18,900 jade tokens untouched for the time being. Having resolved these matters, Lin Xin did not linger, but swiftly procured the same chocolate-like sustenance he had previously encountered, priced at 1 jade token per meal, which was rather exorbitant. He bought 100 jade tokens worth in one go, and then returned directly to his room. What lay ahead for him was a period of seclusion. Within the gray-white stone chamber, a hearth in the corner crackled with yellow flames, the thick logs occasionally emitting loud pops. Lin Xin sat upright on the white stone bed. Having just finished a meal of chocolate morsels. At this moment, he gently caressed a small porcelain vial in his hand. The vial was shaped like a droplet, narrow at the top and wider at the base, adorned with a blue-black ink lotus motif. Holding it felt akin to grasping a block of ice perpetually exuding a chill, Or perhaps an icy jade. The vial was sealed with a redwood cork, covered with an unknown fabric. In blood. I hope it does not disappoint me. Lin Xian glanced at his current status. Attack 3, Defense 1, Evasion 1, Constitution 1. Minor return to origin technique. First layer. Completion 7. Attack 1, Constitution 1. Recalling the method of consumption as described by Kong Yuhui and Cheng Ruofei, Lin Xian inhaled deeply, carefully removed the cork, and tilted the vial into his other palm. With a soft clatter, a crimson orb rolled out, landing in his hand. Instantly, a faint chill pervaded the stone chamber, mingled with a scent reminiscent of blood. Without hesitation, Lin Xian swallowed the red orb whole, quickly taking a sip of water from his canteen. The orb, roughly the size of an eyeball, slid down his throat like a piece of ice into his stomach. He corked the vial and tucked it away, then closed his eyes, preparing to swiftly gather his internal energy. As soon as he commenced his energy cultivation, he sensed something was amiss. Under the influence of the coldness in his abdomen, his body temperature plummeted rapidly, causing him to shiver slightly. Yet, the flow of his internal energy was surprisingly swift, almost significantly faster than before. Elated, Lin Xian momentarily lost focus, only to feel the speed of his energy flow slow slightly, prompting him to concentrate fully once more. For the ensuing days, he devoted himself entirely to his seclusion, only consuming chocolate morsels and practicing internal energy, not daring to waste a single moment. The Yin blood proved extraordinary. Each night, he felt a chill enveloping him, and the speed of his internal energy cultivation exceeded the norm, with no signs of pain or damage in his meridians. By day, however, his body temperature returned to normal, but he felt utterly drained and drowsy. Thus, for over 20 continuous days, he remained confined within his room. The chocolate morsels, astonishingly, left him with no urge to relieve himself, and the internal energy he cultivated daily surpassed that derived from regular food. He practiced tirelessly through the night and rested during the day, requiring only a bit of boiled water. His completion rate for the first layer of the minor return to origin technique skyrocketed. Akin to a rocket's ascent. In just 2 days, it improved by 3, climbing from 7 upon his return to 15, then to 30, and by the end of the month, he reached a remarkable 51. As the month-long task period concluded, Lin Xian ventured out, having not bathed in a month and feeling exceptionally unclean, reeking of odor. Alone in his room, he boiled water and managed to wash himself 3 times before feeling somewhat presentable. Upon exiting, 2 and 8 senior brothers approached him to inquire about the situation regarding the Yin bloodbird. Lin Xian responded precisely as they had previously discussed, and upon reaching the task wall, he found that the Yin bloodbird task had escalated to a Qi refinement period assignment, with its danger level surging from a lowly 2 to a daunting 10. His task registration had also been updated to 6 completions, meaning this single task equated to 6 ordinary tasks. He could thus forego task completion for the next 6 months. After addressing their inquiries, Lin Xian returned to the stone chamber to resume his seclusion. While his companions Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling had evidently returned from their errands, leaving no opportunity for him to encounter them. Without further ado, he resolved to switch to another stone chamber, following his cultivation boost. Another month swiftly passed. The effects of the first Yin blood pill, as Kong Yuhui had indicated, gradually faded. Lin Xian successfully advanced to the second layer of the minor return to origin technique. Estimating his progress with remarkable precision, that he continued to consume the second Yin blood pill, though its effects appeared to diminish slightly. Over the course of a month, he achieved only 40 completion of the second layer. By mid-5th month, he ingested the third Yin blood pill, and after an additional half-month of cultivation, he attained the third layer. However, the duration of the chilling state began to shorten. The effects of the third pill lasted merely a month and a half, leading Lin Xian to realize that even if he consumed the remaining Yin blood pill, reaching the 4th layer was unattainable. 3 pills, capable of elevating an ordinary first-layer disciple to the 4th layer of innate strength, had only propelled him to the mid-3rd layer with a completion of 56. Fortunately, unlike most disciples, he gained a slight advantage. With each layer of internal energy he advanced, he received additional attribute points to allocate among his 4 attributes. For now, he remained undecided on where to invest these points, opting to save them for future use. Time flew by like an arrow. After nearly 6 months in seclusion, he could no longer postpone his preparations for the monthly task evaluations. Chapter 41. Exiting seclusion in a pine forest halfway up the mountain, white clouds swirled, and towering trees reached skyward. Sunlight filtered through the pine branches, casting mottled patches of yellow and gray upon the ground. Amidst the dense woods, a young man in his 20s, clad in a light yellow robe, stood beside a grand pine trunk, focused and still. A long sword hung inverted in his grasp, suggesting he was there to practice swordplay. In the distance, the sounds of other disciples engaging in their morning sword drills echoed intermittently. The young man remained motionless, seemingly awaiting something. As time passed slowly. Approximately 10 minutes later, a graceful green figure glided in from the young man's left side, revealing a girl adorned with a white feathered flower in her hair. The girl had long hair cascading to her waist, with fair and delicate skin, appearing quite youthful. Lin Xing, she called out, her voice infused with a hint of relief upon seeing him. Ah, you've arrived, Chang Shimi, the young man replied, opening his eyes and turning to face her, a smile gracing his lips. I've waited for you for half a year. If you hadn't emerged soon, I would have feared you'd perish somewhere. Cheng Ruofei landed beside Lin Xing, lowering her voice with a chuckle. How could that be? I was merely in seclusion until now. Lin Xing shook his head. Are you prepared as per our earlier agreement? Of course. It's merely a matter of combining array instruments, is it not? Cheng Ruofei replied with a smirk, producing a small booklet from her hand. If you wish to keep your array instrument combination a secret, you can apply this special lacquer recorded here onto your sword, which will perfectly conceal the array symbols. At least nobody below the foundation establishment stage will be able to see through it. Excellent, Lin Xing exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, as the issue of array symbols had been troubling him. By the way, how did you discern that I was using array instruments? He smiled lightly, but his gaze was fixed intently on Cheng Ruofei. This question was of great importance to him. While his array talent could be disclosed, it was imperative that it not be revealed at this moment. This is because I happened to study formations for a time. Originally as a means to test my talent and determine which fields I excelled in, Cheng Ruofei replied, her keen intellect allowing her to sense Lin Xing's tension, and she answered with ease. The difficulty in concealing runes is indeed a hassle. But with this lacquer, I presume you need not worry about it any longer. Indeed, Lin Xing's expression softened slightly. His previous concerns had been unfounded. If she had discovered his array instruments, it was more likely she would assume he had obtained them from another source rather than having crafted them himself. After all, it would be astonishing to create a microarray in just a few days of exposure to the subject, let alone combine array instruments. Such feats would surely be beyond the realm of normal genius, bordering on the monstrous. Additionally, the second item is compensation for acquiring that object, allowing Lin Ji to select for yourself. Cheng Ruofei continued, her demeanor noticeably more vibrant and charming, her doll-like face brightening as she narrowed her eyes into crescent shapes when she smiled. While she may not have been conventionally beautiful, her cuteness was undeniable. What are the choices? Lin Xing inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Wuyin sword technique, combined with the Shaoyan Yang array instrument, would naturally be far more powerful than the ordinary Wuyin sword technique. Though I am unaware of how Lin Ji obtained your array instrument, it must certainly be a masterpiece of at least a master level, a rarity indeed. Once utilized for an extended period, it may suffer wear and lose its potency. Thus, Cheng Ruofei smiled gently. One option is a formula for array instrument maintenance oil, or a complete new version of the Breaking Evil Sword Manual, which can be used in conjunction with array instruments. Classified as a second-tier sword technique, superior to the foundational first-tier sword techniques like the Pine Forest sword technique. Lin Ji, which would you prefer? Lin Xing couldn't help but marvel at Cheng Ruofei's resourcefulness as the daughter of a grand marshal. The mobilization of resources behind her was indeed impressive. The swordsmanship of the Songlin sword sect is abundant, featuring a myriad of styles that are both diverse and peculiar, yet all require monetary expenditure for acquisition at a set of second-level sword techniques, which perfectly complements the second layer of the small return-to-origin technique, is valued at over 1,000 pieces of jade. Furthermore, considering its rare anti-evil attribute, the price could potentially multiply several times. It is essential to understand that the anti-evil attribute can play a critical role in certain situations. Consequently, the cost incurred by Cheng Ruofei and her companion to procure a single drop of Yin blood may approach 30,000 pieces of jade. A staggering sum. This equates to approximately 300,000 taels of silver, a figure that is nearly priceless for an ordinary mortal, who may never afford it in several lifetimes. This is the utmost limit we can besiege from our father's household. Cheng Ruofei remarked, her smile fading into seriousness. There is much sincerity in that. Lin Xin responded with satisfaction. I choose the formula for the array instrument maintenance oil. He swiftly produced the last remaining vial of blood and handed it over. Cheng Ruofei reciprocated by presenting him with the small booklet. Having each obtained their desired items, both felt content. With the 6-month deadline approaching, I wonder what task Brother Lin intends to undertake. Perhaps we could join forces once more. Cheng Ruofei suggested. I'm afraid that won't be feasible. Lin Xin gently shook his head. I plan to take on some simple tasks for experience first. Additionally, I have a keen interest in the formations on array instruments and intend to study them while completing my tasks. A flicker of regret crossed Cheng Ruofei's eyes. What a pity, as Yuer and I plan to venture to the carefree mountain to gather falling blossom. This task is somewhat challenging and time-consuming, yet completing it would be equivalent to many smaller tasks. If only you could accompany us, Brother Lin. Rest assured, it will be utterly safe this time. Lin Xin understood, clearly recognizing that the two girls had learned from their previous experience and had mobilized their familial connections to enlist the help of skilled individuals. Previously, there had been someone looking out for them, namely Kong Yuhui. Yet the situation had unfolded unexpectedly. Had it not been for Lin Xin, it was likely both girls would have perished during the mission, potentially being blamed for the grievances of the spirits in the town. Indeed, it is a pity. However, there will be opportunities to work together in the future. Lin Xin replied with a smile. Indeed, Cheng Ruofei nodded, scrutinizing Lin Xin with keen interest, realizing that he was undoubtedly more than just a first-layer practitioner. Though she could not ascertain the exact depth of his internal energy, Brother Kong has successfully broken through to the 4th layer and has ascended to the innate level. He sought you out when he emerged from seclusion. But seeing you were also in close training, he refrained from disturbing you. He has now taken a task and returned to the Peacock Sect. It may be several months before he returns. How could I have forgotten? I mentioned that I would seek him out within 2 months. Lin Xin chuckled softly. Standing amidst the pines, they casually conversed about recent developments. Cheng Ruofei mentioned that he could visit her stone hut at any time. Before they parted ways, Lin Xin sensed a peculiar nuance in the girl's demeanor towards him. Though he was unsure if it was merely his imagination, he chose not to dwell on it, now that he had emerged from seclusion. His foremost task was to acclimate to the small return to origin technique at the 3rd layer. Compared to when he was at the 1st layer, he was now significantly faster in both explosive power and speed. Once he channeled his internal energy, his speed, reaction, and lethality would double. If he failed to adapt, not only would his prowess not improve, but he might also develop flaws in his sword techniques that should not exist, resulting in a decrease in strength. After bidding farewell to Cheng Ruofei, Lin Xin ventured deeper into the forest, randomly selecting a spot beside an old stone pavilion. He unsheathed his sword and began to practice slowly. As he channeled his internal energy, indeed, his body's reactions, strength, and speed elevated to an entirely new tier. If previously, his sword strikes could be likened to a silver serpent, now his techniques manifested as mere silver phantoms. Even without employing the yin-yang symbol sword, he could now face off against Kong Yuhui and Ouyang Qing without being at a disadvantage. As long as both refrained from using their ultimate techniques. Their strengths were comparable. Only now did he truly comprehend the formidable power of the yin-yang symbol sword. Initially, Zhou Jing had already entered the innate level, and in a moment of unpreparedness, he had been severely injured, though not fatally, leading to his eventual demise at the hands of Kong Yuhui. Even Ouyang Qing, at the 3rd layer, had been critically wounded when using the green poison finger, which was astonishing. Lin Xin calculated internally. A full-powered strike from the yin-yang symbol sword was roughly equivalent to the force of a practitioner below the 4th layer, but above the 3rd. However, that singular strike would consume the majority of his internal energy from when he was at the 1st layer. The yin-yang symbol sword remains my strongest technique, yet if I could integrate it with the Wuyang sword technique they mentioned, its power might elevate even further. Currently, my internal energy is sufficient to sustain 3 consecutive strikes of the full-powered yin-yang symbol sword. Lin Xin carefully assessed his present state, the 1st layer. His total internal energy had only allowed him to unleash 1 full-powered strike of the yin-yang symbol sword, albeit at maximum intensity. Now, he could manage 3 strikes, having familiarized himself with his current capabilities. Lin Xin distinctly felt the need to bolster his trump cards. If he were to undertake a mission now, low-level tasks would pose no concern, but tasks of equal rank could potentially lead him to encounter opponents at the innate level. Thus, the inadequacy of the yin-yang symbol sword's lethality against innate practitioners became evident, rendering it less effective. It merely surpassed his ordinary techniques at the third layer by a slight margin. Clearly, the power of the minor yin-yang formation had reached its limits. The Wuyang sword technique. In new formations, it seems a trip to the sword hall's transmission grove is in order. The 6 major halls of the Songlin sword sect are not situated on a single peak but are distributed across 6 separate peaks, which together form a continuous mountain range. Additionally, the Listening Sword Valley adjacent to the 6th miscellaneous hall completes the entire Songlin sword sect. Traveling from Listening Sword Valley to the Sword Hall's transmission grove requires a full half-day's journey. At the foot of the Sword Hall peak, dawn breaks. Beneath the winding green woods lies a vast expanse of swampy wetlands, where puddles and aquatic plants intermingle, the water shimmering with ripples as the wind caresses it. Towering green trees appear to have sprung forth from the marshy earth. Beside a tree thick enough for several people to embrace, a cluster of delicate white flowers with purple hearts blooms, their slender stems attracting several black bees buzzing about. Across from the flowers stands a 3-story yellow wooden pavilion, divided into 2 sections, a shorter annex in the front and a taller main building at the back. A plaque hangs above the entrance, inscribed with the words, Transmission Grove. The 3 large characters are meticulously crafted, suggesting a vigorous and powerful brushstroke, as if etched with a sharp instrument, beside the cluster of white flowers. A group of young disciples from Listening Sword Valley exhibit signs of restlessness, with dozens of them crowding a small patch of solid ground by the tree, all gazing longingly towards the pavilion. Chapter 42. Emergence from seclusion. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees, casting warm light upon the pavilion and the water's surface among the crowd. The wooden door of the pavilion creaked open without a sound. Dong. A deep bell tolls, resonating through the air. The transmission grove is open. The disciples, who had been waiting eagerly for a long time, sprang into action, leaping onto the few stones protruding from the swamp, swiftly making their way to the entrance beneath the plaque. Lin Exine, clad in a light yellow robe identical to those of the surrounding disciples, carried the yin-yang symbol sword on his back and held a leather pouch for writing materials in hand. Once the majority of the crowd had passed, he observed carefully before stepping onto the stones and leaping across. With a slight channeling of internal energy, he landed accurately beneath the plaque. Behind him, a young man lost his footing, slipping on a stone and landing squarely in the muddy marsh. Splash, the black muck splattered up, covering him from head to toe. A couple behind him couldn't help but laugh, leaping over him as he struggled. Lin Exine glanced back at the unfortunate fellow, shaking his head as he continued toward the pavilion. Upon entering, he was greeted by the faint scent of white incense wafting through the air, the smoke swirling and transforming into various shapes before gradually dissipating. To the left, rows of bookshelves lined the walls, where outer disciples eagerly retrieved the tomes they sought, settling down to transcribe them. Others stood by the shelves, engrossed in reading. To the right was a small room marked with a management sign, its door ajar. Inside, 2 middle-aged individuals were engaged in hushed discussion, occasionally glancing towards the outer disciples by the bookshelves. Lin Exine approached the shelves and browsed through the available titles. There were 4 shelves, not fully stocked, merely displaying a portion of the assorted martial arts manuals. Notably, the Songlin sword technique and the small return to origin technique were among the collection. The shelves were categorized into 4 sections: sword techniques, lightness techniques, secret techniques, and internal techniques, each labeled with a reddish-brown sign. Waiting for a girl standing before the sword technique shelf to move aside, Lin Exine stepped forward and began to scan the arranged volumes. The shelves were divided into 5 tiers from bottom to top. The first tier contained the Songlin sword technique, followed by various explanations, analyses, and summaries of the technique. The second tier featured the Peacock sword technique and the Peacock secret techniques, which are advanced versions of the Songlin sword technique. The third tier showcased the Wansong sword technique, seemingly another evolution of the Peacock sword technique. The fourth tier included the Laoyan sword technique and a formula for a complementary medicinal substance known as smoke spirit powder, indicating yet another enhanced version of the Wansong sword technique. The fifth tier was filled with miscellaneous sword techniques, housing the greatest number of volumes, including the likes of the Wushuang sword, Lu Ling sword, Di Sha sword, Tian Ming sword technique, and the 100 Steps divine sword, among others, all boasting remarkably resonant titles. Lin Exine casually pulled out one of the volumes. The cover of the drifting sword technique is adorned with 4 large characters, accompanied by a red inscription at the back. Originating from the western frontier of the ancient mountain kingdom, it is elusive and boasts powerful evasive maneuvers. Lin Xin traced the red characters with his fingers. Sensing that it resembled more of a commentary, he then switched to another booklet. The Yurua sword carries the remark, an assassination sword, primarily silent and stealthy, combined with a divine weapon for formidable ambushes. After casually flipping through several more booklets, he found none that resonated with his preferences. Moreover, these miscellaneous sword techniques were all incomplete, indicating that there were no advanced techniques for progression, thus limiting their power. Martial arts and sword techniques are meant to better express oneself, to harness one's strengths, advantages, and individuality. An older sister nearby whispered to her accompanying junior sister. Therefore, the foundation must be centered on one's chi, forming a unique internal chi system, following your preferences and strengths. You should select a sword technique to cultivate a style that is entirely your own. This constitutes a holistic approach. Her voice was soft, yet Lin Xin, with his 3 layers of internal chi, could hear her clearly, and a faint understanding began to dawn upon him. When viewed in this light, sword techniques inherently possess limited power. They are merely characterized by various distinct traits, which can be enhanced with the support of one's internal chi cultivation. Thus, even an ordinary pine forest sword technique, when wielded by an adept in the chi refinement stage, can surpass the power of advanced techniques utilized by those of lesser skill. Then, elder sister, does this imply that we need only find a sword technique we favor and practice it continuously, to the extent that we may not need to switch even into the innate stage or chi refinement? The junior sister queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. The elder sister smiled gently. What you see now, sword techniques that suit you and that you enjoy, are merely those that can express your current strength. In the later stages, you will encounter new sword techniques and martial arts that you prefer even more. Ultimately, martial arts are about further unlocking the potential of our internal chi. They are a static system, much like having a cup of water. You can only contain so much, but what happens when you have a barrel of water? Using a cup then, how much can you spill? The elder sister playfully pinched the junior sister's cheek. At that point, you must transition to a container larger than a cup. Engaging in combat is akin to splashing water. If you use a cup while your opponent uses a barrel, who will be drenched first? I understand now, the junior sister exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Lin Xin also exhibited a glimmer of realization. Martial arts are fundamentally techniques designed to maximize the expression of internal chi prowess. The more exceptional the martial art, the better it can utilize limited internal chi to develop formidable techniques. Basic martial arts are ordinary, with consistent consumption of techniques, while their power and other traits remain mediocre. Advanced martial arts, however, require less consumption while offering greater strength and additional traits. This distinction became clear to Lin Xin. What he now needed was a sword technique that could best harness his 3 layers of internal chi. Without a doubt, when paired with the yin-yang talisman sword, the most suitable technique would be the Wu Yin sword technique. He diligently searched the shelves and soon extracted the Wu Yin sword technique booklet from a corner. The evaluation of the Wu Yin sword technique reads, devoid of flame, yet imbued with smoke, sacrificing all speed, strength, and sharpness in exchange for high-temperature lethality. It is challenging to cultivate, yet immensely powerful. Lin Xin noticed a small booklet behind the Wu Yin sword technique, labeled Qi Yin San. Upon examining it, he discovered it to be a pill designed to enhance the cultivation of the Wu Yin sword technique. Next is the array formations. However, I must seek them at the Array Hall Peaks Transmission Forest, he mused. Lifting the booklet and meticulously transcribing its contents, copying the booklets here incurs a fee, aside from the first 3 layers of the Pine Forest sword technique and the Shaogui Yuan Ju. All others require payment in jade coins. Lin Xin transcribed a copy of the Wu Yin sword technique and Qi Yin San, and upon leaving, he was charged 2,000 jade coins, feeling as though he had been robbed. You may go to this address to seek guidance on the cultivation of the Wu Yin sword technique from Senior Brother Hualin. With a 1-month time frame, Senior Brother Hualin is also an adept in the Wu Yin sword technique within the sect, the middle-aged administrator said as Lin Xin departed. The prospect of consulting an expert eased Lin Xion's mind considerably. Otherwise, the 2,000 jade coins would have felt excessively steep. After all, merely reading the booklets does not suffice to master a sword technique. It entails 3-dimensional movements, not merely mimicking the flat illustrations within the book. Even with his attribute abilities, if he is unaware of the correct postures, there is no way to utilize his capabilities effectively. After leaving the Sword Hall's transmission forest, Lin Xian proceeded to the Array Hall's transmission forest. The exterior of the transmission forest was identical, both being wooden pavilions, though the inscriptions hanging from their archways differed, seemingly penned by different individuals. The Array Hall's transmission forest was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals perusing the booklets, all of whom were female. As a male disciple entered, he inevitably attracted attention. He paid no mind, heading directly to several shelves. The layout was reminiscent of the Sword Hall's transmission forest, though the shelves contained significantly fewer booklets. Joyous Array improves mood, soothes liver and regulates lungs. Mist Array generates white mist, obscuring vision. Minor Yin-Yang Array produces a small amount of yin-yang fire energy, slightly raising the internal qi temperature of the array. Suitable for nurturing flora, Simple Illusion Array creates various sounds, disorienting opponents. Clearing Forest Array generates a small amount of growth energy, promoting the growth of flora and fauna, preventing overheating. There are indeed quite a few arrays usable by those below the qi refinement stage, Lin Xian thought with delight. Beginning to examine each one meticulously, however, after a lengthy search, he could not find a single array truly applicable in real combat. Arrays like the Mist Array, even when layered, offered only variations in mist density without substantial utility. Most other arrays were similarly mundane. What I require is an array that can induce qualitative change through energy transformation. Lin Xian's goal crystallized in his mind as he wandered between the shelves. Junior brother, what kind of array are you looking for? The administrator, a young woman of dark complexion, approached him after observing his prolonged search. Excuse me, senior sister, are there any fire-type arrays suitable for disciples below the qi refinement stage? Aside from the minor yin-yang array? Lin Xian hastily responded. You may head to the second floor. The administrator smiled. The first floor contains low-tier arrays, while the second floor features more powerful ones, albeit with significantly higher complexity in their arrangement. Many are advanced versions of the arrays found here, mostly innate-level arrays, meaning only those of the innate stage can set them up. If you're not deterred, you may take a look. She suddenly produced 2 black array flags from her pocket, saying, I also sell blank array flags capable of accommodating innate arrays at an 8% discount if you find one that interests you. Thank you, senior sister, Lin Xian replied, following her guidance up the stairs from the left corner. The second floor was sparsely furnished, with only 3 shelves in the center. Sunlight streaming through the right side window to create 2 golden beams that fell upon the redwood floor, within which dust particles danced. Upon ascending, Lin Xian was greeted by a faint musty odor, indicating that this place had not been opened for long. The sound of his footsteps echoed crisply on the wooden staircase. And upon reaching the second floor landing, he noticed that there were indeed people present. An elderly woman with white hair sat by the window, soaking up the sun. This place seems to embody an imbalance of yin and yang, Lin Xian mused. Since his entrance, he had observed the predominance of females, whether disciples or administrators, including the elderly presence on the second floor. Paying her no mind, he approached the 3 shelves, examining them one by one. Chapter 43. Accumulation. On the second floor, the array offerings were noticeably more abundant. Although there were only 3 shelves, they were densely packed with various array booklets. Many were advanced versions or derivative branches of the lower-tier arrays. For instance, the Simple Illusion Array on the first floor had advanced branches here, such as the Minor Illusion Array, Enchanting Sound Array, and Mimicry Sound Array. Similarly, the Mist Array had upgraded versions like the Spirit Mist Array and Cold Mist Array. What intrigued Lin Xian most was the advanced version of the Minor Yin-Yang Array. Indeed, on the second shelf, he found this upgraded variant: Qi Yin Array, Yin-Yang Array, Thunder Fire Array, Wood Fire Array, Stone Fire Array, Ordinary Fire Array, Yin Fire Array, and so on, a long line of titles. Counting them, he found there were no fewer than several dozen. However, to his dismay, the majority of these arrays were marked as lacking advanced versions. Only a few arrays bore no such markings. Among them, he found intriguingly were the 5 internal fire arrays: Liver Fire Array, Lung Fire Array, Heart Fire Array, Spleen Fire Array, and Kidney Fire Array. Upon flipping through them, he realized that if these 5 arrays could be inscribed onto a single set of array flags, they could form a powerful 5 internal conflagration array, capable of incinerating any opponent whose power fell short within its confines. Today, Sister Yin, do you still refuse to step out of the array hall's transmission forest? Just as he immersed himself in reading. An elderly voice emanated from outside the pavilion. No matter how many times you come, it remains unchanged, the elderly woman by the window replied, her eyes squinting slightly. Lin Xian glanced over and saw a black-clad elder standing at the edge of the pavilion's eaves. With a long zither slung across his back, having appeared silently, the autumn breeze rustled, sending a flurry of yellow and green leaves swirling around him, yet he stood motionless, like a spear. The elder did not spare Lin Xian a glance. His entire focus fixated on the elderly woman. Junior brother Yu from the Wind Control sect has arrived once more. His expression was intricate, as if he wished to articulate something yet found himself at a loss for words. By this time, several female disciples had emerged from the loft to assess the situation. Upon seeing the elderly man, some returned to the loft to continue reading, while others quietly inquired about the administrator's well-being. The old woman closed her eyes, remaining utterly still, her black Taoist robe draped over her like a blanket, making her appear as if she had fallen asleep. Lin Xian stood before the bookshelf. Though curious about the affairs of these venerable elders, he resumed his reading after a brief wait, as neither the old man in black nor the old woman exhibited any further movement. The old man, with his zither, stood silently beneath the eaves, unperturbed, while the old woman seemed to be in a deep slumber. Neither paid any heed to the disciples surrounding them, and judging by the expressions of those disciples, this scenario seemed to have unfolded more than once. Lin Xian gathered his thoughts and continued to seek the formations he needed. Everything returned to a serene state. Among the plethora of fire attribute formations, Lin Xian was uncertain about which type he truly required. He perused the tomes haphazardly and discovered that many of the formations here necessitated a substance known as Ling Yu as the core of the formation, with only a scant few exceptions that did not require it. However, the formation symbols and patterns of those few were far more intricate than the others. Ling Yu was something one could only hope to encounter during the Qi refinement stage. Lin Xian had heard Kong Yuhui mention that a single piece of Ling Yu was worth a considerable amount of jade money, which was utterly impractical for his formation apparatus crafting. Thus, he swiftly ruled out many formations, after careful consideration, disregarding the difficulty from a practical combat perspective. Lin Xian extended his hand and gently extracted a small black and purple booklet. The cover bore the title, Western Bellfire. Upon opening the first page, it appeared to be inscribed by the sect's ancestors, containing an introduction to the origins and summaries of various fire seed formations. Lin Xian meticulously read line by line. In this world, all things are boundless, and so are the varieties of fire sources. The earth is finite while the heavens are infinite. Thus, natural fire sources are also limitless. Western Bellfire originates from a place far to the west, unearthed from a natural canyon that emits bell sounds, hence its name. He then glanced at the text below. In terms of attributes, it should be classified as wind fire. However, it carries a hint of sinister toxicity. The essence of the flame lies not in its temperature, but in its deadly poison, capable of mingling with the wind. The higher the concentration of the flame, the stronger the toxicity. Shaking his head, Lin Xian was not fond of formations that could not enhance direct combat effectiveness. In total, there were 4 volumes of formations that did not require Ling Yu. He set this one aside and picked up another, titled Ritual Fire, which bore only 2 characters on its cover. This booklet discussed a formation that could temporarily grant various bizarre abilities through sacrificial means. Categorized as one that could not be employed directly against foes. The third was Translucent Fire, an array obtained by the sect's predecessors from the ruins of a heretical cult, merely stored here to enrich the library. Its power primarily relied on explosive force. The slightest impact would result in a violent explosion, rendering it highly unstable. Its main utility was as a signal flare, providing strong illumination from the skies. Visible to disciples at great distances, its actual lethality, however, was minimal. Most of the formations here were merely for enriching the library, serving as references for study in practice. Aside from life-related formations, those with lethal capabilities were not sufficiently practical. No one would genuinely choose to rely on the formations here as their primary means. The final booklet was Moonfire, a mysterious flame fueled by moonlight, its purpose unknown, devoid of temperature, resembling an illusion. Lin Xian had even less inclination to select this. After further contemplation, he decided to take down the booklet on Translucent Fire. As it could serve as a disposable trump card. If stacked, its power might increase. He then resumed searching among other formations to identify those he could utilize. Soon, He uncovered a practical concealment formation that could hide one's presence and form, along with a spring rain formation designed for detoxification and healing. The complexity of these three formations was immense. The formations on the second floor were generally of high difficulty, and these three, not requiring Lingyu, were even more intricate, making them exceedingly challenging. They were merely kept here for reference and study. Lin Xian was not particularly confident in his ability to craft the apparatuses for these three formations. Thus, he opted to transcribe them and gradually attempt to study them. With the three booklets in hand, he approached a nearby table, took out paper and pen, and began copying. Before long, after spending more than an hour, he completed his transcription. Just as he set down his pen, he suddenly sensed something amiss. "What are you copying those three booklets for?" The voice of the old woman unexpectedly came from behind him. Startled, Lin Xian quickly turned and stood up. "Senior," he clasped his hands in respect, "I have only recently entered the sect and am greatly intrigued by formation arts. Hence I am transcribing these three formations for in-depth study." "That excuse might work on a child," the old woman scoffed. "These three formations. Even the Qi refinement disciples of the formation hall would not dare claim they could all set them up. And you think you can study them? What you say is true. I was merely browsing." "Just browsing," Lin Xian replied in a low voice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The old woman scrutinized Lin Xian with a sidelong glance and suddenly sniffed the air. "You carry the scent of the breaking evil fire. It seems you've attempted to set up the minor yang fire formation, but this concentration seems a bit off." Lin Xian's heart raced. How could this old woman detect that? He thought her quite extraordinary. Yet, he could only respond honestly, "Senior, your keen insight is commendable. I did manage to set up the minor yang fire formation once, albeit unsuccessfully due to an unexpected explosion." His mind raced, contemplating whether to reveal his current formation talent. This could help obscure the existence of his formation apparatus and allow him to openly trade formation flags, thus gaining more cultivation support within the sect. "You are indeed lucky. Even disciples of the formation hall require 3 years of study to set up the minor yang fire formation. And you, a merely newly registered disciple, managed to do it by chance." The old woman mocked sarcastically, hiding and hesitating. "What are you trying to conceal? With your limited talent, even if you possessed the utmost top-tier spirit-gathering body. What of it? There are countless such physiques, but how many truly survive countless life and death trials?" Lin Xian was perplexed by the old woman's words and could only nod in silence, seemingly disinterested in him any longer. The old woman returned to her previous position to rest. Lin Xian sighed in relief, hastily took his transcription notebook downstairs, located the administrator, and swiped his jade token to settle the payment before departing the loft. As he reached the entrance, a voice suddenly pierced his ear. "Formation arts are not as simple as you think." It was the voice of the old woman. Lin Xian paused momentarily, suspecting that perhaps the old woman had noticed his talent, prompting her to speak further. Otherwise, she would typically disregard most individuals that he glanced around, seeing the administrator's sister yawning and drowsy, while several disciples either napped or munched on chocolate beans while reading. No one else seemed to have heard the voice. After leaving the formation hall, he quickly visited the marketplace, purchasing a plethora of formation materials as per the booklet. He dumped them all into his stone abode and immediately began processing them according to the instructions. After 3 days of material handling and boiling special ink, he finally prepared the materials for the translucent fire formation. However, the subsequent task of inscribing the runes proved troublesome to it seemed that due to a lack of foundational understanding and principles. Lin Xian could only replicate the patterns from the booklet, completely oblivious to many essential techniques. This resulted in the runes he drew yielding no effect whatsoever, and he could not even infuse his internal energy into them. He sketched hundreds of runes without a single successful outcome, unable to identify the cause. The complexity of the translucent fire formation far surpassed that of the minor yang fire formation, with numerous variables making it impossible to discern where he had erred. After a day of work, aside from feeling sore and fatigued, he had achieved nothing, not even a fortuitous success. On the following day, he decided to return to the formation hall, where the old woman remained half asleep. Her position unchanged, he quietly asked her a few questions regarding the fundamentals of formation symbols. Unsurprisingly, she readily provided answers. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy, realizing that the old woman evidently recognized his formation talent, as long as he did not reveal any overly remarkable abilities. He could leverage the reputation of a typical genius to thrive within the sect. In the subsequent days, he diligently returned to the formation hall to consult the old woman. As his inquiries multiplied, his grasp on the foundational formation symbols grew increasingly adept. After all, possessing the skill to perfectly replicate something after a single success, even if he did not comprehend it immediately, he could quickly grasp the key points through repetition. His progress in formation arts advanced by leaps and bounds. Soon, through a fortunate opportunity, he successfully completed the translucent fire formation. Consequently, this obstacle was thoroughly overcome. From start to finish, it took less than 6 days. Lin Xin seized the moment to miniaturize the translucent fire formation, purchasing a wide-bladed longsword, and meticulously inscribed 100 sets of runes onto it. However, the material of the sword began to show signs of strain. Unlike the minor yang fire formation, the translucent fire formation required a portion of special fire energy to be stored within the material. A single longsword could accommodate up to 112 sets of runes without issue. But once he inscribed 100 sets, the entire translucent fire formation became exceedingly unstable, threatening to explode at the slightest provocation. The power of this formation was roughly 1/3 that of the fully activated yang fire symbol sword. Lin Xin decisively limited the number of transparent fire arrays to 100 sets, ensuring stability. Given the explosive nature of the transparent fire array, this talisman sword was effectively a one-time use item, which he named the transparent talisman sword. After 2 days of meticulous crafting, Lin Xin produced 3 transparent talisman swords, each wrapped securely in thick cloth and carried on his back, while the Flame Sun talisman sword was positioned for easy access. Concurrently, he fashioned several blocks of transparent fire stones, which served as one-time throwing explosives. The second formation was the concealment array, which he successfully created into a disc, leveraging his experience with the transparent fire array. With a mere infusion of internal energy, it could sustain its effects for several hours, proving to be remarkably practical. Each morning, Lin Xin ventured deep into the forest to seek guidance from senior brother Hualin regarding the cultivation of the non-flame sword technique. The necessary qi yin powder was readily prepared. Despite its formidable difficulty, many practitioners within the sect diligently pursued the non-flame sword technique, demonstrating that the path of immortality was not devoid of those with perseverance and determination. With the aid of his unique abilities, Lin Xin mastered the 2 primary sword techniques of the non-flame sword technique in just 2 weeks. He adeptly utilized his skills to grasp the sword maneuvers. Yet the art of flexible application required further rigorous training. Ultimately, his intent was merely to overshadow the prowess of his Flame Sun talisman sword, which was more than sufficient. After preparing the array maintenance oil obtained from Chung Rofei and successfully crafting the transparent talisman swords, Lin Xin was ready to change his stone dwelling, perfectly positioned to test the might of the non-flame sword technique he had just mastered, standing at the boundary between the postnatal and innate stone houses. Lin Xin donned a light yellow Taoist robe, bearing 4 long swords, each tightly wrapped in thick black cloth, obscuring their design. With narrowed eyes, he gazed upon the stone house he had chosen. Behind him, a throng of onlookers had gathered, with a few discerning his intentions and pausing to watch the spectacle unfold. Before long, he was encircled by a dozen curious spectators. Outer District Number 143, Lin Xin announced the designation of the stone house. Is Zheng Xiuqin inside? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Perfectly audible to those within, that he maintained a calm demeanor, waiting quietly before the stone house. Upon his arrival, he and Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling had their rations seized by the owner of this stone house. Although he bore no significant resentment towards the individual, he believed in repaying both kindness and enmity, and this matter needed resolution. He's genuinely here for Zhang Xiuqin. This should be entertaining. What is the story here? I heard this person was robbed by Zhang Xiuqin, and he's back for vengeance. And who is Zhang Xiuqin? She's the one known as the Blue-Eyed Fury. She's quite fierce around here. The crowd continued to swell, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. Lin Xin felt a growing sense of unease. Zhang Xiuqin was merely a disciple ranked over 100 in the inner sect. How had she attracted such an audience? He had intended to challenge her with his second layer of internal energy, as employing the third layer would be overly ostentatious, especially given his relatively short time in the sect, while many were aware of his use of Yin blood to enhance his abilities. Openly showcasing such strength might be construed as brazen, considering the taboo nature of the matter. Why is there such a commotion before the fight has even begun? As he noticed the increasing crowd, Confusion washed over him. Shortly thereafter, several aggressive individuals shoved their way through the throng. How dare someone challenge Sister Xiuqin? They must be tired of living. I rushed out as soon as I heard. I can't believe there is actually someone daring enough to do this. Huh. 3 or 4 men approached Lin Xian, their faces twisted in contemptuous grins. This fellow must have ingested some sort of spirit herb to elevate his power from the first to the second layer in such a short time. With such stable energy, he might be more formidable than he appears. A knowledgeable spectator chuckled from the crowd. You blue-eyed gang should not underestimate him. Thank you for the warning, young Master Su. One of the men with twin swords replied with a grin. You're too kind. Brother Liu, the man named Liu turned back, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. You've got guts, challenging the sister at just the second layer. I must admit, I admire your audacity at your age. I certainly would not dare to issue a challenge to a master of the innate realm. Innate. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Zhang Xiuqin was actually at the innate level, catching him off guard. However, with the transparent talisman sword in hand, he felt no fear. Yet, it meant he would have to reveal his trump card to secure a victory, which was not the outcome he desired. He began to understand why so many spectators had gathered. After all, this was the outer district, not the inner sanctum where innate practitioners clustered. That a postnatal disciple challenging a newly ascended innate master was indeed a rare occurrence. Unfortunately, Sister is currently on a mission and hasn't had the chance to change her stone house. She can't personally crush you, the man named Lu declared coldly. Though I, Lu Qingchuan, may not compare to her, I can certainly eliminate a brash little brat like you with ease. Before he finished speaking, he had already drawn his twin swords, simultaneously executing the Pine Grove sword technique, Pine Sun Needle. 6 points of white light swiftly darted towards Lin Xian's chest, resembling 6 delicate paper fragments. Whoosh! The sound of the sword slicing through the air rippled across the surroundings. In an instant, Lin Xian produced a long sword from his hand. A simple sword he had purchased for 13 pieces of jade. Crafted from fine steel, considered an excellent weapon by ordinary standards, with the infusion of his second layer of internal energy, he met the 6 Pine Sun Needles head-on. 3 young sword, Lin Xian softly intoned. And suddenly, torrents of searing heat surged from his sword. Waves of boiling internal energy erupted from all directions, causing the sword's blade to glow a fierce red. Instantly, 1/5 of his internal energy coursed through the sword. Clang! The crimson blade struck Lu Qingchuan's twin swords like a branding iron, unleashing an explosion of even hotter internal energy that slammed violently into Lu Qingchuan's face. The non-flame sword technique. Lu Qingchuan's expression shifted in alarm as the scorching heat overwhelmed his senses, rendering his eyes unable to open, and he felt the sword hilt in his hands rapidly heating up to an unbearable temperature. Let go! A soft command from across the way compelled him to release his grip, causing the Pine Sun Needles to dissipate without power. His twin swords were flung away. Embedded in the soft earth, Lu Qingchuan covered his face with both hands. His skin reddened and blistered from the heat. And he let out a cry of agony, too frightened to touch his face. Brother Liu! Junior Brother Liu! The companions who had accompanied him rushed forward to support him. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The non-flame sword technique was notorious for its difficulty to cultivate, yet those who mastered it often possessed the capability to engage in battles beyond their level, as the omnipresent searing heat was extraordinarily challenging to defend against. Aside from the wind control sect, there were few sword techniques within the inner sect capable of countering the non-flame sword technique effectively. Is this all the skill you possess? Lin Xian sheathed his long sword, its tip resting on the ground. The power of the non-flame sword technique was indeed formidable, even against Lu Qingchuan's doubled Pine Sun Needles, an internal energy level that had already reached the 3rd layer. He had still emerged victorious with the 3 Yang sword. This was achieved using his 2nd layer of internal energy. As for the difficulty of cultivation, he believed that as long as he succeeded once, he could solidify his signature technique. The notion of difficulty was entirely foreign to him. The group remained speechless, their anger stifled. The non-flame sword technique had surpassed their capacity to cope. Even if they banded together, they would hardly prove a match. State your name, and I shall ensure retribution in the future. Lu Qingchuan, supported by his companions, declared fiercely. Lin Xian, he replied, casting one last glance at the stone house. With Lu Qingchuan incapacitated, Zhang Xiuqin had yet to emerge, indicating she had indeed not returned. He returned the long sword to its place at his waist and turned to leave. His aim was to occupy a new stone house. So he approached the nearest one, ready to issue a challenge. However, fortune was not on his side as it appeared uninhabited. Furrowing his brow, he continued on, moving closer to the riverbank where the rankings were more favorable. Soon, he selected a stone house near the Mingshui River, ranked 99, and prepared to knock on the door to challenge. Why not come to my place? Unexpectedly, a gentle man stepped out from beside the door, gazing at him with a hint of a smile. Who are you? Lin Xian inquired politely, using honorifics as the man appeared older than him. Following him were a dozen onlookers, before the man could respond. Someone sidled up to Lin Xian for an introduction. This is Kuan Silang, ranked 98, a practitioner of the non-flame sword technique, just like you. Lin Xian glanced at the speaker, a boy with bright eyes who seemed no older than 17 or 18. Still lacking the coarse hair of maturity on his lips. Brother, you should be cautious. Kuan Silang may appear gentle, but he never leaves survivors when he strikes, and his personality is particularly twisted. He delights in playing mischievous games with handsome young boys at night. The youth whispered conspiratorially to Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a shiver run down his spine as he caught Kuan Silang's serpent-like gaze roaming over him. Since you have spoken, I shall choose your abode, he declared. Drawing his long sword and advancing directly towards Kuan Silang, the latter, appearing close to 30, exuded a refined elegance. Had one not looked closely, they might not discern his true nature. With a slight smile, he stepped out of the confines of his stone house's courtyard, standing in opposition to Lin Xian. Chapter 45. Kuan Shiro, the Wuyan sword technique, though it comprises only 2 supreme moves, is layered with varying realms of mastery. Kuan Shiro unsheathed the long sword from his back. The Sanyang sword should be executed like this. As his words fell, the blade ignited with a crimson glow, slicing towards Lin Xian at a measured pace. Several streams of searing internal energy surged forth from either side, invisibly assailing him. Sanyang sword. Lin Xian unleashed a counter move of his own. The 2 fiery red blades collided with a thud that echoed like wood rather than the anticipated metallic clang. Waves of scorching energy collided violently beside them, annihilating each other. Yet one surreptitious surge still aimed towards Lin Xian's lower body. Lin Xian's expression turned icy. Vile. Before he could voice his indignation, the earlier youth mimicked his tone and exclaimed. Lin Xian hastily sidestepped to barely evade the onslaught of heat, but his opponent launched another Sanyang sword strike, this time sending multiple streams of fiery energy towards him from 3 different angles. Alarmed, Lin Xian stumbled backward, yet he was unable to evade one surge, which grazed his arm, instantly scorching his clothing and nearly igniting it. Shameless, the youth's voice taunted again. Lin Xian glanced at him, finding the lad standing at the edge, grinning as he watched the spectacle unfold. Junior brother, what troubles you? Kuan Shiro inquired gently. Is there somewhere that feels uncomfortable? Would you like your elder brother to give you a rub? His voice dripped with an unsettling softness, while his eyes fixated insidiously on Lin Xian's lower body, emanating an aura of lewdness that sent chills down Lin Xian's spine. Yuan Yangqi. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian's sword trembled, causing the blade's surroundings to heat rapidly. A swirling torrent of internal energy encircling the sword in a furious dance, rendering the entire blade dim and devoid of any crimson light. Yet the temperature around the sword escalated sharply. Yuan Yangqi. Is it? Kuan Shiro's eyes glimmered as he wielded his sword with one hand, similarly invoking the final move of the Wuyan sword technique, though his Yuan Yangqi surged with greater potency than Lin Xian's. At this moment, Lin Xian also wielded his sword with one hand, while the other discreetly grasped the hilt of the Yin-Yang talisman sword on his back. Both sides were enveloped in swirling torrents of scorching energy, the heat intensifying with each passing moment. However, it was evident that Kuan Shiro's heat was far more formidable and agile. Cease this at once. A clear male voice suddenly interjected, causing both Kuan Shiro and Lin Xian to pause in confusion. They beheld a young man, sword in hand, gracefully landing between them. A gust of pale cold air erupted, swiftly cooling the Yuan Yangqi of both combatants. Master Uncle. Lin Xian exclaimed upon recognizing the young man as Ji Lu, the one who had initially guided him into the sect. Dressed in flowing white robes and adorned with a black Taoist crown, Ji Lu's demeanor was distinctly frosty. Kuan Shiro, much like your elder brother, your strength is meager, yet your knack for causing trouble seems quite pronounced. Kuan Shiro offered a gentle smile. Elder brother, you flatter me. Since a Qi practitioner has intervened, I shall spare this little fellow. He turned his gaze back to Lin Xian. This little chap is truly adorable. He has unwittingly drawn me out to tease him. His voice carried a subtle lilt. What I mean is, you may act as though you have never encountered him. Ji Lu's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, but that simply won't do. Even if you are a chi practitioner, you cannot meddle in others' private lives. Koenshiro chuckled darkly. What must you do to release him? Ji Lu's tone grew increasingly frigid. Master Uncle. Lin Xian attempted to interject, but a wave of Ji Lu's hand conjured an unseen force that effectively silenced him, rendering him voiceless. The ensuing dialogue was equally stifled. Lin Xian, feeling exasperated, understood Ji Lu's intentions were benevolent. Yet he harbored no fear of Koenshiro, with the Yin-Yang talisman sword in hand, alongside the Tongming talisman sword. Even innate masters from the inner district would be hard-pressed to contend with him. Lesser innate practitioners would likely falter before him. Just as he was about to break free from the constricting force, he reconsidered, realizing that using the Yin-Yang talisman sword and Tongming talisman sword in such a public setting was inappropriate. This was not the time for bravado. He could seek retribution from Koenshiro later in a more suitable environment. What must be done? Koenshiro chuckled. Ah, how you phrase that. In matters of free love, mutual consent reigns supreme, as an elder. You cannot intrude upon another's personal affairs, can you? A piece of embroidered silk, Ji Lu replied. Ah, embroidered silk. Just the item I require. You truly are generous, elder brother, Koenshiro responded with increasing mirth. Is this not precisely what you desired? Learning of my authority over the distribution of embroidered silk, you intentionally provoked me, even seeking assistance to summon me here. Ji Lu's voice turned icy. Lin Xian's gaze hardened. It was evident that this was no mere case of provocation. He regained his composure. Brother, you must not falter, the young boy whispered from behind Lin Xian. In times like this, you must fix him with a fierce gaze. Lin Xian's eyes indeed bore an icy glare directed at Koenshiro. Koenshiro met his gaze with an equally chilling stare. Moments later, Koenshiro's cheeks flushed, and he turned his head away. This is simply too steamy. It's unbearable. He began to fidget. Lin Xian felt his stomach churn. A wave of nausea rising. Elder brother, this truly is mere coincidence. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. Little Lin Xian, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Koenshiro said, casting one last bashful glance at Lin Xian before hastily retreating into the stone house. Brother, the boy murmured behind Lin Xian. Did you see that look in his eyes? The wicked curve of his backside? From my years of experience, this fellow is undoubtedly no good. I bet he has nightly rendezvous. Your years of experience. Lin Xian turned to regard him, his expression peculiar. The boy awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling as he fell silent. Yet, within 3 seconds, he leaned closer, adopting a clingy demeanor. Lin Xian, disinterested, shifted his attention to Master Uncle Ji Lu. Is everything all right? Ji Lu casually inquired, noting the scorch marks on Lin Xian's arm. I'm fine. Just a minor abrasion, Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. Koenshiro is powerful and unpredictable. It's best to steer clear of him when possible, Ji Lu advised in a low tone. Should you need anything? Feel free to seek me at the Dan Hall. Many there are familiar with me. Then, Master Uncle, what brings you here today? This matter pertains to you. Regarding the Bloodbird mission, several friends and I have taken it on. Upon hearing of your emergence, I came to inquire about the specifics, Ji Lu explained. Lin Xian nodded in understanding, quietly relaying all pertinent details he could share. The two then stood by the river, discussing the current status of Bai Yunzi, who had recently become a commanding officer in Song country, thus redeeming himself and enjoying a rather splendid life. As Ji Lu prepared to depart, he cast a slight frown towards the sprightly youth. Steer clear of that fellow. He harbors some troublesome traits. Lin Xian was left puzzled by the cryptic warning when Ji Lu leapt gracefully into the air, vanishing around the corner of the stone house. My name is Dong Yu, with Dong meaning east, Anua meaning moon. And you, elder brother, what is your esteemed surname? The boy inquired brightly, drawing closer. Esteemed surname, elder brother. As Lin Xian recalled Ji Lu's warning, he observed the youth with mild curiosity. He appeared no different from the average outer district disciple, albeit his attire was disheveled, and a silver-sheathed long sword hung crookedly on his back, his clothing significantly oversized, giving him the appearance of a child clad in adult garments. However, his features were rather handsome. With a change of attire, he might easily pass for a dashing young rogue. Elder brother, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable bond between us, a unique sense of kinship that is simply indescribable. The youth, Dong Yu, chirped enthusiastically, trailing behind Lin Xian. But we are not acquainted, are we? Lin Xian remarked, sensing the boy's overly eager demeanor was either disingenuous or ulterior. But we shall grow familiar through our exchanges. Won't we? Dong Yu chuckled. Dismissing him, Lin Xian chose another stone house, number 103. The resident, having observed the earlier skirmish, wasted no time and began moving his belongings without further ado. This challenge stone house is a rare occurrence in the outer district, appearing only every few months. For you to consecutively challenge 3 opponents upon your arrival is indeed a rarity. Dong Yu persisted, shadowing Lin Xian as he helped with the move, making Lin Xian reluctant to shoo him away. Were there truly no other challengers? Lin Xian asked, having enlisted help to carry his belongings, all of whom were volunteers recruited by Dong Yu from the marketplace. Ordinary folk accustomed to life within the sect, he stood by the door, observing the bustle of 5 or 6 individuals moving in and out. Oh, indeed. Last month, the 22nd-ranked Feng Xian challenged the 19th-ranked C2 gang but was defeated. The month prior, there were 2 instances involving innate practitioners challenging each other. The month before that. Dong Yu continued, eager to elaborate. Enough, enough, Lin Xian interjected, growing impatient. Aside from challenges and missions, are there any other activities at Jiangu? He realized he had yet to fully comprehend the happenings in this place since his arrival. The disciples here either toil tirelessly in their cultivation or engage in challenges for training resources. There is hardly any leisure for other pursuits, Dong Yu replied, casually remarked, but if we are to speak of significant events, it would undoubtedly be the servant market. The servant market? This was the first time Lin Xian had heard of such a thing. Indeed, our 4 sects are situated within a vast basin, surrounded by several other sects' territories. Beyond this basin, only a handful of top-tier experts can traverse freely, with numerous formidable and inexplicable regions filled with demonic spirits and bizarre phenomena. Moreover, there are countless peculiar places, Dong Yu chuckled lightly. In any case, my dream is to one day become a top-tier expert and then venture out to explore the world. Chapter 46. Dong Yu we were discussing the servant market, Lin Xian reminded him. Oh, right. The servant market is where captured disciples from rival sects or various war slaves from the mortal realm are traded as commodities. These servant slaves can be purchased for use as alchemical furnaces or as playthings, though most people buy them to serve as their personal attendants. However, only the wealthy among the chi refinement or innate stage would bother to patronize such a place. That sounds intriguing, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. As they engaged in casual conversation, they awaited the arrival of the individuals who would help them move and clean. Shall we play another round? Dong Wei suddenly produced 2 sets of black and white ghost stones. Grinning at Lin Xian said nothing and took a seat at the stone table and bench in the courtyard, beginning their game. The rules for the black and white stones here were somewhat different. And coupled with his own lack of skill, he suffered a dismal defeat in the first round. Observing the ongoing cleaning, which was still unfinished, they commenced a second game, by the time they had finished cleaning. The afternoon sun was nearing its descent. Dong Yu packed up his belongings and stood to leave, but before departing, he uttered a perplexing remark. Big brother, do you really not know who I am? Lin Xian had already discerned from Master Ji Lu's reaction that Dong Yu might be somewhat renowned within the sect. Yet he did not delve deeper. The casualty rate among disciples was exceedingly high, with many living from day to day, either striving desperately in their cultivation or indulging in ephemeral pleasures, their personalities twisted and eccentric. This was the case even among the righteous sects, let alone the nefarious ones. Having entangled himself with Kuan Silang had also caused his reputation to spread, at least among the outer district disciples. Dong Wei, well informed, would visit Lin Xian every few days for a game of Go, often bringing with him a plethora of news from the outside world. Lin Xian was more than pleased to have a source of information at his disposal. Half a month passed, and he had come to realize that Dong Wei was simply someone who enjoyed being in the midst of excitement. Wherever there was something amusing or entertaining, he would invariably be there to witness it. He was also adept at ingratiating himself with others, which explained his exceptional access to information. However, it seemed that he had a bit too much free time, as Lin Xian had scarcely seen him engage in any cultivation. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had begun to appreciate the advantages of the advanced stone house. This new stone abode alleviated meridian pain and accelerated recovery, significantly surpassing the previous one. Now, he could conduct 2 rounds of internal energy refinement daily, a speed that was double that of the lower-level stone house and outside cultivation. As the time for mission assignments approached, Lin Xian contacted Kong Yuhui, intending to accept a task within his vicinity. allowing him to familiarize himself with the towns and environments surrounding the sect. Dongwei suggested that he could take on multiple tasks at once, provided they were in close proximity, allowing for a return to rest and cultivate after completion. As was customary among innate experts, Task Wall Lin Xian's striking appearance, with 4 swords strapped to his back, drew the attention of many passers-by. Dongwei trailed behind him, exuding an air of faux authority. Early in the morning, before dawn had fully broken, the two made their way directly to the task wall, securing a prime position in anticipation of the new tasks being posted. "Big brother, aren't you tired carrying 4 swords?" Dongwei whispered, leaning closer to Lin Xian. "While it looks quite cool, isn't it a bit ostentatious to occupy so much space?" After speaking, he glanced around. Lin Xian's 4 swords spread out horizontally occupied enough space for 2 additional people, allowing them to claim a gap meant for 4 amid the bustling crowd. Lin Xian, however, paid him no mind, standing by the stone wall, leaning against it to rest. "Get lost." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the crowd. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, clad in brown and black leather armor, pushed his way through the throng with an imposing presence. His back bore a massive white sword, as thick as a thigh, and his eyes scanned the surroundings like bronze bells. Several disciples who failed to yield were effortlessly tossed aside by him. "That is Kikar, one of the 5 great experts from the Sword Listening Valley," Dongwei whispered to Lin Xian. "9th layer of the small return to origin technique." This was Lin Xian's first encounter with a heavyweight from the Sword Listening Valley. At a glance, he felt that Kikar emanated an aura of overwhelming dominance. Each powerful stride seemed to shake the ground, and his limbs were as robust as stone pillars. Finding a spot, Kikar carelessly shoved aside the surrounding disciples and sat cross-legged on the ground, indifferent to the dirt. Those caught in the wake of his actions could only seethe in silence. Time passed slowly, and soon the personnel responsible for updating the task wall arrived, promptly replacing the previous postings. Lin Xian pushed through the throng, leaning in closely to scrutinize the new tasks. He swiftly claimed 2 missions involving delivering messages and locating individuals, both within the sect's vicinity, while the remainder was snatched up by others. Squeezing his way through the crowd, Lin Xian led Dongyue back the way they came. On the path, they encountered a steady stream of named disciples arriving to check the tasks, many of whom were of similar or even stronger aura than Lin Xian, boasting at least the 3rd layer of refinement. He counted over 10 such individuals in just a short span. Among them were 2 particularly notable figures, one with a disfigured face, recently bandaged and seeping blood, and another missing an arm, pale as a ghost. This sight sent a shiver down his spine, causing the fleeting sense of ease he had felt to evaporate swiftly. "Lin Xian?" As they were about to exit the path and return to the stone town, a familiar voice called out from a group approaching them. Looking toward the source of the sound, he was surprised to see Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling, accompanied by several other disciples following 2 men wearing black protective goggles. They seemed to be the lackeys of the 2 men. Wang Chong? Xiao Lingling. Lin Xian's expression softened as he nodded at the two. However, he was acutely aware that his current appearance was rather flamboyant, with 4 swords arranged like a fan and wrapped in layers of black cloth. Not only did the ordinary disciples in the opposing group take notice, but even the 2 leading men could not help but steal a glance at him. "Are you friends of theirs?" "Remember to keep up," one of the men with goggles instructed quietly, disregarding Lin Xian entirely as he led the others toward the task wall. Wang Chong and Xiao Lingling lingered behind. "I haven't seen you in months. Where have you been?" Xiao Lingling approached and whispered, "I even asked our brothers and sisters for help finding someone, but we had no luck." Lin Xian, "Why haven't you returned to the stone house? I was planning to invite you to join our gang, so we could look out for each other, but you just disappeared to take on tasks and only just returned," Wang Chong complained. "By the way, Lin brother, you haven't joined a gang yet, have you?" The 3 were only casual acquaintances, and Lin Xian was puzzled by their sudden friendliness. Hearing Wang Chong's final question, he began to understand. It appeared that they wanted to recruit him into their gang. Wang Chong shot a wary glance at Xiao Lingling. "I can introduce Lin brother to our Spirit Pearl gang. Come on, let me treat you to some drinks that we can chat while we eat," Xiao Lingling interjected, taking Lin Xian's hand. Months apart had seen her apply some makeup, and she appeared to have taken more care with her appearance, donning a short black outfit that accentuated her curves, with a black leather corset accentuating her ample bosom, and the hem of her short skirt barely covering her hips. Compared to her previous appearance, she was a transformed vision. Suddenly, Wang Chong forcefully pulled Xiao Lingling's hand away. "Wasn't it my turn to speak first?" "What do you mean by this, Xiao Lingling?" Wang Chong was known for his straightforwardness and lack of subtlety, and his expression darkened immediately. Lin Xian felt somewhat bewildered, but Dong Wei quietly explained from behind him. Recruiting new members brings benefits. They're after the rewards for bringing you into the gang. This is a monthly occurrence. By the way, which gang are you part of? Seeing the two about to argue, Lin Xian hastily changed the subject. Spirit Pearl Gang, Xiao Lingling replied with a soft laugh, her already alluring eyes becoming even more captivating. Her internal energy was of a reconnaissance nature, and during task completions within the gang, she often required protection due to her lack of combat prowess, relying on others instead. After nearly meeting her demise in several tasks, she had no choice but to leverage her natural allure to secure more protection from outsiders. Upon seeing Lin Xian, she harbored some thoughts. With her keen sensitivity, she had already sensed that his internal energy had risen to a higher level. While she was shocked internally, she maintained an impassive demeanor, concealing this fact. After all, recruiting an ordinary newcomer at the first layer was far inferior to bringing in a small elite who had rapidly advanced to the second layer. She did not want Wang Cheng to discover this and compete with her for Lin Xian's attention. "Wait a moment," she said, her eyes darting as she pulled Wang Cheng aside to whisper a few words. Wang Cheng's countenance softened instantly, yet he still appeared somewhat reluctant. When the two individuals approached, he clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell towards Lin Xian, choosing not to utter further words as he walked away. Evidently having reached some form of accord with the others, it was then that Xiao Lingling leaned closer to Lin Xian, inquiring, "Who might this be?" "I am Dongyu," came the playful reply from Dongyu. Accompanied by a laugh, Xiao Lingling cast a cursory glance at his disheveled attire and, upon closer inspection, discerned that he was merely an ordinary disciple at the first level. She paid him little mind, as her primary focus was on cultivating a rapport with Lin Xian. "Have you joined a faction?" she asked. "I joined long ago," Dongyu responded nonchalantly, grinning mischievously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingling chose to disregard him. The trio continued their stroll towards the town, engaging in conversation about recent events. It turned out that Xiao Lingling and her companion had embarked on a task as a group of wandering practitioners, which involved hunting down a pair of notorious criminals. Initially, they believed their adversaries to be merely 2 second-level thugs, and with 5 of them in total, including 2 second-level leaders and 3 supporting members, they felt confident. However, they soon found themselves on the brink of annihilation, barely surviving the encounter. This harrowing experience led them to recognize the grim reality of such missions. Survival did not necessarily favor the strongest, but rather those most adept at concealing themselves. Chapter 47. New mission after another mission. Wang Cheng's boldness had attracted the attention of the Lingzhu gang, while Xiao Lingling's sensing abilities proved useful, leading her to join as well. Their timing aligned perfectly with the Lingzhu gang's fervent expansion and recruitment of newcomers. Otherwise, their admission might not have been guaranteed. The two who led us earlier are executioners from our Lingzhu gang, each possessing third-level abilities. Within our faction, specialized executioners guide us through tasks, enabling easier access to lower-risk missions. The tasks displayed outside the mission wall are merely those left over by the various faction leaders. Hence, joining a gang offers the utmost assurance of safety, Xiao Lingling succinctly explained. To be candid, introducing you to the gang benefits me as well. I have no desire to withhold this from you. We are friends after all, and we shall inevitably cross paths again, Xiao Lingling stated straightforwardly. However, if you agree to let me facilitate your entry into the gang, I shall remember your kindness, and in the future, I shall certainly repay it when the opportunity arises. Her voice softened to a gentle, almost flirtatious tone, and her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. She likely remains unaware of Brother Lin's past achievements, Dongyu observed coolly from the sidelines. That moment, the trio arrived at the stone monument in the town center. Xiao Lingling's hand frequently brushed against Lin Xian's, seemingly inviting him with a subtle allure. Although there were advantages to joining a faction, Lin Xian was mindful of his small group with Kong Yuhui and the others, whose standings seemed noteworthy. He contemplated consulting them before making any decisions. "There's no rush. I shall decide after returning from this mission," he replied casually. Hearing this, Xiao Lingling felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, even if she could not entice him into the gang, the prospect of befriending someone as promising as Lin Xian, who had ascended to the second level in merely half a year, was still a worthwhile endeavor for her own future protection. Glancing at the monument, she noted the schedule for Master Chuanfa's lectures. Calculating the time, she realized she must embark on a mission promptly and could only attend the next lecture upon her return. It was a slight regret for Lin Xian, who had yet to attend any of Master Chuanfa's sessions since entering the sect. His task was not an individual one, but rather a team assignment. With their rendezvous point established here, once he secured his spot, he bid farewell to Xiao Lingling. Let us set aside the matter of joining the gang for now. I must return to prepare for the mission. Should you need anything, feel free to find me at room 103. With that, he departed with Dongyu. Xiao Lingling was momentarily taken aback that a newly ascended second-level disciple managed to rank around 100. She questioned whether she had misheard, but upon seeing Lin Xian and Dongyu turn their backs, she hesitated to pursue them for clarification, sensing their unusually cool demeanor. If what he claims is true, aligning myself with him could prove far more advantageous than remaining in the Lingzhu gang, she murmured to herself, eyeing Lin Xian's retreating figure. She glanced down at her own attire, resolute in her belief that her beauty could surely attract any man. Her efforts to preserve her virginity were solely to seek out the best potential investment. 1 week later, the overcast sky was laden with dark, heavy clouds, from which streaks of blue lightning occasionally flickered. The thick clouds loomed above like immense black cotton, suffocating the landscape beneath. The ground below resembled a vast expanse of yellow fabric, strewn with scattered patches of yellow earth. The yellow soil formed small hills composed of disorganized yellow and black stones, scattered haphazardly, with a crooked yellow dirt path cutting through the chaos. As a storm approached, 3 magnificent steeds trotted along the path. 2 white horses and a black horse appeared as 3 diminutive dots amidst the hills, 2 white and 1 black. An unusual sight. On the backs of the horses rode 2 men and a woman, each clad in rugged attire, their bodies draped in gray cloaks to shield against the dust. The short-haired man riding one of the white horses wore a broad smile as he conversed with the beautiful woman beside him, who, however, responded with indifference, offering only the occasional curt reply. This pair rode ahead on the white horses, while a young man of around 20, riding the black horse, maintained a stoic demeanor, bearing an unusual load of 4 elongated objects strapped to his back. This was Lin Xian, who had departed from the sect several days prior. Though Lin Xian sat upon the saddle, he still felt the jarring discomfort in his rear and the burning sensation in the inner muscles of his thighs. He glanced at the 2 ahead, then raised his gaze to the darkening sky. Shu Shimi, Yu Chong, the weather does not bode well. We should seek shelter from the rain as soon as possible. I recall there are a few tea houses ahead. Do not fret, Linggu. I am quite familiar with this route, having traversed it numerous times, the short-haired man, Yu Chong, replied, turning back with a grin. Follow me, and you shall not lose your way. Yu Shixiang, your home is in Conque City. Surely you have some insight regarding our mission? Shushimi inquired nonchalantly. Could you share information about the surroundings of Conque City? Are there any points of caution we should be aware of? The 2 resumed their leisurely conversation. Seemingly unperturbed, Lin Xian took the opportunity to retrieve the mission scroll, unfurling the leather parchment to review its contents. Meet an outer disciple named Duan Qi on the western street of Conque City and escort her back to the sect. Below was a colorful portrait of Duan Qi, rendered vividly, its colors rivaling photographs from Lin Xian's previous life. She appeared to be an ordinary woman in her 30s, lacking any remarkable features, save for a conspicuous black mole on her forehead, the size of a fingernail, which drew attention. After securing the scroll, Lin Xian fell silent and continued to follow the others. The 2 in front engaged in idle chatter, their voices occasionally drifting back to him as the wind grew stronger. Howling like a phantom at his ear, the sky darkened further, and soon a modest 2-story wooden house came into view along the yellow path. The house appeared shrouded in darkness, with no light emanating from the windows. Outside stood a spacious tea house, yet it too seemed engulfed in shadows, with only the lanterns hanging from the pillars swaying in the wind, clearly marked with the character for tea. As the wind intensified, raindrops began to pelt the tea house, prompting the trio to urge their horses onward. It seems we have arrived too late. The old tea vendor has closed up shop, Yu Chong remarked. Leading the horses into the establishment and securing them to a sturdy post, the 3 steeds were quickly ushered into a designated stable on the right side of the tea house, their reins tied to several posts. Lin Xian removed the satchel from his horse's rear and glanced to the right at the darkened 2-story building, which remained eerily silent, as if devoid of inhabitants. A window on the 2nd floor creaked ominously in the wind, yet no one ventured to close it. How peculiar. When I passed through here last year, there were still people around. Yu Chong mused as he plopped down onto a bench in the tea house, brushing his hand across the table, which was coated in dust. Disgusting, Shu Shimi exclaimed. rising quickly, prompting Yu Chang to apologize, claiming he had misguided them and hurriedly producing a handkerchief to assist her in cleaning the bench. Lin Xian casually wiped the dust from his own seat before settling down next to the two-story building. He felt within his satchel and gently extracted a resentment talisman, holding it firmly in his hand. Since his last encounter with a vengeful spirit, he had become increasingly vigilant in such eerie environments. The wind grew fiercer, and rain began to splatter against the furniture inside the tea house. But fortunately, the trio had chosen seats snug against the wall of the two-story building, ensuring they would not be drenched. Since this place seems deserted, why not take shelter inside for the night? Yu Chang suggested. Let us go. This is all your fault. If you hadn't led us astray, we might have secured lodging at an inn earlier. Shu Shimi retorted with displeasure. Yes, it's all my fault, Yu Chang conceded with a sigh. But once we reach Conquet City, I shall certainly make amends. As the two conversed, Lin Xian noticed something peculiar about the seating arrangement of the three of them. It was rather strange. Their table was the only one in the entire establishment that remained untouched by the wind and rain. However, this very table faced a dilapidated wooden window on the first floor of a two-story building. The window was in such disrepair that it was merely a wooden frame, through which one could see a dark, indistinguishable interior. Lin Xiang? Lin Xian suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that both Yu Chang and Shu Luoi were staring intently at him. What is the matter? He asked, slightly taken aback. Do you happen to have any firestones with you? Yu Chang repeated. I apologize. I was a bit lost in thought, Lin Xian replied with a sheepish smile as he rummaged through his bag, searching for the small pouch of firestones nestled within. The sky was overcast, and the moonlight was completely obscured by clouds, casting an oppressive darkness that compelled Lin Xian to lean closer as he searched. Suddenly, his vision seemed to blur, gradually becoming hazy, akin to the sensation one experiences when standing up too quickly after squatting. His eyes swam with white dots, obscuring everything. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, his vision soon cleared. He resumed his search for the firestones. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt an eerie silence enveloping him. Raising his gaze, he found Yu Chang and Shu Luoi staring at him with wide, unblinking eyes. You shitty. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, feeling a shiver run down his spine. While Yu Chang's expression remained unchanged, as if frozen, his gaze fixed intensely upon Lin Xian, seemingly oblivious to his words. Suddenly, a crack of lightning illuminated the surroundings, prompting Lin Xian to grasp the resentment talisman tightly. To his astonishment, it had already burned halfway without him noticing, the remaining portion continuing to blaze with fierce intensity. Chapter 48. New Task Boom. A series of thunderclaps echoed through the air. What just happened? I feel like I zoned out for a moment, Yu Chang remarked, suddenly animated, his expression shifting from that of a wax figure to one of lively naturalness. Me too. I was distracted by a thought and suddenly lost focus, Shu Luoi added. Frowning, Lin Xian finally regained his composure, reflecting on his brief lapse in attention. Logically, as internal martial arts masters, they should not have succumbed to such a severe distraction. He immediately grew alert, glancing at the resentment talisman, which was now nearly burned to ash. We might be in some trouble here, he declared solemnly. Yu Chang and Shu Luoi, both quick to grasp the situation, were no fools, having spent considerable time in the Songlin sword sect. They had undoubtedly faced numerous tasks. Shu Luoi produced a high-grade resentment talisman, its white paper slowly igniting at a deliberate pace. Indeed, we are facing trouble. Since we've encountered it, shall we investigate further? Shu Luoi stood resolutely. The slow burn of the high-grade resentment talisman suggests that the malevolent energy isn't particularly powerful. Perhaps it has only recently gathered. We should be able to handle it. Given our recent inexplicable distractions, it likely has some paralyzing toxicity, Yu Chang assessed quietly. I shall take charge of this, Lin Xian, feeling financially secure, had stocked up on a substantial number of basic talismans, resentment talismans, poison-evading talismans, and sweet rain talismans. Were it not for the unavailability of higher-grade talismans in the market, he would have likely purchased even more. The cost of these talismans had already set him back over 2,000 jade coins, with each type numbering in the hundreds. Retrieving 3 poison-evading talismans, he flicked them with force, channeling a trace of internal energy into them. Instantly, the 3 talismans ignited simultaneously, clearing the air around the trio. Indeed, there is poison, Lin Xian stated with gravity. This is the heartland of the Songlin sword sect. How audacious of anyone to disturb it and summon malevolent spirits. Shu Loi remarked coldly. With a swift movement, she drew her long sword and strode towards the two-story building. Lin Xian hastened to intervene, realizing that while they might find ways to defend against the resentment, they had no means to contend with the malevolent spirits. He and Yu Chong followed closely after Shu Loi. With a resounding kick, Shu Loi forced the door open and entered. Inside, the room was empty, save for a few dust-covered tables and chairs, and the floor was littered with a multitude of dusty footprints, indicating that someone had entered prior to their arrival. Unbeknownst to them, Shu Loi had produced a green dagger, seemingly crafted from jade, and she appeared unfazed by the prospect of malevolent spirits as she surveyed the room before confidently ascending the stairs. Lin Xian and Yu Chong hastened to follow, but before they could call out to her, she had already rushed up to the second floor. Strangely, after exploring the two-story building, they found no signs of anything amiss. There is no longer any resentment here, Lin Xian noted, holding up a resentment talisman that showed no signs of igniting again. It seems the residual resentment here has been purified by our talismans to the point of nearly vanishing. Shu Loi frowned. What should we do now? Lin Xian inquired, noting her apparent experience. Once our task is complete, we shall report back to the sect. Perhaps a skilled practitioner in the qi refinement stage can uncover some clues. Just as Lin Xian was about to ask further questions, he suddenly heard faint voices outside the building that he rushed to the nearest window to peer out. What he saw sent chills down his spine. In the tea pavilion directly opposite the house, 3 familiar figures sat conversing in hushed tones. Two of them, facing him, were undeniably Yu Chong and Shu Loi, while the figure with their back turned to him was, astonishingly, his own silhouette. What is going on? Lin Xian's heart raced as he turned back to look at Yu Chong and Shu Loi, only to find the room completely empty, devoid of their presence. His gaze shot to the door, where he noticed with eerie clarity that it had been securely locked from within. The door that had been forcibly kicked open now stood intact and unscathed. Once again, he felt his vision begin to blur. Countless white dots densely populated his field of vision, and as he blinked furiously, he suddenly felt his body sway. He was plunged into darkness. Lin Xiang? Lin Xiang? Yu Chang's voice called out from beside him. Opening his eyes, Lin Xian found Yu Chong and Shu Loi gazing at him with confusion, while he himself was inexplicably seated on a stool outside the house. The cold breeze swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. How did you fall asleep just now? Yu Chong chuckled lightly. Were you that fatigued from the journey? We've only just sat down and exchanged a few words before you dozed off. Shu Loi's brow furrowed as she regarded him. Lin Xian's heart raced, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Looking down, he realized he was clutching a pair of firestones, the very items his companions had asked him to find moments prior. No. Suddenly, Shu Loi spoke in a low tone. Something feels off here. She abruptly stood. I feel it too, Lin Xian quickly concurred. We should leave this place at once. Let us go right away, Shu Loi nodded, drawing her sword and heading towards the stable. My green jade dagger glowed just now. Yu Chong, having intended to say something, fell silent upon hearing this. He hurriedly rose to follow the two, but there was nowhere nearby to take shelter from the rain. He voiced his frustration after a few steps. We must leave regardless. If you don't wish to go, you can stay here alone, Shu Loi retorted without hesitation. Junior sister, don't call me junior sister. The three swiftly untied their horses and mounted up, braving the wind and rain as they galloped towards Conquet City. Amidst the tempest, Lin Xian glanced back at the solitary two-story building that as the distance widened. His vision began to blur once more, but this time the white dots obscuring his sight were absent. The blurriness dissipated quickly. There's a lingering toxin here, or perhaps a curse, or something else entirely that I cannot ascertain what it is, Shu Loi remarked somberly from atop her horse. But the glow of my green jade dagger signifies the presence of something that poses a threat to me. Therefore, we must depart. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. Shu Loi appeared to be from a prestigious lineage, suggesting that she was likely the child of a practitioner within the sect, given her assertion. There was undoubtedly a reason behind it. Curiously, as they distanced themselves from the building, he felt an increasing sense of relief. Once the structure vanished from view, it was as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, granting him a profound sense of ease. So, it appears that this was merely a residual influence causing disturbances? Yu Chong inquired from his horse. Yes, we are merely registered disciples. Such matters are beyond our capability to resolve at the qi refinement stage. We simply need to report our findings to the sect, Shu Luoyi explained succinctly. I had a fleeting sensation, as if I had entered that building before. Strangely, I felt the same. Yuchang frowned, turning to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded slightly. I share your sentiments. Then that confirms it, Shu Luoyi's brows knitted in concern. I once heard my father say that our sect is but a feeble force in this world, capable only of safeguarding a small perimeter around us. Beyond that lies a vast expanse filled with countless unknown dangers and mysteries. Therefore, when venturing out, one must tread carefully and be vigilant, leaving no room for error. The forces of darkness and malevolence are ever eager to invade our territory. Both Lin Xian and Yu Chang nodded in agreement. The three individuals were merely temporary companions, each unaware of the other's true capabilities, and uncertain as to who might be stronger or weaker. Although Shu Luoyi's prowess was not necessarily superior to that of the other two, her words, being those of a Qi practitioner, carried their own significance. Undoubtedly rooted in reason, Lin Xian meticulously contemplated the various disciples of the Songlin Sword sect. While he was unfamiliar with the formal inner disciples, he had observed that the name disciples, particularly those from the Jian Valley, predominantly relied on talismans, jade pendants, or other external objects to manifest their strength, much like during the recent task involving the Yin Bloodbird. Those disciples without talismans fared little better than ordinary people when confronted with vengeful spirits. Only he, possessing talismans and the Yang Flame Sword, along with a few others, managed to escape the influence of the vengeful spirits. Moreover, these cultivators largely resembled the Taoists depicted in television dramas, lacking magical artifacts and various tools. They were incapable of combating ghosts. Their inherent strength was relatively weak, forcing them to depend on external means to confront supernatural phenomena, such as vengeful spirits. I wonder what strategies Qi practitioners in the Qi refining stage employ to cope with such challenges. Lin Xian inquired. My father once remarked that in this world, where ghosts and monsters rampage, despite our four sects striving to unite against the oppressive demonic sect, the righteous path remains in a precarious position, as the heavens are unjust. Thus, we must learn how to protect ourselves, Shu Luoyi expressed with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, ever since the leader of the Tianyin Dao sect, Zhu Rongzi, was exposed as a dark practitioner of demonic, the first major righteous sect has swiftly declined, and it was never as formidable as the demons. But now it has deteriorated to a state of mere self-preservation. Yu Chang seemed to grasp a portion of this hidden history. Were it not for the mysterious barriers created by these ghosts and spirits, our four sects would likely have been annihilated long ago. Shu Luoyi shook her head. Even the current peace is a result of the sacrifices made by numerous senior brothers and sisters. I wonder where one might learn more about these significant historical records. Lin Xian pondered aloud. The sect has a library. You may visit it at your leisure, provided you are willing to invest the time. I only possess a modicum of knowledge due to the teachings of my elders, Shu Luoyi succinctly replied. Thank you for the reminder, Lin Xian said, bowing slightly. You're welcome, was her response. Chapter 49, The Six-Winged Honeybee at Dawn. The sky was a pale blue, not yet fully illuminated. Lin Xian rode atop a horse, gradually making his way along the ochre path towards the imposing city ahead. The city resembled a sprawling collection of blocks scattered across the hills and plains, with houses adorned with red and yellow-tiled roofs dotting the landscape, surrounded by large square walls enclosing numerous flat-roofed buildings. Some smaller, shorter houses bore white silks, faintly fluttering in the breeze. As the trio rode along the path, they encountered a procession of mourners, trumpets sounding, with white flags raised high, each emblazoned with various symbols of rest for the deceased. 2 black coffins were being drawn slowly by an ox cart, while a group of grieving relatives wept, their eyes swollen with tears. This is the 3rd procession. Why are there so many dead? Yu Chang murmured, furrowing his brow. Despite his words, his gaze frequently wandered towards several attractive women among the mourners. Something feels amiss, Shu Luoyi nodded, indeed observing the coffins closely. Lin Xian rode silently behind the two, not uttering a word. Ahead lay a massive city stretching for miles, and as they drew nearer, they noticed white silks representing mourning hanging everywhere. The expressions of the people they encountered were largely vacant, gazing towards the distant region of Peacock City. A sense of oppressive gloom permeated the air. The trio quickened their pace, with an increasing number of houses lining the path, transitioning from humble wooden structures to larger, white-walled estates. Occasionally, horse-drawn carts and military convoys passed by. Yu Chang took the lead, guiding the two towards his family's residence. Soon, the three arrived at a grand red-painted gate, flanked by stone pillars and guardian lions, guarded by 2 military sentinels, exuding an air of solemnity. The young master has returned. Upon seeing Yu Chang dismount, one of the seasoned guards approached, while the other turned to open the gate, calling out to announce their arrival. Inform my father that I intend to stay for a few days this time, and that my 2 friends from the sect are with me. They must be treated well, Yu Chang declared with the tone of a privileged youth. Of course, I'll fetch Shaoli. The guard, seemingly well acquainted with Yu Chang, smiled brightly and hurried inside, soon joined by several attendants who rushed out to assist with the horses and belongings, all exceedingly attentive. Lin Xan felt reluctant to intrude, considering his limited familiarity with Yu Chang. Brother Yu, I have a friend to visit. Perhaps we should part ways here and reconvene in a few days, Lin Xan suggested, as the current task merely involved finding someone and delivering a message, allowing them to take care of other matters, such as visiting family and friends. Might I inquire if Brother Lin has a fixed residence? It would facilitate our communication, Yu Chang inquired with a smile. You can find me at the Wang Lai Inn, Lin Xan replied, providing the address he had previously arranged. Farewell, he said, bowing. Farewell, Yu Chang and Shuluo echoed. The 3 then parted ways. The Wang Lai Inn was one of the largest inns in Peacock City, as Lin Xan had learned from Kong Yuhui. After casually asking a passerby for directions, Lin Xan soon arrived at the inn's entrance. To the left, a luxurious residence with a vermilion roof was undergoing renovations, workers bustling about amidst the sounds of hammering. With piles of sand and bricks outside, dismounting, a young attendant promptly greeted Lin Xan, took his horse, and provided him with a tag bearing a number. This will be your ticket for retrieving your horse later, the attendant explained. Accompanying him into the inn, Lin Xan found himself in a spacious area reminiscent of a grand hall, with rooms arranged in tiers on either side. Each floor was adorned with red lanterns. And as Lin Xan looked up, he noticed the ceiling was made of dark stone, inscribed with gilded characters proclaiming uncertain comings and goings. The inn bustled with patrons, indicating a thriving business. The attendant led Lin Xan to the counter, where he paid the fee and left a deposit, securing a spacious suite. Guided by another maid, he was shown to the suite, furnished with exquisite redwood furniture, intricately carved, and adorned with bronze mirrors designed to ward off evil spirits. In the corners, large decorative vases and wooden sculptures were displayed. Please deliver this letter to Kong Fu at Kong's residence in Peacock Gate. This is the token. Lin Xan instructed the maid to summon a messenger from the inn, placing the communication token given to him by Kong Yuhui, a red jade pendant, on the envelope. The messenger sealed the letter with red wax in Lin Xan's presence before departing with the letter and pendant. Once the door was closed, Lin Xan let out a slow breath. Observing the luxurious ancient chamber adorned with lanterns, he felt a sense of unreality that a faint fragrance wafted through the room, its delicate aroma inviting yet elusive. Approaching the writing desk, he noticed the silver candlestick. With 3 thick candles resembling his wrist in width, on the desk lay a yellow pearwood plaque inscribed with messages wishing guests a restful sleep, urging caution, and indicating that assistance could be summoned by ringing a bell. Above the plaque hung a row of red cords, each adorned with a small tag indicating services such as breakfast, lunch, dinner, bathing, tailoring, dressing change, and miscellaneous. In total, there were 7 tags. Apart from dressing change, which Lin Xan found perplexing, he understood the rest. Truly, this is a top-tier luxurious suite. 8 taels of silver per day. Such extravagance, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Approaching the low tea table, he settled onto the wooden couch, which encircled the table much like a wooden sofa, with an incense burner placed at the center, flanked by neatly arranged fire stones. After removing his 4 swords, including the ordinary long sword at his waist, Lin Xan shed his outer garment and pulled the red cord for bathing. Ding ding, the faint sound of a copper bell rang out. Within minutes, 2 robust men arrived, carrying a large wooden tub, knocking at the door. Upon opening it, Lin Xan watched as they placed the tub in the designated bathing area, followed by attendants bringing buckets of hot water to fill it. Soon, the tub was full, accompanied by a washcloth, prepared nightclothes, towels, and fragrant rose petals. The 2 men swiftly prepared everything before departing. Where is the person to assist with bathing? Lin Xan began to inquire, only to see 4 young and beautiful women entering, clad in delicate white gauze. We are here to assist you with bathing and changing, they chimed in unison, their melodic voices causing Lin Xan's heart to flutter slightly. This is truly overwhelming, he thought to himself. What a decadent life. gazing at the four attractive young women before him. Lin Xian suddenly comprehended why the roguish young masters in ancient dramas were so prevalent. However, after some contemplation, he opted to retain a more innocent-looking girl. Assuring himself that he was neither hypocritical nor an upstanding gentleman, he would indulge in enjoyment where it was due. The young woman was not there merely to serve. Rather, she entered after he had disrobed and entered the water, assisting him with washing his back and pouring hot water. Albeit limited to back scrubbing, with only a hint of intimate contact, Lin Xian was just about to inquire about some matters regarding this place. Why is there a funeral procession everywhere around Peacock City? Has there been an outbreak of plague recently? The girl, adorned with a white jade hairpin, prompted Lin Xian to refer to her as Yuzan. Indeed, it seems that recently there has been some unknown ailment. Many have inexplicably fallen ill. And within just a few days, they become emaciated, appearing as though they are starving despite having eaten. It is truly a sight that can rob one of sleep at night, Yuzan spoke, her voice tinged with lingering fear as she recounted the recent events. But if it were a plague? The physicians in the city have been unable to identify its cause. Those who come close to the patients remain unharmed, while those entirely unrelated suddenly fall ill. I heard that the physicians from Shenjitang have rushed over from the capital, claiming it to be an insect bite. Insect bite. Lin Xian straightened up in the wooden tub, requesting her assistance in scrubbing his back. Yes, it is indeed caused by insect bites, Yuzan replied softly. Have you received any formal education? Can you read? Lin Xian casually inquired. Yes, I am from the Luftang Honglu family. When my family was in better circumstances, I attended school and even studied to become a Tongsheng. But unfortunately, I did not pass the provincial examination and had to drop out. Yuzan responded in a hushed tone. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. In the Song dynasty, women were indeed permitted to pursue academic achievements. Achieving the status of Tongsheng would be akin to completing middle school in modern terms. To translate, this meant that the girl had to leave her studies at the middle school level due to her family's decline. So, you are not yet 18. Lin Xian probed further. Yes, I just turned 15 during the new year, she replied quietly. Lin Xian cast a glance at her figure, which did not appear to reflect her claimed age, clearly suspecting she was at least 2 years older than she professed, after Yuzan had assisted him in bathing. Lin Xian changed into a fresh set of clothes. Just as she stepped out, Kong Yue arrived. Lin brother, you have indeed arrived. Kong Yue's expression remained indifferent, yet a hint of joy flickered in his eyes. The two locked the door and settled onto the wooden couch, where Lin Xian poured him a cup of warm water. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was nearing afternoon. Kong brother, is there something you require my assistance with? It is nothing of great significance, Kong Yue replied, relaxing and chuckling lightly. My Peacock sect commands a territory of over 100 miles around Peacock City, and more than half of the officials in the government offices are our sect's disciples or elders. Even if there were significant matters, it would not necessitate our involvement. Then what is it that has prompted your haste? I have only just settled in and sent you a message, yet you rushed over, Lin Xian smiled. It just so happens that a few friends have come to my home, all of whom are my companions from the Jianghu, and I thought to invite you to drink with us and get acquainted. Kong Yue's intentions were evidently more layered. Before arriving, Lin Xian had thoroughly inquired about the internal dynamics of the Peacock sect. Aside from Kong Yue, there were two other candidates for sect leader, his sister Kong Xiushan and his elder brother Kong Lei. Both were skilled martial artists with extensive connections, and upon hearing of Lin Xian's arrival, Kong Yue hastily came over, likely to draw Lin Xian into their fold. Lin Xian did not find it difficult to oblige him, for they had shared life and death experiences in the past, forming a bond of deep camaraderie. In the following days, he took his time to complete his mission. The task of delivering messages was delegated to others by Kong Yue, and the task of locating individuals could easily be resolved through the influence of the Peacock sect. Thus, he accompanied Kong Yue to the headquarters of the Peacock sect, where he met several martial arts experts who were friends of Kong Yue. They shared some drinks, fostering familiarity. The rest of the time was spent wandering the bustling streets and alleys of Peacock City. As Lin Xian had yet to truly experience the intricate customs and culture of this world, everywhere on the streets, vendors were selling oil tea and pastries, while stalls lined the roads. Shops connected one after another. And in some alleys, the crowds were so dense that one could barely move without brushing shoulders. Children relished candied fruits and fried pastries, while girls perused trinkets at the stalls, and men gathered in places filled with fireworks and liquor, often in lavishly decorated pavilions. Occasionally, one could see palanquins passing by or government carriages making their way through, With attendants banging gongs to clear a path for the pedestrians, the city remained vibrant and prosperous. Undiminished by the presence of funerals, for several consecutive days, Lin XN had become enamored with the fried meat pies sold near the inn, indulging in them for 5 days without growing weary. On the 6th day, he arose early, donned a green long robe he had purchased 2 days prior, and secured a white jade belt around his waist. He packed 4 talismans into a large box, sealing it before strapping it onto his back, and donned a regular long sword at his waist. He appeared much more presentable than before. Others could only see the large box, and whether it contained swords, musical instruments, or something else remained a mystery. With the box on his back, Lin XIN did not fear drawing attention as he exited the inn and turned right. The streets were still quiet in the early morning, with only a few elderly vendors selling steamed buns calling out to passers-by. Occasionally, hurried students scurried off to school. Lin XIN turned into a narrow alley, where an elderly woman with silver hair was deftly preparing pancakes, quickly dropping them into a pot of hot oil. A few school children were waiting in front of the cart, eagerly anticipating the fried pastries. "I would like 3, with chives and minced meat," Lin XIN approached, handing over a large copper coin. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 100 large copper coins, or 1,000 small ones. The fried pastries were 3 small copper coins each, equivalent to the 3 yuan for a large meat pie in his previous life. A pie as large as a person's face for only 3 coins was indeed a great bargain. 3 with chives and minced meat. "Coming right up," the elderly woman replied with a smile. A young boy beside her took the large copper coin and handed Lin XIN a small one in return. "Big brother, you're back again." The boy, with 2 little braids, was chubby and fair, likely around 4 or 5 years old. "Yes, I'm back," Lin XIN chuckled, playfully pinching the child's cheek, which felt pleasantly cool, akin to pudding. "You buy 3 of the largest every day. Can you finish them all?" the boy asked curiously. "Of course I can. Because I'm stronger than you," Lin XIN replied, teasingly pulling at the boy's cheeks. "You're lying," the child protested, his speech muddled as he wriggled free from Lin XIN's grasp. "Last time I went to the mountain, I encountered a big tiger and knocked it out with 3 punches. Grandma even praised me for being good. Can you beat a tiger?" "Wow, you can knock out a tiger at such a young age?" Several schoolchildren nearby gasped in astonishment. "Tigers are so fierce." "Yes, my father says I'm born with divine strength," the chubby boy boasted proudly. "Born with divine strength," Lin XIN continued to tease, tugging at his cheeks. "Let go of me," the boy protested, struggling but unable to escape. "I'll call you born with divine strength." Lin XIN laughed heartily, further ruffling the boy's round face. "I'm getting angry," the chubby boy declared, his face serious. "When I get angry, even tigers are afraid of me. I warn you, don't provoke me." Lin XIN could not help but laugh even louder. He stood by the frying stall, playfully teasing the little boy as the warm steam from the oil wafted up, filling the air with the rich aroma of fried food. As the frying continued, the elderly woman began handing out the freshly fried pastries to the waiting children, her forehead glistening with sweat. Glancing up at the weather, Lin XIN noticed it was overcast with no sun. Not particularly warm, perhaps even a bit chilly. He found it odd that the elderly woman was sweating so profusely in such cool weather. "Here, all done, your pastries," the old woman announced, handing him the fried cake, wrapped in coarse paper. "Thank you." As Lin XIN took the large cake, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The old woman's eyes appeared somewhat unfocused. Just as he received the fried cake, she unexpectedly lurched forward towards the boiling oil. Lin XIN was startled and quickly caught her. "What's wrong?" He pressed his hand firmly against her philtrum. I. The elderly woman's pupils had dilated, losing their focus. Lin XIN hurriedly set the fried cake down and gently lowered her to the ground, allowing her to lie flat. The elderly woman was clearly in distress, her complexion pale and devoid of color. "Grandma, what's wrong?" The chubby boy beside them, now frightened, turned pale, his voice trembling. Pang, Grandma, may not make it," the elderly woman weakly managed to utter, her words coming out in strained bursts. "You must take care of yourself." In the brief span of a few seconds as she spoke, her once slightly plump cheeks visibly shrank, her skin transforming into a dry, tree bark-like texture devoid of moisture. Lin XIN felt her hand in his, akin to a deflated balloon, rapidly losing its substance. "Grandma." The chubby boy immediately burst into tears. "Grandma, please don't die. I can't bear to lose you. My dear child, I'm sorry." The old grandmother's eyes glistened with tears. "If only I could hold on a little longer, it would all be better." Her final gaze was directed towards Lin XIN, offering him a grateful smile before her head tilted, and she breathed her last. The little chubby boy wept, tears and snot flowing freely, while a few nearby children had already fled in terror. Others gathered around, eager to help, but upon seeing the old woman's lifeless body, their faces turned pale with fear. Another one. It's that again. It's that disease. When will this ever end? Quickly, let's leave. We can't get infected. Voices emerged from the crowd. And soon, most onlookers dared not linger, hastily departing. Only a few bold souls, hands behind their backs, remained to gawk. Lin Xian felt a tumult of emotions in his heart as he gently laid down the old woman's hand. The once steaming fried cakes on the cart now held no allure. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly heard an almost imperceptible buzzing sound emanating from the old woman's body. Looking down, he noticed a golden bee had emerged from her left ear. Its presence inexplicable. This bee was peculiar. While ordinary bees possess 6 legs, this one had only 2. Moreover, it boasted 3 pairs of wings, unlike the single pair of translucent wings seen in common bees. What is this? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss the moment he laid eyes on the insect. The creature raised its head, locking eyes with him, its gaze imbued with an unsettling greed. Buzz! The 6-winged bee soared swiftly into the air. Curiously unnoticed by those around, who seemed oblivious to its existence. It darted directly towards the little chubby bee. In an instant, Lin Xian's sword at his waist gleamed with silver light, and with a burst of internal energy from the secondary layer of the returning origin technique, he transformed the blade into a streak of silver, striking the bee forcefully. The bee was cleaved in 2, falling to the ground. The chubby boy and several others were startled by his sudden action, having only seen Lin Xian inexplicably slash at empty air. When Lin Xian sheathed his sword and searched for the bee's corpse, he discovered that the 2 severed halves had vanished without a trace. He scrutinized the ground. But the 6-winged bee was nowhere to be found. The chubby boy continued to weep upon the old woman's body. After a brief wait, officials arrived, 2 masked guards, upon seeing the state of the corpse, sighed and placed the old woman on a stretcher without uttering a word. Same old rule. She must be taken outside the city for cremation. The 2 men hoisted her onto a nearby ox cart and set off towards the city's outskirts. Lin Xian, observing the forlorn chubby boy, whose eyes were swollen from crying, felt a pang of sympathy. He decided to accompany the cart outside the city. Along the way, he intermittently inquired about the boy, learning that he had always been with his grandmother, his father having disappeared after a fleeting encounter, and his mother's whereabouts were unknown. He had no other relatives to turn to, only his grandmother. When asked if he had anywhere or anyone to seek refuge with, the boy, merely 5 years old, could scarcely articulate his thoughts, stumbling over his words, unable to recall any other family. Reluctantly, Lin Xian resolved not to abandon him. And after the grandmother's body was cremated, the sobbing chubby boy was approached by an elderly man who owned a clothing shop nearby, expressing his desire to adopt the boy, having longed for a son in his old age. Lin Xian suspected that the 6-winged bee he had witnessed might be linked to something sinister, so he entrusted the chubby boy to the man and inquired further about the boy's situation. Chapter 51. The Plague. As for the chubby boy, his original name is Lei. His mother vanished shortly after giving birth, and his father was tragically killed by an oncoming carriage, apart from his grandmother. He has no other relatives, the man lamented. The 2 of them have been selling fried cakes in the alley for the past 2 or 3 years. Recently, I noticed that the old woman seemed to be growing weaker and thinner. I never expected. Alas, Uncle Wang. The chubby boy cried inconsolably in his embrace. Uncle Wang hurriedly offered him a string of candy figurines, but it did little to quell the child's tears. This is just a token of goodwill. Please take good care of him. Lin Xian was at a loss for words, and after a moment of silence, he produced a handful of silver coins, around a dozen taels, and pressed them into Wang's hands. No, I cannot accept your money, Uncle Wang exclaimed, visibly agitated, yet unable to resist Lin Xian's insistence. As for the chubby boy's future, he will need it. Our encounter is a stroke of fate. Lin Xian strode away without looking back. He did not linger but headed directly to the headquarters of Kong Yuhui at the Peacock Gate. He intended to inquire about the plague and the nature of that 6-winged bee. The 6-story building with a yellow-topped red brick facade was surrounded by vast expanses of dark green woods, from which the sounds of martial training echoed. On the 5th floor, with the window open, a banquet was laid out with 3 dishes and a pot of liquor. Kong Yuhui and Lin Xian sat across from each other, attended by 2 timid maidens. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a hint of coolness. Lin, my dear brother, You return with a heavy heart. You must have something to discuss with me. Kong Yuhui, ever astute, immediately perceived Lin Xin's intent. In this city, regardless of the matter's triviality. There was nothing he could not uncover. Lin Xin picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of marinated rabbit meat. I came to seek your counsel, Kong brother, regarding the plague in the city. What exactly is happening? His brow furrowed as he lowered his voice. Why are you concerned about this? The outbreak is already being handled by the physicians from Xinji Hall. There is nothing to worry about. It should be resolved soon enough, Kong Yuhui replied dismissively. To be frank, this plague recurs every autumn. It's quite commonplace in Peacock City. Today, I witnessed someone die right before my eyes, succumbing to this very disease, Lin Xin whispered. Glancing at the maidens on either side, Kong Yuhui immediately understood, waving them away. You may leave now. Yes, sir. The maidens obediently exited, closing the door behind them. Once their footsteps faded, Lin Xin turned to gaze at the bright autumn sun outside. Kong brother, have you ever heard of a bee with 6 wings and only 2 legs? He set down his chopsticks, focusing on Kong Yuhui. Kong Yuhui maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of surprise. He picked up a piece of cold cucumber, chewed thoughtfully, and swallowed. A 6-winged bee? My dear brother, how could such a bizarre creature exist? Surely you jest. I assure you I do not jest, Lin Xin replied coolly. Today, I saw a 6-winged bee emerging from an old woman's ear, and it even stared at me before I cleaved it in 2 with my sword. Kong Yuhui's expression remained unchanged. As if he hadn't heard a word, the two fell into a silence that lingered for over half a minute. Kong Yuhui finally set down his chopsticks. I advise you to steer clear of this matter. It is beyond our control. What do you mean? Lin Xin furrowed his brow. Kong Yuhui hesitated before responding. To speak plainly, your ability to see the 6-winged bee is due to the resentment talisman. Those without it cannot possibly perceive such things. The 6-winged bee is not uncommon in Peacock City. Many nobles are aware of its existence. We have simply maintained a mutual non-interference. Are you suggesting someone is controlling it? Lin Xin discerned the implications. At this point, it would be best for you not to meddle. Otherwise, we both would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Kong Yuhui spoke with a hint of caution. Lin Xin fell silent, contemplating his words. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Heed my advice and refrain from involvement. It will dissipate on its own before long. Kong Yuhui chuckled. I have good news for you. I had intended to send someone to inform you. But it seems you have come of your own accord. What good news? The letter you asked me to deliver has been sent, and the person you were looking for has been found. Would you like to go see them together? Kong Yuhui said with a smile. Oh, that was quick. Lin Xin raised an eyebrow at this revelation that he had no intention of delving deeper into the 6-winged bee matter, since Kong Yuhui had hinted at something far too complex and potentially perilous. He was not one to stubbornly cling to ideals of absolute justice. Sometimes, it was best to act within one's means, and he would not hesitate to prioritize his own interests. They've been found, but have yet to make contact. Let us go together, Kong Yuhui invited. Lin Xin set aside thoughts of the chubby boy for the moment and rose with eagerness. Lin Xin and Kong Yuhui arrived at a lavishly adorned establishment, a den of revelry and indulgence in front of the loft. The ladies were dressed in a manner that was both alluring and coy, their sweet voices enticing the guests. Lavishly adorned carriages came to a halt in the open space before the loft, where a few attendants were designated to keep watch. The two did not disturb the others. Instead, they quietly brought along more than a dozen inner guards from the Peacock Gate. The informant says the person is right inside, Kong Yuhui remarked with a smile. Let us go take a look. Lin Xin nodded in agreement. The two of them made their way toward the loft, which was graced by a grand sign that read, Suiyun Tower. Are these two gentlemen here to enjoy themselves, or perhaps to sip some wine and listen to music? A heavily made-up woman approached them with a flirtatious laugh. I wonder if the two gentlemen have any acquaintances here. Before she could finish her sentence, one of Kong Yuhui's companions stepped forward and brusquely pushed her aside. Without a glance in her direction, Kong Yuhui and Lin Xin strode straight inside, clearing a path through anyone who dared block their way. A flurry of gasps and angry shouts erupted from either side. Gentlemen, several of the leading women hurried out, seemingly prepared to say something amiable, but when they saw that Kong Yuhui and his companions did not ascend the stairs but instead headed straight for the corridor at the back of the first floor, their expression shifted dramatically. Before the two could speak, they noticed 2 guards stationed at the corridor's entrance approaching them with stern faces. This is the venue sealed by Deputy Commander Yu, without the General's orders. No one is permitted entry. The guards were fully armored soldiers. Sealed venue. Kong Yuhui scoffed as he was blocked. In this Peacock City, no one dares to utter the words sealed venue to me. Kong Yuhui, his two inner guards, without a word, stepped forward and swiftly overpowered the guards, tossing them aside like discarded shells. Who dares? Suddenly, as if stirred by a hornet's nest, a dozen armored soldiers surged out from the corridor. Their blades drawn with a clamor. Kong Yuhui paid them no mind and continued down the corridor, with Lin Xian closely following. The inner guards surged forward to intercept the oncoming soldiers. These more than a dozen inner guards were formidable, each having honed their skills to a remarkable degree. The sound of their foes' blades striking them echoed like dull thuds against wood, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Upon entering the corridor, they found that only the second-to-last room at the end was ajar. Who dares to act against my residence? Are you courting death? Two figures suddenly burst forth from the room, revealing themselves to be Yu Chang and Shu Luoyi. Yu Chang wore a short yellow garment and bore a blue longsword at his waist, while Shu Luoyi donned a white dress that reached her knees. Upon noticing the commotion outside the corridor, both wore expressions of icy displeasure. This is the first time in Peacock City I've encountered someone bold enough to speak to me in such a manner. Kong Yuhui sneered coldly, his hand already reaching for the hilt of his sword. Since his breakthrough to the innate level, he had become a significant figure within the Peacock Gate, with greatly enhanced influence. In the presence of friends, he was particularly reluctant to lose face. Kong Yuhui. Upon recognizing the first individual to enter, Yu Chang felt a chill run through him. In Peacock City, who among those of even modest standing did not know the infamous Kong Yuhui? This man had a reputation for being ruthless, and his recent breakthrough to the innate level had positioned him as the most likely contender for the title of sect leader within the Peacock Gate. Not to mention, even Deputy Commander Yu himself would have to treat him with utmost respect. So, it is the young sect leader Kong. However, upon remembering that Shu Luoyi was also present, Yu Chang felt a surge of confidence. After all, Shu Luoyi's family was comprised of genuine practitioners, and she held no fear of Kong Yuhui's background. If he were to lose face in front of Shu Luoyi, any hope of pursuing a relationship with her in the future would be all but extinguished. With this in mind, he steeled himself to confront Kong Yuhui, when suddenly a familiar face stepped out from behind him. Brother Yu, Sister Shu, it's been only a few days since we parted, and yet here we find ourselves together again, Lin Xian said with a smile as he emerged. Lin, brother? Shu Luoyi, who had been ready to lash out, paused, momentarily taken aback and abandoning her intention to act. What, you know each other? Kong Yuhui was equally surprised. Indeed, not only do we know each other, but we are also comrades on this mission, Lin Xian explained. Are you both here in search of the same target? Yu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, glad to no longer be caught in the middle of potential conflict. Yes, indeed. What a coincidence. It turns out that young sect leader Kong and brother Lin are friends. Since we are all friends here, let us put aside any hostilities and come in, he added. But sensing he had perhaps been too eager, he quickly composed himself and shifted the topic. We only just discovered the target's whereabouts, but the situation appears to be rather unusual. At this moment, the more than 10 inner guards Kong Yuhui had brought had already subdued all of US guards, thankfully without any fatalities. He raised his hand to signal everyone to halt, though few guards remained standing. Since they are Lin Xiandi's comrades, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness, he said. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he then turned to one of his inner guards and whispered a few instructions. The guard nodded and proceeded to distribute some silver coins as compensation to the beaten guards. Yu Chang smiled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. What seems to be out of place? Lin Xian felt an ominous sense of foreboding as they entered the room. The entrance was adorned with red beaded curtains, and the interior was carpeted with a gold-embroidered peony rug. The furniture was crafted from polished dark brown Qilin wood. However, on the floor lay a middle-aged woman with her eyes tightly shut, a large black mole on her forehead. Lin Xian immediately recognized her as the target of his mission. He couldn't recall her name at the moment, but he scrutinized her closely. She appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her complexion pale. The pupils are dilated, but she is not dead yet. I wonder what has happened. Shu Luoyi frowned. As Lin Xian observed the woman, he was suddenly reminded of the elderly lady selling fried cakes he had seen earlier. Their conditions bore a striking resemblance. A jolt of surprise coursed through him as he turned to Kong Yuhui, who wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed, and subtly shook his head. Xiandi, this matter is complicated. What do you mean? Lin Xian was about to speak when Shu Luoyi interjected. Kong Yuhui shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Lin Xian. Xiandi, it seems you cannot evade this. I cannot involve myself, but the 15 external experts under my command can be at your disposal. He paused. This matter is a question of stance. I apologize. It's all right, Lin Xian replied, not pressing him for more details. You have your own difficulties. I suggest you take this person back to the sect directly and leave her in the hands of those above. Kong Yuhui said softly. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Absurd. How can we simply return like this? Shu Luoi snapped. If you don't wish to attract trouble, then why not leave? Kong Yuhui was taken aback. Glancing at Shu Luoi, then furrowing his brow slightly, he bowed to Lin Xian before turning to leave. Lin Xian felt a twinge of confusion. However, since Kong Yuhui had left men to assist him, it was clear he had his own unspoken burdens, and Lin Xian did not press further. Once Kong Yuhui departed, one of the leading external experts stepped forward and clasped his fist toward Lin Xian. Wang Ming awaits your orders, young master. You all head out first. We need to assess the situation, Lin Xian instructed with a nod. Understood. After everyone exited, Lin Xian turned to Shu Luoi and Yu Chang. What exactly is going on? Yu Chang hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Only then did Lin Xian grasp the full context. One was a friend of Kong Yuhui, and the other had a profound background, both of whom were not to be trifled with. Thus, Yu Chang adopted a lowly demeanor. It turned out that after the two had parted ways with Lin Xian, they began sending people to the area where the mission target was mentioned, only to find that the person had long since vanished for several days. With the help of U.S. residents, they searched in vain until yesterday, when they finally discovered her whereabouts, only to find her collapsed and unconscious. I suspect that this Duan Qi was likely being pursued and had to change locations swiftly. Otherwise, she would not have left before the sect's people arrived to escort her, Shu Luoi stated seriously. That is a possibility, Lin Xian nodded. I have inquired with a friend, but he is reluctant to discuss any details regarding the epidemic in this city. I suspect that Duan Qi is somehow linked to this epidemic. The epidemic? Yu Chang's expression shifted. You mean the recurring outbreaks we experience annually? Is there some hidden agenda behind it? Lin Xian refrained from elaborating further, instead retrieving a resentment talisman from his satchel. I brought this with me earlier. I saw a person who had died from the epidemic, and a peculiar bee emerged from their ear. A bee? Shu Luoi suddenly looked startled, her expression growing peculiar. It had 6 wings and 2 legs. Upon hearing this, Shu Luoi's expression became even more unusual. She glanced around, seemingly checking for eavesdroppers. If I'm not mistaken, quickly, she produced a high-grade resentment talisman from her robes. A type of talisman only accessible to those in the Qi refinement stage, typically unattainable for those without significant background. After infusing it with her inner energy, the high-grade resentment talisman began to smolder slowly. In the face of their puzzled gazes, she pressed the talisman firmly against the forehead of the unconscious Duan Qi. Please wait. Lin Xian felt an inkling of what might transpire. Indeed, within less than half a minute, a blood-soaked 6-winged bee slowly emerged from Duan Qi's ear. Lin Xian's hand trembled as he was about to draw his sword, only to be thwarted by Shu Luoi, who blocked him. Do not make a move. Yu Chang promptly halted his own action of drawing his sword. Shu Luoi retrieved a sheet of practice calligraphy paper from the desk in the room, the back of which was affixed with a common resentment talisman. She flicked it to ignite. Subsequently, she swiftly covered the bee that had just crawled out on the ground, wrapping it in the paper. As long as we continuously seal it with the resentment talisman, it can remain intact for a day and a night. Let us first inquire about this Duan Qi situation. Lin Xian produced a Gonlin talisman, infused it with internal energy, and pressed it against Duan Qi. The talisman proved to be effective. As it burned halfway, Duan Qi gradually regained consciousness. However, her expression was vacant, as if the bee had rendered her somewhat dazed. Huangji, clothing store. Duan Qi kept murmuring the same phrase. What did you say? Shu Luoi leaned closer to listen intently. Huangji, clothing store. Duan Qi's expression remained blank, clearly in a stupor. Huangji clothing store. It seems she is referring to that, Yu Chang reiterated. Do you know this place? Lin Xian inquired of him. If we are not mistaken, Huangji clothing store should be the largest tailor shop at the northern city gate. It seems no other tailor shop in Peacock City dares to use this name, Yu Chang explained. Let us ask her again. See if she has more to say, Lin Xian suggested, looking at Shu Luoi. She nodded, preparing to approach Duan Qi for further questioning, only to discover that Duan Qi's eyes were wide open, her mouth agape, and she had unfortunately drawn her last breath. This, Yu Chang was somewhat taken aback. However, without hesitation, Shu Luoi moved forward to search Duan Qi's body, uncovering a peculiar blood-red copper coin. This coin was unlike any ordinary coin. Not only was its hue a deep crimson, But the engravings were not of the Song Dynasty era, but rather depicted four characters. Four-person coin. Shu Luai examined it closely. What is this? Lin Xian asked, perplexed. What does it sound like? Shu Luai replied absently, not raising her head. Dead man's coin. Lin Xian suddenly understood. Let us go to Huang Ji clothing store and investigate. Our leads have run dry here. Shu Luai stated calmly. Shouldn't we report back to the sect first? Yu Chang questioned, looking somewhat anxious. If you are afraid, then you may leave. Shu Luai retorted impatiently. Cowering will not accomplish anything significant. What are you looking for? Lin Xian directed his gaze at Shu Luai. To his surprise, she revealed a mysterious smile. If you possess enough courage, I have a grand opportunity to offer you both. I fear you may lack the resolve to seize it. Lin Xian's heart stirred. What opportunity? Yu Chang also displayed interest, leaning in to listen. Something that could allow us to directly enter the innate realm. No, not just that. Such a grand scene might yield even greater effects. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Shu Luai's eyes. In the northern part of the city lay Huang Ji clothing store. The dilapidated gray-white two-story building stood quietly before the three of them. The sign above the door hung askew, barely revealing the four characters Huang Ji. The sky was dim, and the tailor shop was isolated, surrounded by closed doors and shutters. White streamers hung everywhere, and the ground was strewn with white paper money. As the wind picked up, the paper money swirled and danced. Piles of construction debris had accumulated on either side of the shop, mud, sand, bricks, and broken logs mingling together. Within, one could vaguely see filthy, tattered fabrics. Is this truly Huang Ji clothing store? Shu Luai queried. Perplexed. Yu Chang, you haven't led us astray, have you? She clutched the paper bundle tightly, one hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Absolutely not. Yu Chang asserted with conviction. I used to come here often as a child to get clothes made. I would never lead you astray. Just a few years ago, it was still in good condition. Perhaps it has been afflicted by some illness, Shu Luai speculated, noticing the white streamers hanging beside the store. At that moment, a ragged old beggar approached with a grin. Hey, three of you, do a good deed. If you wish to know about this store, I can enlighten you. You're quite clever, Shu Luai remarked, somewhat disgusted, covering her nose and tossing him a few small copper coins. Lin Xian and Yu Chang also contributed some coins, dropping them into the beggar's worn bowl. Hee, thank you. The old beggar joyfully shook his bowl, his face lighting up with glee. Speak, what is the story behind this tailor shop? Yu Chang, unable to endure the foul odor emanating from the beggar, pressed on. To understand Huang Ji clothing store, one must first hear about a strange incident from a few years back, the beggar said, glancing around mysteriously before lowering his voice. What strange incident? Shu Luai inquired, frowning. It is said that the clothes in this shop move on their own, just like people. The old beggar's voice took on a raspy, chilling tone. At midnight, the garments in the shop would stir and shift as if invisible beings were donning them and moving about freely. Chapter 53. The tailor shop, such theatrics. Shu Luai scoffed. This is no mere trickery, the old beggar quickly retorted, waving his hands defensively. I assure you, this is the truth, and for the sake of those copper coins, I advise you not to enter. Is there any other news? Yu Chang pressed further. The old beggar chuckled and lowered his voice even more. You must be cautious. He pointed to the sky above, saying no more, and hurriedly turned to leave. The trio was left puzzled by his cryptic warning. Was he referring to something above, or perhaps the authorities, or some other powerful force? Should we go in? Yu Chang asked Shu Luai. Yes, she affirmed decisively. Lin Xian remained silent, trailing behind them as they turned to approach Huang Ji clothing store. Upon crossing the threshold of Huang Ji clothing store, Lin Xian felt an unsettling chill wash over him. The interior was densely packed with an array of garments, hanging from walls, floors, and ceilings. Anywhere there was space, there were clothes. Yellow skirts, white vests, gray robes adorned with hats and shawls, all manner of attire could be found here. Let us clear these clothes away, Shu Luai declared. Drawing her sword and slicing at the nearest garment, with a whoosh, a cloud of white dust erupted. The three quickly retreated from the shop, observing as the dust billowed throughout the interior. Cough, cough, cough. Shu Luai was unable to avoid it. Choking on the dust, feeling somewhat nauseated, and began to cough loudly. Are you all right? Yu Chang asked, covering his mouth and nose. Shouldn't we just set this place ablaze? What would we do about our leads if we burn it down? Shu Luai shot him a disdainful glance. Lin Xian, however, was not paying attention to their banter. He was carefully surveying the somewhat shadowy tailor shop. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Even cobwebs were absent from the corners. A faint scent reminiscent of musk lingered in the air, mingled with a heavy odor of dust. He took out a resentment talisman and activated it. It did not ignite, indicating that there was no resentment present here. "Let us proceed with caution," Shu Luoi said once the dust settled. The three re-entered the shop, navigating through a narrow gap between the garments. Yuchang volunteered to lead, with Shu Luoi in the middle and Lin Xian bringing up the rear. As dusk deepened, the shop grew increasingly dim, visibility dwindling to less than 2 meters. Lin Xian glanced around. Both sides were lined with tightly hung garments, appearing as if they had been made long ago. Coated in a thick layer of dust, ahead, there was little light, with only a sliver of illumination filtering through the back door. Crack. While Yuchang lit a candle, the flickering light illuminating a white lantern which he then carried. "I found a lantern in the corner." Just in time, he smiled back at the others. "Why is this place so dark?" Shu Luoi complained, clutching a high-grade resentment talisman, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. "Be careful," Lin Xian whispered. "In here. We should not separate. I have a bad feeling." "That is certain," Shu Luoi agreed. The tailor shop was not large, and soon a faint blue light appeared ahead, streaming in from a side door. Casting a noticeable reflection on a piece of blue satin, the three stepped out through the side door, realizing that night had fully descended, with only a hint of blue light spilling from the horizon, signaling the approach of complete darkness. As Lin Xian walked at the back, he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past him. Turning to look, he caught a glimpse of a figure in white standing at the end of the path they had traversed. Reminiscent of a performer in a Beijing opera, arms raised to the right, trailing long white sleeves. "Who goes there?" Lin Xian shouted sternly. The figure remained motionless, yet inexplicably began to glide into the nearby pile of clothes. Shu Luoi and Yuchang swiftly turned around, following Lin Xian's line of sight, yet found nothing. It has indeed appeared. Though Shu Luoi saw nothing, she quickly flicked a high-level resentment talisman, which ignited spontaneously. "Pursue. Remember, we must not separate." Lin Xian drew his sword, nodded in agreement, and turned back to chase after it. A few strides brought him to the location where the woman had been, but amidst the dense piles of clothing on the left. A dark, shadowy passage had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. It was definitely not here before. Lin Xian distinctly recalled that this area had been completely blocked by the heavy garments. "Let's go in and take a look." Shu Luoi nodded towards him. Lin Xian, holding his sword, instructed Yuchang to carry the lantern for him and took the lead into the passage. Inside, the walls were lined predominantly with white garments. Scattered about were various shoes and accessories used for performances. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed behind the three, as if someone had stepped on something. "Who?" Shu Luoi's expression shifted, and she raised the paper bag in her hand, where the 6 winged bees were buzzing furiously against the confines, producing a series of sharp sounds. "We have a lead." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she unsheathed her sword and, without waiting for the others, darted out. "Wait for me." Yuchang hurriedly followed. Lin Xian, encumbered by the lantern, attempted to catch up, but, just as he turned, felt the lantern suddenly obstructed by something that he glanced back, only to find nothing in sight. The area around the lantern was completely empty, devoid of anything that could impede it. Yet, in that brief moment of distraction, he turned around again, only to find the two of them had vanished from view. What is going on? Growing increasingly alert, he quickly sheathed his long sword and lightly grasped the hilt of the yin-yang talisman's sword at his back. With a hiss, the sword was slowly drawn, and the black cloth wrapped around it was peeled away in circles. The surface of the talisman's sword bore faint cracks, but it was still usable for a few more encounters. Lin Xian gripped the yin-yang talisman's sword tightly, listening intently to the sounds around him. But despite having just left a few steps earlier, he could no longer hear even the faintest footfalls of the two. He placed the lantern on the ground and retrieved a small stack of resentment talismans from his pack. Flicking them gently, the resentment talismans ignited gradually. This stack contained over 10 pieces, each one burning long enough to sustain illumination. Cautiously pinching the talismans between his fingers, Lin Xian lifted the white lantern once more. He began to retreat slowly, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The densely hanging white garments were perilously close, fluttering lightly, as if someone might burst through at any moment, offering no semblance of obstruction. However, a troubling situation arose. No matter how he retreated, the passage behind him seemed to stretch endlessly, never allowing him to back away completely. Lin Xian lowered the lantern again and took out a detoxification talisman. Just as he infused it with inner energy, it burst into flames, turning to black ash in an instant. "Humph." Lin Xian grunted, feeling as though something had struck his chest forcefully. His vision swiftly blurred, and a myriad of tiny white dots emerged in his field of view. He hurriedly produced another stack of detoxification talismans, each igniting into white ash the moment he infused them with energy. After burning through more than 10, only 2 remained in his hand, and the white dots before him gradually dissipated. It was then that he discovered, to his horror, that he had somehow ended up at the side door of the shop on the right. Is it that poison again? A jolt of alarm surged through him. But he quickly regained his composure. With the yin-yang talisman sword in hand, he gently infused a trickle of inner energy. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The numerous small, yin-yang formations on the sword provided protective energy. Unlike the simple high-temperature flow of the Wuyang sword technique. Shu Shimi, Yu Chang. Lin Xin decided to call out loudly. His voice echoed slowly within the tailor shop, yet there was no response. Shu Shimi, standing at the side door. Lin Xin vigilantly observed his surroundings, but all was silent. His eyes narrowed further as he took a few steps back. Exiting the tailor's shop, from his garments, he retrieved a whistle-like object, placing it in his mouth and blowing. Before long, over a dozen robust guards from the Peacock Gate rushed in from the side alley of the Huangji tailor shop. Leading them was Wang Ming, his glistening muscles partially exposed. His clothing slung askew, a large gold hoop dangling from his ear, exuding a fierce demeanor. Lin Xian casually tossed the lantern aside, gazing at the Huangji tailor shop. "Surround this establishment," he commanded coldly. "Be careful not to enter." "Understood." The 15 burly men responded in unison. Expertly dispersing to encircle the Huangji tailor shop, Lin Xian sheathed the yin-yang talisman sword and stood coldly at the side door, awaiting developments. This tailor shop was rather small. He doubted Shu Luoi and Yu Chang could have been taken elsewhere. Damn it. This wretched place is reputed to be haunted. How could the young master think to run here? I haven't even finished my red oil rice noodles, and you're still chattering. You two are the most talkative. The young master commands us to do as he says, even if we set this wretched shop ablaze. What is the harm? If you provoke me, tomorrow I'll gather 100 or 80 brothers, and we'll come here to unleash a torrent of urine on this shop. A group of strong men had been summoned while still in the midst of their meal and drink. Their tempers flaring slightly, they had surrounded the shop, yet their banter continued. Lin Xin stood silently at the side door, unmoving, his expression icy. The lantern sat on the steps beside him, its flickering yellow light casting shadows. Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on the tailor shop. With the area surrounded, any movement from within would be promptly reported. This time, he was determined to uncover the true nature of the strange occurrences within this establishment. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the group of strong men began to show signs of impatience. Lin Xian peered into the shop, which had been dimly lit earlier but was now engulfed in darkness. At some point, he caught a glimpse of a woman in white, seemingly performing a traditional opera pose, her long sleeves floating gracefully as she held her arms aloft. Frozen in that position, she slowly drifted past the entrance. Yet Wang Ming beside him remained oblivious. Tricks and illusions. A glint of malice flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he waved his hand. Light the fire. Burn it down. Yes. The strong men, having grown impatient, immediately produced flint and gathered nearby dry sticks, wrapping them in cloth and igniting them with the lantern's candle, setting the tailor shop ablaze from all directions. The flames gradually illuminated the surrounding dark street. Ever since the shop had gained its notorious reputation for strange happenings, many homeowners had vacated the area. Subsequently, the surrounding buildings were demolished, leaving only the solitary shop standing. As the flames grew higher, Lin Xian pulled out over 10 resentment talismans from his pack, infused them with energy, and tossed them into the side door. With a crackle, the talismans ignited almost instantaneously, turning to ash. Just then, 2 figures burst from the tailor shop. One was Shu Luoi, her face pale, clad in a vibrant red dress that she seemed to have changed into at some point. The other, Yu Chang, emerged but immediately fell unconscious. Lin Xin rushed over to inspect him, discovering that he was covered in numerous strands of white thread, which had pierced through dozens of holes in his shoulders, faint traces of blood seeping from them. Wang Ming hurriedly approached to assist Yu Chang and check his condition. "He'll be fine. It's just excessive blood loss," he reported after a quick assessment. Lin Xian nodded, applying a detoxification talisman and a nourishing talisman to Yu Chang, before turning his attention to the still-conscious Shu Luoi. "Well done." Shu Luoi glared at the tailor shop with resentment. The 4 directions gathering in formation. Quite an impressive piece of work. I was almost trapped inside. The 4 directions gathering in formation. It was the first time Lin Xian had heard this name, even in the texts from the sect's teachings. He had not encountered this particular formation. It's a very sinister formation. Had you not ignited the yang energy and broken a gap in the formation with a stack of resentment talismans, Yu Chang and I would likely have been trapped there indefinitely. Shu Luai retrieved a small vial from her belongings, swallowing 2 bright red pills from within. Indeed, it is the 4 directions gathering in formation. Alas, a sudden sigh emanated from behind the 2. Lin Xian turned to see 3 young Taoists in robes approaching. The foremost, sporting a small black mustache and a black cap, carried a slender white sword on his back, resembling a dagger more than a sword. I am Zhao Hongtian. Shu Shimi, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well, the mustached Taoist greeted with a smile. Ah, Zhao Shixiao. Shu Luoi's expression shifted slightly as she returned the greeting with a bow. What brings you to Peacock City instead of focusing on cultivating the jade light sword within the sect? I received a task from Peacock City and thought to take the opportunity to relax a bit, Zhao Hongtian replied amiably. Observing Shu Lui's demeanor, Lin Xian sensed that this individual held significant influence, either through exceptional strength or a powerful background, and thus followed suit in bowing respectfully. Zhao Hongtian, still smiling, introduced his 2 disciples, Ling Chun and Ling Yun, who were cousins, yet their deference suggested they were trusted subordinates. Shu Lui also introduced Lin Xian and the unconscious Yu Chang on the ground. The growing flames had begun to attract the attention of the local authorities in Peacock City, with distant shouts of firefighting efforts echoing through the air. This is not a suitable place for conversation. We should find another venue, Lin Xian suggested. Very well, Zhao Hongtian nodded in agreement. They soon located a restaurant and reserved a spacious private room. As night fell, the number of patrons dining and drinking was sparse, lending an air of quietness to the establishment, perfect for their discussion. After ordering a table laden with food and drink, Lin Xian requested a pot of plum blossom honey drink. Opting not to indulge in alcohol and began to savor it leisurely. At that moment, Yu Chang, having regained consciousness, sat on a chair with his eyes closed, regulating his internal energy. The silken threads embedded in his shoulder had been removed, and it took 3 antidote talismans to rid him of the lingering poison. With Wang Ming and the others guarding outside, we can speak freely, Lin Xian remarked. Zhao Hongtian glanced at Shu Lui, a smile creeping onto his face. The 4 directions gathering in formation. Junior sister, have you unearthed something extraordinary? Otherwise, given your temperament, you would never venture into such a bizarre formation. Shu Lui let out a cold laugh. Zhao Shixiang should be well aware that where there are great benefits, there are also great risks. The object I seek is something you may also know of. However, I fear that once I speak of it, you might hesitate to claim it. She lifted her glass of plum blossom honey drink and downed it in one gulp. Now that the 4 directions gathering in formation has emerged, the matter has escalated. This is a densely populated area, and should anything catastrophic occur, no one can bear the consequences. Thus, the sect will likely be informed soon. What we must do now is seize the initiative before the sect arrives. Enough with the preamble. Junior sister, what exactly do you desire? Zhao Hongtian pressed with a teasing smile. The human face fruit, Shu Luai declared without hesitation, revealing a name unfamiliar to Lin Xian. The moment the words escaped her lips, both Zhao Hongtian and Yu Chang's expression shifted dramatically, while Lin Xian and the others remained oblivious to its significance. However, seeing their reactions, it was clear that it was an extraordinary treasure, below the 5th level of qi refining. It can disregard all circumstances and forcibly elevate the user's internal energy realm. This is merely an ordinary human face fruit. If one were to encounter a twin-headed human face fruit, the enhancement would be even greater. A flicker of fervor ignited in Shu Lui's eyes. Lin Xian felt a stirring in his heart as well. He found himself stuck at the threshold of innate mastery. His progress in cultivating the blood dan method lagging behind that of his peers, even the effects of yin blood falling short. Although he had not yet encountered a bottleneck, given his current cultivation pace, he harbored doubts about breaking through to the qi refining stage within the remaining 9.5 years. The little return to origin technique required him to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer before breaking through to the 10th layer to enter the qi refining stage. Not to mention the blood dan method, even some talented disciples found it exceedingly difficult to surpass this barrier, with even the most gifted often stalling for a year or 2. If he were to reach this juncture, the challenge of breaking through would be unfathomably daunting. When internal energy overflows, it naturally nurtures a trace of innate energy. Only upon entering the innate stage can one begin to transform their own bodily structure relying on this thread of innate energy. preparing for a qualitative leap into a new realm of spiritual energy during the qi refining period. A glimmer of desire sparkled in Yu Chang's eyes. If we obtain the human face fruit, legend has it that it contains a trace of innate energy. Even if we merely share it, we could easily break through to the innate stage. The innate stage? Zhao Hongtian's eyes glinted with disdain. The greatest advantage of the human face fruit is not merely to breach the innate stage, but to surpass the qi refining stage. Is that so? Does Zhao Shixiang not feel the slightest temptation? Shu Luoyi asked, puzzled as she regarded him. The human face fruit. Who wouldn't desire it? Junior sister, just say the word if you need my assistance. Zhao Hongtian responded with hearty enthusiasm. Right now. I need Zhao Shixiang's help, Shu Luoyi said, a trace of mockery glimmering in her eyes. I have captured a six-winged honeybee and intend to use it to lead us to its master beekeeper. Given your formidable prowess, you would be perfect to guide us. Zhao Hongtian, who had just been radiating warmth, felt his smile freeze at the mention of the six-winged honeybee. The abrupt change was so stark that even Lin Xin, a modern individual well-versed in the unexpected, was taken aback. Six-winged honeybee. Zhao Hongtian's voice emerged strained, as if squeezed from his throat. Shu Shimi, your courage is beyond ordinary. Brother, you flatter me, Shu Luoyi replied coldly. Zhao Hongtian's expression grew awkward, having just pounded his chest in assurance. Upon hearing about the six-winged honeybee, he wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. Silence fell over the private room. Zhao Hongtian's two subordinates appeared to have heard of the six-winged honeybee as well, their faces blanching. Zhao Gu, perhaps we should return to the sect? This matter is too significant. It is beyond our capacity to handle, one suggested in a hushed tone. Returning to the sect? Yes, this matter should be left to the elders of the sect to decide. Our casual involvement could lead to considerable trouble, Zhao Hongtian quickly concurred. He stood, pacing the room. Time is of the essence. I shall return at once. Shu Shimi, allow me to offer you this advice. It would be best not to act impulsively. This matter is far too grave for us to bear. Shu Luoyi merely chuckled coldly. Yu Chang, however, displayed signs of trepidation, his expression wavering. Lin Xin, understanding a fragment of the situation, realized that while the stakes were indeed high, as long as the sect's experts had yet to intervene and the situation had not escalated, seizing the initiative would render them beyond reproach. Shu Luoyi clearly intended to exploit this window of opportunity. Even when the sect later demanded accountability, she could feign ignorance about the rapid escalation. As long as she managed the upper echelons well, the risk was minimal. The adage, fortune favors the bold, rang true. The human face fruit, even if not utilized personally, could be exchanged with senior disciples for a significant profit. Shu Luoyi aimed to take a gamble, yet Zhao Hongtian lacked even the courage to take such a risk, which was no wonder Shu Luoyi looked down upon him. Zhao Hongtian hastily departed with his two companions, while Lin Xin and the others remained in the room, resting. Zhao Hongtian's parents are both elders of the sect at the foundation establishment stage, serving as stewards of the Sword Hall. His prowess has been artificially inflated through various means, and he currently stands at around the 5th level, making him a notable figure among the innate practitioners. It's a pity his courage leaves much to be desired, Shu Luoyi scoffed. What shall we do next? Lin Xin inquired, furrowing his brow. And if there is only one human face fruit, how shall it be divided? There cannot be only one human face fruit. Typically, there are 5, arranged according to the 5 elements. So you need not worry, Shu Luoyi replied confidently. As for what comes next, it will depend on where our little honeybee leads us. She lifted the 6-winged honeybee that had never left her side, her expression laden with meaning. Chapter 55, Separate Actions Outside of Peacock City. By a gray-white stone bridge. The bridge, arched in shape, appeared from a distance to be a haphazardly stacked collection of dirty square blocks. Beneath it, the water's surface mirrored like glass, dotted with numerous tiny yellow leaves. Dense forests flanked both sides of the bridge, with a faintly yellow roadway winding its way across the structure. This moment, 3 figures stood upon the road. Lin Xin, bearing 4 swords on his back, Shu Luoyi, holding a small honeybee, and Yu Chang, pale-faced and still recovering. This is the spot, Shu Luoyi stated coldly, binding the 6-winged honeybee with a transparent fishing line, allowing it to guide the trio through the air to this location. Let's go. It's just across the bridge, she declared, striding confidently toward the bridge. Wait, Lin Xin interrupted, halting her. Let's assess the situation first. I feel something is amiss with this bridge. Lin Xin noticed that the bridge's surface was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, as if it had not been traversed in a long while. Given its proximity to Peacock City and its conspicuousness, it was improbable that it had been neglected for so long, especially considering the area's frequent winds and rain. This dust was clearly abnormal. What is it? Shu Luai frowned, asking. The resentment talisman is responding, Lin Xian said, holding a talisman that was slowly igniting. The opponent's strength is unknown. We should stay close together and not separate. I am well aware of that, Shu Luai replied impatiently, having already faced the 4 directions gathering in formation. Do you think I fear such trifles? She stepped forward and drew out a jade green dagger, which emitted a gentle green light. You all rushed too quickly back at the tailor's shop. This time, I'm merely offering a reminder, Lin Xian said, frowning. While I too desire that object, your haste may be perilous. I know what I am doing. You are speaking too much, Shu Luai retorted, her irritation evident. I believe we can cross the river from another location without using this bridge, Lin Xian insisted, feeling a sense of foreboding about the structure. Moreover, his vision was starting to cloud over with white spots, a feeling that had previously heralded unpleasant outcomes. If you are afraid, Shu Luai's expression turned icy as she spoke deliberately, you need not go. That remark is a bit excessive. Don't you think? Lin Xian's countenance darkened. Excessive. Earlier at the tailor's shop, both Yu Chang and I were inside while you remained outside. Unscathed. It is hard for me to believe you did not flee at the first sign of danger. Shu Luai had evidently been harboring some resentment towards Lin Xian from before. Lin Xian felt a twinge of displeasure as well, but given their limited acquaintance, he refrained from pressing further. He could sense Shu Luai's growing impatience, as if she were racing against time. I shall not traverse this bridge. Do as you wish, he said, his tone turning brusque. Taking a step back, he grasped the hilt of his sword. Shu Luai let out a cold snort and, accompanied by Yu Chang, stepped onto the stone bridge. Encountering no issues whatsoever, she glanced back at Lin Xian with a frosty gaze. Is everything not fine? With the advanced resentment talismans and the jade dagger, what harm can a vengeful spirit inflict upon me? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. He wished to clarify his earlier peculiarity, yet he felt some discontent towards Shu Luai at that moment, and in his vexation, he doubted she would be receptive to his words. Are you going or not? Shu Luai called out loudly from ahead. Noticing Lin Xian still standing motionless at the bridge's edge, she turned and continued onward, leaving Yu Chang in a state of helplessness. Caught between the two. Ultimately, he chose to follow Shu Luai. At that moment, Lin Xian felt his eyelids again flickering with numerous white spots. He hastily retrieved a stack of resentment talismans and detoxification talismans, infusing his internal energy into them, causing the talismans to ignite rapidly. Instantly, the white spots on his eyelids dissipated. This thing truly is difficult to guard against. He opened his eyes only to find that Shu Luai and Yu Chang, who had just crossed the bridge, were now nowhere to be seen. The opposite side of the bridge was utterly deserted, and the road ahead stretched for hundreds of meters. Yet there was no trace of the two. A chill ran down his spine as Lin Xian's right hand instinctively reached for the hilt at his waist. Sensing a pricking threat surrounding him, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound erupted from behind, as if something was rapidly approaching him. Lin Xian turned to look, only to see a white shadow flying through the forest path. Moving with astonishing speed, hurtling directly towards him, the white figure was indistinct, but he could vaguely discern a human shape, its face obscured in a blur. Humph! Lin Xian swiftly drew his sword, sweeping it forward. His internal energy surged in accordance with the winesword technique, unleashing a rapid flow of heat around the blade, shooting towards the white shadow. However, the shadow surged forward, its speed doubling, akin to a wraith. As it swiftly closed the distance to Lin Xian, evading the heat waves, and thrust its white sleeves towards his face. Clang! Lin Xian barely managed to raise his sword in time to block the attack. Yet the explosive force generated by his 3 layers of internal energy was almost insufficient. He heard the sharp sound of metal clashing. The white shadow was deflected but immediately spun around and lunged at him once more. The heat waves from the winesword technique could not catch up, dissipating naturally after traveling a mere 10 meters. Lin Xian stood firm at the edge of the stone bridge, forced to defend himself with left and right parries against the relentless assault. From a distance, the scene resembled a white shadow, weightless, continuously swirling around him with rapid strikes. Each impact resonated with a crisp metallic sound. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous collisions echoed through the forest. Eventually, the white shadow seemed to realize it could not breach Lin Xian's defenses. Though its speed was remarkable, Lin Xian was able to keep pace by merely raising his sword to block a small area. The white shadow ceased its direct assaults and began to circle him. Akin to a kite soaring in the air, drawing loops around Lin Xin. Soon, a flurry of red shadows emerged from the forest behind. Though not as swift as the white shadow, they still surpassed Lin Xion's speed significantly. Over 10 figures began to whirl around him at high velocity. Whoosh! One shadow suddenly swept past a tree branch, sending a gust that dislodged several yellow leaves. Lin Xion narrowed his eyes, continuously pressured to move forward by the barrage of shadows. Unbeknownst to him, he had been forced to the very center of the stone bridge. The speed of the swirling shadows intensified, their whooshing sounds growing louder. Lin Xion held his sword in one hand while the other slowly gripped the hilt of the fiery sun talisman sword behind him. He was waiting, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash the full power of his talisman sword. Standing upon the bridge, he was enveloped by a chorus of sharp, piercing sounds. The trajectories of the shadows were indistinguishable. As time passed, all the shadows abruptly halted mid-air, forming a large circle that encompassed Lin Xion. The 10 or more figures froze, appearing as if they were weightless. The one who longs for you is not here. What should come does not come, a woman's voice resonated through the forest, singing in a manner reminiscent of traditional Peking opera. Yet, the sound was unstable, oscillating like a faulty tape, the pitch fluctuating wildly. Whoosh! At that moment, all the shadows lunged towards Lin Xion at once. Simultaneously, Lin Xion unsheathed the fiery sun talisman sword with a resounding roar. Boom! A golden blaze erupted, casting a large golden ring upon the water's surface below the bridge. The air warped and became transparent, expanding outward in all directions, centered around Lin Xion. The multitude of shadows was violently struck by the fiery circle, howling in anguish as they ignited and, after a brief flight, gently descended onto the forest floor and the water's surface. Lin Xion's expression remained unchanged as he raised the talisman's sword to inspect it. The cracks on the fiery sun talisman's sword had deepened significantly. Hiss! Slowly, he sheathed the sword. Only then did he survey his surroundings, discovering that the 10 or more shadows that had been blasted away were not human at all, but rather a multitude of garments in various colors. These clothes were quickly reduced to ashes by the crimson flames. Lin Xion's expression shifted slightly as he approached, realizing that the first white shadow to appear was conspicuously absent from this pile. The burning garments were all of different colors, with none being white. Did it escape? Indeed, overwhelming power is the true path. He pondered, realizing that the opportunity to confront a vengeful spirit was rare, and he did not wish to forfeit it. Initially, he had intended to gauge the enemy's strength, ready to retreat if it proved too formidable. However, it now seemed manageable. Yet, despite his unexpected assault combining the fiery sun talisman sword with his Wyansword technique's ultimate move, the Three Suns sword, producing such significant power, he still had not managed to capture the white shadow. This attack had a power comparable to Zhou Jing's Dragon Whisker Needle. Perhaps even greater. It is a technique of innate caliber. And yet it could not seize that entity. He scanned his surroundings, finding no signs of movement, and thus crossed the stone bridge in pursuit of Shu Lui and Yu Chang. As he advanced, he finally allocated the 2 remaining attribute points he had been holding back entirely into his defense. His offensive capabilities were ample, and his speed was sufficient for defense. However, he felt a twinge of insecurity. As his defensive capabilities were rather weak, his physical constitution was akin to that of an ordinary person, just slightly stronger. If struck even once, he could lose his combat effectiveness. Therefore, addressing the current situation required prioritizing defense. Otherwise, a single blow could severely injure his otherwise average physique. As soon as he allocated the attribute points, he felt a noticeable swelling in his body. Concurrently, a refreshing energy surged from an unknown source within him, dispersing throughout every inch of his muscles. The most abundant and concentrated flow of this cool energy seemed to emanate from his eyes. Chapter 56. Parting Ways. Does this primarily enhance my physical blocking ability and dynamic vision? Lin Xion speculated, as these were the 2 key aspects determining defense. Yet, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Lifting his hand, he found his skin had become somewhat rigid, akin to having practiced hard qigong, resembling tough old leather. Is this what defense means? Has it also enhanced my body's innate resilience? He mused with curiosity. From his recollections, all disciples of various sects seemed to exhibit high attack and low defense with frail bodies, relying on external objects and internal energy to unleash bursts of power, but becoming almost as weak as ordinary individuals once their internal energy depleted. Perhaps, due to facing numerous strange situations, merely enhancing physical defense would be of little use. It might be more beneficial to study various external items to diversify the defensive system. Hence, the practitioners here often do not focus on singular defensive strength, as many forms of damage can bypass physical toughness. He understood this reasoning. Lin Xian had begun to grasp the true essence of his attribute system. Aside from skills, it was essentially a meticulous analysis of his body's condition, merely augmented by a user interface-like distribution system, allowing him to visualize his overall situation. In that case, attribute points can only enhance my physical constitution. So I must contemplate the most optimal path for future development. As Lin Xian ambled along the road, his mind simultaneously pondered how to best utilize his attribute points for optimal growth. Based on my observations, lethality is determined by strength and speed. Defense is reliant on the rigidity and resilience of the body against external forces, along with dynamic vision. Evasion hinges on the body's reaction capabilities and its sensitivity to danger. Given the amplification effect of internal energy, constitution likely pertains to resistance against various external malevolence and the upper limits of internal energy output. After all, many who are afflicted by poisons can temporarily suppress the toxin spread using their internal energy. Some can even directly expel the poison. Lin Xian gradually analyzed in his mind. So, what would be the most advantageous attribute development for sect cultivation? He halted his steps, suddenly noticing a white garment floating on the road ahead. A white woman's attire, long sleeves and a flowing skirt, seemed to be suspended in the air, as if an invisible person were wearing it, standing face to face with him. Although he could not see the figure's face, Lin Xian felt as though he could sense its smile. Indeed, the white garment seemed to be smiling. He slowly withdrew the Flame Sun Talisman sword with a reverse grip, and a faint stream of heat was activated upon it. In this environment, one may encounter illusions, toxins, and various bizarre occurrences. The blade of the Flame Sun Talisman sword began to glow crimson. A figure in white charged towards him at the same high speed as before. Yet from the sleeves emerged a pair of emerald green gloves. The fingers of the gloves pointed directly towards Lin Xian's eyes. The first thing to do, Lin Xian raised his sword, sensing that he could barely keep up with the opponent's speed, is to resolve the adversary as swiftly as possible. Once more, a ring of fiery flames erupted. Boom! The figure in white deftly evaded the shockwave of the explosion, astonishingly faster than even the flames themselves. Lin Xian let the tip of his sword droop. If I cannot conclude this swiftly, I must prioritize defense and await the opportune moment. Suddenly, the figure in white transformed into a serpentine white cord, twisting rapidly and elongating like a snake as it lunged towards Lin Xian. At the forefront of this white cord were the ominous emerald gloves. Unfazed, Lin Xian raised his sword and slashed directly at the oncoming threat. This time, due to the opponent's slightly prolonged preparation, he managed to react in time. The Flame Sun Talisman sword was now a deep crimson, with the runes upon it becoming increasingly visible. Primordial Young Unification. In an instant, the entire blade erupted, enveloped by a torrent of searing, twisted internal energy. From a distance, it appeared as though the air around the sword was rapidly contorting, and through this distortion, Lin Xian's figure itself seemed to warp dramatically. The area of effect of the sword had expanded more than twice its original size. The blade collided fiercely with the white cord gloves. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In that moment, waves of scorching currents from the unfired sword technique slammed into the figure in white. It emitted a shrill scream reminiscent of a woman's opera cry. Then, the entire garment exploded, transforming into a multitude of white threads. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless threads scattered, with only a portion charred by the heat, while the majority surged towards Lin Xian from all directions, with a resounding crash. Another ring of fire erupted. All the white threads ignited simultaneously. Lin Xian, holding the talisman sword, cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing a pair of emerald gloves on the ground and a small portion of the garment still smoldering. At last, he reflected on the residual energy within his chest, noting only a slight remainder. This battle was perilous. I nearly exhausted my internal energy. If that were to happen, it would be truly troublesome. He hesitated to advance further, glancing around before cautiously seeking refuge behind a cluster of trees, where he settled down to recuperate. Before meditating, he waved his sword, sending forth several streams of heat to obliterate any traces of his passage. Behind a sufficiently thick tree, Lin Xian sat on the grass, slightly turning his head to keep an eye on the activity along the roadway, which was merely about 100 meters away. He gradually gathered a wisp of internal energy to infuse into the concealment formation, causing all traces of his presence to dissipate slowly. This formation concealed not only his scent and aura but also the breath he exhaled. After ensuring that every edge of his clothing was obscured by the tree trunk, he felt reassured and began to recover his internal energy. He also allocated a fraction of his focus to remain alert to any external movements. Those emerald gloves on the ground might attract the attention of lurking foes. At that moment, he lacked the strength to advance or retreat. He needed to restore his energy first. Time passed slowly. And as darkness descended, the leaves in the forest rustled in the wind. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching from the roadway. Gradually opening his eyes, Lin Xian cautiously turned his head, peering around the tree towards the direction of the roadway. There, he saw Shu Luoyi and Yu Chang, both covered in blood, retreating cautiously, as if perpetually alert to their surroundings. They stood back to back, swords in hand, their eyes betraying a hint of terror. Whoosh! Abruptly, a white shadow shot in from the side. Charging directly towards the two, the speed of the white shadow was so swift that Shu Luoyi could only barely raise her sword in an attempt to block it with a swift slice. She failed to defend adequately, resulting in a deep gash on her arm, blood splattering onto the ground like droplets of crimson. Almost immediately, a muffled grunt escaped Yu Chang as the white shadow struck him as well, leaving another wound. His speed is too fast. Yu Chang gritted his teeth. Are you all right? Shu Luoyi gasped, her eyes never leaving the flying white shadow. I can hold on. Yu Chang replied with difficulty. They were not trained in the unfired sword technique, lacking the additional heat to help withstand the attacks, and their slower reflexes rendered them unable to fully counter the onslaught. Instead of rushing to assist, Lin Xian carefully observed his surroundings for any additional ambushes. Meanwhile, the white shadow continued its relentless assault on the two, its pace measured, as if intent on wearing them down. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian scrutinized the attacks of the white shadow. Its speed was astounding, to counter its strikes. There were only a few methods. Point one was to have a sufficiently large defensive area, like a substantial shield. The other was to match the opponent's speed. His own unfired sword technique provided a broad defensive area, though it was merely a blade. The torrents of scalding energy that surged forth could effectively serve as a barrier. However, Shu Luoyi and Yu Chang had no such recourse. They couldn't keep up with the speed, nor did they have an adequate defense. Assessing his own internal power, Lin Xian realized that over 2 hours had only restored about 1/5 of his energy, just enough for one use of the three-yong sword. He calculated the consumption of each of his techniques in his mind. After pondering, he retrieved a black stone inscribed with tadpole-like runes from his pouch. Standing up, he swiftly dashed out. Close your eyes. The black stone flew from his hand. Shu Luoyi and Yu Chang, taken aback by Lin Xian's sudden appearance and his shout, were momentarily at a loss as to whether to heed his warning. Boom! In an instant, a blinding flash erupted, expanding in the space between the two and the white shadow. The searing heat and blinding white light illuminated the dimly lit roadway like daylight. Shu Luoyi shielded her eyes with her right hand, clearly dazzled. Yu Chang, however, was quick-witted, shutting his eyes and turning away from the direction of the explosion. The white shadow, caught directly in the blast, let out a wail, a shriek akin to that of a woman, before swiftly darting away. Don't let it escape, Shu Luoyi cried out. Yet Lin Xian made no move. The white light persisted for 2 seconds before rapidly fading. Lin Xian approached the roadway, observing the two, both battered and bruised. Shu Junior sister, how are your injuries? Are you an idiot? Shu Luoyi stormed towards Lin Xian, slapping him hard across the face. Crack! Lin Xian blocked her with one hand, their palms colliding with a sharp sound. What are you doing? Lin Xian, feeling a surge of anger, thought the crazy woman had lost her mind. He saved her, and instead of expressing gratitude, she was taking her frustrations out on him. Did she truly think he wouldn't retaliate against a woman? What am I doing? I want to ask you the same. Shu Luoyi's eyes were red with fury. You clearly had the ability to act and subdue it. Why didn't you? Just now, the garment was allowed to escape. Shu Junior sister, Yu Chang interjected, attempting to ease the tension, but Shu Luoyi shoved him aside. Step aside. She was teetering on the edge of madness. Lin Xian. She pointed an accusatory finger at his nose. I warn you. I've noticed something off about you for quite some time. The target we've been guarding for 2 days remained unharmed. Yet the moment you arrive, she dies. Earlier at the tailoring shop, we were all injured, and you were the only one unscathed. Now, we are both severely wounded while you remain untouched. Just now, you deliberately let that ghostly garment escape. Tell me. Her finger was almost touching the tip of Lin Xian's nose. Explain this to me. Why has this happened so many times? If you're innocent, I'll write my name backwards. Her chest heaved with rage. What will it take for you to believe I'm innocent? Lin Xian regarded the woman. A sense of calm washing over him once more. Though slightly disheartened, He considered that if he were to obtain treasures alongside such a reckless ally, it would indeed be a stroke of sheer luck. Believe you? Do I dare to trust you? Shu Luai sneered. From this day forth, we'll rely on our own abilities to see who can obtain the human face fruit. Don't come looking for me. And I want to seek you out. Let us see who prevails. She turned on her heel and walked away. Chapter 57. Safety. Yu Chang, feeling somewhat helpless, waited until Shu Luai had distanced herself before approaching Lin Xin and speaking softly. Shu Jr.'s sister is just overly anxious. If her father can use the human face fruit to break through his realm, her family's status could stabilize swiftly. She desperately needs such a treasure, effective even for those in the chi refining stage. Don't hold it against her. Lin Xin glanced at him, realizing he held no expectations for that madwoman. But he thought differently about the man before him. A slight smile crept across his face. Let us put aside the matter of Shu Luai for now. Did you see that blinding light earlier? What was its power like? Yu Chang looked taken aback, unsure of Lin Xion's intent. I saw it. Its power was formidable, almost comparable to a range attack from a congenital expert. Lin Xion smiled in satisfaction, a hint of mystery in his tone. I have a few more of those. Just provide me with all the information regarding the human face fruit, including how to use it, and I can present you with a heroic rescue. Are you serious? Yu Chang's eyes lit up. Of course. That's simple. Yu Chang quickly cast a glance in the direction of Shu Luai, only to see her fading from view. He swiftly fished a small booklet from his person and handed it to Lin Xion. The information you requested is all contained within. Peruse it at your leisure. But where is the item? Lin Xion received the booklet and flipped through its pages. It was filled with an array of peculiar and extraordinary treasures, with the 5th page dedicated to the human-faced fruit. Surrounding it were dense annotations brimming with detailed information. In such a brief span of time, he could hardly have had the opportunity to fabricate any details. After presenting him with a piece of luminous talisman stone and instructing him on its usage, Lin Xion departed the woods, satisfied with the booklet in hand. With a soft huff, he ignited a fuse stick using flint and cautiously approached the top of the incense burner where the reverse flow incense resided. Lin Xion set down the fuse stick and gently extinguished it, watching as the tip of the incense slowly ignited. Glowing red, wisps of white smoke began to cascade down from the incense head like a gentle stream. The incense burner, oval in shape, comprised 3 tiers, entirely black, with each layer diminishing in size from the bottom to the top, resembling lotus leaves enveloping one another. The pinnacle rested the reverse flow incense. The white smoke flowed down from the incense head, settling on the first layer of lotus leaves, which, once filled to the size of a thumb, overflowed and spread to the second layer, continuing this way until the third. As the fragrance wafted through the air, a subtle, refreshing aroma of sandalwood gradually permeated the room. It is said that sandalwood can ward off evil. I wonder if that is indeed true, Lin Xion mused, shaking his head as he opened the pale yellow booklet on his desk. Turning directly to the page on the human-faced fruit, his gaze lingered on a particularly striking line of text. Human-faced fruit, when fed with human nourishment, it absorbs the facial features of 1 in 100 and the complete visage of 1 in 500, requiring it to parasitize on a living host. It grows to mirror the appearance of its host. It collects nourishment using 6-winged bees. Effects. Consuming 100-person-grade human-faced fruit can convert it into pure essence, enhancing one's cultivation by 1 layer below the innate level. Consuming 1,000-person-grade human-faced fruit can transform it into innate essence, elevating one's cultivation by 1 layer below the 5th level of chi training. A 10,000-person-grade human-faced fruit is highly toxic and should not be ingested. However, it can neutralize certain special poisons and is utilized in the cultivation of blood-path demonic arts. Lin Xion gently traced the text with his fingers. The human-faced fruits in this city must have claimed at least 1,000 lives. I refuse to believe that the Peacock sect remains oblivious to this. It seems we have unwittingly stumbled into a harvest ground fostered by influential figures, undoubtedly protected by a web of vested interests. He pondered quietly. The 3 of us, myself, Shu Luai, and the others, must have inadvertently infringed upon these individuals' profit chain, which explains the attempts on our lives. No wonder Kong Yuhui hastily distanced himself. He mentioned that this plague occurs annually. It seems it has become an accepted norm. A cold smirk crossed his mind. These cultivators, despite claiming to be righteous sects, possess the mentality of treating mortals as mere livestock. It begs the question of how much worse it could be with those truly malevolent sections. Should I take it or not? He hesitated slightly. However, his thoughts turned to Shu Lui's demeanor. If she can seize it, why can't I? Not every influential figure is privy to this. There is likely a power struggle at play. Thus, With such a multitude of six-winged bees continuously gathering in one location to nourish the human-faced fruit, it becomes essential to select the most suitable place. Lin Xin lightly tapped the table, a location sufficiently safe. For those with intent could easily trace the bees back to their source. Several suspicious locations began to form in his mind. The sect has summoned us to respond to the deceased Duan Qi, indicating that someone must have already detected movements here. However, with Duan Qi dead, it is likely a case of silencing him. This suggests that two factions within the sect are entangled in conflict. Thus, if I act swiftly and manage to procure the human-faced fruit, whether I submit it to the sect or keep it for my own use, it would yield significant benefits. Of course, the most prudent choice would be to conceal it for personal use. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Xin was no longer the cautious ordinary person he once was. Once he obtains the human-faced fruit, he could align himself with the opposing sect, and that should pose little issue. Closing his eyes, he organized his thoughts, stowed away the booklet, and tugged at the bathing bell. Downstairs at the inn, in the Yuchen room, the modest chamber, adorned with various decorations of pink floral patterns, exuded a vibrant springtime ambience. The air was imbued with a delicate scent of perfume mingled with the fragrance of a young woman's body. Rows of elegantly diverse girls hurriedly applied their makeup, styled their hair, and changed outfits, oblivious to the potential exposure of their forms. Yuzan sat before the bronze mirror, applying a touch of pink lip paper, then meticulously scrutinized her reflection. "Rabbit, hurry up. The bath for the esteemed guest has already been sent up," urged Mrs. Wu. She entered. I know. I'll be ready shortly," Yuzan replied. She was responsible for Lin Xin's suite, and once a client selected a girl, the arrangement remained unchanged unless the client requested a switch. Thus, she was tasked with attending to him during his bath. Known by the nickname Rabbit, derived from a character in her given name, she stood, contentedly admiring her pure and beautiful reflection in the mirror. Opening her wardrobe, she discovered it brimming with an array of somewhat revealing garments, predominantly in shades of red and pink. "Did I purchase this dress?" she exclaimed upon spotting a white gown with a silver-belted waist. "The gentleman above seems quite proper, but alas, when shall I encounter a true gentleman willing to take me home?" A sudden wave of self-pity washed over her. Perhaps only a paragon of virtue would be worth hoping for. For reasons unknown, she initially planned to wear a pink skirt, yet upon seeing the white dress, her arm unconsciously reached for it, and she swiftly donned it. "What's taking so long?" Mrs. Wu's voice chimed in again. "Coming, just a moment," Yuzan called back. She adjusted her attire before the mirror, satisfied with her appearance, and playfully posed a coy gesture before heading toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance, her right hand instinctively grasped a small pair of scissors from the nearby vanity, her fingers unconsciously brushing the sharp tip, revealing a fleeting glimmer of green. A peculiar, enigmatic smile tugged at the corners of Yuzan's lips as she opened the door and stepped outside. Lin Xin placed his four swords down carefully on the rack, removed the sword from his waist, shed his clothing and skin, and stepped into the bathing area. Drawing the curtain behind him, he eased himself into the wooden tub filled with slightly hot water. Allowing it to envelop him up to his neck, inducing a sense of relaxation, he splashed some water on his face, infused with pink petals and a hint of perfume, creating a gentle aroma. The curtain behind him gradually parted, and Yuzan entered, clad in a simple white gown. "Forgive me, esteemed guest. I have arrived late," she said, her expression tinged with a hint of vulnerability as she pulled the curtain shut. "No matter," Lin Xin replied, closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. "Come and massage my shoulders." Of course. Yuzan respectfully approached Lin Xin, first ensuring her hands were clean with a warm towel, making certain there were no sharp edges on her nails. Before positioning herself behind him, her hands gently settled on Lin Xin's shoulders, tenderly kneading him. As she massaged, Lin Xin's expression grew increasingly relaxed. "If you feel tired, you may rest. I will keep changing the hot water for you." Yuzan whispered softly. "Thank you. That would be much appreciated." Lin Xin had indeed been fatigued these past few days, constantly on alert while pursuing the human-faced fruit. Yet, he was not made of iron. Weariness would eventually catch up with him. He felt drowsy, his eyelids heavy. "Tomorrow, I'll visit Kong Yue to see if I can uncover additional intelligence. Then I must investigate a few key locations thoroughly. However, tracking the six-winged bees is no longer feasible. Shu Luai and the others were ambushed, which serves as a clear warning," he mused internally. Yuzan continued her gentle ministrations, and after about 10 minutes, she switched to using one hand, freeing her right hand. As her sleeve slipped, she discreetly revealed a sharp pair of scissors. the tip glimmering ominously with a faint green light. Raising the scissors, she slowly aimed for the back of Lin Xian's head, a strange red gleam flickering in her eyes. Her fingers tightened around the handle, and she suddenly exerted force. What's wrong? Only using one hand. Lin Xian's languid voice broke the silence. Yuzhan hesitated, a flirtatious smile escaping her lips. I am merely preparing, she replied, leaning forward, pressing her voluptuous form against Lin Xian's back. Meanwhile, her other hand continued to knead his shoulder, gliding forward across his chest, her fingers gradually slipping into the water, descending toward his abdomen. Aren't you supposed to be above such transactions? Lin Xian's eyes fluttered shut, nearly letting out a moan of pleasure. Indeed. Yet, it also depends on the person, Yuzhan giggled, her right hand with the scissors inching closer to Lin Xian's nape. Then I must say, I am truly honored. Lin Xian casually responded. With a swift motion, the scissors lunged forward. Chapter 58. Safety, Part 2. The tip of the blade pierced Lin Xian's skin, producing a dull sound akin to that of wood. Surprisingly, the blade could not penetrate his flesh. Yuzhan was momentarily taken aback. With a splash, Lin Xian had already reacted, rising to his feet and grasping her wrist with one hand. Simultaneously, he snatched the bath towel and wrapped it around himself. Is it you? He immediately recognized the origin of the white garment adorning Yuzhan. With a swift motion, he flipped his hand, revealing a black transparent talisman resting within his palm. He pressed it forcefully against Yuzhan. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as the white garment, sensing a threat, abruptly detached from Yuzhan and shot towards the side curtain. As the white garment departed, all of Yuzhan's clothing disintegrated into fragments, leaving her exposed and unconscious on the ground. Lin Xian, however, merely smirked as he retracted the transparent talisman. He had only intended to frighten her, and the outcome was indeed favorable. This garment was evidently the same phantom attire that had previously wounded him with the talisman. Without hesitation, he hurled the talisman in the direction the phantom attire had fled. Boom. A muffled explosion ensued, and a blinding light erupted. The room was suddenly illuminated as if a small sun had been ignited. Lin Xian pulled the curtain to shield his eyes. Faintly, he heard a scream, and after a second or two, as the light dimmed, he lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The room was now charred and blackened, particularly near the window, where a large hole had been blasted open, with a white dress hanging there, engulfed in flames. It seems to be resolved. Lin Xian examined the white dress closely, confirming that it had ceased any movement. He only relaxed once it was completely reduced to ashes, turning to black dust. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door of the inn, evidently drawn by the earlier explosion. Yuzhan lay unconscious and completely unclothed in the bathing area. This inn did not offer any illicit services. The girls inside were all well-behaved and proper, occasionally indulging in flirtation but fundamentally untouched. Now, however, with Yuzhan unconscious and devoid of clothing, Lin Xian found himself in an awkward predicament. Glancing at Yuzhan, a girl of merely 14 or 15, still in the early stages of development, yet strikingly alluring, her skin was dazzlingly pale. Lin Xian gently lifted her and placed her onto the bed, covering her with a blanket, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The door was being knocked upon with a resounding thud. As Lin Xian approached to open the door, he realized it was time to change locations. He did not open the door, but swiftly donned his clothing, secured his satchel, sword, and talismans, and gathered his silver coins. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past from the side window. The shadow moved with incredible speed, a mere flash that created a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Lin Xian turned to look, but was slightly delayed. Even with his enhanced dynamic vision, he could only catch a glimpse of its outline. To an ordinary person, it might have appeared as a white dove. Still coming. A chill ran down his spine. It seems my earlier skirmish has drawn their attention. A thought flickered through his mind. He quickly scanned his surroundings and, with a leap through the open window amid startled gasps, landed gracefully on the ground. He swiftly maneuvered through several turns, blending into the crowd and disappearing around the corner. In hot pursuit of the white shadow, Lin Xian swiftly navigated through the densely packed streets, gradually arriving at a secluded area near the city walls. Surrounding him were abandoned houses draped in white silk, their somber appearance devoid of any sign of life. Lin Xian slowed his pace, gripping a talisman tightly in his right hand as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. This time, having been lured out here, it was plausible that the enemy had intended to draw him out as well. The numerous phantom garments had proven ineffective against him, and it was only the mastermind behind them who could pose a genuine threat. Therefore, Despite the risks involved in this chase, it presented a true opportunity to confront the one pulling the strings. As he walked between the dilapidated houses and the city walls, his footsteps echoed clearly in the silence. A mere-named disciple dares to venture alone to hunt down my phantom army. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice emerged from behind him. Lin Xian spun around to see a bald man with a ghastly pale complexion and red lips, observing him with a derisive expression. The man was bare-chested. Clad in black silk lantern pants, on his muscular chest was a grotesque white face, its eyes tightly shut, seemingly in slumber. "Who are you?" Lin Xian inquired, maintaining his composure. "Did you orchestrate the creation of those six-winged bees that produce human-faced fruits?" "They call me Mu Luzi," the bald man replied with an unsettling pitch. "Six-winged bees? You mean sunflower bees? Indeed, I am the one controlling all the sunflower bees in the city." He stepped closer to Lin Xian, his fingers sharp as knives, reflecting a faint glimmer under the daylight. "As for the human-faced fruit, isn't there one right here on my chest? If you want it, come and take it yourself." Lin Xian remained still, focusing his attention, as an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him each time he beheld the man's bizarre bald visage, igniting an overwhelming urge to charge at him and deliver a fierce blow. "There's something off," he thought, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Drawing the yin-yang sword, he held it firmly, releasing a gentle wave of heat that gradually dispelled the strange, ominous aura surrounding him. Lin Xian felt somewhat reassured, the impulse to strike fading away. Such a concealed method. He spoke in a low tone. Mu Luzi halted, a smirk playing on his lips. "Impressive. Your vigilance is commendable. It's only the second time I've encountered someone who can detect my tricks so quickly." His voice was laced with a peculiar cadence, creating an unsettling impression, as though a man were speaking in a woman's tone. "I find you increasingly intriguing." He clapped his hands softly. Suddenly, from the hidden corners of the street, a multitude of garments surged forth, men's, women's, and children's clothing of all kinds. These phantom garments rushed toward Lin Xian like a flock of birds, swiftly encircling him. Each of these garments possesses internal energy ranging from 3 to 5 layers of the return to origin technique. "This time, I shall personally witness how you dealt with my little minions." Mu Luzi's voice dripped with mockery. Countless phantom garments, numbering in the dozens, approached Lin Xian with a terrifying, shrill whistle. If any other disciple of the third layer of the return to origin technique were in his position, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, he was different. With a swift motion, he produced a transparent talisman from his left hand, scattering it around him. 4 talismans shot towards the ground in each direction, while one was hurled above his head. Boom! A blinding light erupted, accompanied by a deafening sound, as the white light spread out, unleashing a violent explosion of light and heat. Centered around Lin Xian, a radius of over 10 meters was enveloped in pure white light. Among the dozens of garments, more than 10 were caught off guard, colliding directly with the explosion of the transparent talisman. Lin Xian stood at the center, gripping the yin-yang sword with its tip angled towards the ground, his eyes tightly shut as he awaited the aftermath of the brilliance. With the sound of sizzling, burning phantom garments fell to the ground. The remaining garments, terrified, scattered in all directions, no longer daring to approach within 10 meters of him. As the garments dispersed and the light faded, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at Mu Luzi. The expression on Mu Luzi's face was one of extreme displeasure, indicating his evident irritation. He surveyed the scene, noting the loss of over 10 garments, yet a significant portion remained, causing a chill to creep into his heart. The 5 transparent talismans earlier failed to eliminate all those that charged at me. It seems their power has its limits. Had they continued their assault, I would have been in real danger. Clutching the last 2 talismans tightly in his left hand, he fixed his gaze on Mu Luzi, calculating his true strength. "I possess the yin-yang sword, which alone can unleash power exceeding 3 layers, and combined with the Wuyin sword technique, which is inherently lethal, the accumulated effect should enable me to reach the power of 5 layers. Furthermore, with the transparent talisman at my disposal, if I catch him off guard, as long as he doesn't exceed 7 layers, I should be able to retreat unscathed." With his broadened horizons from extensive experiences and exchanges with other internal martial arts masters, Lin Xian gradually clarified his strength threshold, understanding that he could not afford to confront anyone exceeding the 7th layer of the return to origin technique. "Ghost spirit formation." Mu Luzi sneered from across the way, barking a command as his hands swiftly formed a multitude of intricate seals. Simultaneously, the airborne phantom garments lunged toward Lin Xian once more. Suddenly, a translucent gray shield materialized around him, enveloping him within its confines. As the multitude of phantom garments collided with the shield, they vanished as though fish diving into water. In the blink of an eye, dozens of garments dissolved into the shield. Lin Xin was bewildered by the sudden turn of events but refused to remain passive. He quickly attempted to relocate. However, after running a few steps, he discovered that the shield moved along with him. This is troublesome. A sense of dread filled his heart. The yin-yang sword erupted in red and yellow flames, his internal energy surging to its maximum as he hurled the last two remaining transparent talismans. Boom! A blinding light burst forth. The shield shook violently, revealing cracks. Interesting, Mu Luzi chuckled, having mysteriously approached within 10 meters of Lin Xin. The moment he appeared, the shield rapidly restored itself, the cracks mending instantaneously. Attack! He waved his hand, in an instant. A multitude of ghostly garments materialized within the protective barrier, encircling Lin Xin with ferocity, with a crisp sound. Lin Xion's expression turned frosty, and he flicked his wrist, casting forth a large handful of densely packed talismans. The white resentment talismans soared into the air, swirling like a flurry of snowflakes as he unleashed over 100 of them in one go. Each talisman, upon contact with the ghostly garments, emitted a hissing sound akin to hot iron meeting water. The scattered talismans ignited the nearest ghostly garments, causing them to thrash chaotically, disrupting the formation of the remaining ones. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xin swiftly drew a luminous talisman sword, channeling his internal energy into it. An obscure, yet oppressive wave of energy emanated from the sword. The expression of the wooden mule changed drastically as he turned to flee. But it was too late. Boom. A blinding white light erupted explosively, expanding outward like a sphere of white jade, centered around Lin Xin. The protective barrier was silently engulfed, along with the wooden mule and all the ghostly garments within. As the barrier shattered, white light splattered across the surroundings, and the air was filled with faint sounds reminiscent of cracking glass, as if some formation had been obliterated. The commotion from the neighboring street surged in. Soon, as the white light dimmed, a charred figure staggered towards the outskirts of the city. Lin Xin remained unfazed, calmly pursuing from behind that in his hand. The luminous talisman sword suddenly snapped with a crack, disintegrating into countless fine metallic dust. You have cost me a talisman sword. If you think you can leave without compensating for it with the human-faced fruit. His gaze turned frigid as he quickened his pace. Tailing the wooden mule, the two dashed past the lowered city bridge, heading towards the expansive graveyard beyond. Chapter 59. Seizing the gray, undulating mountain ridges were shrouded in a faint white mist. Midway up the mountain, two white figures were hastily making their way upwards. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted from the city below. What happened? Shu Luoyi abruptly halted and looked back. Yu Chang, drenched in sweat, quickly stopped and gazed downwards from the hillside. He spotted a radiant oval of white light near a section of the city wall at the edge of Peacock City. The halo persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. I don't know, but that light resembles the explosion of a communication talisman from our sect. He replied softly. But the power seems excessive, doesn't it? We must pursue the wooden mule. Shu Luoyi frowned, turning to continue their forward journey, with Yu Chang following closely. After a short while, approximately 10 minutes later, a shrill cry pierced the air behind them. Whoosh! A ghostly garment was violently flung into the air, erupting into ashes. Simultaneously, a charred figure shot past the two, moving too swiftly to discern its form. Still trying to escape, a cold male voice echoed from behind. With a whoosh, an invisible stream of energy shot forth, striking the charred figure and releasing a plume of white smoke accompanied by hissing sounds. Ah! The charred figure screamed, rolling on the ground, struggling to rise. Only then did Shu Luoyi and Yu Chang turn to see Lin Xin approaching from behind. Clad in black robes, Lin Xin appeared disheveled, as though he had survived a cataclysmic explosion. His expression was grim, and his complexion somewhat pallid. The sword case on his back had been opened, its lid lost, leaving only two swords inside. Glancing at Shu Luoyi and Yu Chang, Lin Xion's eyes narrowed. And without uttering a word, he charged toward the rolling wooden mule. Securing the human-faced fruit from the wooden mule was his priority. He lunged forward and thrust his sword toward the human-faced fruit nestled in the wooden mule's chest. Clang! A sword shadow suddenly swept from his side, intercepting Lin Xion's fiery talisman sword. The clash of swords rang out with a clear, resonant sound. The human-faced fruit is mine. Shu Luoyi's figure lunged from his side, reaching for the wooden mule's chest. Shu Luoyi. A surge of uncontainable fury rose within Lin Xin. After revealing so many of his trump cards and employing the luminous talisman sword, he had sustained considerable backlash despite the protective measures. Now, Shu Luoyi had the audacity to rush over without hesitation to seize his prize. The fiery talisman sword surged to life as Lin Xin swung it forward, unleashing torrents of transparent energy from three directions aimed at Shu Luoyi. Sensing danger from behind, Shu Luoyi continued to reach for the wooden mule while drawing a green jade dagger with her other hand. In an instant, three beams of green light streaked through the air, dispersing the three torrents of scorching energy. Ha! The wooden mule suddenly grinned wickedly, darting forward like a shadow and evading Shu Luoyi's grasp. Both Shu Luoyi and Lin Xin were taken aback, realizing they had been outmaneuvered, and their anger flared as they hastened their pursuit. Yu Chang, go after the human-faced fruit. Yu Chang, momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality at Shu Luoyi's call and hurriedly followed the two. Lin Xin snorted coldly. Propelling himself forward, lacking the skill of lightness, he relied solely on an explosive burst of internal energy to leap ahead. His speed was impressive, but his agility paled in comparison to the wooden mule and Shu Luoyi. Fortunately, the wooden mule was injured and unable to run fast, while Shu Luoyi seemed equally wounded, merely managing to keep pace. Observing their surroundings, they soon reached a dense thicket, where a cliff loomed ahead. To the left, a solid mountain wall blocked their path, while a slope descent lay to the right. Thus, there was only one route to take. However, the wooden mule, in a panic, failed to notice this fact. Seizing the moment, Lin Xin swung the fiery talisman sword, sending forth waves of scorching energy toward the sole upward exit. Indeed, the wooden mule, realizing the danger too late, could only sprint toward the mountain. Bang! A torrent of scorching energy struck his back squarely. The wooden mule let out a cry, collapsing to the ground, seemingly incapacitated by the blow. Without a second thought, Lin Xin dashed forward. The human-faced fruit is mine. Shu Luoyi once again caught up from behind, thrusting her sword toward Lin Xion's back. Die! Her eyes gleamed with a crimson hue, revealing her frenzied determination. Get lost! Lin Xion had no time to engage her, hastily countering with a sword to parry her strike. The impact caused him to lose his balance and tumble downwards. Infuriated, Lin Xion realized that Shu Luoyi had nearly gone mad, attacking him repeatedly. Shu Luoyi, you're asking for death. He crashed heavily onto the roadway, quickly regaining his footing, but the wound on his back was torn open anew, staining half of his garment with blood. Waves of searing pain coursed through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at the just-fallen Shu Luoyi. Unleashing the unflamed sword technique, he surrounded her with torrents of internal energy, the blade appearing as if it had ignited, sending a scorching wave toward her. Yuan Yang's Qi, the ultimate technique of the unflamed sword technique. Capable of unleashing its maximum power in the shortest time possible, had the fiery talisman sword remained, this move would have posed a significant threat even to a master of the fifth layer of the small returning Yuan technique. However, without the sword's aid, its potency diminished to barely the strength of the fourth layer. Yet, it was still beyond the capability of an ordinary practitioner like Shu Luoyi at the second or third layer to withstand. Just after sliding down, Shu Luoyi, caught off balance, could only roll to the side in a desperate attempt to evade. Bang! Lin Xion's action, hindered by his injury, missed its target. The Yuan Yang's Qi sword struck the stone wall with a resounding crash, sending a cascade of debris tumbling down. The enveloping energy was once again countered by Shu Luoyi's green jade dagger. Nevertheless, the immense force erupted like an explosion, propelling Shu Luoyi away, who tumbled several times before staggering to her feet, clutching her abdomen and spitting blood, clearly injured severely. Lin Xion, don't! Yu Chang's startled cry finally reached them. He fell to the ground, blocking the two from each other, abruptly halting any further conflict. Don't think I want to kill you if you keep this up. Lin Xion gripped the translucent talisman sword tightly, his gaze coldly fixed on Shu Luoyi. Kill me. I'll make sure to end you first. Shu Luoyi struggled to pull out a sheet of pure white blood-patterned talisman paper, her eyes turning increasingly crimson. The moment the talisman was revealed, a bone-chilling coldness enveloped the air, indicating its immense power. Quick, pursue them. Yu Chang quickly shifted his focus. Seeing the wooden mule in the distance about to escape, the two hastily ran forward. Though Yu Chang kept a distance between them, fearing that a mere disagreement could lead to violence, Lin Xion was also wary of the talisman in Shu Luoyi's hand, clearly aware that she was equally unfazed by him. Maintaining a safe distance, they soon caught up with the pine forest ahead. As they entered, a sense of dread settled over the three, causing their steps to slow. The severely injured wooden mule had come to a halt, resting in the shade of the trees. To their astonishment, there were not just one, but three wooden mules nestled closely together, their bodies almost fused into one. From a distance, Lin Xion felt a chill run down his spine. One of the wooden mules, facing them, opened its chest like a gaping maw, impatiently grabbing the other two by the head and bringing them towards itself. The two wooden mules' heads melted like mud, merging into its chest in less than 3 seconds. The 3 wooden mules combined into one, leaving a single intact wooden mule cloaked in a gray-black robe, the inner lining stained a blood-like red. Its bald head bore eerie, dark blue markings, and its lips were unnaturally crimson, as if dripping with blood. Want the human-faced fruit? Come and take it. If you have the ability. It suddenly flung open its cloak, revealing its bare upper body. On its chest, 5 human-faced fruits circled in a ring, resembling 5 gray-white faces embedded in its torso. Chapter 60. The Heist. I want to see what you can do. Shuluo charged forward, wielding a green jade dagger in one hand and the snow-white talisman in the other, her eyes now a deeper shade of red, as if she were losing her sanity. Lin Xan noticed something was amiss with Shuluo. Remaining still as he observed their confrontation, Yuchang stood anxiously at the side. Lin, brother, he called out, seemingly wanting Lin Xian to join him in assistance, but recalling how Lin Xian had been injured by Shuluo earlier. He could not bring himself to say it. Shuluo, with the green jade dagger, unleashed a series of rapid, lethal stabs aimed directly at her opponent's vital points. Her techniques were unyielding, bordering on vicious. It was unclear where she had learned such dagger techniques. The sword techniques of the Pine Forest Sword sect typically emphasized control and restraint, whereas this dagger style was purely aggressive. Like flowing water, aimed at relentless thrusts that were difficult to retract. Coupled with the jade dagger's extraordinary ability to block attacks, it seemed to possess an unparalleled cutting effect. Its power was arguably even greater than the combination of the Sunfire Talisman sword and the Wine Sword technique. Lin Xian was somewhat shaken by the sight. Yet what chilled him further was the ease with which the wooden mule defended against her assaults. Its sharp, dark claws effortlessly parried the dagger's thrusts, nearly shifting its claws slightly to block the attacks, as if its fingers formed an impenetrable wall, easily deflecting Shuluo's strikes. Snow Peak Claw. Yuchang suddenly exclaimed in shock, a technique from the Snow Mountain sect. His expression turned grave. What is the Snow Peak Claw and the Snow Mountain sect? Lin Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Once a righteous sect destroyed by the demon sect. The Snow Mountain sect. The Snow Peak Claw is their signature technique. It was once hailed as the ultimate defensive technique. Never would I have imagined. Yuchang's face darkened. It seems this little one has some knowledge, the wooden mule chuckled. Not making any movements, yet suddenly a swarm of 6-winged bees descended from the trees behind it like a thick yellow cloud. 6-winged bees. Lin Xian squinted, realizing that the yellow cloud was not mist but a massive swarm of 6-winged bees. Thousands upon thousands of bees surged towards Shuluo, with a portion also charging towards Lin Xian and Yuchang. All or nothing. Shuluo screamed, hurling the green jade dagger fiercely at the wooden mule. She rolled away swiftly, putting distance between herself and the danger. Boom! The jade dagger erupted, transforming into countless jade shards that enveloped the wooden mule, momentarily immobilizing it. As Shuluo sprang to her feet. She activated the talisman paper in her hand. A beam of pure white light shot forth from the talisman, striking the wooden mule's forehead with blinding speed. Sizzle! The white light pierced through the wooden mule's head as easily as cutting tofu, creating a hole in the massive pine tree behind it and embedding itself deep into the ground, leaving a dark, gaping crater. The wooden mule stood dazed before the tree, its eyes wide open. As the flesh around the blood hole writhed as if it were alive, attempting to heal itself. Luai, I will assist you. Yuchang finally mustered his courage, drawing his sword and plunging it deep into the wooden mule's neck. Sizzle! The blade sank directly into the wooden mule's throat. Suddenly, the wooden mule seized his sword, and to Yuchang's horror, the metallic blade began to melt away, absorbed into its hands as if it were liquid. It chuckled menacingly. Yuchang's face turned pale with fear as he released the sword and stumbled back. Soon, the sword vanished and the blood hole in the wooden mule's forehead healed. Indestructible metal body. Shuluo's expression soured. That white light had been the sword energy talisman left to her by her father, equivalent to the power of a peak innate expert's full-strength strike, usable only 3 times. Yet now, the first attempt had yielded no results. You have some knowledge, the wooden mule remarked with a grin. But this level of injury, even without the metal's aid, I would remain unscathed. It pointed at Lin Xian and Shuluo. Go. My treasures, devour them. Instantly, the swarm of yellow clouds surged towards Lin Xian and the others. With no time to consider anyone else, Lin Xian drew a talisman sword. The hilt flared like a trumpet, designed for forward propulsion upon detonation. This was a result of his application of directional explosion principles. Just moments ago, this design had allowed him to sweep through a wide arc with the sword, and only sustained shockwave damage. Now, as he infused his internal energy, the translucent talisman sword gleamed with a faint white light, and the dense array of runes on its surface lit up instantly. The wooden mule's expression shifted upon witnessing this. As the nearby six-winged bee swarmed to form a large yellow shield before it, ghost spirit formation, it rapidly formed a complex hand sign in front of its chest, bloom. Its fingers spread like petals, slowly unfurling around it. Instantly, dark energy erupted from its body, crashing against the shield of six-winged bees, solidifying it further. If you want to live, retreat. Lin Xin shouted, throwing the translucent talisman sword forward without hesitation. He quickly fell back, and Shuluo Yi and Yu Chong, sensing the surge of power from the talisman sword, exchanged tense glances and retreated rapidly. The talisman sword shot straight toward the wooden mule, its surface covered in countless fissures from which immense white light burst forth. Growing ever more intense, boom, an explosion resonated, the white luminescence reappearing, engulfing an area of over 10 meters. Lin Xin crouched low against the ground, turning his face away from the blinding light. The searing brilliance exploded outward like the sun, releasing waves of scorching heat and air. The light lingered for several seconds before finally dimming. As the brightness faded, he quickly sprang up, drawing his final talisman sword and charging forward. The human-faced fruit was incredibly resilient, and as long as it retained a hint of life, it would not be easily destroyed. Even such a powerful explosion would not guarantee its complete annihilation. He needed to seize the opportunity before Shuluo Yi arrived to claim the human-faced fruit for herself. As the light dissipated, the pine trees collapsed and burned, leaving behind a charred landscape with an oval patch of blackened earth. The wooden mule knelt half-conscious beneath the tree, its eyes tightly shut and motionless. And not a single six-winged bee remained, likely all obliterated in the blast. Amidst the swirling smoke and haze, Lin Xion's gaze hardened as he swung the translucent talisman sword down toward the wooden mule's head, channeling all his strength into the strike. Though lacking internal energy, it was sufficient to cleave the wooden mule in two. By then, even if its indestructible metallic body could withstand the blow, it would require time to recover. He was now certain that this wooden mule was no longer human. "You dare to move again?" Shuluo Yi's voice rang out from behind, cold and filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian immediately froze in place, clearly seeing out of the corner of his eye that Shuluo Yi held the sword energy talisman aimed directly at him. He had witnessed the previous white light, and its speed and power were such that he had no confidence in dodging it. However, the force of his sword strike was already unleashed and could not be retracted, continuing its downward descent. Thud. The translucent talisman sword struck the wooden mule's head, yet to his surprise, it sank in less than half a palm's depth. 5 human-faced fruits? If you wish to claim them all for yourself, you'll have to see if this sword of mine agrees. Lin Xian suppressed a flicker of impatience in his heart. The wooden mule lay in a stupor, motionless, and this was the perfect opportunity to seize the treasure. The treasure lay before them, tantalizingly within reach, yet obstructed by another. Despite his usual composure, a flicker of impatience ignited within him. Clearly, Shuluo Yi was also wary of the explosive power displayed moments ago. Although the singular might of the Talming talisman sword may not rival her sword Chi talisman, its extensive range and widespread impact were beyond compare. If such a force were unleashed upon her side, it could leave her either dead or grievously wounded. "We are all siblings of the same clan. There's no need to escalate matters to this extent," Yu Chong interjected, attempting to mediate. Lin Xion's expression remained unchanged. "I have heard that those of the Jianghu act with a sense of swift justice, repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance, while I, Lin Xian, may not adhere to such principles. The treacherous ambush earlier is etched in my memory." Shuluo Yi scoffed, her eyes subtly tinged with a dark crimson hue. What pity is there in eliminating a nefarious scoundrel? The two remained motionless as the pine trees nearby erupted into flames, billowing thick smoke. The autumn wind swept through, causing the dust to swirl and dance, black ash spiraling across the ground beneath their feet, resembling a still life painting. Clang, a long sword was drawn. Outside Peacock City, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe gazed down at the myriad of charred explosion marks scattered across the ground, completely indifferent to the curious stares of onlookers in the distance. "Is the human face fruit something you can covet? You overestimate your own abilities." A glint of severity flashed in his eyes as he casually slashed the ground with his sword, etching a complex symbol several centimeters deep. Sheathing his sword, the middle-aged man leaped several meters into the air, soaring atop a nearby dwelling, and then vaulted from the rooftop over the city wall, pursuing Lin Xian and the others. Shortly thereafter, a gentle-faced young man appeared, accompanied by 2 women, gently waving a folding fan as they approached the center of the explosion. He glanced down at the symbol left on the ground. "This is a mark left by our sect. Their audacity grows bolder. The matters of the Dan Hall should be left to them to handle, he sighed. But Kong Ling, one of the women murmured, her brow furrowed in discontent. It is fortunate he has refrained from intervening. Yet there are some matters that cannot simply be ignored. The other woman's expression turned severe. Recently, many inns and tea houses in the vicinity have reported strange occurrences, with numerous individuals going missing, likely an intermittent manifestation of the ghostly realms. It is prudent to assign him the task of redefining safe routes. The Dan Hall's personnel will arrive shortly. Let us remain silent. Junior sisters, we must reclaim the human face fruit and return it to the sect. And it is time to eradicate this plague, the gentle man spoke softly. Understood, senior brother, the two women replied, clearly obedient to him. After pausing momentarily, the three hastened in pursuit of Lin Xian's departing figure, seemingly employing some special means of reconnaissance. Chapter 61. The outcome. Lin Xian stood still, his heart increasingly ablaze with fury. This woman persisted in her attempts to assassinate him. Had it not been for her formidable backing in the qi refining stage, and the multitude of hidden cards she possessed, he could have obliterated her in an instant. Shu Luoi, he exclaimed, his tone icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Given that the opponent had pushed matters to such extremes, he felt justified in adopting a ruthless stance. Yu Chang, retrieve the human face fruit. Yet Shu Luoi paid him no heed. Yu Chang cast a hesitant glance at Lin Xian. Hurry. Shu Luoi glared coldly at him. Reluctantly, Yu Chang approached the wooden mule, reaching for the 5 human face fruits adorning its chest. Lin Xian tightened his grip on the talisman's sword. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, his ears twitching slightly as he darted a glance towards the half-reclined wooden mule. Bang! The wooden mule suddenly awakened, striking Yu Chang fiercely with a palm and launching itself away with incredible force. The creature was still alive. Shu Luoi, her sword chi talisman pivoting to target the wooden mule, prepared to unleash it, but was abruptly engulfed by an unknown black mist, losing her sense of direction. Attempting to flee, Lin Xian thought. Though his desire to kill Shu Luoi was momentarily overshadowed by the urgency of acquiring the human face fruit, he summoned his inner energy, ready to charge forward. Swoosh, a brilliant white light shot in from the distance. Swift and delicate, like a gossamer ribbon, piercing through the fleeing wooden mule's chest, blood erupted from the wound as the creature was propelled away by the force of the white light. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from afar. Ha ha ha, junior brother Lin, junior sister Shu, Zhao has arrived a step late. This rogue's body harbors malevolent spirits and must be purified swiftly, given the severity of your injuries. It seems I must escort you back to the sect personally. Zhao Hongtian. Lin Xian's heart raced in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhao Hongtian would hide after their encounter at the tailor's shop, only to emerge now to seize the treasure. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned sharply towards the wooden mule. This is bad. It's metallic. The earlier scene of the wooden mule absorbing metal to recover from its injuries replayed vividly in his mind. Now, the white light employed by Zhao Hongtian was undoubtedly metallic. Upon closer inspection, the wooden mule, impaled by the white light, lay motionless on the ground, but the light revealed a form, a gleaming white metallic longsword. It crashed heavily to the ground near Zhao Hongtian. Draw the sword, Yu Chang shouted, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. Quickly, pull it out. Shu Luoi, now free from the black mist, turned crimson with rage at the sight. Zhao Hongtian chuckled, gliding towards them, completely unfazed by their agitation, misinterpreting their urgency as desperation over his theft. Junior siblings, I will take my leave first. He reached for the sword's hilt. Bang! A frail black hand struck him in the abdomen with lightning speed. Ah! Zhao Hongtian screamed, clearly reeling from the immense force of the blow. Ha ha! The wooden mule erupted into maniacal laughter, suddenly absorbing the entirety of the white light longsword, transforming from a weakened state into one of robust vigor. It cast a resentful glance at the trio before bolting away, its speed akin to the wind. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he leaped in pursuit. Shu Luoi followed closely behind, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yu Chang could only struggle to keep up, having been severely wounded by the surprise attack, much of his inner energy devoted to resisting the toxic effects of his injuries. As they chased, the surrounding pine forest blurred past them at high speed, the ground gradually leveling out, and white stones of varying sizes becoming increasingly dense. Zhao Hongtian, struck by the blow, lagged behind, quickly fading from view. Yet the trio relentlessly pursued, not allowing any distance to form between them. The wooden mule, increasingly frantic, glanced back, its speed diminishing from its initial swiftness. The surrounding woods had, unbeknownst to them, become eerily foreboding. Snow Mountain reflection. The wooden mule, realizing escape was futile, donned a look of desperation and turned to strike Shu Luoi with a fierce punch. its fist emanating a chilling white frost. Seeking death, the three of us can easily wear you down in turns. Hand over the human face fruit, and we may grant you a swift end. Shu Luai sneered sharply. 3. To her surprise, the wooden mule's expression shifted, taking on a sinister demeanor. What a naive little girl. TSK, TSK, TSK. It launched an assault, its speed and power unabated, each punch trailing wisps of pale frost. Shu Luai found herself forced to defend, retreating under the relentless onslaught. Sensing something amiss, she turned to shout, Yu Chang. Come help me. Lin Xin, if you dare to stand by, my father will never spare you upon our return. To her dismay, Lin Xin remained cold and impassive, silently observing her as though she were a fool. Meanwhile, Yu Chang, her ever-loyal admirer, now bore a look of yearning, his eyes burning with a fervent intensity as they roamed over her figure. Hurry up, wooden mule, Lin Xin urged. Delay brings danger, and the night is long with many dreams. Wouldn't it be better to comply? Just look at how harmonious the situation is now. The wooden mule chuckled ominously. Lin Xin remained unmoved. In truth, during their standoff, he had received a message from the wooden mule, clearly aware that the tension between Shu Luai and himself had been noted. The wooden mule had leveraged a human face fruit to engineer a situation where it could confront Shu Luai one-on-one, exchanging Lin Xion's non-involvement in return. As a being of a unique constitution. The wooden mule's telepathy was beyond the comprehension of those with lesser realms like Shu Luai. Lin Xian, how dare you? Shu Luai, realizing she had fallen into a trap, raised her sword chi talisman, poised to unleash it. However, the wooden mule, having anticipated her move, was no longer immobilized by the green jade dagger and would not fall prey to her attack. Would I have to fear? Lin Xian sneered. Foolish woman. Did you truly believe I would hesitate to strike you? Swoosh. Suddenly, he lowered his head, feeling a chill as a blade of sword chi sliced past his left ear, narrowly missing severing his head. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant for Shu Luai's potential counterattack. Otherwise, he would have met his end. Although he had suspected she might turn on him, the reality of facing her sword chi talisman sent a shiver down his spine. Observing the wooden mule, it was clear the creature intended to wear down Shu Luai's sword chi, slowly but surely bringing about her demise, showing no urgency whatsoever. Do not lay a hand on me, or we shall meet our demise together. A fierce glint flickered in Lin Xion's eyes as the transparent talisman sword in his grasp erupted with a blinding white light, intricate white patterns manifesting along the blade. Boom. An oval of white jade exploded, engulfing the entire pine forest and illuminating every shadowy corner, revealing every minute detail. The explosion of white light directly enveloped the unsuspecting Mu Liaozi and Shu Luai. Lin Xian turned away, closing his eyes, and with lightning speed, drew the last talisman sword from behind him, channeling his internal energy to activate it, striking again at the area still filled with the dissipating white light. Thunderous. A tremendous explosion reverberated once more. Great swathes of trees surrounding the pine forest snapped and toppled, a radius of over 20 meters completely shrouded in flames and lingering white light. After several seconds, Lin Xian turned back to assess the situation. He discarded the sword scabbard and drew a regular longsword, cautiously approaching the charred pit in the center. Mu Liaozi had been blasted into smithereens, leaving only a solitary head rolling at the edge of the pit, charred and blinking its eyes feebly, still alive against all odds. He clearly hadn't anticipated Lin Xian would manage to unleash two talisman swords in one blow. His initial intent had merely been to provoke Lin Xian slightly, not to incur such a catastrophic backlash. Spare me, he mouthed, producing an exceedingly feeble sound. You plotted against me, yet I was merely awaiting an opportunity for you two to confront me alone, Lin Xian replied with a cold smirk. I possess only two talisman swords. Wouldn't it be more efficient to resolve both of you at once? Mu Liaozi widened his eyes, wanting to utter something further. Lin Xian's foot crushed his head. Instead of brain matter, a viscous black liquid oozed forth. Having dealt with the head, Lin Xian hurried to inspect the torso of Mu Liaozi. Fortunately, the 5 human-faced fruits remained intact, and the central portion of the torso had been protected, the small cloth pouch within remaining unharmed. Lin Xian swiftly retrieved the pouch, unfastened it for a glance, and then tucked it into his chest. He then carefully extracted each of the slightly charred human-faced fruits with the tip of his sword, tearing off a piece of his sleeve to wrap them up. After attending to Mu Liaozi, he finally noticed Shu Luai lying nearby. This individual indeed possessed treasures for self-defense, as he was unharmed amidst such a formidable explosion, though his clothing was somewhat tattered. He lay unconscious in the pit, a green, watery liquid rapidly dissipating in front of him, seemingly spent from the earlier explosion. Observing the green light, Lin Xian felt a sense of wariness. Yu Chang. He beckoned to Yu Chang. This fellow appeared perfectly normal. Yet he had long since been deeply poisoned by Mu Liaozi's earlier strike, now rendered dazed and foolish. Without needing to call him, Yu Chang's eyes had already glazed over, drooling as he approached Shu Luai. Clearly, his suppressed desires had been activated by Mu Liaozi's toxin, and at this moment, he could see nothing but Shu Luai. Luai. Heh. He. Yu Chang grinned foolishly as he lunged at Shu Luai, encountering no resistance. Seems there is no issue now. With a rip. Yu Chang tore open Shu Luai's outer garment, casting it aside. Items, including the skin pouch, scattered everywhere. Lin Xian hurried over to collect the skin pouch, simultaneously retrieving the clothing to search within. He found only a small jade pendant. He then sifted through the scattered silver and jade coins on the ground, yet found nothing amiss. Where's the sword chi talisman? He looked again at Shu Luai, his gaze shifting, and rushed over to extract the pristine white talisman paper from her tightly clenched hand. This talisman bore formidable power, capable of shattering anything, but required him to lock onto a target for release. Had he not encountered the indestructible Mu Liaozi, any other opponent of equal standing, under the immobilization of the green jade dagger, combined with this sword chi talisman, would have been assuredly slain with a single strike. Holding the sword chi talisman, Lin Xian scrutinized it closely. This was one of his most valued possessions. After confirming its authenticity, he stored it in his skin pouch and discarded Shu Luai's pouch. Meanwhile, Yu Chang had completely engaged with the unconscious Shu Luai. Chapter 62. The outcome. Lin Xian let out a cold chuckle. Surveying his surroundings as the flames began to spread toward the distant pine forest, he understood that the recent explosion would likely attract the attention of formidable foes. This was not a place to linger. Suddenly, Shu Luai emitted a soft moan, on the verge of awakening. Lin Xian stepped forward, picked up Yu Chang's sword, and with swift strokes, severed all four of Shu Luai's limbs. 4 clear gashes appeared on her pale skin. Blood gushing forth from the wounds. Shu Luai let out a muffled groan from the pain, slowly opening her eyes to find Yu Chang pressing upon her. Her pupils contracted instantly. Yu Chang, what are you doing? She screamed, attempting to rise, only to be horrified to discover she could not move at all. Ha. Yu Chang, in a frenzy of excitement, continued to thrust against her, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth onto Shu Luai's smooth abdomen. Luai. I love you. Lin Xian observed the two glistening figures in the pit with not a shred of emotion in his eyes. Help me. Shu Luai cried out in agony, feeling her body torn apart by pain. Calling desperately to Lin Xian. You have attempted to kill me time and again, and this is the extent of your abilities. Lin Xian replied coldly. I was wrong, Wu, please. Tears streamed down Shu Luai's face. The redness around her eyes deepening. Please, save me. Suddenly pairs of green, glowing wolf eyes began to emerge around them. Clearly attracted by the scent of blood, Lin Xian surveyed the area, realizing it was not merely the wolves drawn in, but they had unwittingly stumbled into the wolves' lair. Surrounding them were no less than 100 wild wolves, all watching intently that eye in the distance. The sound of more wolves rustling could be heard, their numbers unknown. He glanced at Yu Chang's long sword in his hand, then hurled it forward. Swoosh. The blade pierced through Yu Chang's back, then brutally penetrated Shu Luai's neck, embedding itself into the ground. Yu Chang let out a wail of agony. Severely wounded, yet still unwilling to detach himself from Shu Luai's body, continuing to struggle weakly. Shu Luai, however, did not perish immediately. Her eyes, filled with malice, glared fiercely at Lin Xian as blood gushed from the wound in her neck, quickly staining the surrounding scorched earth. Enjoy your time, Lin Xian sneered, slowly retreating. Infusing a trace of internal energy into the concealment array, his aura vanished. Soon, wolves began to encircle them, gradually closing in, under Lin Xian's watchful gaze. They lunged forward. Lin Xian no longer lingered, instead concealing his tracks, swiftly darting into the depths of the forest behind him. The sounds of the wolf pack tearing flesh and bone echoed ominously. Shu Lui was connected to the Shu family, a prominent chi-refining clan. Failing to handle this situation properly could easily bring calamity upon him. After all, he was the sole survivor, even if he blamed everything on Mu Liaozi's dark arts. Suspicion would still fall upon him, yet Lin Xian felt he had no choice. Had it not been for Shu Luai's repeated attempts on his life, he would not have resorted to such ruthless measures against her. After a brief interval, a middle-aged Taoist figure approached the perimeter of the wolf pack. Clad in a plain white robe and wielding a longsword, he was accompanied by a timid man, none other than Zhao Hongtian. Hongtian, are you certain this is the place? The Taoist observed the hundreds of wild wolves in the distance, his brow furrowed. These wolves showed no fear of the burning pine trees, their eyes a vivid green. Exuding an unsettling aura, Zhao Hongtian's complexion appeared somewhat pale, seemingly afflicted by poison. Nodding vigorously, he replied, "This is indeed the location. The lingering fragrance from the 1,000-mile incense I left on Yuchang is still here." The middle-aged Taoist's expression turned cold. Such a multitude of wolves makes this rather troublesome. Even as a chi-refining expert, facing such a horde of wolves posed a challenge due to limited spiritual energy. While he wasn't afraid of immediate danger, he was concerned about a protracted battle. Moreover, the wolves likely had a wolf king among them. Encountering a beast would complicate matters. The wild wolves in these mountains are fearless. In recent years, they have grown unafraid of flames, Zhao Hongtian murmured. This will depend on you, Master Uncle. Ordinary innate experts are still bound by their internal energy. While they could handle dozens, facing hundreds densely packed in the pine forest would be beyond their capabilities. The middle-aged Taoist snorted disdainfully, leaping lightly onto a great pine tree to survey the area. At the center of the wolf pack lay the remnants of 2 corpses, torn apart until only bones remained, scattered across the ground. Some fragmented remains were even separated by a considerable distance, while others were being fought over by the wolves. Only the tattered remnants of robes on the ground could still identify the corpses as disciples of the Pine Forest Sword sect. Vile beasts. Vile beasts. The middle-aged Taoist's expression darkened. 3 indistinct sword shadows suddenly emerged behind him, and he swiftly drew one, delivering a savage slash downward. With a whoosh, a white sword chi erupted from the tip of the drawn sword, slicing through the 10 or so wolves obstructing his path and reaching the area where the corpses lay, leaving a long scar in the earth. Seizing the opportunity, the Taoist and Zhao Hongtian dashed into the wolf pack, racing toward the location of the corpses. In a mysterious stone pillar forest deep outside Peacock City, the gray-white stone pillars rise majestically from the ground, resembling bamboo shoots, their surfaces remarkably smooth. Beneath the pillars lies a patch of dark green foliage. In the sweltering sunlight, amidst the grove of stone columns, a cautious figure crouches beside one of the pillars, meticulously inspecting something. The figure's clothing is somewhat darkened, as if singed by flames, and his features suggest a frail, scholarly youth. This is Lin Xine, who has just discreetly departed from the burning pine forest. He carefully places a cloth bundle containing human-faced fruits into a pit beneath the stone pillar. The consumption of these human-faced fruits requires special preparation. Time is of the essence. So I must temporarily conceal them here, Lin Xine thinks to himself. Feeling the situation is quite precarious. With Mu Liao dead, there are undoubtedly formidable opponents behind him. It is inconceivable that Mu Liao and the ghostly garments alone could orchestrate the annual plague that afflicts the entire city. His meager cultivation level suggests he is merely a pawn in this larger game. Observing the quality of the 5 human-faced fruits, he notes that 4 of them have only just begun to form facial features, barely reaching the level of 100-person quality, capable of enhancing only the cultivation beneath the innate level. After all, it takes the essence of 500 ordinary people to fully manifest complete facial features. The finest among them, however, boasts a complete visage, subtly shrouded in a dark aura, bearing a striking resemblance to Mu Liao. According to the records, this one is classified at the 1,000-person level. Only the 1,000-person level can assist me in breaking through the innate level. But I must wait until the storm passes before consuming it. He meticulously buries the human-faced fruit. The fruits are impervious to blades and fire, akin to walnuts with their hard exteriors, requiring special methods for consumption after a period of processing. In the remaining bundle from Mu Liao, there are a few small items, a small book, a red porcelain bottle, and 5 dark metallic blocks. Lin Xine flips through the small book, which contains sinister techniques for cultivating 6-winged bees and growing human-faced fruits. Such malevolent practices hold little value for him. Even if he is indifferent to the moral implications, the risks far outweigh the benefits. He tosses the small book aside, then picks up the red porcelain bottle. Gently shaking it seems to contain a liquid akin to water, producing a sound. The bottle bears no labels, and he cannot discern whether it contains poison, so he sets it aside as well. Finally, he examines the 5 dark metallic blocks, which appear to be fragments broken off from a larger piece. The surface is etched with intricate, indistinct symbols resembling formation seals, their purpose unknown. That he stows these items in his pouch and begins to inspect the contents of the Shuluo garment. Clearly, the garment has suffered considerable wear over time. The various talismans and hidden cards have been nearly exhausted, leaving only a few ordinary Gonlin talismans and some golden leaves among the special items. Aside from a sword energy talisman, There is a jade ring pendant. Lin Xian studies the sword energy talisman, noting the blood-red sword mark drawn straight across the center of the white talisman paper. Exuding an extraordinary sharpness that, even when held, one can feel its cutting edge. However, the talisman paper appears somewhat thin and faintly translucent. A fine treasure, Lin Xian exclaims, securing the sword energy talisman for later use. This item could serve as a trump card in a critical moment. As for the green jade ring, he inspects it closely. Its luster is dull, with faint cracks suggesting it may indeed be the source of that fleeting green energy he encountered earlier. Once its power is depleted, it is likely rendered useless. What a pity, Lin Xian murmurs, tossing the ring into the pit. I must contemplate how to report back, with the human-faced fruit gone and everyone else dead. I am the sole survivor. No, there is still Zhao Hongtian. Lin Xian's gaze sharpens. Zhao Hongtian witnessed me chasing into the forest with Shu Luo and the others. This only heightens the suspicion surrounding the human-faced fruit being in my possession. He sits cross-legged to assess his internal state. Realizing with alarm that his internal energy is in a precarious condition, the core of his energy feels unstable in his chest, and his internal organs have been severely shaken from the recent use of the talisman sword. This is bad. My internal energy foundation is starting to falter. I must stabilize my cultivation quickly, or it could take me years to recover after such a setback. Lin Xian is taken aback, hastily moderating his internal energy flow. Retrieving some chocolate beans from his pouch to replenish his depleted energy. Simultaneously, he produces over a dozen Gonlin talismans, applying them to himself one by one. As the Gonlin talismans begin to take effect, he feels significantly more comfortable. I was so tense earlier that I failed to notice this issue. After all, if I could withstand the explosion that took down Mu Liao and so many ghostly garments, how could I emerge unscathed? Even with precautions, being affected by the backlash was inevitable, especially after pursuing for so long. Lin Xian feels somewhat better, but dares not use his internal energy further to avoid exacerbating his injuries. I cannot hide indefinitely. I must surrender the human-faced fruit, offering up the 4 fruits that are of no use to me, and then pay the price to seek out Master Ji Lu. Perhaps he can help mitigate the sect's repercussions. After all, no one wishes to dwell on the scandal of human-faced fruit cultivation. Yet, he realizes he must find a strong backing. Otherwise, being silenced or having treasures seized would be entirely plausible. Having experienced these recent events, Lin Xian has grown wary of the so-called righteous pine forest sword sect, which, while appearing distinguished and honorable, harbors a truly ruthless nature behind the scenes. That a list of potential allies flickers through his mind. And soon, Lin Xian's expression solidifies as he devises a plan. Chapter 63. Returning to the sect after organizing his belongings, Lin Xian buries the items related to the Shuluo garment in a separate location. Retaining only Mu Liao's human-faced fruit and the sinister techniques, he stows the remaining miscellaneous items in his pouch. Emerging from the grove of stone pillars, he catches sight of the growing blaze in the distance among the pines. Nearly half the mountainside is ablaze. Flames shooting skyward, casting a crimson glow and billowing thick black smoke, forming a murky cloud over the sky outside Peacock City. Lin Xian remains unhurried, drawing his sword across his arm. A ruse of self-inflicted injury is necessary. However, as a modern individual, he hesitates at the thought of slicing his arm with the sword. Yet, considering that the other 2 are dead and he remains unscathed seems somewhat implausible. Resolutely, he presses the blade against his arm and swiftly drags it down. A sharp gasp escapes him as a gash opens, blood pouring forth. He quickly retrieves a Gonlin talisman, pressing it against the wound, applying pressure to stem the flow of blood, channeling his internal energy towards the injury. He attempts to close the wound. With the wound secured, Lin Xian discards the sword and hastily makes his way down the mountain. Peacock City. Beneath the eaves, a row of redwood benches faces a small lake, where 4 or 5 individuals from the pine forest sword sect sit quietly, sipping tea and fishing. The benches rest against a wall, with no barriers between them and the lake, allowing guests to fish or even wade into the water. A large calligraphic scroll hangs on the wall, featuring a single character. Sword. Kong Ling, the master of Peacock Gate, is a distinguished middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, exuding authority as he occupies the seat of honor on the right. Smiling as he converses with the man on his left. With Brother Zhang visiting the pill hall, it would be remiss of me not to ensure you enjoy your stay in Peacock City for a few days. Otherwise, others might say I, Kong, lack decorum. Brother Zhang's expression remains calm, his hair slightly graying, eyebrows resembling sharp swords, attired in flowing white garments, as he holds a fishing rod poised over the lake. Upon hearing this, he returns a smile. Brother Kong, you flatter me. Were it not for pressing duties, I would likely be en route to the Golden Jade sect. After handling this matter, I must promptly continue my mission. I cannot afford to delay. That is understandable, Kong Ling nods. Just then, a servant rushes in from a side entrance, prompting him to smile. It seems the intelligence regarding the plague has arrived. However, upon whispering to Kong Ling, the servant's expression changes slightly, and Kong Ling's gaze sharpens towards Brother Zhong. Brother, my son Yue has brought someone over who will surely assist you in this mission. I wonder. Oh, let him come in and meet us, Brother Zhong responds casually, being a true master of qi refinement. His demeanor relaxed, which is quite normal for someone of his caliber in contrast to Kong Ling, who is merely an innate master. Kong Ling nods, gesturing for the servant to leave. Soon, Kong Yue enters, accompanied by a youth clad in white, resembling a scholar. The two approach and stand respectfully beside Kong Ling. Brother Zhong scrutinizes the young man beside Kong Yue, recognizing the latter from his dossier, but unfamiliar with the white-clad youth. This scholar possesses delicate features and short hair, exuding a cool, composed demeanor, hinting at a temperament that conceals his emotions. His cultivation level is moderately stable. Around the third layer of the inner family small return to origin technique, albeit showing signs of serious internal injury. Most striking are his deep black eyes, which boldly meet Brother Zhong's gaze, conveying an air of defiance. Who is this? Brother Zhong inquires. Esteemed master, this is a friend of my disciple, Lin Xin, also a disciple of the Pine Forest. Regarding the plague case, he may provide you with critical insights. Kong Yue replies with respectful trepidation. Lin Xin? Brother Zhong raises an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Xin steps forward confidently. Are you the esteemed master of the Pill Hall? I wonder if you know Master Ji Lu. He straightforwardly attempts to establish a connection. Brother Zhong blinks, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ji Lu, what is your relation to him? How do you know him? Ji Lu is quite renowned in Dan Tang as an exceptionally amiable person. Who wouldn't he be familiar with him? However, few can claim a close relationship with him. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of curiosity sparked within the young man, seemingly in his early 20s. The junior disciple is someone Ji Lu introduced to the sect a few days ago. It has been nearly half a year now, Lin Xin replied thoughtfully. He proceeded to recount how he initially joined the sect, clarifying his relationship with Ji Lu. By that reckoning, you indeed ought to address me as Uncle Master. My rapport with that lad Ji Lu is reasonably amicable. No, that is not quite right. I should say Ji Lu is well liked throughout Dan Tang. Recently, he has even developed a romantic connection with junior sister Yuxin from Jian Tang. It is likely they will soon become partners in the Dao. The mention of Ji Lu softened Brother Zhong's demeanor. What was your cultivation level upon entering the sect? He scrutinized Lin Xin from head to toe and inquired further. It was the first layer of the small return to origin technique. Lin Xin dared not conceal the truth and answered honestly, however, following some fortunate encounters and the consumption of spiritual herbs. I barely managed to reach this level. Brother Zhong seemed taken aback to learn that Lin Xin had entered the sect with only the first layer of cultivation, perplexed as to why the sect would allow a talent of such caliber to remain inconspicuous. He then understood that the enhancement from spiritual herbs differed from innate aptitude. The former had limitations and potential side effects, while the latter was distinct. My name is Zhong Xian. Since you are acquainted with Ji Lu, you could be considered half a member of Dan Tang, which makes this matter easier to handle. Now, do tell me, what prompted you to seek me out? Zhong Xian spoke amiably. Lin Xin was taken aback by how effectively Ji Lu's connections had worked. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he had prepared for various contingencies in case the situation turned sour, but it seemed they would not be necessary for the time being. I wish to report to Uncle Master that I have come across some insider information regarding the plague within the city. He then meticulously recounted the events he had experienced over the past few days, trimming certain details. Naturally, he omitted any mention of his talisman sword's secret weapon, the conflict with Shu Luo Yi, and the acquisition of the 1,000-person level human-faced fruit. Initially, Zhong Xian appeared indifferent, and the two accompanying junior disciples listened casually. The insider information Lin Xin shared was something they had already known. However, as the conversation progressed, particularly upon hearing that Lin Xin had obtained a human-faced fruit and a sinister spellbook, their expression shifted to one of grave concern, including Kong Ling and Kong Yue. Present the items, Zhong Xian commanded. Sitting up straight, his tone becoming serious, Lin Xin had come seeking protection, having disrupted the schemes of several within the sect. He knew he had to secure Zhong Xian's favor to avoid dire consequences. Upon hearing the order, he promptly retrieved the prepared parcel containing the human-faced fruit and the sinister spellbook, handing it over. Zhong Xian accepted it, opening the package with a composed expression, his thoughts inscrutable. After perusing the contents, he passed them to the other two disciples, as well as Kong Ling, for inspection. It was only after everyone had examined the items that he reclaimed the parcel. Lin Xian, your willingness to submit such valuable treasures to the sect demonstrates your sense of justice. However, as a participant inadvertently affected by this mission, you must cooperate with the investigation, as your team, aside from yourself, has perished. You have no objections, I trust. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. I shall cooperate fully, leaving nothing unsaid. Zhong Xian smiled slightly, clearly pleased with Lin Xian's attitude. Then this matter concludes here for you. You may stay by my side for the next few days. Once the investigation is complete, you can return to the sect. Is that acceptable? Lin Xian felt a wave of relief. He had not anticipated such an easy resolution and realized he indeed owed Ji Lu a favor. I have an objection. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden voice interrupted him. The voice came from behind, and Lin Xian quickly turned to see Zhao Hongtun entering briskly, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a white robe. The voice that had spoken was that of the middle-aged man, who glared at Lin Xian with fierce intensity. The case of the human-faced fruit is far-reaching, and such sinister treasures are traditionally gathered in sets of 5. Here we have 400-person level human-faced fruits. Thus, 1,000-person level principal fruit must exist. With only 4 present, where is the remaining principal fruit? The man burst into the room, his voice booming like a firecracker. To hoard such crucial sect treasures at your tender age. If you grow older, will you not betray the sect? Such a naturally rebellious individual should not be allowed to live. It would be better to slay him with a single sword. The more he spoke, the more furious he became, and suddenly 3 translucent sword forms appeared behind him, grasping one, and he viciously swung it at Lin Xian. Swish. The sword's edge gleamed, a stretch of pure white sword energy extending toward Lin Xian. Mere meters away, exuding an ominous aura of lethal threat. Lin Xian's heart sank. He had not expected the other party to attack without regard for the presence of so many witnesses. He hastily retreated. Currently, he was unarmed, having exhausted all his talismans and swords. Apart from his basic skills in the winesword technique, he was merely an ordinary inner disciple, and his internal energy was unstable, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential that he might not even be able to contend with an average second-layer disciple, let alone facing someone who clearly possessed mastery in qi cultivation. Now, he could only hope that Uncle Master Zhong Xian could withstand the onslaught. Huang Songzi. Just as the sword energy was about to graze Lin Xian's forehead, a furious roar erupted from behind him. He witnessed a burst of golden light erupt before him, enveloping him in warmth as though he were nestled within a comforting furnace, while the middle-aged man's frustrated roar echoed in his ears. Zhong Xian, you dare to obstruct me? What is there to fear? Zhong Xian's voice resounded like a great bell. Bang! Following that was a violent collision, as if 2 massive logs had collided with tremendous force. Producing a deep rumble. A figure was sent crashing through the wooden wall of the room, flying backward. As the golden light gradually dissipated and Lin Xian regained his sight, he gasped in astonishment at the scene before him. The wooden wall, thick as a hand, had been utterly shattered, revealing a human-shaped hole, while the surrounding furniture remained untouched, still in its original position, aside from the large hole in the wall by the entrance. The rest of the room bore no signs of damage. Huang Songzi had vanished, evidently the person hurled outside. Zhong Xian remained seated, still holding his fishing rod, as if he had never engaged in combat. Kong Ling, who had initially intended to stand and mediate, was taken aback by the rapid turn of events. In the blink of an eye, Huang Songzi had been sent flying. A look of embarrassment and surprise crossed Kong Ling's face. Kong Yui swallowed hard, casting a glance at Lin Xian. The sheer power displayed was no longer something typical qi cultivators could attain. Lin Xian understood the unspoken implication in Kong Yui's gaze. He had witnessed qi practitioners back in his hometown of Hongsongqing, and neither Zhao Xi'er nor Su Wan exhibited such extraordinary control. Their strength was significant, but it was primarily destructive in nature, lacking the precision displayed here. Chapter 64. Return to the sect. Cough. Kong Ling quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat. The surrounding attendants hastily began to tidy up the scene. In truth, there was little to clean aside from the debris of the shattered wooden wall. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongtian, as if awakening from a dream, hurried outside to assess Huang Songzi's condition. No need to check. Huang Songzi has fled, Zhong Xian snorted coldly. Congratulations, brother, congratulations. You have finally reached the final step. The junior sister accompanying him wore a beaming expression. I never expected second brother to reach such a critical juncture without a word. Another disciple shared in the joy. Do not spread this around. I have only just grasped a fraction of it, Zhang Xian said modestly, though a glimmer of pride could not be concealed from his eyes. Brother is far too humble. Being able to injure an 8th-layer Qi practitioner like Huang Songzi with a single sword indicates that your 4 spirits Chongnong sword has undoubtedly reached the 3rd spirit level. Once you break into the 4th spirit, it will mark the beginning of foundation establishment. Kong Ling also recognized the significance and hurriedly offered his congratulations. Lin Xian was taken aback to discover that Zhang Xian had actually achieved the pinnacle of 9th-layer Qi cultivation, even among the 4 sects. Brother Zhang could be considered extraordinarily gifted, the junior sister complimented lightly. I imagine even Su Wan from Yufeng's sect, who boasts of her talents, would not surpass this at her age. Let us not speak carelessly, Zhang Xian chuckled. Su Xianzi possesses remarkable talent and is surely no less capable than I. Lin Xian, having risen from the ground after having been forced to sit during the sword energy incident, quickly expressed his gratitude to Zhang Xian for saving his life. Upon hearing Su Wan's name, a flicker of interest ignited within him. He recalled her investigation into the matter of the weeping woman in white back in Hong Song Qing, wondering how that situation had developed. It seemed that Su Wan was of a similar caliber to Uncle Master Zhong Xian. Lin Xian's thoughts began to solidify regarding the strength and standing of Su Wan and other notable figures like Nu Yu Xianzi and Zhao Xier. All right, Lin Xian, you should rest now, but do not stray too far from me, lest Huang Songzi attempt another surprise attack. You are part of Dan Tang, and also Ji Lu's junior disciple. If you were to be harmed under my watch, I would lose face, Zhang Xian said gently, smiling at Lin Xian. Thank you, Uncle Master Zhong. Lin Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. The other party made no mention of the 1,000-person level human phase fruit that Huang Songzi had just referenced, clearly implying acceptance of its usage. Even if the fruit proved useless to him, a master at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, it could still serve as a means to forge connections. The fact that the individual remained silent on the matter indicated that this attitude had effectively sealed the deal on the favor. Lin Xian discreetly noted this debt of gratitude in his heart, intending to repay it when the opportunity arose. After the matter was settled, he chose to linger by the side, observing Zhong Xian and others fishing. Yet, he was acutely aware that Huang Songzi had been publicly humiliated and would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Compounded by the involvement of the Shu family, that a sense of urgency began to brew within Lin Xian. If I become their target, given my current level of cultivation, it would be exceedingly perilous. He resolved firmly. Upon returning, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not venture outside. The matter of the human face fruit was merely the prelude to what was sure to follow, a fierce power struggle between 2 major internal factions. This was beyond the capacity of someone at his rudimentary level of innate cultivation to engage in. The years of accumulation surrounding the human face fruit certainly encompassed more than just a single 1,000-person level fruit. There were undoubtedly more hidden treasures yet to be unveiled. Every year in Peacock City, countless lives were claimed by disease, and as time went on, the situation would only grow more complicated. Let the experts within the sect handle the ensuing turmoil. We must focus on honing our own skills. Lin Xian sighed, exchanging a glance with Kong Yuhui, who offered him a hint of apology. Although Lin Xian understood, he could not shake off a feeling of discomfort. Ultimately, he ascended the mountain, sending Kong Yuhui's followers back as well. He presumed they had shared much with Kong Yuhui. However, he also recognized that that was the extent of what they could do. Days passed swiftly. Huang Songzi and Zhao Hongtian's whereabouts vanished entirely from the city. It was only upon receiving news that Zhong Xian learned Huang Songzi had moved to another critical location, the true lair of the 6-winged bees responsible for the plague in Peacock City, which also served as the core gathering place for the human face fruit. Reports suggested that Huang Songzi had enlisted assistance for the endeavor to fierce battle over the human face fruit was inevitable. Thus, Zhang Xian set out with 2 of his junior disciples. Meanwhile, Lin Xian seized the opportunity while everyone's attention was focused on the battle for the lair to excavate the 1,000-person level human face fruit. He then purchased a swift steed at the post station, preparing to depart Peacock City without delay. Before leaving, he first dismantled his backup plans and then went to check on the chubby boy, who was thriving under Uncle Wang's care and had even acquired a proper name, Lei Laohu. Lin Xian couldn't help but find the name amusing. This little rascal often boasted about his feats of knocking out tigers, constantly rolling in mud or splashing in water, engaging in mischief. Lin Xian quietly observed the child before departing. After all, he was no longer an ordinary person. Allowing the little chubby boy to live a carefree life was the best course of action. Mounted on his horse and carrying provisions, he traveled cautiously, frequently changing routes, deliberately avoiding the original path. When encountering ominous and eerie places, he chose to take lengthy detours instead. As a result, apart from encountering a few wild beasts, he arrived at the sect safely and without incident. The sword listening valley. Within the 103rd stone house, Lin Xian pushed open the stone door to find a layer of white dust coating the furniture inside, indicating it had long been in use. Paying it no mind, he secured the door, opened the wardrobe, selected a light yellow outfit, removed a white belt, and rummaged for a set of undergarments, quickly shedding his old clothes. "Big brother!" A voice suddenly erupted as he stood there in the nude. "Big brother, I just came in." It was Dongwei. This boy was exceptionally quick, having reached the outside of the stone house in no time. Lin Xian felt a jolt of surprise and hastily grabbed his undergarments to put on, only to hear rustling sounds from the window by the stone door, as if someone was attempting to pry it open to sneak a peek. "Big brother, open the door. The moment I heard you returned, I rushed right over." Dong Yue's earnest voice filtered through the window. With a creak, the window was pried open, and Dong Yue's eye peeked through the gap. "Big brother." "Oh, you're changing clothes. My apologies, truly, I didn't mean to," he exclaimed, laughing as he spoke, an act that no one would genuinely believe was unintentional. Fortunately, Lin Xian managed to pull up his trousers just in time. Thwarting his intentions, hearing the laughter, he shot him a cold glare. "Wait outside." He spoke in a deep tone. "Yes, yes," Dongwei hastily replied. Once Lin Xian had changed his clothes, he dampened a towel to wash his face, tidied his attire, and tossed the dirty garments directly into the trash bin before moving to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he was met with Dong Yue's cheeky grin as he slipped inside. "Brother, you're my dear brother, can we discuss something?" he said with an overly familiar tone. Lin Xian regarded him with an impassive expression, then delivered a light smack to his head. "Ouch, that hurt." Dongwei hunched over, clutching his head. Lin Xian shook his head in exasperation. He hadn't struck him hard. But considering this boy had dared to stand by him during his battle with the twisted Kuan Silang, he was somewhat of a friend. If it were a minor matter, lending a hand wouldn't be an issue. Thinking this, he said, "What is it? Speak." Dongyue, clad in a tattered robe, its color faded to the point of obscuring its original hue, brightened at the question. "Could you lend me some jade coins?" "How much do you need?" Lin Xian, having amassed considerable wealth, found several hundred jade coins trivial, especially with thousands still in his account. "This much." Dongyue held up a single finger. 10 jade coins. Take it, and quickly leave. I have matters to attend to." Lin Xian casually produced 10 jade coins and tossed them his way. "And no, not that." Dongyue stubbornly refused to leave. 100 coins? Can you pay that back?" Lin Xian regarded him with skepticism. Hee. Dongyue's face lit up with a mischievous grin. "I can pay it back. I promise." All right. Here is 100 coins." Lin Xian nonchalantly tossed him a jade tablet worth 100. This amount was insignificant to him, and he didn't mind. Dongwei hurriedly took the jade tablet and dashed off, leaving Lin Xian pondering whether he should establish a warning array, as he had been caught off guard by someone reaching his doorstep. Especially with Dongwei becoming increasingly casual due to their familiarity, it could lead to trouble if he discovered anything. Glancing outside, he noted the day was still young. He secured the door and windows, laid out the spoils from his recent endeavors on the table. The remaining items were of little importance and were tossed aside into a clutter drawer. The table was crafted according to his accustomed style, featuring numerous locked drawers. What remained on the table were 3 items: the 1,000-person level human face fruit, 5 blackened metal blocks, and the sword energy talisman from Shu Luo Yi. The human face fruit requires a specially formulated corrosive liquid to remove its hard shell before being consumed raw with vinegar. Lin Xian recalled the usage instructions, feeling a bit odd about it. "No rush. I should first attempt to break through to the 4th layer of innate cultivation. If I succeed, I can reserve this for when I reach the qi refining stage." Lin Xian felt it a pity to use the fruit for innate cultivation, considering it was a treasure effective for those below the 5th layer of qi refining. After securing the human face fruit, he turned his attention to the 5 metal blocks, which were etched with numerous peculiar symbols and patterns. He had no immediate idea of their purpose and decided to set them aside for further research later. Lastly, he examined the sword energy talisman, a formidable trump card. "I also need to look up the usage methods. Both of these items warrant thorough investigation in the library."